Hello, everyone, and welcome to another day of fabulous coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from right here in the Landing Casino in Jeju Island, South Korea. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast to kick things off today, who I see has paid a visit to the gift shop and picked up what I must say is perhaps my favorite piece of Triton merch ever. I don't know if they can get the full 24-karat zipper factor that this piece has, and I may be embellishing a little bit, but yeah, you look good out there. They got overrun.
Thank you, buddy.
At the shop, by the way, and we got overrun in terms of event number one. This 15K, a record-setting field, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about 269 entries from 176 uniques in the curtain raiser. Caught everyone by surprise, even though there were some whispers based on just the sheer volume of people who, when you were talking in your circles, you knew were going to be coming out here. You know, we thought we might break records, but this was something else, Rast.
I mean, it's a lot of people to show up, you know, at a venue. Nobody's really sure, but that's exciting. It only leads me to believe that hopefully the rest of these tournaments as we go 20, 25, and some of the bigger ones throughout, that this Triton Jeju 2024 is going to get big numbers, and you know the players will be happy, and prize pools will be big, and that'll make everything all the more exciting for us in the booth and you guys watching at home.
I mean, listen, you've been around long enough to have some perspective, and you yourself have played Triton events. And I know you ran into someone who kind of positively reinforced this, but just touch upon, if you would, with as little bias as is possible. And I know you're going to be objective about it because that's just who you are, but why it is that these Triton events are so special and why it is that so many people appear to be wanting to get a taste.
Yeah, just, I mean, a buddy of mine who I've, you know, bet some sports, watched some fights with. It turns out he's going to be out here, and I didn't even really know he was into poker. And he's like, yeah, no, I'm out, and I've heard that the Triton stuff looks really top notch. Literally, that's what he messaged me. And you know, if I was gonna say why, there's just a lot of, well, first obviously it's the venues. It's like 5-star hotels and resorts. You know, Triton sets things up as very high quality. I mean, you can just look at the booth. You can look at the area the players are playing in the poker room. Very nice. And then some of the detail when it comes to the actual like. You know, managing the tournaments. You know, I was gone in 2023. I came back. You know, what's one of the annoying things in tournaments, if we're being honest? It's people stalling because it's good for them. It's profitable to play less hands as you get down to the bubble. So last night, you know, I'm in the booth with Will, and all of a sudden I noticed that for raise first in, you have 10 seconds. And now they have these little red plaques. And so in order to go past 10 seconds, you have to use a time chip. So that's really cutting into the stalling. You know, I haven't seen that in other places, like a specific rule as you get close to the bubble. You know, I play in WSOP, WPT, a bunch of different tournaments at the Win, just all over the place. And I've never seen anyone implement something, you know, as precise to combat the stalling problem. You know, and I'm not saying other people haven't had good rules, but that's a great rule. What's another thing? Triton has their own clock. They've, like, everyone, you know, a lot of places have iPads. Dealers can block the iPad. It can be difficult to see it sometimes. Triton has this thing standing up that has like a multifaceted, you know, side panel with the numbers on it. So from everywhere on the table, it's very easy to see how much time you have left. You never have to ask the dealer. There's just like a lot of little attention to detail.
My other favorite is the little bracelets, obviously, that let you just tap and re-reg. You know, just all the pain points.
The app.
Always being considered.
Updated with the chip counts. I mean, there's just like an attention to detail here that you don't find in other places. It is what it is.
Well, I'm glad that you bring up the app because I want to dive right into it, which is where we're going to be able to set the stage, if you will, for what we're going to be coming back to today in this 15K, which is the Stone Money Bubble. 47 places are going to be paid with 48 players remaining. The min cash is going to be $23,000. First prize is going to be worth $786,000. And as you look at the chip counts, atop, perhaps no surprise, is the very decorated Stephen Chidwick. 4.22 million in front of him, 84 bigs, a good bit of runway between him and Fedor Holtz, and then Ike Haxton. And what stood out to me as I looked at those top three is during the early shift that Nick and I took, most of the top 3 slots were occupied by Triton first-timers, but it didn't take long for our regs to kind of suss out what's what, and then the cream appears to have risen because in the top 10 in chips, there is only one player, and that being Andrei Andreev in 7th, who is a Triton first-timer. And I know he made for a lot of fireworks and shenanigans, perhaps unexpectedly, as you closed things down last night with Will.
Yeah, no, he was on the feature, and so for quite a while, playing down to the bubble, it seemed like he was being very chip conscious, taking his full 10 seconds. Then all of a sudden, when we announced there were 3 hands left, I think he was like, well, I only got 700,000. We got to make something happen. So he limped the ace-3 off. It worked out pretty well. He made trips. He then later, at the very last hand of the night, made sure he got in the ace-king, happened to be against kings. Isn't altogether unsurprising when you're on the bubble, but got max because he ended up making a flush. So kings was drawing dead, I believe, if I recall, on the turn, and got a massive. Oh no, sorry, spiked an ace, and so I think that kings had one out on the river because one of the cards would have made a flush and wouldn't have been good for him. Sorry, and so. Has 2 million or something now. So he might be an amateur, but he's got a lot of chips. Might be his first time, but he's likes some creative lines, and I think he's going to be one of those fun guys to keep our eyes on and watch as the tournament rolls on.
Well, listen, I know it's a little bit self-indulgent, but from here in the booth, I have long maintained throughout the arc of my career that it is precisely those guys that like the creative lines. Those are the guys I like because they also, in turn, put our regs into situations that they may be a little bit, discombobulated by from time to time. They've got to kind of jog parts of their minds in the game tree that, aren't as self-evident as perhaps they would be if you're maybe trading blows with some of the other regs. Now, the starting big blind is going to be 50K here, which means we're going to have 11 players at sub 10K big blinds on a stone money bubble. Does that mean that this thing's going to burst pretty quick? I would imagine yes, as they're going to look to spin. Or are we going to see some real chiselly, surgical, everybody's looking around and going, this guy's got 5 bigs, I've got 7 sort of behavior?
I mean, that thing is, your question is just so dependent. It can take a while, even with some sub 10 big blind stacks, if all the players are very conscious and they're waiting, and you happen to get. There will be some all-ins. That'll just be what happens.
Yeah.
And so you do need, in those situations, the short stack to double. But, I would expect the bubble doesn't go too long. Personally, with that many people that are sub 10 big blinds, you just end up getting some spots, and sooner or later the short stack doesn't get lucky.
You're a handicapper. I sense that the under is the side you want to be on in terms of any reasonable line for the bubble. Let's turn our attention then back to the Triton Poker Plus app where we find the 2 tables that we're going to be bringing you to start the day. I want to focus in on table number 2 to begin with because this is where we find the overall chip leader who we alluded to earlier, Stephen Chidwick. There he is in the 3-hole, joined, by the way, by the talents of the Bulgarians, Yulian Bogdanov. You've got Mustafov there, and then sprinkle in a little Putra, sprinkle in a little Gottlieb, and you've got the makings for a table that's going to be very interesting. Not to be overlooked, of course, Panakov's, Ertz, Lun. There's talent here, for sure, but there's also the wild cards.
Yeah, no, this is an exciting table with a nice mix of, players come all different kinds of backgrounds and experience levels. So I think a lot of times those make some of the funnest tables to watch. Rather than tables that get too uniform with just all super pros or something like that, because you got people mixing it up, and then you get to see how some of the adjustments that other people are making because of that, which I think leads to some really fun poker hands.
Yeah, no question about it. Let's then, with the time that we've got left, take a peek at the other of our 2 feature tables where we find the real gunslinger, Andreev. There he is, big smile in the 4-hole, rather, and he's bookended by Boyka and Halle. There's Ike Haxton as well. Phil Nagy, another one of these guys that could make things exciting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Halle and Nagy were 2 guys that stood out a little bit on the stream yesterday when I was in here with Will. So Nagy, because he was playing some hands, and it just seemed that there were a couple different times that he did something that pros didn't approve of and literally told him, and it's like they were teaching him. And it seemed like he was using it. It's like, oh, talking about it, this and that. And the guys are like, no, it's an all-in, definitely. It's like, oh, okay, sure. Yeah,
You know,
I got that.
Even on the Stone Money bubble, some of the
Yeah.
relationships and the friendships that have been forged over time between some of the proverbial VIPs, Nagy qualifying as such, and the regs, the long-term pros, allow for these sorts of very honest exchanges, not angling, not operating, not trying to misinform, but just genuinely, if asked, saying, you know what, no, I don't think that was an all-in, or you know what, yeah, that was a good spot. And, you know, trying to help these guys out. And I think that welcoming atmosphere is very much responsible for why it is that the VIPs continue to come in droves and their masses expanding. So then, with all of that said, Rasty and I are going to take you guys through the first few levels of play as we dive into the arena. I'm told we're about 15 seconds away. Now, maybe a quick peek then at the payouts here. I touched on it earlier. 47th is going to be 23,000. We're going to be static at that figure all the way up until we reach 39. So that flat payout, also another wrinkle that will kind of allow for not any stalling. You just know that there's no immediate jumps for some time. 786,000 up top in this record-breaking event number 1 field. Look at Noche there. Hands full of the bags as everybody is taking their seats here. One of our outer tables, we find Sosia Jang. She looks like she's got some biscuits to work with there. Fedor on her right with 3.3 million, obviously quite a bit deeper.
You know, Ollie, what you mentioned is actually interesting. If we're going to, let's talk a little poker strategy for just a brief moment.
Sure.
What ends up happening, we always throw around this word ICM and this, and how does it affect how you play? Really kind of what ends up happening is there's a lot of incentive to make the money, but especially in these larger field tournaments, like once you make the money, you get this long stretch where there's no pay jump or the pay jump's really small. So then after that, guys are more free to play without that feeling like, oh, I got to be careful, can't lose any chips here.
Yeah, and I think obviously from the fan standpoint, it makes for more exciting poker as opposed to, you know what, I hesitate though. Sometimes we say the word exciting. It can be exciting to observe people operating at the highest level, even if it means there's a lot of big folds, raise, 3-bet. You know, it doesn't have to be massive
ICM isn't
collisions.
necessarily boring, because also sometimes with ICM, you get a guy with a lot of chips who's now has the license to steal.
Yeah.
And then that creates different dynamics as well.
I love it when you get the invincibility, you know, the Super Mario star, the Warhammer, and you just get to go bludgeoning away. There we find Tim Adams and Seth Davies seated together.
Yeah, these guys getting ready for a day at the office.
Sure.
Here we are, day 2 in Jeju, and people are probably a lot more acclimated, ready to go. They've made it down here. Everybody but one is going to cash in their first event to be in the plus.
Yeah.
Go for a big score, over 700,000 profit to the winner.
A good number of Triton first-timers, by the way, have found a bag coming into this Stone Money bubble, and obviously at least all but one of them will be cashing here in their first ever Triton event. Shortest stack in the room belongs to China's Guangzhou. Zhou Chuen actually is Randy Liu, who isn't here with us here in Jeju, but looking forward to having him back at a future stop. Shout out to Randy. Shout out to Nikki P, by the way. Spent a couple of days in Seoul getting acclimated to the time zone. How about Aram Zobian there? First Triton for him. There's Zhou Chuen. You see the very lean stack in front of him. 165K. And at this point, even though we've got 48 players left, all 47 of the others know exactly how much the shortest stack in the room has and whether or not that's going to be enough for them to try to wait it out if they too find themselves on a lean stack, such as Tim Adams, 300,000, Amin Hajiev, 310,000, as we slide up to the stage.
Well, we saw all the sub 10 big blind stacks. I believe there are 11 players sub 10 big blinds. So what that is going to mean is that a lot of the stacks that are a little bigger than that, like let's say stacks from 11 to 25 blinds, like there's a lot of pressure on them to wait, because almost certainly one of these short sub 10 big blind stacks will bust in the next 10 or 12 hands, or a couple orbits. So
but those 10 or 12 hands could be very profitable for the likes of, let's say, Ike Haxton and Steven Chidwick as the chip leaders at their respective tables.
Well, they're going to try to make that the case for sure. I bet, we're going to get to see, but especially Chidwick, who has a monster lead. I mean, Ike's lead, there's 3 other guys with 40 big blinds there. So, I mean, yes, he has a lead, but it's close. I mean, 2 million can take quite a chunk out of Ike's stack, but Chidwick has a much bigger lead on the other table, and no one can really hurt him. So I expect if we're watching the blue table, you know, we'll probably see Chidwick doing quite a few wide opens.
I would also advise a little bit of caution before you go thinking that everyone's on board and on message with respect to ICM. We've seen some folks just throw it right on out the window in some spots throughout the history of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Ponikov's, by the way, you know, love this guy. You just saw him, quick glimpse. Also love this new old-timey mustache that Chidwick is bringing to the party. I don't know if you guys...
handlebar.
I mean, you got to go suspenders and make me an old-fashioned if you're going to show up to the table like that. Nice start, by the way, for Putra, who takes all 490 of his coins and slips them right out there. Up front, there it's ace-jack, pretty uncomfortable on the button.
Very uncomfortable, I think, on the bubble versus an under-the-gun 10 big blind jam. That's probably a little tighter than normal even. So I like that fold. Think very prudent decision.
And it takes some refrain, too, because you know, especially coming into the blinds, that Putra's going to take a fairly wide array of hands and maybe try to press, you know, at that stack depth. Meanwhile, we slip over to the other feature table where we find Ike Haxton going to work, as we suspected he might, granted with a smaller chip lead than the one Chidwick enjoys at the other feature, opening with the Queen 10 suited, very reasonable considering circumstances. And here is Hao Ji in the small blind with ace queen dominant and a very lean stack. 320,000, certainly feels like he'll go with it.
It's definitely good enough to go with. He's thinking, you know, I just took the small blind. I'm going to get like 5 free hands after this. Can I pass this spot up, despite the fact it's very plus chip EV? And he decides no, he's going to take it, despite a good chance that Ike's going to, decent chance that Ike ends up calling him here.
You know, anytime I see the leave back of the 20K as we've seen over here, it just sort of indicates to me somebody who's thinking about the game on a slightly higher level than average.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I mean, it's someone who's considering all the options. No, Ike is considering his options here. You know, he knows he's up against a very strong range, even though he's getting a good price. But yeah, hard to pass up Queen 10 suited here, despite the fact, you know, it's a strong range. I mean, he's getting over 2 to 1. He's going to see the bad news, though, because he's over a 2 to 1 dog against a hand that dominates it.
And worse than that, upon this King 4 flop, to the chagrin of all the other short stacks in the room. Oh, geez. Ace Queen performing very nicely in this 3/4 million chip pot.
I still have that 20K left behind.
Oh, yeah, it's not all in there quite yet. Now it is. Backdoor spades and Broadway prospects for Haxton. Immediate outs to a 10 would spoil the party for Hao Ji. Patiently awaiting the turn, which will help to bring his fate further into focus. And the holdup over here is designed for fair play. Rasta's tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, stepping in to advise that in this hand-for-hand part of the program, there are not one, not two, but 3 all-in calls currently taking place in the room.
Yeah, they want to make sure nobody gets an advantage by knowing what's happening and what the all-in situations are on the other table by exposing cards and some kind of communication happening.
And it looks like Jesse Lonis is the man who's going to try to burst this bubble against Joe Chuen, who was the shortest stack coming in. Pocket 6s for Chuen, and a king in the window will down the boxcars as Lonis makes top pair. Puts Joe Chuen in the dreaded spot of being the bubble boy if he can't improve, which he doesn't on the turn. 2 outs one time. And he doesn't get there. So Trent eliminated. However, with 2 all-in calls taking place elsewhere in the room rest, if 1 or 2 other players bust, then whatever that prize money is will be divvied up amongst all 2 or 3 of those players who are eliminated.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what your stack size is. It's just on this, if you're eliminated.
Correct.
If multiple are eliminated, they split the money. Okay.
Sounds like in some situations stack size is taken into account. Obviously not here with us, but
Yeah, at the same table, I think there are spots where that happens.
what have we here? Jack 10 off against 5-3
5.
off.
Oh, look, yeah, 10-5-3 flop. So looks like this must have happened post flop, and this is 3-5. Maybe defended the big blind.
Looks that way. Jack 10 failing to improve on the turn as the 5s and 3s sit cozy.
Oh, and Jack 10 ended up winning with a running pair.
Nasty counterfeiting ace-ace on the turn in the river, and I don't need to explain to you who was on the wrong end of it, as you saw a visceral response. But that means that Joe Chuen, unfortunately, so far is the lone player to be eliminated as we resume ace-queen versus queen 10. Obviously, Chuen rooting for Ike Haxton in this spot so that he can divvy up that 23,000 with Shi Hao Ji.
Ike's got backdoor spades along with the 10, but now just a 10.
Cozy deuce of diamonds as the ace-queen hangs on. And will secure a double. Not an altogether painful wound to Haxton's stack, but obviously we know he would have had a preference to get there. 790, sliding over to Hao Ji as the bubble burst draws a tepid round of applause from the remaining players. But now we enter that realm that you were alluding to, the freewheeling sort of spirits.
Yeah, now that now that the pressure to get in that top 47 and go from $0 to, was it 27,000?
25.5.
25.5.
Well, 23 for the min cash, but then 25.5 the jump.
23. You know, now these players have locked up the 23,000. Now, okay, what happens? If I go out in the next many spots, I'm going to get 23, maybe 25.5. That's a very small jump when you're looking at 23,000 to first place, which is, you know, almost 800,000. Getting $2,000 more is nothing.
Right.
So right now, there's not that much incentive to stay alive. These players are back to, okay, let's accumulate chips, just play for chip EV, you know, try to make a run at going far in the tournament. We know really, at this current moment, we don't really have incentive to just ladder up a spot or two. So it really shifts right on this moment, like right after the bubble, back to just playing poker more like the beginning of the tournament again.
Ooh, and there could be a shift here in terms of Yu Xiang Yu's chips heading over toward Dong Chen as queens have run into aces. The open to 100,000 was the min. All 620 understandably jammed in there from the cutoff. And you
nasty cooler here.
Yeah,
for
the bad news here.
10 bigs.
And you heard
that
them
needed
say
no
cooler.
Translation.
Yeah. Dong Chen's a guy who's been around the felt long enough to know you don't celebrate preemptively in a spot like this, even with 81% equity heading to the flop.
No.
Which is all clubs. And I don't know about you, but I could see some raised eyebrows over there for the aces as now suddenly plenty of outs for the queens. The black cards are not welcome.
3-1 favorite, but that 25% still comes in.
1.2 million in the middle, and the ace on the end for top set. When it's all said and done, as Dong Chen will submit his stack for accounting. The good news for Xiang Yu is he was the covering stack and obviously finds himself in the money, but with far fewer tokens that he did than he had coming into this one, rather. Taking a look at their respective resumes here. Dong Chen, first ever.
No.
Triton Super High Roller Series.
Yeah,
Yu
35.
Xiang also,
Yeah,
first
25
time.
more.
Geographics playing a little bit of a part in terms of these record-setting fields and the sheer volume of Triton first-timers that we're seeing as you see the remains of Xiang Yu, brought to you by Poker Steak, just two bigs.
Yeah, 2 big blind. One.
It's a short flight, whether you're coming from Tokyo, Japan area, whether you're coming from China, Hong Kong,
Yeah.
even Southeast
25 more.
Asia. It's a fairly easy place to get to, with a number of direct flights, mind you, from places outside of South Korea.
Certainly, I think that must have contributed to the numbers being so good in terms and breaking the record here with 269 entries.
I can only imagine, by the way,
No
how-
need for visas.
Yeah, sure, but I can only imagine if South Korean nationals were also allowed to participate. There's plenty of enthusiasm for poker in the country. How much bigger the fields would be then. But unfortunately, Korean nationals are not allowed to gamble here at the Landing Casino. I would imagine all casinos in South Korea, government, not
Yeah,
really in favor of that.
It's a very odd peculiarity I wasn't familiar with until yesterday. But
can you
yes,
imagine
they
we're
have
in
a
Vegas?
casino in their country, but then the people in the country aren't allowed to use it.
Like
at least
if
for
we
the
tried to go
gambling.
to Bellagio and get in the poker, I'm sorry, sir. You're American, right? Like, no, you can't play here.
Yeah, very interesting. But nevertheless, got a great turnout. And yes, I mean, there's actually, I came from Vegas, and it was not a direct flight to Jeju, but a direct flight to Seoul. And then in order to
airport
get to
change.
Jeju, you have to transfer to a different airport and then fly direct, short hop to this little island.
Downgrade from aces to ace-5 suited for Dong Chen. Min raise open. Boyka on the button. Will flat. And without hesitation, Andreev going to flat with the K9 unit. Offsuit variety. So
Yeah, it's kind of a loose entry there from Andre. Overcalling in the small blind with a pretty modest holding.
one that doesn't rate to get him in any trouble here, though, on a monotone board where Boyka smashes top pair and the king-high flush draw.
Yeah, this flop is all Alex Boyka. In position here, he's got to decide whether or not he wants to bet for value with a strong hand, but one that rates to either be way ahead or way behind of a lot of his opponent's holdings, or kind of check back, see what develops, sort of trap some weaker hands. And I don't blame him for betting here, but I don't think he's going to find any callers.
Nice choice to refrain from a c-bet there from Dong Chen. Obviously didn't take too much discipline to do so on a board such as that with ace-5 of hearts, but nevertheless, a check fold as Boyka and Gizmo from Gremlins there on the hoodie haul that one in. I don't know that I've ever seen Gremlin swag.
I don't know either, but you know, nowadays with the internet and I guess how easy it is for people to kind of print stuff on clothes, you can find all kinds of stuff. For example, I'm a big Dune fan.
Okay.
So pretty psyched because Dune 2 just
Right.
came out. It's a great movie. You should see it on IMAX.
You saw it already?
I did, yes. And even yesterday in the booth, we were joking around and we had nicknamed Alex Halle the Kwisatz Haderach, which is a whatever. Anyway, you know.
You're
we
deep
might
in
get
the
into
Dune
this later.
streets. I watched it and I
But
don't know what you're talking about.
Point is that, you know, one time a couple years ago, I'm like, you know, I want to get some Dune stuff. So I just looked it up online, and sure enough, there were some sites and you could buy Dune merch. So it's just, you can find anything online nowadays. Someone will print it out for you and put it on a T-shirt.
If I were at a final table, I would try to get a hoodie overnighted with a printout of like the chip leader on my hoodie just to be like, hey man, I'm on your, I'm on your side here. Let's take it easy. I'm a big Ike fan. Here you are on my hoodie.
Team Haxton. Let's go. Just keep me. I'll come in second. No problem.
Take me by the hand. Meanwhile, Ace Jack and King Jack in a bit of a collision on a Queen 10-4 board here. Spadeless in both camps as Hale flatted from the small blind against that under the gun open of Chen.
A board that's pretty good. Probably favors Dong Chen's range a bit. So he's going to be incentivized to bet, just deciding how much.
But that small blind flatting range is certainly more narrow than the big blind defense in situations such as this, as we see Chen c-betting 80.
Certainly, but with 20 big blind stacks, he doesn't really have like jacks, queens, aces, kings, like maybe aces. Maybe not even tens either. But, definitely has a lot of hands that can interact with that board, certainly.
As we see, the open ender makes the call, does not improve on the turn. Dong Chen's ace high, sitting prettier than he realizes.
So now Dong Chen has a pretty interesting decision here. The pot's pretty big, about a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio. Do you keep firing? He definitely can get some hands such as like 9s or 8s that may or may not have continued on the flop. I mean, the flop bet was quite small, so a lot of those hands might have definitely continued, like the mid pairs. Can you get a 10 to fold? So he decides he's taking the aggressive line here. And Alex has the decision, actually, with a pretty good draw about how he wants to continue if he does. Kind of one of those spots where you can make arguments for all three lines here of fold, call, or jam.
Let's see what he dials up here.
I mean, jam almost designed perfectly to get a hand like ace-jack, which has him beat to fold.
Just lets go of the open ender, though. You think the two-tone texture had a little something to do with it? Was it the sizing?
Yeah, no, the two-tone texture is rough because he now might think that there's a bit more draws that can bet call there, like ace-jack of spades, ace-king of diamonds, hands like that. And maybe he saw something into the sizing. I mean, the sizing seemed somewhat normal to me. I mean, he's kind of setting it up for an 80% pot river jam.
As you get a look at...
But yeah, no, like I said, you could make arguments for all of them. I don't think you're necessitated to just keep on putting money in the pot there, but he could have.
I do think sometimes to the casual observer, though, seeing an open ender such as that just check folded on the turn can be something that, causes an eyebrow to raise.
Certainly. And yeah, he could have taken some other lines there. Calling and especially if he had one spade or diamond, potentially repping those as bluffs on the end. Jamming. Jamming's a bit on the wild side.
Nothing wild, though, about sending your last 80 into battle with pocket fives, especially when the blinds are coming around. Now, Axel on the button, ace-7 suited.
Certainly will continue. Going to decide if he calls or maybe puts in a little re-raise to maybe something like 150.
What is the minimum?
It'd be 130, right?
130.
Ja, hij staat vol.
So here we are. This time Hale will be seeing all five. 285K pot that needs to go Yu Xiangyu's way, and unfortunately on this particular board it isn't looking great. However, a lot better than it would have if it were not this monotone all heart texture. There's a color he's in favor of, not the suit though, and needs to find a 5 or a heart to hang in. And instead, the board pairing 6 will lead to the unraveling here. Didn't really do anything wrong. Played queens, played 5s with a nub, and that was it. As it's showers for China's Yu Jiangyu, but cashing in your very first ever Triton Super High Roller Series event, something to hold your head up high about, no doubt, and with 16 more events still available, not to mention the least of which is event number 2, a 20K No Limit 8 Max, coming up later here today. Immediate opportunities to hop right back into the saddle.
Yeah, which we're just getting started here.
Yes, we are.
So, you know, nice to not book an L on the first one and keep it on rolling on.
The thing that I'm always fascinated by, and you know, it's a little too tough for us to track all of this information, nor are we necessarily looking to do so, but he might have been in for 30, 45, 60,000, 10 levels of re-registration was available yesterday, so that 23,000 might just be a hedge against the investment as opposed to profit.
True.
Untold, though.
True.
Alex Boyko.
We don't know how many entries he was in.
Yeah.
Was it? It's unlimited rebuy till the end of the rebuy period. That was the
This in part, obviously, that which aids us to this record-setting number of entries and prize pool subsequently for a 15K. As we see Andrea flatting ace-10 against the min-raise open.
Yeah, ace-10, a hand that can also 3-bet in that spot, kind of to put pressure, take advantage of the blocker effects, but he opts for the call. We see a flop and 4 right in the window, but nothing. Well, he does have the ace of hearts. Could maybe find a way to continue based on that, but not too much for ace-10 otherwise. This is not the worst spot to check for Alex. It's definitely a spot where some of his range likes checking. It's not a board he hits very often as the under-the-gun opener.
Note the snap check back from Andrea. But I agree with you, and it can also induce our opponent to maybe lay claim to a board such as this under the presumption that we're holding the Broadway combos and things of that sort.
Notice Andre's grabbing his chips ahead of time as the in position, second to act. Very interesting. Alex now deciding whether he wants to start betting his hand for value, check again. I think you can feel pretty certain as him at this point that Andre doesn't have a big hand. So you know what to bet. Wow, we get the snap call here with ace high and the gutty.
Yeah, we sure do. And 200K wasn't exactly sheepish sizing.
Oh,
how about
wow.
quads on the river here for Boyka? Not that he was concerned about being beaten, but now a stone lock on the hand.
So now he's got to decide what to bet. 725 in the pot. He has only $1 million, so you know, definitely his hand warrants betting up to all in. But the question is, what can call me? You know, if he thinks his opponent has a hand like a 7 or a 9, it can definitely bluff catch. So we could see a big bet here, certainly. It would be a bet that's pretty tough for ace high to call, but you know, ace high could talk himself into beating bluffs, but it probably goes large bet fold, I would guess. I mean, you know, if he bets 800,000 or 900,000, I mean, that's over half of Andre's stack here to just really make a hero call with ace high.
Oh yeah, and it looks like he is going big here.
Yeah.
600,000. But Andreev had no interest whatsoever in being a hero with that ace high. Immediately puts it into the bin, and Boyko manages to cobble one street of value courtesy of that check on the flop.
Another fun thing about Andre is just how about acting quickly? I mean,
yeah, love that.
Just
I mean, you know, but at the same
snap call,
time,
snap fold, boom, we're done.
I think it is important as we flip back over to the other feature where we find Ertz deliberating in the small blind with ace queen suited and 1.3 in front of him, to remember that giving yourself a beat at all times, no matter how self-evident a decision may appear, can also, you know, be a good exercise to make sure that you're considering everything in all moments, you know, prevents you from doing something reflexively and regretting it.
Oh, I agree, but everybody has their style. And
Oh, yeah.
sometimes it's just nice to appreciate somebody else's style. Even though, yeah, personally, I like to make sure I take a moment to consider my options when, you know, I'm playing for a lot of money.
Chidwick certainly
like 1 hour.
can be counted as from that school, as he is dominated with the queen 9, and unfortunately a queen high board is going to cost him a little something for the time being. Playing blind versus blind here. 350 in the middle. This is delightful for Ertz.
Yeah, this is a very bad spot for Chidwick and a very good spot for Ertz. They both flop top pair and a heads-up pot.
Is the biggest problem.
We could see a decent amount of money go in, especially on dryish runouts. Ertz is going to go ahead and just continue betting his hand. And it picks a pretty big sizing. I mean, 250 into 350, so we're talking 5/7 here, which is well over 50% pot. So he's kind of already repping a polarized strong range, but I mean, Chidwick can go nowhere on the flop with top pair.
Of course not.
But
Good news is he's the covering stack, obviously, and
You know what I'm talking about?
so the damage is
Oh, no. I know Chris
kind of
was
kept
there.
to Ertz's stack depth, which is now 935K remaining, courtesy of the call on the flop as the pot grows.
Yeah, my
that's
guy
a
too.
great card for Chidwick in
The one
that
had action in Triton.
I believe that card is going to stop
Now he's
Ertz
getting
from
back.
being able to get a full double here. It's going to be tough now
Who was that?
because, I mean, let's say Ertz jammed. It's a
Now he stopped playing
I'm
tournaments.
not
He's
saying
only in
Chidwick would
PLO5
fold, but
and
it's a
PLO.
pretty tough. Like, he might. You know,
It's way
and so Ertz might
nicer
not
and
even
more action.
play the hand that way. So,
250.
Yeah, keeps it static at 250K here on the turn, which obviously is a smaller percentage of the pot.
so now Chidwick is asking himself, what hands polarized by going big on the
Wait,
flop
someone's smoking.
and now like betting small? Like, if my
okay.
opponent has flush draws, would he really do this? Like, go big on the flop, kind of, okay, I have some draws, but now I still only have ace high or 9 high or 10 high hearts, and now I'm betting small and giving my opponent this great price to continue in when I'm kind of semi-bluffing. You know,
No.
I don't know. Like, I think it's not unreasonable for him to find a fold here. I'm not saying he will, but right? Because and then the strong hands probably are all beating me now. Like, does he have a jack betting, you know, 70% on the flop and then going, you know, betting quarter pot here? Like, probably not, right?
Two of the available paths to improvement for Chidwick also are inconvenient in nature insofar as the 9 puts a 4-liner on board where any 10 beats him, and the 10, of course, the obvious problem there is any ace-x makes Broadway.
Sure. Now, that said, the 10 still gives him a straight, and because of that, I think Chidwick probably felt maybe I'll continue queen 9 if I fold weaker queens
I was
here.
using them and
But
I was
I-
like, waiting for this moment.
I think there's a good chance. I mean, Chidwick
Like,
definitely
getting
is
addicted.
going to have alarm bells coming off here, and we'll see what happens on the river.
Fixated on Ertz as you see Peter in the foreground, Stevie, camera center there, looking up at this board pairing,
What
Jack
was
of
your
diamonds on the end, which
laser,
does improve his kicker.
liquidation, or how you
That's
call
not
it?
really, I think,
Minus
what was on his mind.
I was very near center.
And
Very
Ertz is going to
I don't
check
remember the
here. One wonders whether or
Very,
not
very bad.
this is an opening
couldn't
for
see.
Stevie.
Oh wow. No, mine was.
I mean, it
kinda
feels
fine,
like
but, I
he's
started
probably
very
just going to
aggressive.
check back. He has
Yeah.
a pretty good
I
hand.
realized
Like,
how better
is
it
this
is,
a
and I
hand
was
you
just
turn
like,
into a
Oh,
bluff?
okay, yeah.
It doesn't
know.
feel like the
I
right
started wearing
candidate for
glasses
that,
at
does it?
5 years old.
No, but we see that he hasn't. Yeah, he didn't. He was considering his options, but yeah, check seemed normal.
Stevie tended to agree, and that knuckle back will deliver Ertz a welcome pot. The man who's only joined us on one prior occasion on the Triton Super High Roller Series, that being in Cyprus in 2022, played 3 events, cashed once, and that one cash, Rasty? How about a title?
You know what?
1.47 million in the 50K 6 max as you get a look at the updated chip counts. Ertz up to third, north of 2 million. Chidwick now slipping to 3.4 off the high water mark that he brought into the day as the overall chip leader.
I think Chidwick's going to be able to find a few other bluffs there. Maybe hands like ace-5 or 10-5 is the big blind defense. But I think fit a lot more cleanly into that and maybe check back his queen.
I mean, specifically, King X would have been that which he was targeting if he were to have turned his hand into a bluff, you know, fairly specific.
Yeah, does a king check? Like, definitely a hand like ace-queen or another, or like queen-10 he's targeting. But that just, like, he has a queen himself. Like,
Right.
I don't know. I mean, maybe he was thinking, he certainly might have been thinking about that, but I think he kind of came to the conclusion that was too thin. I'm wondering if he's also thinking about the turn spot as well. Like, I know he's getting a great price. I probably call there too. But you're just also thinking, like, man, like, does my opponent really have enough bluffs here with his, like, very large flop sizing and small? And I'm calling a queen-9 there every time, but we can see the cards and, you know, I mean, his opponent having ace-queen, and how many other hands does he have? It's a good question.
Well, how about all queens present and accounted for here as Mustafov's open under the gun is plowed on top of by Chidwick from the button, obviously looking over at stack depths to his left, namely Putra, and not being overly concerned, and so on their backs they go, and this one doesn't rate to be eventful.
Play tied with
Yeah.
those guys are too risky.
Classic flip, says Chidwick.
I like it. That's some dry humor right there. Some solid humor.
Free roll for Mustafov for the time being.
Oh, this would be a dirty one.
Okay. No, the dirtiest, of course, was the $1 million one drop where El Jefe carried cats with aces against the aces of Connor Drynan, ends up showering him with the flush. I can't remember a, you know, same hand situation that was anywhere near as ugly in terms of EV and just actual situationally.
It just doesn't feel right in those spots.
Oh.
Like, we're supposed to chop the pot.
The thing is,
we
you
even
know,
need to deal it.
if you look up at the guy and you go, hey, do you want to just chop without dealing it out? They would take it every single time. You know what I mean? And yet you're forced to let the board run out, and sometimes
But you're still running it.
tears ensue.
Still running it, still have a lot of equity in it.
Look at the gold member special on Ponikov's, by the way. I know I'm going back into the tank, but
Everybody's
that
working
right
hard
there,
back in the US.
you know what I'm saying? That's
Okay.
not since Mike Myers was.
Both you and Will,
A
really,
Dutch villain.
that was the first thing noticed as well.
Well, Ponikov's leans in, by the way, and I've talked to him about this. He's got tracksuits galore, and he always packs them here. And at this
So you
point, he
sold to bigger
knows,
company or
you know,
just
a
American?
little bit of it. I think he's doing it
no,
for us
so-
because
Yeah.
we revel.
Well,
The Miami nightclub neon one is one of
so
my favorites. I don't know if you caught a glimpse. I'm sure he'll break it out at some point, but
I merged with
Tracksuits
my current
galore,
partner about 6 years
tracksuits
ago
velour.
to make a bigger
okay,
You
I
know?
like it. Man knows his textiles.
It's good. You have more free time
Yeah.
after.
Yeah, we got a lot of trusted people back home that know what they're doing. They barely need
If he
me.
ever were to retire that
Amazing.
hoodie, it could
Sounds
get
great.
upcycled into like grandma's drapes. You know, like a nice heavy a blackout curtain. By the way, you're not getting any light through that thing.
He's got a bright pink shirt under there too to just draw it out.
Dude, Ponikov's is flavor.
All right,
another
and the
ace
same hand
queen.
again.
Yeah. Lun Lun of Malaysia. Triton vet. Directly to the left of Gottlieb, whose reputation precedes him both in the cash game and tournament streets. Can be a bit of a wild card in any given moment. Lun, with that in mind and the just sheer value of the ace-queen, jams.
900? 995?
Takes a peek. It's a big ask of ace-queen off, or
I call.
Yeah, it's not too big. But yeah, I don't think
Yeah,
it's one he's psyched about.
no? Now he's a little bit relieved.
Yeah.
Loon with a slight advantage given the diamond coverage.
This is mine, right?
It's a spot where I think the silicone overlord
Should be blocked
tells
at some
you
point.
you should call, but then you ask yourself, is this guy really
One's mine, I
jamming with a
forgot.
couple of the weakest
I think
hands
you
he's
have one
supposed
black.
to type of deal, which makes you feel not quite as good about the ace-queen. That'd be the way I break that down.
And this one's going to get carved up upon the Jack 10-8 board. Inconsequential, or the turn and river.
It'll be funny though.
Diving into Lun Lun's Triton resume, by the way, he has 1.6 million in earnings across 7 caches. Got shut out in Monte Carlo, but at our stop
That's
prior
how we
to
can make the
that,
final table if we just get chops.
made 2
every
final
hand.
tables, finished 8th
Deal.
in the 125K main, 3rd in the 60K short deck. So plays more than one variant, does Lun Lun. Expect to see him here all the way through the end of this series, which will culminate in the short deck part of the program. PLO will also be sprinkled in toward the end. Shout out, by the way, to our dealer Noche over here. I mean, it goes way back, old school guy, always polished, always professional, does it all with all these huge fields. We're calling upon some extra assets in terms of dealers to help administer our tournaments, and there he is front and center at the ready. Normally we'll do some flooring as well, but it takes a village. It takes an army, in fact, to put on one of these Triton Super High Roller Series, and not a day goes by in between them where our staff isn't working tirelessly to help put it on, and a lot of moving parts. And deuces and ace-10 squaring off here on the 5-4 deuce board. Duck soup for Gottlieb. Bottom set. Ertz with 2 overs and the wheel gutty. 285 in the middle.
I can see small pairs have done pretty well flopping sets. Now here it's the big blind as opposed to the early position open. I mean, this is a board that's pretty good for big blind defend range, and Seth could maybe find some leads, but decides to check. Peter keeps betting, and now Seth has an interesting decision here as to whether or not he continues by check raising or calling. And you know, I think there's merits to both plays. I'd say the standard is probably going to be check raise.
And that's
Yeah.
just given the diamond draw there, along with the obvious wheel gutties that you're looking to charge a price of.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely have good hands, as well as some bluffs that like this line, and this is the way here. They're deep enough that this is the way that you can win it all. So check calling makes it pretty hard. You know, you're trapping and you keep in weak parts of your opponent's range, but you can't really win a big pot that way out of position. It's pretty tough. So
Ertz does simply let it go. Obvious reasons, too, is when the 3 comes off, you're not always good against that check raise. It could be a 6x combo that interacts. That
well, I mean, an
leaves you-
ace-x mostly, but you're right. The ace makes the wheel, which is what he had. And, you know, I mean, someone opening there from, where was it again? It was the hijack. It
But
looked like, or the
Gottlieb
low
could
jack.
have some 6x combos, could he not,
Oh,
with the check
yes.
raise? I mean,
Yes,
yeah,
yeah,
not
yeah,
Ertz per
certainly.
se, but
Might
yeah.
be monster draw. Might be draw,
Welcome, Sosia Jang
but still monster.
of New Zealand to the party
Just your name.
in the 2-hole directly to Ertz left.
I wanted him to have overpair.
That would be nice for you.
Comes in, it looks like, with 690,000 in chips, 14 big blinds.
And Chidwick comes in with the needles. 100 to go. Suited dust for Lun Lun, but that suited factor alone, coupled with the min-raise sizing, enough. Defense is big. And he's going to be out of trouble here on a king 7-5, all black board.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Pretty standard hand by all parties, and can't imagine Lun Lun continuing unless Chidwick decides to check this back, which he probably won't.
Yeah, maybe club in hand, he's a bit more apt. But here, getting chips into the pot seems like the preferred path. And into the 275 he barrels. Lun can't wait to get away from that jack deuce of diamonds. Jang, by the way, not a great seat draw in terms of Chidwick being directly to her left as one of the big stacks at the table. She brings 5 career Triton cashes to the party, 1.68 million in career earnings. Finished 22nd in our 250K Luxempe Invitational in London in 2023. Didn't join us in Monaco. Still hunting her first title, and obviously is going to look to accumulate some chips in that bid. Is she wearing Uggs? It feels like those are Uggs. And, you know, I bring this up because I think that's very apropos, right? Don't Uggs are from Australia, not New Zealand. But, you know, the sheep thing is a New Zealand thing. The wool, they're big on that down there.
This is all going over my head right now. But yeah, I'll take your word for it.
I mean, I'm not trading, you know, livestock commodities or anything, but I think the sheep in New Zealand is a thing. Ace-9 off. Gottlieb, understandable attack from the button. Lun Lun has medicine in the form of ace-king suited here.
You know, I ran into her yesterday on her way in to register for the tournament. I was just walking in front, talking with Jason Kuhn. She walked by, you know, seemed very happy, ready to play some poker. So it's fun to see someone right before the event, and here she is competing, trying to get down there and win a Triton title and almost $1 million. So
she certainly sets a shining example as we see Lun jamming.
Very close. Very close.
Socia does, by the way, of kind of how to carry oneself at a poker table, win, lose, or draw. Just always pleasant, always happy to engage in conversation, but just really a lovely demeanor.
I feel like he's going to fold. I feel like when someone says this very close, like so audibly, they're just they're trying to. Oh, I'm wrong.
I agree with
My
you, by
read's
the way.
wrong.
But I do agree with
Yeah.
you. I think there's absolutely merit to that. It's almost like a verbal hedge, you know?
Yeah, they're just trying to let the person know, like, I kind of have a good hand.
Right. But an awful hand is, in fact, what he has in the face of this ace-king is Lun.
He was being very honest, though, about his feelings. There's no acting there because he ended up calling.
Those feelings are considerably worse on a king-high board. 2 clubs working. Make that 3 is suddenly Lun has some issues, all coming in the form of a club here. Gottlieb nut flush draw could spoil the party.
Oh.
But instead, it is a jack on the river, and Lun will double through Gottlieb.
And we can see his heart can keep on beating. He made a little motion there. That maybe there was flutters.
100 and what?
10.
While the accounting gets done there, we flip back over to our other feature table. Blinds moving up to 30 and 60,000. 60K big blind Annie. $1.50 in orbit, the price of poker.
7, 8.
Oh, big slick for Phil under the gun.
Yeah,
Gonna
Lun,
shoot it up.
Lun flung his hand over to the other feature here. Under the gun. There's the raise. Another one of the Bulgarians, by the way, who are making waves in the high roller circuits, Ognian Dimov.
Wow, 50K. He has less than 1 big blind. We must have missed a pretty big hand that didn't go his way.
Well,
He's on
tell
life
you-
support.
I can tell you exactly what that hand was. It was an ace-jack against a king-7 suited. Ken Tong jammed 815,000. Dimov
Ooh.
defended and was downed by a 7
We're
on
going to
the
have a
turn.
collision here between two pretty big hands. Get a 3-bet from Andre with the queens. I just don't really see Nagy going anywhere with ace-king suited.
Good news is he's the covering stack, and obviously he's got the right hand to fight against this queen-queen with. Does feel like it's gonna come sailing in.
So he's weighing his options. I don't really think fold, but whether he wants to call or re-raise.
There's the jam.
Thinking about calling, but comes back with the jam. And yeah, I just can't see a fold, so we're gonna run 5 and see who wins.
That we are, and this is not a small pot. 2.8 million. Classic race. Vulnerable are these ladies. I see Nagy not thrilled, but with 46% equity and the covering stack, it could be worse. Diamond in the window, and two more behind it. Nut flush for Phil Nagy. Andreev drawing dead for the time being. And with no board pair on the turn,
I just never want to be that guy that
and
jumps
no
up
queen,
the game.
Andre Andreev gets showered.
Nice run. This was his first Triton event,
That it was.
so 1 for 1. Good run, Andre.
And still several Triton first-timers still left in this now 39-strong field.
Oh, it
By the
looks
way,
like
this is a pay jump.
Sosia Jang just busted with King Queen all in versus Ace 3 to Gottlieb on the other table, so she's going to be out if I'm seeing correctly on the app right now.
I was going to say this is a pay jump for 39th for Andreev. So 23,000 earned by Ding Biao, Espen Jorstad, Yu Zhang Yu, Ramin Hajiev, Alexander Velumier, Frederick Delval, Shi Chun, Tim Adams, and then the first of the $25,800 payouts collected by Andreev. And according to Rasty, 38th is going to go to Sosia Jiang, as we see Nagy now sitting deep. 35-minute levels, by the way, Rast, in this one. You know,
It's anti-first or big blind
it
first?
isn't quite a
Big blind
turbo, but it is a brisk pace.
You know, I do appreciate your attention to detail, noting the jump from 23,000 to 25,800. But I will say, as a player, when I'm in a 15K and we're looking, and you know,
2,800
786,
bucks.
500,000,
Right.
375.
Right.
I've made cash for 23,000. I just don't even consider.
Yeah,
That's like,
I get it.
You know, we're just okay. We're not really jumping up until, and then you say, okay, 27, 33. You know,
It's like a free Dior hoodie.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
just,
you just-
sprinkled on top of them in cash.
exactly.
It'd get you far in the Triton shop, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, definitely not trying to tell the viewers at home that $2,800 is a totally insignificant amount of
Oh,
money
big picture, though.
from an objective standpoint, but from a comparative standpoint in the context of this tournament. And,
Right.
You know, there being 40 people left and 800,000 up top. It is.
So Dimov declined that king-6 a hand ago. Coming into the blinds, he decides 9-5 suited may be the best shot that he gets. And so he does end up limping for less than a full big blind. That leaves Dong Chen and Phil Nagy involved in an active side pot on this King-King 7 board.
Yeah, because you know if he plays the next hand, he puts in the 50K in the big blind, but there's no ante to win. So I think he decided being able to win the full 60K ante plus 50K out of the big blind, you know, and probably the small.
Much better value proposition.
That was what he came up with, and sounds good to me. So here we go. We got ace high versus 9-5, and he's going to need a 9 or
King or
a
a 7. Yeah.
to chop.
Calling column 3.
1-9 into the muck already. And none available on the turn. So then, Dimov will exit.
Seat open on 3.
Looks like Soiza just busted as well in 37, so
Yeah.
Kerr's just flying out of this. So average stack creeping up, getting closer and closer to the end.
Still flat payouts though. 25,800 will be the haul until we reach 31st place. Still
It looks like
5
with
payouts.
7-handed tables. Now we just had this bust. They're balancing tables right now.
Yeah.
Going down to 5 total tables. So that's why we have this little pause. So we're seeing some seating adjustments.
That we are.
And looks like Ferdinand Putra is now in last place, 34th. Another bust, 35th. King Zubov out in 35th.
Did you say King Zubov?
Yeah, so yesterday he wore this hat that was
Oh,
daintily
yes.
placed with King on it.
Yeah, we
So
touched on
started
that
calling
too.
him King Zubov. Well, actually, I did. That was my name.
That's great.
I won't throw Will in there, but I like it. I like that nickname. I'm going to stick with it.
Well, Boyka likes the suited one gapper under the gun, makes it a $1.25 to skate. Ale, king queen suited, mindful of the positioning of the opener, flatting with a very strong hand.
Yeah, I guess he decided versus under the gun.
Oh,
Didn't like the 3-bet. Little too strong to 3-bet fold. Little too weak to 3-bet get it in.
on the topic of strength, Cowboys for Shihao Ji with 545 back in the big here. Does rip.
What a spot. I mean, it looks like Boyka's probably going to fold, especially because someone's behind him. But Ale might have to call this.
Yeah, he's already got 125 invested.
He's going to see the bad news if he does.
And his hand's a little bit under-repped in the form of the flat, right? Touch stronger maybe than we might anticipate, and so he's curious as to whether or not this is a squeezy sort of range.
Yeah, and part of it, he's just getting such a good price, you know?
Well, then
I
call
mean,
it
at the
free.
end of the day, too, he's getting a great price. He could be flipping with
That's the
some
best
hands,
price.
jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, etc. You know, maybe even doing fine against something like ace-jack, ace-10 suited, potentially. So, you know, but yeah, kings is the worst hand you can see.
Absolutely. King queen suited getting the jambon here. 10-9-3 though, and a flicker of hope. The gutter. Immediate path to victory would be the jack instead of 6 peels. Gauchi poised to double. Can he fade the 4-outer with 1.4 in the middle and fight on? The answer is yes.
It was 605.
For Halle, that's a bit of a blow to the stack, about a third of what he brought to the affair prior to that exchange.
Yeah, he'll be able to continue, but definitely took a chunk out. Going to change his tournament for a little bit.
Stand back is pre-flop.
Oh, look, it looks like the 10 seconds the little red
The
plaques.
fast action time banks, yeah. And that pause that you alluded to didn't take place there. We got one more hand in, but now is the time where we are going to take a breath and bring you back over to the table here. Continuing coverage, second day of our leadoff event, a record-breaking $15,000 no-limit hold'em. Ali Najad, Brian Rast with you. Obviously, pleased to have you with us on the Triton Poker Plus app or on YouTube. Give us a like, give us a subscribe, help us keep delivering the finest in streaming poker entertainment, and of course, some of the finest poker players on earth now doing battle. Chief among them, Fedor Holz, current overall chip leader, 5.25 million in front of him as we glance at the Triton Poker Plus app, available to all of you at home, iOS, Android, whatever tickles your fancy. Download it free of charge and follow along using the same tools that Rast and I do here inside the booth. Just a tremendous depth of knowledge, player bios, resumes, hand-for-hand tracking. Chidwick has slipped to second behind the German, brought the chip lead into the day, and then Ken Tong rounding things out in third, Haxton in fourth, and Nagy making some waves in fifth. But not a whole lot of violence, I would say, here to start the day. The queens into the aces, and then the fives, a bit of an unraveling we observed. But still, I would say, you know, things playing out as we would have predicted. The bubble, stone bubble to start the day, bursting rather quickly, and then the freewheeling that you talked about happening after that. But now, you know, 35-minute levels, I don't think we're ever really going to get to that portion of the program where the stacks are so deep that people are really going to sit back and relax. There's some urgency here.
I mean, yeah, a lot of the play has been dictated by very short stacks, you know, a lot of pre-flop all-ins. So, you know, from an analyst standpoint, there hasn't been as much of the post-flop kind of interesting turn and river spots. Yeah, at least for now, you know, that's not coming back. Now, maybe as some of these short stacks, because remember on the bubble, we had 11 stacks that were 10 big blinds or less. As a lot of them, you know, now that there's not the ICM pressure going all in and either doubling or busting, and, you know, some larger stacks accumulate, we could get some more post-flop play. I hope that we do. But yeah, it's been mostly just dominated by pre-flop all-ins here in the last segment of the broadcast.
Yeah, and there are still, as I'm scrolling through the remaining combatants here, of the total 32 that remain, you know, somewhere in the neighborhood of 10, maybe more, that are first-timers to Triton. We're talking about a third of the remaining field. That is a very impressive showing. And, of course, you know, the product of just sheer volume, right? And just a lot of first-timers here. This is, in part, how it is that we were able to break the record. But, you know, these are the guys that I think is the regulars, you know, the pros that we've been bearing witness to for quite a long time on the Triton Super High Roller Series have to navigate their way down to a final table. These are the guys that are going to be the ones with whom the exchanges, you know, prove or rate to be most interesting, let's call it.
And, you know, it just goes to show that, like, you can come out here and do it, right? I mean, yeah, let's be honest about poker. Poker is a beautiful, deep, rich game of skill and strategy, but that plays out over the long run. Right? I mean, if you're the best player in the world, you don't just get to win every tournament. It's not like Magnus Carlsen coming and playing chess.
Right.
It's not how poker works. So, you know, maybe you make overall better decisions and you win a couple more tournaments a year than someone who's just pretty good. So, you know what? We can see a bunch of newcomers. Now, I'm not saying they're really good or really bad. Or, you know, we don't know. They're new. We're watching and getting used to them and, you know, meeting them just like you guys. But, yeah, anyone can kind of come out and do it. You can run good and things can go your way, even if you're not the best in the world. So it's exciting.
One of the other beautiful things about poker, and I love that you phrased it in this way, is unlike any other sports or games, if you've got the stake, if you've got that 15K in your pocket, you can come and sit and do it against the best in the world. And in doing so also, as you're sitting there, you know, you don't play every hand. Most people don't play every hand. But you're able to watch what's happening around you. And just the osmosis effect of observing the best in the world navigate, maybe seeing a showdown and then thinking about the line. People tend to make adjustments, and a little bit of monkey see, monkey do can go a long way, even if you don't understand the mechanics of what's going on. As the redraw appears to be all done, and we'll send you away from us. It's not a redraw. Stand corrected. Producer James stepping in to give us a little bit of an adjustment there. It is a rebalancing, so just some players being inserted into the gaps left behind by fallen comrades. Chidwick still reigns supreme at his table as you get a look at the new landscape there. Sub-10 big blinds for Mustafov and Putra.
Yeah, and it looks like it's 8-handed tables. I believe earlier I had said 7, but it's actually 8-handed tables.
Yeah,
and,
4 tables of 8
so
with
we were at
32 left.
32, so 4 tables, yeah. And it's pretty exciting. We still got some of the same names up at top here as the beginning of the day. Chidwick shifted and Fedor switched spots. Fedor's in first, Chidwick's in second. Ken Tong, a newcomer, in 3rd place with over $3.5 million, and Isaac Haxton still in 4th, 3.4.
Ken, he did join us in Monte Carlo for his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series and actually cashed in his first ever event, which was 125K main. He picked up 902,000 for that effort. A 6th place finish, but yeah, still relatively new. Not his stone first Triton Super High Roller Series, but still getting a resume under him as Chidwick looks down at an ace-deuce suited. Gottlieb the opener. Stevie will play it as a flat. Oh, and look at Putra. He's going to defend the big blind here with 10-3 suited. The diamonds are smothered. And perhaps Ferdinand, taking into consideration the presence of the ante out there, 2 other players, and saying, let me try to get lucky now, as opposed to walk away from this one. And how well timed is that choice as he makes trips on the 10-10-9 board. Gottlieb 2 overs and the gutter obviously will stay interested in the face of the Putra jam for 45,000. Chidwick, not really a big future here, but just 45 to maybe get involved against Gottlieb in a side pot. How do we feel about this very nuanced spot here?
Well, I mean,
he does lay it down.
Looks pretty normal. I mean, I think Chidwick probably needs to get out. I like the fold, but everything about this hand kind of checks out, makes sense. You know,
perhaps if it was like a final table with big pay jumps, the desire to have some implicit collusion potentially as a second participant up against the all-in player, and in that way kind of take 4 cards up against 2 in an effort to realize a pay jump would have influenced things a bit further.
Yeah, potentially, but I think it's hard to just overcall with the ace and the very low undercard.
No diamond on board, obviously a problem as well as.
Oh, the ace of diamonds was bad. There was a mock on the ace of diamonds.
So while we trade out the ace of diamonds, it would appear we take a second to remind you that our official partners over at GG Poker, where you can qualify for Triton events. They've got the WSOP Super Circuit happening now through March 31st. More details on their website. And of course, the Road to Vegas, where you can qualify for the World Series of Poker main event for as little as $1. They'll have satellites running April 1st to June 6th for that.
I couldn't see it, right? And I don't want to do like the
back
whole
over
moneymaker thing. He has the font like
to the other feature where Queen Deuce and 8 Deuce are going to collide here. What an innocent-looking turn that has deep consequences, in particular for Boyka, who is the covered stack and has fired 75,000. Bringing you up to speed, by the way, it was Hao Ji in the small who made it 150 to go. Boyka defended, and then on the Queen 8-4 flop, Hao Ji with top pair followed through for 75, a flat from Boyka, and now with queens and deuces, Hao Ji naughtiness with the check.
Certainly. Oh, wow.
Induces a 75K bet, which he then flats.
Decides just to check call. There's about a pot-sized bet left. It's a great river card. Great river card here.
Yeah, no spade is obviously what he had in mind. And now let's see how he approaches 660 in the middle. 705 for Boyka, north of 1 SPR. ever so slightly.
Doesn't really make sense to bet here, I think, after deciding to check the turn. Yeah, so he keeps telling the same story, which is my hand's not very strong and I want to get the showdown value, which we can see is not an accurate story.
How hard can Boyka go with this?
I mean, he can bet all in for value here. I mean, all in's a pot size bet, so like maybe he leaves 25K behind or whatever. But I mean, that's a very reasonable bet size, and he should expect his hand to be good, especially against this line small bet, check call a small bet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so he.
Was it all of it, or did he leave a little biscuit back?
Right next to the light.
Apparently he did leave a little bit back, and you see the check jam. You never love it. Boyka can't walk away from eights and deuces at that price, and so he does flick the last tokens in, and you feel a little bit used when you're on the receiving end of a line like that. A bit of a cooler for Boyka, blind v blind, as he gets showered.
Yeah, to be fair to Boyka, I mean, if How G had bet his hand, the same result would have happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it's just, he's definitely expecting to just flip over the winner with two pair there.
But wouldn't you rather get showered with just the 3 consecutive bet line than the weird check call, check jam? Like, it's just unsavory finish on that one. As we see ace king suited for Putra,
I know you're like
who had the trip
6-3
tens
suited.
and puts all 510K into the middle here up against Mustafov's sixes. Chidwick in the mix as well with threes, and Jack 5-5 leaves Mustafov with the best of it. But the active side, which is complete, of course, given Putra being all in, is between Chidwick and Putra. Backdoor spades, and suddenly more outs for Ferdinand.
Ooh, the 3. The very interesting
deck.
spot where Chidwick just
like,
open
change
jams
the
the
deck,
button
ace
and
of
both the
diamonds.
small blind and the big
What
blind
was
call
the problem
behind
with
as
the ace?
short
Was it
stacks, and
scratched or,
Chidwick just
bent?
takes them all out.
There was
Yep.
like a
Button
almost like a
open,
dent. I
jam,
had
and then
one
a call
yesterday
off.
too. I don't know like what. I haven't
Button,
seen
small,
that kind of mark, but it was like, yeah, I noticed it as it
big.
came to me. It was like a, it's like something like the corner of this had been like pressed into it or something like that. I don't know. I'm sure it was not an intentional thing. It just.
So Chidwick claiming 2 pelts in one swoop as we flip back over to the other feature. Newly minted 2.5 million chip man, Shihao G with a playable one on the button, ace 10 off.
That pot doesn't put Chidwick in first. He does chip up to about 4 million though.
Trying to keep pace with Fedor, who's got 5.5 for the chip lead. Jesse Lonis, Triton first timer. Known in the Western circuits.
They're going to square off here with two pretty good hands that
Yeah, it was a jam
don't overlap.
from Hao Ji, the call off from Lonis.
Ooh,
Queen 8-5, and he hops in front by a wide margin, 85% with 2 to come. Yeah, 3 million chip pot needs to go his way. Rates to do so even further now.
ace only. Needs to bury Greenstein him.
Oh,
Unstoppable.
the nasty ace of spades,
Unstoppable, yeah.
showering Lonis, who was behind to start, but once you hit that Queen
My brick is
8-5
broken.
board, you're feeling quite cozy.
My brick is broken.
But that coziness interrupted rudely.
One bullet or
One more.
Is Hao Ji advising that he's on 1 bullet, by the way, here, Rasty, handsomely in the black. And now, a nice spin, which leaves him.
Just the app just updated here. He's
Yeah.
6th in chips with just over 3 million.
Yeah, 3.2
So-
roughly. There it is. Brought to you by Jacob & Co. Are you getting like octopus tentacle vibes off of that?
You
Or like
reveal
the
600?
Kraken? You know what I mean? Sea monster
would be big
vibes off
blind.
of the denim jacket there. That print is what, you know, the suction cups. Maybe it's all in my head. Too much SpongeBob. I don't know. Nagy, by the way, right there with Hao Ji with 3.3
We deal
and
600?
change.
Okay. Three buttons.
That's
good.
And you won every time?
970 in front of Dong Chen.
Double, double, double.
Sit down and you win
Josh
two.
McCulley.
You bust two people.
Little
Yeah.
north of $1 million in
From
chips,
the city,
17
yeah.
bigs. Rocking that
No, just now, two
Asian
people.
Poker Tour
Sit
hoodie.
down.
And,
Bust two
you know,
people already.
normally we don't want to acknowledge other tours, but the fact that
Maybe I'm your lucky
one of our
charm.
own in terms of Triton
He's all in
regulars,
for
Michael
350 on the
Soiza,
first
is
hand.
one of the partners behind
Spot on.
that. And Henry Kilbane
10x.
also lending his services to that operation.
Oh, so some crossover.
Yeah. Our CEO, Andy Wong, also traveling over to show support for the folks over there that are doing good work. I believe they won the Trophy of the Year at the GPI Hendon Mob Awards this year for their Lion Trophy in Taipei, one of which was picked up by Ike Haxton, I believe, in a 25K, if I'm not mistaken. So Haxton kind of riding a nice little wave from Taipei over to here.
Wow. I had
McCulley,
no idea.
raise and take. Look at the jade gold bracelet stitch there on McCulley. That's a big bead. That can be a slight bit intrusive.
Is he he's a Triton newcomer?
Yeah, this is McCulley's first.
Yeah.
You think that's a gift shop special from here, or you think somewhere along his travels he kind of... I remember, you know, I did one of these like guided tours when I was in Beijing on my way to the Great Wall, and the driver like pit stops. This was kind of unscheduled, and I'm like, what are we doing here? They're like, this is one of the biggest jade shops ever. And I'm like, look, I get it, man. You get a kickback if I go off in the jade shop, but let's keep it moving. Like, you know, I'm good, you know.
I'll lay here with fours on the butt. Oh no, in the small blind. So this he's probably going to jam this in less than 20 blinds.
Raise.
Yeah.
Axton is the covering stack in the big. Let's see if he wakes up with something. Jack 8 off. Not it. Are those mushrooms on Haxton's t-shirt, by the way?
Yeah, I didn't really make it out.
If they are, they certainly just based on the print, I would say that they're less from the culinary variant, more from the magic department in terms of...
Couldn't have pegged Ike as a magic mushroom guy, but I love to see it.
I have no intel in this respect, but, you know, could see Ike just for the sake of science getting in there. Cut off 10-7 suited here for the 3-point million chip man.
Weighing his options, decides to take a gander.
If allowed.
It's not a bad spot for him to open a little bit wider, given that the button is shorter. And Ike, the person who kind of has the same stack size as him in this small blind.
You do need to be a little bit mindful, though, of that big blind depth in particular, don't you, in terms of your willingness to open and then potentially get jammed on and be in kind of that weird spot where you didn't plan to play this 10-7 suited for a certain amount, but the big blind not so deep that you have the raise fold, not so shallow that it's as cozy to kind of call off the rest, right?
Yeah, certainly, but the big blind
Dong
was...
Chen?
Yeah, but with 15 blinds, you can comfortably attack that and not worry about... I mean, you just pretty easy fold to the rejam. He's definitely deep enough that, yeah, you do need to be worried about that, but not a concern in that case.
McCulley playing under the Aussie banner and playing the Jack 9 suited up front. Nick mentioned it's a terrific hand. Yesterday during our coverage, we saw Jack-9 suited raise up front. Has this become a bit of an idea? Or has it always been?
What do you mean?
That
What
Jack-9
was-
suited
Step 20,
early
yeah,
position
step 20
open?
right?
Yeah, no, it's
Once he opens, it's
just
20,
a
not
pretty
10.
strong
Yeah,
hand.
no problem.
Good enough
It's
to
okay.
to make it in. I mean, you know, under the gun. I think we're talking 6-handed here. So, yes, I know it says under the gun, but it's also known as the low jack, and just good enough to be in that range. It's just a pretty good hand.
Nagy with the suited Brunson will defend. Come up empty on the King-Queen 5 board. Not exactly the
You know-
greatest of boards for McCulley. He does have a gutter, though.
I think, like, if we're talking going back and before the solver, the Silicon Overlords telling us what the best hands are, you know, going back 15 years ago, to me, the classic hand, people were still opening Jack-9 suited and, you know, six max under the gun, the low jack. The hand to me that the Silicon Overlord kind of told everybody, guys, this is a pretty good hand. What you doing here folding this was more something like King 6 suited, King 7 suited. Those were hands where I feel like you go back 15, 20 years ago, you didn't really see somebody in mid or early position
No.
opening hands like that. You're like, oh, this guy's a fish. But no, the Silicon Overlord actually says that to me, the weak suited king is the hand class that really got pushed by our computer friends.
You know, I love the fact that you went to the term again, because I confess the first time you brought it up with less context here today, I was left kind of in search of what exactly is Rasty referring to here now. It's become clear. The wafers, the silicon, the microprocessors that have left their imprint on the game indelibly forevermore in the form of the solvers, which are really just a compulsory sort of aspect of anyone's research and sort of refinement who's a top-tier pro at this point. Which is why the recent victory by Barney Boatman over at the EPT was so incredibly impressive, because he's very on record about not being in those streets whatsoever. And he gave, you know, experienced veteran solver, you know, beaters, world beaters, fits at his final table en route to the victory. But obviously, you know, fewer and further between, I would say, from this point forward will be outcomes such as that. Love to see it, though, when they do happen. Ace 5 against 9-3, both in diamonds. Advantage Nagy with bottom pair here.
Yeah, McCulley has the backdoor straight and flush draw here. King and 2 littles could decide, but maybe a bit worried about how shallow he is. Decides to check it back.
Things got very interesting for McCulley here on this 7 of diamonds turn. Nut, flush draw, and a gutter. Immediate strength of ace high as well. Into this 180, how hard does Nagy go? Very reasonable 80.
So he's going like just under half pot. Gives McCulley a very nice price to call with the draws as strong as he has. He could be thinking about whether or not he wants to raise. He's not really repping very much with checking back and then raising, but yeah, just decides to call in position and try to make his hand. Maybe ace high is good once in a while, and he gets to show it down.
The 4 slides right in as McCulley gets there in the gutter form.
Yeah, and again, this is small blind versus big blinds. The ranges are going to be pretty wide, so definitely something to keep in mind. But I mean, he's going to value bet. He's just trying to decide how much. Nagy kind of has a tough call here with a bottom pair.
I mean, obviously, face up is the 4-liner on board as well. And as you mentioned, limp pot, pre-blind, V-blind, the 5Xs of the world are present with some frequency for McCulley, who barrels 260K. And now Nagy with 1 to chew on.
He is definitely beating. There was a double flush draw on the turn, as well as the 4-5 kind of inside gutter straight draw got there, but all the larger straight draws, the 8-9-10 variant, none of those got there.
Yeah, there's a
So-
decent amount of stuff that missed. He blocks the diamonds. Ironically enough, that is the flush draws that McCulley held. Maybe he expects the spade draw to have put a little sprinkle out there on the flop with some frequency.
From a blocker standpoint, he doesn't have the best hand to call because especially the 9 of
Yeah.
diamonds is a bad card to have. But, you know, there's definitely a decent number of bluffs that Josh could have, and Phil's going in the tank and trying to see what his intuition comes up with. So, yeah, definitely if I was using the cards in his hand, just I would probably lean towards not calling with that 9 of diamonds. Oh, and he goes for an interesting play here, which is decides that maybe I'm not going to call, but he's taking one of his weak kind of calling type hands and turning it into a bluff, which is a very interesting play. And even though we can see it's not going to work, I really want to applaud that McCulley is not folding a 5 here.
No.
But let's applaud the creativity of that, because he was kind of thinking about calling and said, you know what, maybe I can't call with this, so I'm going to go bluff with it instead. And, you know, maybe if McCulley had a slightly weaker hand, he would fold it, but not a straight.
And obviously, the 5-8 is a potential concern as played, but 5x for
that
a
would've been
chop,
costly.
maybe. What McCulley thought was worst case scenario. But yeah, I love that you kind of, in spite of the fact that on this occasion it doesn't work out for Phil, applaud the gumption, the moxie, and sort of the fight in that spot. And I almost think I lean a little bit more toward that check raise sort of line, just in case. You know what I mean? We've all been in that spot where we're like, okay, I don't think he has it. But your hand's so weak, you make the call and you just coincidentally get beaten by a hand that was turning itself into a bluff, but was a little bit stronger than your hand. And then you regret not having approached the matter in that fashion.
Yeah, you know, I am a little, with that sizing, is he really bluffing for 75% pot, 80% pot there with like a 4?
Fair point.
Personally, I would say no. Now, I don't know what Phil's thinking. Phil might be thinking yes, even though my read is that wouldn't happen. Like, I think there's just going to be tons of bluffs, missed diamonds, missed spades, 8-9, 8-10, 9-10, that are all, he's all going to be beating. That said, he could decide that I'm check raising in order to try to get some 2 pairs to fold. Like, not going to get
Sure.
a 5 to fold, but, you know, kings up, 7s up, some hands like that.
Yeah, it didn't have to be 5s or nothing. It could
Yeah.
be in the value range that all of a sudden feels much worse about things in
Yeah.
the face of a check
'Cause
raise
I think
there.
when he's check raising there, he's basically repping a straight. I would say. I don't think he has weaker than a straight there, check raising. So, you know, it does make a hand like 2 pairs shrivel up, and maybe that's what he was targeting.
Queen Jack suited for Ale. Buck and a quarter. Nagy a little bruised. Ace-9 on the button. Looks like he's hunting a 3-bet here. 350, is it? 375?
So Nagy just lost a pot, and we can see that he's right back on the horse, taking the very next spot that presents itself, going for not an unreasonable, but a light 3-bet here with Ace-9 off in position versus the low jack opener. Which, this is definitely a thing, I think, with the Silicon Overlord. It's kind of a mixed play. Don't have to do it, but you can, and it's going to work. So,
Nice timing there. You know, occasionally, directly after a beat, especially something where we check raised and we were bluffing, and now all of a sudden in comes the 3-bet. Depending on the character, we start to wonder: is this the issue being forced? Is somebody a little hot under the collar, a little steamy? You know, and
just got to get those chips back right away.
right?
Is it
right.
that, or you just got a hand?
It's like me when I'm trading. What do you mean? I made a bad trade. I'm just going to unload the clip until the trade is right. Oh, I'm such a whale.
It's moved against me. That's my opportunity to buy more.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or in my case, short more.
Yeah.
Which, of course, infinite losses can be accrued. Crypto, by the way, a little dip and rip. situation over the last 48.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, Bitcoin just had this crazy move up, and we got a little dip right off. It almost tried to make an all-time high. Didn't quite do it, but
For those at the ready with their finger on the button, a little load up, you know, in the long side.
I had some bids got filled on that dip. Yeah,
Nice.
they're all in the black right now.
Wow, you're so
far,
fearless.
good.
You just got standing orders in there, huh?
Yeah.
I'm always like, what if apocalypse comes and the order gets filled and we just have the...
The bid is deep and infinite right now. Hundreds of millions coming in every day through the ETF, baby.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to the moon.
Well, Macaulay's not going quite to the moon, but he is
This
going...
is not financial advice.
He is going to 285,000, though. A modest 3-bet, let's call it, against this 125. Dong Chen not going to be looking for the exit, perhaps, despite having only 695 back. It is a little awkward, though, is it not?
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean,
Hijack versus button.
king, queen off. He's got a tough decision right here. I mean, his hand is almost good enough to just open jam from the hijack for 12 blinds, really. So when you get 3-bet and your hand's that good, it makes it tough. But you know what he decides? I'm just going to get away from this one, and he was right.
Hat tip. It's not as easy as it looks to release the king-queen in a spot such as that. It is a good chunk of hand, but maybe, you know, we avoid that discomfort by just open jamming, as you say. As it turns out, though, best case scenario for Dong Chen, who will take 12 blinds onwards as the redraw break is upon us here in event number 1 with 24 players remaining. That's going to be good for 3 tables. As you get a peek at Ike Haxton and company. Shihao Ji with a nice little spin up. Negi and Macaulay neck and neck. Hale down at under 20 bigs. Money bubble. Burst early here as we bring you back to the desk. 15K 8 max action on the day. Not a particularly eventful stanza on the back end of the rebalancing effort, but you know, we continue to cobble away, and collisions obviously will be eminent. Shortest stack in the room right now, as I glance through on the Triton Poker Plus app, is Aram Zobian, first time here at Triton, just beneath Dong Chen, who brought 695 into that last pot, and then now he's got even less than that after opening and folding. 675 by our count for Zobian, so he actually is going to be the second shortest. Why don't we cut it loose to a quick break? Fedor up at the top of the chip counts. When we come back, we'll sink our teeth into what remains here with 23 players. We're going to play down to a champ, and then we're going to switch over and bring you coverage of event number 2. So keep it close. More from the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju Island after this.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
The biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's passenger traffic reaches all-time high.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. So you're playing a cash game, under the gun opens, and you defend your big blind. The flop is Ace Jack 4 all hearts, and you face a 1/3 pot-sized bet. Which hand should you continue with most often? Jack 8 of spades, King Queen of spades, 8-7 with the 8 of hearts, or Pocket 9's no heart? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets betacr.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
No, Ike is considering his options here. You know, he knows he's up against a very strong range, even though he's getting a good price. But yeah, hard to pass up Queen 10 suited here, despite the fact, you know, it's a strong range. I mean, he's getting over 2-1. He's going to see the bad news, though, because he's over a 2-1 dog against a hand that dominates it.
And worse than that, upon this King 4 flop, to the chagrin of all the other short stacks in the room. Oh, geez. Ace Queen performing very nicely in this $750,000 chip pot.
I still have that 20K left behind.
Oh, yeah, it's not all in there quite yet. Now it is. Backdoor spades and Broadway prospects for Haxton. Immediate outs to a 10 would spoil the party for Haoji. Patiently awaiting the turn, which will help to bring his fate further into focus. And the holdup over here is designed for fair play. Rasta's tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, stepping in to advise that in this hand-for-hand part of the program, there are not one, not two, but 3 all-in calls currently taking place in the room.
Yeah, they want to make sure nobody gets an advantage by knowing what's happening and what the all-in situations are on the other table by exposing cards and some kind of communication happening.
And it looks like Jesse Lonis is the man who's going to try to burst this bubble against Joe Chuen, who was the shortest stack coming in. Pocket 6s for Chuen, and a king in the window will down the boxcars as Lonis makes top pair. Puts Joe Chuen in the dreaded spot of being the bubble boy if he can't improve, which he doesn't on the turn. 2 outs one time. And he doesn't get there. So Trent eliminated. However, with 2 all-in calls taking place elsewhere in the room, Rast, if 1 or 2 other players bust, then whatever that prize money is will be divvied up amongst all 2 or 3 of those players who are eliminated.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what your stack size is. It's just on this, if you're eliminated.
Correct.
If multiple are eliminated, they split the money. Okay.
Sounds like in some situations stack size is taken into account. Obviously not here with us, but
yeah, at the same table, I think there are spots where that happens.
What have we here? Jack 10 off against 5-3 off.
Oh, look, yeah, 10-5-3 flop. So looks like this must have happened post flop, and this is 3-5, maybe defended the big blind.
Looks that way. Jack 10 failing to improve on the turn as the 5s and 3s sit cozy.
Oh, and Jack 10 ended up winning with a running pair.
Nasty counterfeiting ace-ace on the turn in the river, and I don't need to explain to you who was on the wrong end of it, as you saw a visceral response. But that means that Zhou Chuan, unfortunately, so far is the lone player to be eliminated as we resume ace-queen versus queen 10. Obviously, Chuan rooting for Ike Haxton in this spot so that he can divvy up that 23,000 with Shi Haoji.
This is another queen of clubs. Ike shows queen 10 of spades.
Ike's got backdoor spades along with the 10, but now just a 10.
Cozy deuce of diamonds as the ace-queen hangs on. And will secure a double. Not an altogether painful wound to Haxton's stack, but obviously we know he would have had a preference to get there. 790. Sliding over.
A hand like ace-queen or or like queen 10 he's targeting, but that just, like, he has a queen himself.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, maybe he certainly might have been thinking about that, but I think he kind of came to the conclusion that was too thin. I'm wondering if he's also thinking about the turn spot as well. Like, I know he's getting a great price. I probably call there too. But you're just also thinking, like, man, like, does my opponent really have enough bluffs here with his, like, very large flop sizing and small?
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from right here at the Landing Casino in Shinhwa World on Jeju Island. Ali Najad, Brian Rast, and just about a minute before we dive back into event number 1, 15K, day number 2, Money Bubble Burst to start the day. And I've got the 3 new tables on the back end of the redraw, Rasty, and as you took a peek at them for the first time, it was the red table specifically that captured your interest.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we have Fedor there as the chip leader. And a bunch of other colorful characters like Ike and Roman Hrabak and Gottlieb, and I mean, just a lot of big stacks. So, I mean, that's also a table where might get some more post-flop play, some more kind of big, interesting hands. So, yeah, this one kind of stood out to me.
Zobian on the short stack, his first Triton. Of course, we had Dongchen out there. McCulley, also first-timer. So waves being made, and I caught the Lithuanian banner there in front of Mykolaitis. So one of the 2 feature tables that we're bringing you right now. Certainly rates to provide some interesting encounters. And here is a glimpse at the distribution of chips brought to you by GG Poker at that red featured table. Mayer is Fedor Holtz, and it's not close. Gottlieb and Haxton running 2nd and 3rd. A big middle cluster there between 2nd and 6th, and then the shorties, Dongchen and Aram Zobian. This is a delightful setup for Fedor to accumulate chips.
Well, listen, just if we're going to put this in context of the tournament,
Also, what's really nice
Josh there is 10th in chips with $2.5 million, and he's 6th at this table. So 6 of the top 10 stacks still in the tournament are at this table, including the chip leader. So it's a lot of chips.
I'll be in rough shape.
Seth Gottlieb.
I mean,
You know, I just found out I
10.
have arthritis of the hip.
I thought I could
Not
call because I
interested.
still have like
From out of sitting.
20 bigs. Worst case scenario.
Definitely potential that at this table somebody could get one of those runaway stacks, right? We got 3 tables
120.
left, 23 total players, and you
That's the
know,
one that missed.
I would guess maybe half the chips in the tournament are at this table. If I was just gonna wing a guess here, looking at the numbers.
Now, is that a place you want to find yourself, just because obviously the
Not
immediate
really.
upside, or now walk me through the kind of pros and cons?
Yeah, I mean, if you have a decent chip stack, what you'd really love is to have people that you can kind of can't threaten you, can't bust you, and that you can put pressure on. And you don't want, you know, a table full of people that can put pressure on you and threaten you and bust you. So while you wouldn't prefer it, it does allow for a situation where if one of these, you know, top 10 chip stacks at this table really has a lot of run good right now, you know, doubles through one, busts one of the other ones, all of a sudden they have 10 million in chips, and which is pretty hard to happen, but can happen when you have all these chips at one table.
Well, Haxton and Holtz are locking up here on a King Jack 5 board. The opener was Haxton with the ace queen. Holtz decided to take position in queen 9 into battle. Both players with gutters here. Clear advantage for Haxton. 400,000 in the middle.
Yeah, very bad spot for Fedor. He's definitely doesn't want to hit what he thinks is his gin card, the 10, because he'll lose a straight over straight pot, which again is one of these situations I'm saying when you have 2 players with a lot of chips, you know, when one player wins, all of a sudden one player has even more. They double up, and so, you know, at this table with 6 big stacks in the tournament, there's just a much greater chance of getting pots like these where you get 2 big stacks colliding and one player ends up with all the chips. So Fedor goes ahead and looks like he bets, and I can't imagine Isaac is checking to get away from this with the nut gutter, that ace of diamonds key card. Even some showdown die here with the best ace high, and Ice comes back. Comes back with call, and we'll go to the turn. So Fedor can still win this hand by bluffing. We'll see if he does. He's taking the betting lead, and
Let's see if he retains it here.
Yeah.
Obviously optionality, given that Haxton relinquished it on the flop, check calling the 120K, now checking once more. Very dry turn.
if Fedor's going to win this hand, usually will involve a bet here. I think if he does bet, he probably ends up coming with a pretty big size, because this starts to polarize his range. He's no longer, a small flop C bet could be a wide variety of hands, but at this point, if he's going to bet again for value, it's usually going to be at least a king in terms of hand strength. Obviously, some good or weak draws like what he has, but in terms of the value end of his range.
And some of those King X Broadway combos are certainly credible in terms of a flat from the button by Fedor.
Certainly. He could definitely have, for example, King Jack or King Queen. But he decides not to pursue that option.
So Hexton left with nut no pair here on a very draw-heavy board. None of it comes in. 760 in the middle. Having faced the check back from Fedor, is there ever an argument for just block betting here to ensure we don't face a larger bet potentially from our opponent in the interests of getting to showdown?
You know, I hear the argument, but I don't really see it. To me, this is not a good block betting candidate. I mean, you're block betting to maybe try to get called sometimes by a worse ace high. Like, bettors never folding to a block bet, really. See, I don't really see it as a block betting candidate. And it looks like Ike doesn't either. And now Fedor's deciding if he's going to go for the bet check bet line in terms of bluffing. I think he'd love to try to get ace high or maybe a mid pair to fold, but he decides not to.
Yeah, waves the white flag there and was able to take the turn and the river free of charge after having barreled on the flop. Of course, the 10 would have been disaster for him. Didn't pick up any equity on the turn, so this round goes to Haxton as we flip back over to our other feature table, where Yu Wei Xiang. Flavorful Louis V jumper there.
You know, nothing wrong with waving the white flag from time to time. You can't win them all.
Yeah, you know, it seems like a self-evident concept, but we've both observed people go very hard at spots in that interest of just fighting for every pot. And while we applaud that spirit, I think in practice it can be very costly at times not to acknowledge and recognize the situations where maybe just walking away from the situation, stepping back, you know, and relinquishing, let a small one slip through our fingers is all right. And of course a compulsory part of the path to any victory.
Yeah, I think you have to flow like water.
Is that the Muhammad Ali? Or, that was the
Bruce Lee.
float like a butterfly,
Bruce Lee.
sting like a bee. Yeah, okay.
You know, and got to feel out the ones where you think you can win, and find times where it's more prudent to give up, and just try to do your best with those decisions.
Sometimes that live poker sense plays a significant part in choosing a fork in the road in those spots too. Like, we know the math, we know situationally, you know, but then we kind of look over and you have that like weird sense, yeah, I think maybe this one can get through, you know.
We've got an interesting spot here. We got the hijack open, and real decision with ace-3 of clubs as to what he wants to do. You know, do I just jam in? Yeah.
There's our answer, and it didn't take long. Why run Poo? 1.3 million, blinds of 40 and 80K.
And the blinds both would have had a decision about what they want to do with queen 10 suited and queen jack off, but not versus a jam. And he's going to pick up a nice pot, over about 360,000 in profit there. And pretty happy he got that through with a 3 in his hand. But reasonable play, nothing wrong with it. Just something he gets to do there with a suited wheel ace.
It's funny because both the King 6 suited, which you touched on earlier as being one of the sort of hands that the solvers have espoused more than we did prior to their inception, and then the suited wheel ace also as a 3-betting candidate, both products of the Silicon Overlord era.
Yeah, the Overlord has told its minions what they can do. People have followed suit.
Yes, that's true.
Ike here finds a nice one. Little suited Broadway. He's going to shoot it on up, and we'll see what happens behind him.
Oh, a 10.
King 10 suited, pounced on by Zobian.
And it looks like he only has 7 big blinds, so Ike is likely going to be compelled to call this should no one else put their money in the meantime.
How much is going?
Oh, account requested here. Unclear what the holding that is responsible for that is just yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, King 10 suited opening. Ace Jack off, shoving for 7 bigs. All looks fine and dandy and standard. But here we have player thinking, and nice to see what he was mulling over.
Yeah, and this is Dominicus Mykolaitis of Lithuania, 43 bigs deep to start the hand.
Looks like he's in the big blind. Is that?
Is it big or small? It looks like 40 out there. So I think it's the
no,
small. The puck's directly to his right. Oh, it's black queens, obviously.
Oh, it's the small
What's
blind.
the minimum
You're
raise?
correct.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
You have nines?
Min raise was the declaration in the form of the 3-bet. Ike promptly saying it doesn't
Was it-
matter as he
It's a
pitches the
double from
king 10.
All in or difference?
It,
It's
I
double
made it
that?
160. He made it 565.
So
So
it's
it's a
gonna be
raise
nine-
of 405. So you make it
960?
970.
Okay.
Doesn't take Haxton to come up with the right answer. Ace Jack against 2 queens, and Zobian comes up empty on the 854 board as the covered stack, which is now in trouble. Still 18% equity, 2 to come. Jack of Hearts working. Ace would do the trick. Instead, it's a board pairing 5.
Just down to Barry Greenstein here.
You've done this once already.
I did, but I don't know. Can we do it twice? No.
No, unfortunately for Aram's purposes, no black magic from Rasty here that will keep him in the event. Showers for Aram, but a cash in his first ever Triton.
In the summer, still.
Always a nice feeling.
Summer's nice.
23rd place finish for 37,500.
Ooh, we're already up to 37K.
We are.
It looks like that was a pay jump.
Outer table developments here. It looks like Jamil Wakil with Ace-King up against Stephen Chidwick's Ace-3. The path here was an open to 160 by Chidwick off of 4 million. Wakil 3-bet to 510,000, and in it came as Chidwick,
4-bet jammed and then a call.
And it looks like trip kings in the end on this run out. Yeah, indeed. Queen, king, 4, king, jack, the run out. So always dominated and in trouble was the ace tray. Wakil, who has been up kind of in that top 10, top 5 realm for the bulk of day one, as I recall. Grabbing a double from another man who's been up toward the top of the leaderboard as we flip back over to the feature now.
Chidwick was making some moves over there. I remember yesterday he wasn't at the feature table and he had just chipped up and he ended the day at the chip leader, and we were speculating, what's Chidwick doing out there? We don't see his hands right now. Must be making some moves, and there he was, not at the feature table, 4-bet jamming the ace-3 suited. So he's not afraid of putting some chips in the pot and asking his opponents some difficult questions. That's for sure. That one didn't work out for him now, though, and it looks like he's down to 2.1 million, 13th place. Pocket kings. He's not going to get any action.
Nope. As McCulley limp folds, unable to take the heat.
3 hands?
Melbourne would be, so is Chicago like?
Worry not, Josh McCulley. You did not get bullied.
Summer weather, or is it fluctuate?
You raised your limp with pocket kings.
No, it's
a real hand.
Our hand probably.
Because Melbourne's.
Yeah, I
like,
guess that was a pretty long one.
Sometimes it can go from
to the river,
very cold to really hot in the same day.
Chicago's not really, no. Chicago's not doing that. 40?
You ever been out to Melbourne, Australia? McCulley was talking about climate over there during those Aussie Millions that were being run at the Crown Casino for a time. Rasty, you make the trip?
I did go to 1 or 2 of them. Yeah.
You enjoy it as much as I did?
One of the very few places I did end up traveling to, and yeah, it was pretty fun. Actually, one of my regrets was that when I was over there, I basically just flew in, did the poker, and then left. So I never really saw Australia, and I'm like, I'm never doing that again. Just flying halfway around the world for a poker thing, and then just not seeing this cool, new, unique place again. So
Really highly recommend Melbourne, Australia. Probably one of my favorite cities on earth.
Well, as a city, it was fun. Definitely went to some good restaurants and whatever, but also just so many interesting things to see in Australia as well. It's its own continent. It's a country that its own continent.
I've never gotten in to the bush, kind of the interior of Australia, which, you know, I hear Uluru, you know, the rock. I mean, there's some cool stuff happening down there. I wouldn't mind boxing a kangaroo. Also, I don't know that I would come out unscathed, but I love animals, but you know what I mean? They're into it. It's a natural thing for them.
Yeah. You don't strike me as a big-time boxer.
But you saw the video that the Roo had the dog, and then the guy just rolled up on him and just a little bop on the schnoz, and you know he wasn't really sure what to do about that. I think I can get a clean one in. Anyway, A7, 6-4 dynamite board here for Haxton as Gottlieb. 225. The follow-up act on the 280 open blind v blind here. His hand lacks future. Can't say the same for this gut shot straight flush draw, however, with 865 in the middle.
Ike's in position. Big draw, but no showdown value. So how's he going to proceed? Does he just call here? Does he raise? He's definitely considering those two courses of action, but ends up clicking call, and we go to the turn.
Note that the A7, in spite of how pretty that 6-4 of hearts might look, is the 3-2 favorite with one to come. But once you get called on this board, you do feel a little bit sheepish about a second barrel as we see Gottlieb slowing down. And now will Haxton take a free pull at the equity?
I think he's betting here. He's just taking his time and deciding on his sizing, what hands he's repping. He's probably going to pick a size which is like pretty good jacks or deuce X for value type of deal, and then draws an air. So it's probably going to be pretty big.
675.
Yeah, he's going 2/3.
I mean, it's one of those 2/3 bets that even when it gets called, you're like, okay, we have hope. There's some promise here.
Yeah.
Even in the form of missing and then being able to represent on the
Very
end
honest
with, you know,
poker.
no showdown value.
Definitely not
Wait to make
preferred
trips.
way to try to win. Better way is making
Then
it.
start
Yeah,
betting.
that's part two.
No.
I thought Haxton was gonna hang strong. He said very honest poker, make
Reasonably
trips and bet.
honest, but-
Gottlieb check mucked it. Look at Fedor in the all black here, dressed for a funeral, maybe just on account of how many people he's going to shower today.
Roman's been very quiet so far.
Yeah, Hravic.
Haven't even seen him play a hand. But as mentioned before, he's not a quiet player. He definitely can get in there, mix it up, and find creative ways to try to win the pot. But some, you know, again, we can only really take at the end of the day what the cards give to a certain extent. Ike with something he's going to play in the small blind. Out of position to the chip leader, I'd imagine his strategy is going to involve a lot of limping. They're both very deep. I mean, they're actually the number 1 and 2 chip stacks in the tournament. Ike with 4 million, Fedor with 5.2. Fedor has total cheese. The classic deuce 7 off, decides to check it back.
So a dominant deuce for Haxton, 240 in the middle, and a bit of a slot machine flop here. Quads for Haxton. Not going to be tough to play it. Tough to get excited, though, when he's up against 7 deuce.
Ike deciding what he wants to do. I mean, he definitely has the stronger range here as the person who opted to play his hand with a limp, especially because he's probably doing a lot of limping, giving, you know, he's number 2 in the tournament with chips out of position to the chip leader. That said, he literally flopped quads, and given his opponent never has aces, kings, jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, etc., can't have a queen because he has it. A lot of incentive to just check and let your opponent either bluff or catch up. And catch up, Fedor did.
What a dreamy arrival of one of 2 available deuces on this turn. The product of 2 checks on this flop. Now Holtz with queens full of deuces, and obviously every reason to continue depending on Haxton's, I mean, even full pot here, I would imagine. Don't we take one off? I don't know.
Ike decides to check again. I don't see Ike full potting very often there if he does elect to bet.
Well, not necessarily given the hand that he has, but I'm saying from
No, just
Fedor's
in
perspective, in
from his
general,
range.
you know what I
don't
mean?
I don't think I think full pot would be a large size from Ike. But Fedor might decide to bet here. See what he comes with. Decides to check it back. Now go to the river.
You surprised by Fedor's check back there on the turn at all?
Not necessarily. I think he could decide to bet. You know, it is a gross spot to get check raised.
Of course.
He's kind of only, you know, it's, I think he could go both ways. And there's merits to both plays. So definitely not surprising that he would choose either one.
160.
Well, now Haxton can wait no longer as he announces 160.
I think having a full house, Fedor's just compelled to call.
I thought something.
What do they call that hand?
What's the very draw? I don't know.
Something I'm not going to say on TV.
Sometimes.
You see Fedor just shaking his head. Not much he could have done. Did keep the damage to a minimum by checking back the two streets.
Yet sometimes in the turn, there can be merits against, let's call it like weaker, not too aggressive players by just making a little bet there. You get protection value by getting 2 overcards to fold, and then you can just check back the river. But against tough, aggressive players like Ike, you know, you don't want to get too carried away with that line.
Well, what you do want to do is head over to our official staking partners over at PokerStake. They're the ultimate platform for staking and professional poker players around the globe. No fees on any purchases. They're the go-to spot. If you're looking to support your favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories, check them out at pokerstake.com now and stake your champion. By the way, no rake or transaction fees over at PokerStake, and all the winnings are guaranteed. You can't really ask for a whole lot more than that.
Wow. No rake or transaction fees.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you going to fire hard at PokerStake now that you're aware?
I don't know. I'm just wondering, they got to make money somehow, so.
Alright, so. Okay, buttons moved. Thank you.
Maybe it's a benevolent operation.
There's always
Maybe it's a 501(c), you know, charity or something. I mean, just saying. You never know. Let's not go giving them any ideas. Rusty, you're like, guys, you really ought to, you know, consider some rake and transaction.
I think you enjoy
Rusty, relax.
A lot of it's. I think I want to go to the gold pins more than anything.
No need to plant seeds in the biz dev department over there.
Yeah.
Ooh, 8-7 suited in the muck.
Caught that as well.
Under the gun.
By the way, the diamonds
A lot
had
of short
problems.
stacks.
A6 suited. Dongchen 7 bigs here at this table. Fedor still the chip leader.
All right, Roman's been very quiet, but here he has decision. Queen 10 off against the hijack open. It's not really that great of a spot, but definitely something you can try to carve some value out of somehow.
We are 2 places from the next pay jump. 22nd and 21st will pay 37.5, 41.5. The pop once we get to 20th.
He decides to let it go, which is completely reasonable. But he was evaluating all kinds of mischief there. Potentially a 3-bet. That would have been a little bit loosey-goosey, but he's been very quiet so far, and he wanted to capitalize on his image.
I think you enjoy Melbourne as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Possibly like the best coffee in the world in Melbourne.
Okay.
Yeah.
Best coffee in the world. Shots fired.
I'm not a coffee person, but
I love coffee.
I need coffee right now.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
You a child of the Java, Rasty?
I do like coffee, but I'm not a not like a coffee kind of snob, so to speak, of like this is the best and this. So I don't really have like strong coffee rankings personally.
You know who takes their coffee seriously is the South Koreans.
Really?
There's an unbelievable number of coffee shops. Now, I don't know if it's just like an excuse, social kind of everybody go out, hang out kind of thing, but the sheer volume of coffee shops, I don't know that I've ever been anywhere that has the density that this place does. Yeah, they're definitely into it.
Did you stop at any of them? It's good coffee.
Last time I was in Seoul during Game of Gold, I went to a little place in the Dongdaemun area of Seoul called J Hidden House. By the way, it's not like I'm getting any kickbacks. Everybody relax. But this was a lovely little courtyard setup. You know what I mean? Had a matcha. Not that I'm even into that, but you know, I just wanted to go and experience. It was great. Little pastries. But, you know, this is not unique to this particular place. There's tons of great places.
I'm kind of a cappuccino guy. That's my go-to.
Right. You'd probably go intravenous with it if that was an option.
Cappuccino or just straight black?
Oh, straight black is... We can't do the straight black. You know, Nick is also a straight black showman kind of guy. King 6 suited. Haxton. Clear advantages. Position betting lead. Little pip. Michaelitis defending, checking.
Ike in position. Stronger range. This board is definitely a little bit better for him. So he's going to see bet pretty often. His hand doesn't interact with it at all, but still get the big blind to fold is a win, and that's what happens.
Interesting. There's like no tournaments that ever have that.
No.
I wonder why. So one day event, 3 blinds, the straddle on, could be interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe no ante then?
I want to try. Yeah.
Or still ante.
Still ante.
Would the straddle have the ante then?
No.
Roman wakes up with very modest holding, but finally a spot where the 2 chip leaders have folded, and he gets a chance to try to win some chips.
1-2-4-8 with a 2K ante.
As you pointed out, he's been very
big difference
quiet.
there.
And not for lack of fight, you know, he tends not to be a
okay.
passive participant in any table that he's at, but just hasn't really had the opportunities as Michaelitis.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if you've got the huge ante to
down
begin
at the
with,
hard 8
then
and the small.
that works.
So he has 40 bigs, but Roman only doesn't even have 30. And the big blind also only has about 30. He decides to call. Looks like we're just gonna get a 3-way pot here with some modest holdings. Go C3 and take a flop. Kind of don't really see Josh doing too much other than calling.
No, Price is right to get in there, which he does, dominating Krabic, the opener.
you only have blue chips behind?
Just like...
All right.
560. In the middle, it comes King 7-3, and the 4s are still best.
Kind of like this for Roman here. He's got position. It's a board he's going to get to c-bet quite a bit, and he has a hand that has no showdown along with a club in his hand. think he c-bets this very frequently. Pretty tough spot for Michaelitis in a three-way pot to continue, and then Josh is never calling, so might just get to win it here. Wow, he goes really small, but it's still probably enough to get
a lot of the
fours,
guys
no
who only
club to
play the
fold.
cash games would say that, and then it would happen once, and then they would be like, oh, actually, I still don't want to play the tournament. If we all agreed to a shorter shot clock, the cash game guys would come play with us.
That's what I heard.
I mean, I'm ready to try out the Blitz tournament. If people want it, 10-second shot clock every street.
I want a 10-second
Let's do
shot
it.
clock every street. That's exactly what I want. Yes.
I think.
Yes, please. If you guys can't figure it out in 10 seconds, come on, what are we doing?
I think it would be fun.
What do you think, Rasty? I know you play a bit of chess. I know that, there are different variants, speed chess being one of them,
Yeah.
and Gottlieb suggesting that maybe a lot of the more cash game.
It's so marginal, right? The difference between 10, like an actual.
I don't think so.
Cash game inclined
I
players.
think if we play a tournament with a 10-second shot clock, it will not be a marginal difference. People will play a lot worse.
Played cash game with a 7-second shot clock. And believe me, when we're on the river, there's a race all in happening, and you're like,
Okay, you know what?
But literally, the chips are counting. You're like,
10-second shot clock with time banks.
yeah, but I mean,
I wouldn't know time.
It's fun to listen to these guys talk about it.
One
Yeah, I
time
mean,
is
10
one
seconds is
time.
fast.
One
Yes, guys, for some
130
normal
second
pre-flop
time bank for
spots
the
or
tournament.
flop C-bets,
music-wise,
sure, 10 seconds is fine, and most guys are probably figuring it out. But once you start getting into complicated turn, river, 3-bet, big pots, complicated range, not so frequent. Yeah, these guys are saying it's tough. What do I think about it? I think it's fair. It's the same rules for everyone. Obviously, some people will do better in an environment where they have to make fast decisions than other people.
Yeah.
But it's fair. It's a rule. Everybody agrees to it, and it would be fun to watch. That's for sure.
And just to expand on what I was saying, it's the cash game inclined, maybe some of the more VIPs who get impatient, don't really, have an appreciation for pace of play in tournaments versus the way things go down in cash games that would maybe come over and play more of the tournament. So it's an
Could
idea.
level the field even a little bit more. Because let's say this, you see a lot of these, let's call it cash game VIPs. They don't have 30 seconds worth of a thought process in a lot of spots. They act fast because, there's not quite as many things that they're thinking about. Whereas the pros like this and would he bet and weighing all this stuff, and all of a sudden that pro can't take 30 seconds to think about it. They have 10, which is going to feel very rushed.
How about like a format
So
where
it
you
could be a bit of a level playing field and
get
something
some
that
incentive if
some of
you
these
were
cash game
fast.
players would welcome.
So if you did that 10 seconds,
Meanwhile,
you under 10
Michaelitis,
seconds, you get more chips.
after Gottlieb defended the big,
So the speed of play would
follows
be
through for a
increased.
$1.10, takes it.
Yeah,
Like an incentive structure.
That would basically be the same, yeah. Any of those, sign me up.
Yeah. Or you get punished if you take too long. If you use your 30 seconds, either side.
I don't think people realize that improvement in the quality of entertainment, like I don't think there's enough appreciation for how much it would improve
the speed,
the quality of like watching the game and all that stuff.
I have strong and unpopular opinions about this question.
You have strong opinions against?
Not against shorter shot clocks. Shorter shot clocks would be fine. I think it would be a fun challenge. But I think people are confused about how the speed of play is actually impacting their experience.
What a diplomatic way to say that.
I know you know what you're talking about.
Michaelitis. Ace King Gottlieb with the same kit here.
It feels like an all-in collision coming pre-flop. I mean, they're 40 big blinds deep, and they have pretty big hands, so probably 3-bet, and when it gets back, probably a 4-bet, and just see the 3.2 go in, and we'll see the good news. They each have 2 flush draws.
In event number 2, at this stage, you can ask me to give 10 time banks. Look what you draw the table. Once again, dealers.
4 1/4 the sizing from Seth.
10 time banks only.
Alan.
Waiter.
There's the
Which
jam and
Whatever.
Gottlieb
100.
always knew what he was going to do in the face of something like this. Both players with unique suits.
Not running.
Oh, guys.
Boring.
Both different suits? Oh,
That is definitely more.
we got all the
than
suits
pink.
covered. All the suits covered.
Most fun.
Wait, which one's mine?
And this one will be a chop, as the rainbow flop ensures that. No nerviness.
Okay, wait. What makes the full flush? Wait, what? Which one?
Boring.
Nice climate at this feature, by the way, Rast. I mean, considering that we're as deep as we are into this particular event at present, just 23 players remaining of our original 200. And
Everybody's pretty relaxed.
No, we don't want blood in that way.
I know there's some new players, but, you know, a lot of these guys,
Maybe
a 15K tournament's not that big a deal.
listen, in terms of payouts, 786 up top. This is a big haul for a 15K.
Sure, you know, Isaac Haxton was top 10 on all-time money lists.
Right.
50 million. He's been here before, you know. And this isn't an especially big spot for him, to say the least.
No, but I would say that Haxton's going to bring just as much to any event that he enters. You know, this could be a million, this could be a 15K. You know, he's there to play his best game at all times.
Oh, yes, but you're
right?
talking about the relaxed
Yes,
environment.
yes.
Yes. I mean, I think if this was the $1 million Triton buy-in with 20 people left in the money, you'd probably get a different climate. I do think.
Yeah, fair. Buy-in has a little something to do with why
Yeah, it
they're
does.
chilling out there, doesn't it? And
Not to
we're-
poo-poo a 15K buy-in, but
No,
we're here
not
at
at all.
Triton.
That we are.
At Triton, 15K is no big deal.
No, we're just, you know what I mean? We're just getting our feet wet here in a 17-event schedule. Event number 1, day 2, Fedor Holtz at the top of the chip counts here as we're about to bring you back to the desk. Here on Jeju Island at the Landing Casino, Ali and Rasty with you. And this is going to be a schedule break. So far, we've had the rebalancing. We've had the redraw. Now, officially, this is when the players are going to get an opportunity to step aside, get themselves freshened up a little bit, which means those of you at home will get that opportunity as well. What do you say, Rasty? You want to talk about it when we come back from the break?
Yeah,
Set the
let's
stage
let
a little
everybody
bit?
get a little break. And
Okay.
we've had some fun action. Hopefully, we'll pick up the play, get a few more interesting hands. I feel like
Sure.
it's been a little bit mild in coming back, but we're playing down. 23 left.
Yep.
Getting to a final table. We got a lot of money to play for, and just getting into the funnest part of the tournament, really. So I'm sure things will pick up, and we'll get a bunch of exciting hands.
Shortest stack in the room right now. Triton first-timer Thomas Boyven with 200,000, just 3 bigs. Dong Chen with 4 bigs. Overall chip leader is Fedor Holtz, and the on-tap payout right now for 23rd place, 22nd rather, as Arms Obian was 23rd, 37,500, just a couple away from the jump. So then we'll step aside here, and we'll be back in just about 10 minutes with continuing coverage of event number 1, the 15K 8 Max No Limit from right here in Jeju.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy to-do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series
the
of
best
Poker,
poker song,
main
the biggest
event.
poker
Now
site.
larger than all other GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You shove 75% pot on the river. What value to bluff ratio should you use to make your opponent indifferent? 17% bluffs? 30% bluffs, 33%, or 43%. Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
This is all going over my head right now. But yeah, I'll take your word for it.
I mean, I'm not trading, livestock commodities or anything, but I think the sheep in New Zealand is a thing. Ace-9 off. Gottlieb, understandable attack from the button. Loon has medicine in the form of ace-king suited here.
I ran into her yesterday on her way in to register for the tournament. I was just walking in front, talking with Jason Kuhn. She walked by, seemed very happy, ready to play some poker. So it's fun to see someone right before the event, and here she is competing, trying to get down there and win a Triton title and almost $1 million. So
she certainly sets a shining example as we see Loon jamming.
Very close. Very close.
Socia does, by the way, of kind of how to carry oneself at a poker table, win, lose, or draw. Just always pleasant, always happy to engage in conversation, but just really a lovely demeanor.
I feel like he's going to fold. I feel like when someone says this very close, like so audibly, they're just they're trying to. Oh, I'm wrong.
I agree with
My
you, by
read's
the way.
wrong.
But I do agree with
Yeah.
you. I think there's absolutely merit to that. It's almost like a verbal hedge,
Yeah, or just trying to let the person know, like, I kind of have a good hand.
Right. But an awful hand is, in fact, what he has in the face of this ace-king is Loon.
He was being very honest, though, about his feelings. There's no acting there because he ended up calling.
Those feelings are considerably worse on a king-high board. Two clubs working. Make that three is suddenly Loon has some issues, all coming in the form of a club here. Gottlieb nut flush draw could spoil the party.
Oh.
But instead, it is a jack on the river, and Loon will double through Gottlieb.
And we can see his heart can keep on beating. He made a little, little motion there. That maybe there was flutters.
100 and what?
Oh, big slick for Phil under the gun.
Yeah,
Gonna
Loon,
shoot it up.
Loon flung his hand over to the other feature here. Under the gun. There's the race. Another one of the Bulgarians, by the way, who are making waves in the high roller circuits, Ognian Dimov.
Wow, 50K. He has less than one big blind. We must have missed a pretty big hand that didn't go his way.
Well,
he's on life support.
I can tell you exactly what that hand was. It was an ace-jack against a king-7 suited. Ken Tong jammed 815,000. Dimov defended and was downed by a 7
We're
on
going to
the
have
turn.
a collision here between two pretty big hands. Get a 3-bet from Andre with the queens. I just don't really see Nagy going anywhere with ace-king suited.
Good news is he's the covering stack, and obviously he's got the right hand to fight against this queen-queen with. Does feel like it's gonna come sailing in.
So he's weighing his options. It's, I don't really think fold, but whether he wants to call or re-raise.
There's the jam.
Thinking about calling, but comes back with the jam. And yeah, I just can't see a fold, so we're gonna run 5 and see who wins.
That we are, and this is not a small pot. 2.8 million. Classic race. Vulnerable are these ladies. I see Nagy not thrilled, but with 46% equity and the covering stack, it could be worse. Diamond in the window, and 2 more behind it. Nut flush for Phil Nagy. Andreev drawing dead for the time being. And with no board pair on the turn.
I just never want to be that guy that
And
jumps
no
up.
queen. Andreev gets showered.
Nice run. This was his first Triton event. That's pretty exciting. We still got some of the same names up at top here as the beginning of the day. Chidwick shifted from, and Fedor switched spots. Fedor's in first, Chidwick's in second. Ken Tong, a newcomer, in 3rd place with over 3.5 million. And Isaac Haxton still in 4th, 3.4.
Ken, he did join us in Monte Carlo for his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series and actually cashed in his first ever event, which was 125K main. He picked up 902,000 for that effort. A 6th place finish, but yeah, still relatively new. Not his stone first Triton Super High Roller Series, but still getting a resume under him as Chidwick looks down at an ace-deuce suited. Gottlieb the opener. Stevie will play it as a flat. Oh, and look at Putra. He's going to defend the big blind here with 10-3 suited. The diamonds are smothered. And perhaps Ferdinand taking into consideration the presence of the ante out there, 2 other players, and saying, let me try to get lucky now, as opposed to walk away from this one. And how well timed is that choice as he makes trips on the 10-10-9 board. Gottlieb 2 overs and the gutter obviously will stay interested in the face of the Putra jam for 45,000. Chidwick, not really a big future here, but just 45 to maybe get involved against Gottlieb in a side pot. How do we feel about this very nuanced spot here?
Well, I mean,
he does lay it down.
Looks pretty normal. I mean, I think Chidwick probably needs to get out. I like the fold, but everything about this hand kind of checks out, makes sense. You know,
perhaps if it was like a final table with big pay jumps, the desire to have some implicit collusion potentially as a second. Welcome back to the desk. Ali and Brian with you. Continuing coverage of this event number one, $15,000 8 max no limit from Jeju Island Landing Casino, playing host record breaker. 786,000 up top. We burst the bubble to start today. We were on the stone money bubble. Now we're in the money and we are ascending in terms of pay jumps. We touched on the overall chip leader, Fedor Holtz, at the top before we went to the break, and some extreme short stacks are out there right now in this field. 3 and 4 big blinds it was. Now I see Dongchen Lewis Spencer occupying the sub-10 big blind duties down toward the bottom of the chip counts, but obviously not alone in terms of depths that are at risk with the blinds ever increasing with these 35-minute levels. We do have a new feature table that we want to talk about as we dive back into that Triton Poker Plus app. It is table number 3, where Phil Nagy and company are coming back to the stage, and Jamil Wakil, who we saw have that lovely double, been among the chip leaders throughout alongside Chidwick.
Yeah, certainly. We're going to get them back, and there's a lot going on over there. Panakov's with his velour jumpsuits will be back to entertain us with his exciting poker.
But, I mean, no extreme short stack evident over here. A bit of a cluster in terms of Nagy, Loon, Panikov, 16 to 18 big blinds toward the bottom of this particular leaderboard. And then, of course, you have Chidwick at that $2.5 million. He was the overall chip leader coming into the day, has since slipped. And Hao Ji of China, first ever Triton event, sitting here with 35 big blinds coming back. That's the boss stack here, just in front of Jamil Wakil.
Certainly, but we're getting to that part of the tournament where not that many people are really deep now. I mean, stacks that look sizable when you look at them really aren't that many big blinds, so it's starting to ramp up the pressure.
So how is that going to play out as we get a look at the entirety of this remaining field across these 3 tables? The red and the blue are featured, the black will be the outer, and we certainly will take you there anytime there's a big collision, all in and a call sort of affair. 50 and 100,000 are the blinds. This all brought to you by Poker Steak. But I return to the question, Rasty, you know, when none of the stacks are particularly deep, with this many players still remaining, are we going to see a lot of like open 3-bet call spins, or do we still have enough latitude to play multi-street poker?
Yeah, I mean, we'll get multi-street poker if it's single raise pots or even some limping. But yeah, I mean, what it ends up meaning is there's going to be spots where it might go raise call. Some people might jam. I mean, you get 20, 25 big blind stacks, could just jam in there from the blinds. So it just means there is going to be some more pre-flop all-ins in a lot more spots. There also, of course, there will be 3-betting, but, you know, it's hard for 4 bets at this point to be anything less than all-in.
And, of course, we have those kind of payout bands, 3, 2 payout strong until we get to the final table at 9-handed. That's when every single bust out is a ladder, but not until then will we witness that phenomenon as Chidwick with the ace-10 suited, min-raise opening from the hijack, Lun with the box cars, pocket 6s.
Versus the hijack here, 17 blinds. He decides it's strong enough to go all in. Seems quite reasonable.
Ooh, and he's run into Jamil Wakil, ace-king suited.
Ace-King's worked out well for Jamil so far. If you remember, there's that hand we went over when they weren't at the feature, when we saw went raise, Jamil 3-bet, and Chidwick 4-bet jammed the ace-3 suited, and Jamil had ace-king, and it held, and he doubled. And ace-king could really do it again here. He's almost certainly going to put it in. And after he does, he's going to be in position to have over 5 million should he win.
There's the jam over the top. This will make things quite simple for Chidwick. Already out of there, and so Lun Lun will be forced to spin with just about a 5% equity advantage in a 3.9 plus pot. This is a big one. Good for third overall. With 22 remaining. Keep it ace and king free. The thought swirling in Lun Lun's mind. And the Queen 7 Deuce Rainbow board is a cozy one for him. Not out of the woods yet, though. Club free, also a benefit to Lun 6s, which now lock it up. 6 of hearts on the turn. River doesn't matter. So ace king giveth and ace king taketh away for Wakil.
Yeah, certainly.
Jamil, by the way, playing under the Canadian banner. A lot of talent coming out of that corner. 441,000 in career Triton earnings, all of it coming at his one and only festival where he went 1 for 4, finishing 5th in the final of those 4 events back in London in the 50K 8 Max.
When I double up, don't give me any of the black ones. Those ones just seem to not hold with anybody.
Not sure that that particular philosophy was shared by anyone else at the table there. Nagy suggesting that the black chips are bad juju. You superstitious, Rasty? Be honest. You got any little things that you believe when you're out there?
I sometimes practice, even though I don't really believe, would be the way I put it. Does that make sense?
Are we talking rabbit feet, horseshoes,
No,
you
no,
know,
no.
the classics, or what?
Really, the
give me a
biggest
sense.
thing I'm superstitious about would be like, let's say I get short, I'll start doing like horizontal chip stacking, but then if I start chipping up, I don't like to revert my chip stacking back to like traditional vertical, like 20 chip stacks. So I keep my horizontal stacking even though it's might be a little odd.
But we're talking like 10 high
like
stacks,
I'll do,
or
like, you know, it's 25K, so there'll be 4. So it'll
Okay.
be little stacks of 4. And
Okay.
then I'll have like a lot of stacks of 4, and I'm, you know, stacking 4 stacks. And
Damn sensitive.
yeah.
Right. But of course you don't believe it. But
No. No, and when it gets obnoxious at some point, I revert it back. But I just, you know what happened is the second time I won the Poker Players Championship.
Oh, right.
I just did that, and I just kept stacking it that way, and I never changed it the whole time.
Sure.
So it's just like a little thing I hold on to. But I guess I don't really believe it, but I just like practicing it. That'd be the way I put it.
Well, the Queen 8 not being held on to by Bogdanov, who defended his big against that Ace-5 open for Lun Lun, who wins back-to-back pots. And now we flip it back over to Haxton and company. Ike has gone to the jacket here. Maybe a little bit nippy on stage right now. Gottlieb, Ace-3 suited open.
Here's another way to put it. You've played red or black before, right? You just bet on whether it's red or black. It's 50-50. I don't believe that one of them has an advantage, but I only play if I can bet red.
Like, what if somebody gave you like a little, you know, like half a point of juice or something?
Yeah,
like
no,
that?
I'll bet whatever they want.
You'll bet purple.
But if it's just like no juice, I just play red. That's it. If you want red also, then we're not going to play that game.
I love that. Queen
So
10.
does it kind of make sense? It's like, I don't know. I feel like it's not that I really believe in the superstition, but I enjoy practicing it.
Yeah.
The tradition
Yeah.
of doing it, even though I'm not really superstitious.
You don't want to be left out of those streets.
No.
Queen 10 for Dong Chen, by the way. Top pair well in front of the Ace-3 suited for the time being. Gottlieb, min-raise open, Dong defended, and then got the rest of his 25K in by check calling. Board pairing turn, keeps it safe now.
Yeah, there's
Keep it
definitely
ace-free.
some cards that could have came and improved Seth's chances of making a straight or a flush or something, but now it's just an 8.
Oh. Again, the Ace of Spades, second time that card specifically has left someone with a trip to the locker room, and on this occasion, it is Hong Kong's Dong Chen.
It's 2 for 3 today, I feel like, on this broadcast.
Yes.
There's been 3 times someone's needed an ace and ace only on the river.
Yeah.
And twice it's come. They've been
outperforming, no question about it. So Dong Chen out of there. We'll collect the 22nd place payout, 37,500. Only one of those remaining, as we are on a pay jump bubble, and we are in front of Ace Queen with King 10. Even further on the turn if we're Alex Ponikovs, who is enjoying a little rub down.
Also enjoying this run out. The King 10 very likely to and just beat the Ace Queen. Looks like the action was Lunlun opened and Ponikovs just jammed in over the top of it. The King 10 suited and got called by Lunlun. But this is exactly what I was saying with these chip stacks. Now we're going to start getting some jams, some all-ins over opens. Not even a 3-bet, but just the all-in 3-bet.
Unlucky. Oh. No one can hold
I thought he had like
2
million something.
It's funny, right?
Is this a dry rub on Ponikovs here? You know, because that's a lot of friction just based on the pressure levels being observed there. You know,
No. You hold it.
a little lotion goes a long way in that spot.
I don't think anybody's held on to him for like more than an orbit.
Other players at the table.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you too.
You like a massage at the table, don't you, Raz?
Yeah, you know, I feel like I don't get them quite as much as I used to. There was a period like, I don't know, 8 years ago-ish, something where I used to get a lot of massages at the table. So
Oh, sure. You think you're better than
them,
us. Uh-huh.
Just don't go all in.
Sensitive
When you
and
were
better
keeping
than us.
track of your wins and losses and profit, would you deduct massage from the session, or was that just considered part of the rake of the session?
I mean, it depends.
You
I
can
guess
go
in
off.
in a cash game, normally it's just coming off the table.
Right.
But yeah, not in a tournament, right?
No. Tournament, obviously, I'm not counting. But, you know, you're out there in the cash streets. Maybe you spend $800 on a massage, something crazy, right? Which, by the way, might not be that crazy depending on who you are. But, you know. Now
800's a lot. That's a long massage. It's a 400-minute massage at many Vegas casinos where it's $2 a minute.
Listen, I mean, it
I've
could be a
gotten
300-minute
massages
with
that
tip.
But that's, or yes. Yeah. 300-minute with tip, sure, certainly. If we're including the tip, I didn't know that you were including the tip in it, but yes. It's still quite a while there, though. We're talking 300 minutes is 5 hours.
Somewhere Phil Ivey's rolling his eyes at you, by the way. He's like, what? 4-hour massage is a lot?
No, I've definitely gotten a massage like almost an entire day of play at the WSOP.
This is what I'm talking about, Rasty. These are all of a sudden that 10K turns into a 12K. As we see pocket sevens for Chidwick, 3-betting to 2 million. This is a commitment. Donchev, Queen Jack suited. Not sure that he can take this heat.
Yeah, it's probably not quite enough hand here. He's asking himself if he has the discipline to fold, and he decides that he does.
It's a pretty one, but, you
Yeah.
know, it's where it's supposed to be. By the way, Donchev, his second ever Triton Festival here in Jeju, joined us in Monte Carlo late 2023, picked up a little over 400,000 in earnings across 3 cashes, had a second in the 25K Turbo, so these brisk levels, something that he's been able to navigate successfully. Another member of the Bulgarian delegation.
Аз виждам, че те има по 9.
Знам.
Няма по-одност.
By the way, Wakil is to Louis Vuitton as Artur Martirosyan is to Gucci. I would say, just, you know, we've got a very uniform commitment to the label here.
Yeah, very apt analogy. Yeah, definitely. He's all in.
Schulman's
LV.
read on annual Gucci spend from Martirosyan during yesterday's broadcast was pegged at 50,000, which we're going full retail, obviously, in that spot. We're not looking for a sale, but this feels like a pretty big commit to the Gucci streets. But he's the man, you know. He's on an email list somewhere. Ace-Jack, meanwhile, for Chidwick, who once again has a candidate to perhaps get after this Donchev Open.
He's got to decide how he wants to play this here in the small blind. The big blind has 2.7, so he just decides to grip it and rip it. It's only 20 bigs. Definitely hoping not to get called, and gets it through, picks up a nice pot, 400,000 profit.
I don't even want to touch it.
At some point to win, all your chips are going to have to be black.
Once again,
I'll
Chidwick
wait for that moment.
taking a 200K nibble out of Donchev. That can be a little bit
I might as
annoying,
embrace
you
it.
know.
Might as well embrace
2
it
straight
now.
opens, same guy 3-bets you back to back. You start to feel like it's personal. Maybe one more data point required, but we've all been there.
Yeah, certainly. You ask yourself if it's personal or not.
Oh, I've put the
Many times it's
limit
not, but
streets.
sometimes it is.
I've just put the 4-bet in there to do it, you know, just for a little message to be sent, regardless of the holding. I'm like, listen, had a little bit of enough of this. You know what I mean? So let's just go. You want to go? Let's go.
Do you find that it's message received, or it encourages more shenanigans?
At that point, I'm boiling so much, I don't even know that I look for that part of the process. It's just a little purge for me, you know what I mean? As Bogdanov, also member of the Bulgarian delegation, 2 queens, getting 3-bet by Nagy, ill-timed with the 5s. Lun's ace-10 might have been a little bit more interested in the absence of this 3-bet. Into the bin it goes. And we'll go back around to Bogdanov here. 2.5 million back, 800 on request. Not so high up that he's going to want to play out of position as a call. So he does end up jamming. Nagy only had another 350 back, so commitments had been declared and honored now, and situation ain't great for Nagy. He knows it. Well, he's got 10 cents now, needs to make 15, and he's done it on the ace-5 deuce board. Couple of clubs working, but the set well out in front of Bogdanov's queens.
And neither one of them reacted at all to that flop.
Well, when you've got the 5s, you kind of know that you've just given the guy a bad beat, so you're, you know, maybe a little bit restrained. Bogdanov. You know, I think we also know that we're drawing live to the queen. It has happened.
Every now and again, you got to run good.
Pretty ugly beat.
I learned that whole 1 million thing from you. I just did it like halfway.
So wounds sustained as we flip back over to another pot that involves not just queens, but jacks and a king-queen as well, with McCulley opening under the gun to 200,000, Fedor pouncing with the king-queen, 3-betting to 475, and now the 4-bet from largely dormant Roman Hrabec to 750. How awkward, if at all, is this for McCulley, Rast?
I mean, it's definitely an uncomfortable spot, for sure. I think you got to go with queens, though.
As does McCulley.
You know, it's just Fedor could be messing around, and Roman probably has a pretty good hand, but we're talking pocket queens, and at the end of the day, he only has 20 big blinds. I don't think we're really at a point yet where ICM is so extreme that you would fold queens here. And yeah, I like his decision to go with it. Obviously, you can see it was correct, but that doesn't always make something right or wrong. Now, Roman, we can see, is pretty grossed out by this. I think I'm not entirely certain what he's going to do. I could see him letting it go, and I could see him putting it in. It's a really gross spot. I think we're going to see a couple time banks used, and Roman try to just play the game, play some poker, and make a good decision.
I mean, listen, nothing wrong with his choice to 4-bet, but obviously to put another $1.25 million of the 1.4 back out there with the 2 jacks when bottom of range feels like the ace kings of the world here for McCulley. Seldom would the 2 10s and below perform this way, would they not?
Yeah, I don't. My guess is he probably doesn't think McCulley has 10s.
So then do we assign the kind of ace-king to the bottom of the range, in which case we're off to the races?
I'd say maybe his range for McCulley might be something like jacks or queens plus ace-king. Does he have ace-queen suited? I don't know.
Well, regardless, it's
like
2
that.
overs, and we're going to see all 5, you know, if we make this call.
Yeah, he lets it go.
Yeah.
I think he decides just Josh never has a worse pair.
Yeah.
And maybe only ace-king, and that's just not quite good enough. He is getting 2 to 1 on his money, but he's not doing very well against that range.
Not often, especially when we haven't been able to get involved to the degree that Roman has. Do we find the 4-bet and then fold? And obviously the 5-bets come fewer and farther between as we flip it back over to Bogdanov. Now 1.4 million in front of him after being down by Nagy's 5s. Phil up to 3 million, and now deuces.
Raise?
Oh, hang on. Outer table action here. Looks like Wairan Poo involved in one against Lewis Spencer. Covering stack appears to belong to Wairan Poo, being told that it is ace-king against king 10. Spencer on his feet. It was a jam from the button by Poo, a call-off by Spencer with that king 10 suited. Board run out. Didn't go his way. Monotone ace-6 for a hearts. Top pair for Poo. Turn was a queen, giving Spencer the gutter, but the river, a 4th heart, no heart in hand for Spencer, and instead in hand is the backpack and the beverage as he will visit the payout desk. Spencer finishing 21st for 37.5. Everybody getting a modest bump now. 41,500 for the next 3 slots will be the payout.
One black chip. I figured maybe 1 black chip and 4 white ones would work better. Didn't work out so well. It may have.
Yeah, you know, jacks versus the range of queens plus ace-king is 36%, which is actually just a hair over if you're getting 2 to 1. Then you got to figure, well, this is for my tournament life, the value of the chips lost versus those chips gained. But Roman was definitely deciding in that spot that that was a very, very good hand that he was up against.
Lewis Spencer, by the way, just to put a bow on that one, his 5th career Triton cash, adding to his already 700,000 in career Triton earnings. First paid us a visit in London in 2023, went 1 for 2 with a final table in the 60K 8 max for 213K, then went 3 for 6 in Monte Carlo. Not managing to find a final table there or thus far here, but cashing in your very first event of the 17 on the schedule. Always a nice start, as Wakil will start things back at one of our features with ace-5 in the cutoff. Queen 9 suited for Donchev. Mulled over from the small, and you see the kind of an emphatic fold. Did the same thing against Chidwick with the queen jack suited, emblematic of perhaps a bit of frustration.
I agree. It seems like he's kind of annoyed at folding pretty hands, you know, kind of suited, pretty big cards, but might be something for him just to take note of. Probably not optimal to be that annoyed and wear it on your face at the poker table.
Oh, listen, Now, obviously, even further annoyed at the fact that he would have flopped top pair on this rainbow 9 high texture. Had Bogdanov in a bad way if he was in there. Instead, it is Bogdanov who has the ace-5 in a bad way after defending the big, now checking over to Jamil.
Jamil's stabbing at this with a very small sizing, which is, given their stack sizes, it could make some sense, but definitely, usually, larger sizes are used on these kind of like 9 high raggedy boards. It's definitely not going to make Queen 8 go anywhere.
Check call, brings the 7 on the turn, and the bad side of a gut shot for Wakil.
Does Wakil think he's got not enough hand to show down? A little bit of something with the worst possible gut shot in order to just barrel at this? Just bet 500,000, could even fold to a shove. Decides no, we're just going to wave the white flag, kind of give up.
Doesn't find the ace or 6 on the river after the check back, and now we'll see if Bogdanov seeks value.
Versus the check back, his hand is not always good, but good often enough that he could definitely consider value betting here. Looks like he 150,000, which is 20% pot, just really going for not thin, but just a small bet size. Having second pair good kicker here is definitely not thin for bet 20, 20% of the pot. Ace 5, it's going to be hard to find too many hands you're beating here. Yeah, he agrees and decides to give it up.
So unable to cobble the 150 off of the stack of Wakil, despite his best efforts.
Yeah, there were no flush draws on the flop, right? The 7 of clubs on the turn really filled in a lot of the straight draws. You know, there are a few hands you could think of, something like Queen 10 or Queen Jack specifically as being the ones that make the most sense. You know, maybe something like just like King 5 of spades that just sort of floated the flop, but you really have to reach to find bluffs. So
just white, take it from down and yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Ace Queen now for Wakil. Nick touches upon this idea that when we make a good laydown, that the poker gods reward us in short order with something like an ace queen to start. You know what I mean? Like, he's got this ideology.
So is that a superstition that he believes in or that he practices?
I don't know that he believes in it, but obviously, you know, when all of a sudden we pick up a nice hand right after we make maybe a you know, disciplined laydown. The ace 5 muck was not some crazy thing, but he likes to think that we are smiled down upon, as raining down upon Wakil is Nagy's ace deuce. A rip here, unanticipated out of the big blind, and Wakil has dug in here for all of his 1.7. Nagy being the covering stack, obviously relevant insofar as he is not at risk, but he is certainly in a bad way here. Note, however, that he still has 24% equity, Rast.
Wow.
Oh, and now he's got the lead, 70% equity with the ace of clubs working. Wakil would love to find a 4. Instead, it's a club 6.
Oh, but clubs are covered. So it's a 4 for a chop, queen for a win.
And instead, it's the Jack of Diamonds, and an unjust and abrupt end to Jamil Wakil's presence in event number 1 on the right side of the pay jump, the first of the $41,500 recipients, as Nagy can just shake his head. As first with pocket 5s against queens, and now with ace-deuce against ace-queen, he manages to emerge unscathed.
I feel like it's the tale of two Phils.
Couldn't have a hand
Like
every
yesterday,
time.
when I saw Phil Nagy on the stream, he was playing like very careful, somewhat conservative poker. And so far today, he's just kind of been gripping it and ripping it. You know, this is the second rejam, and the first one was okay. He had a pair, but this one ace-deuce off. This was a little irresponsible, but it worked out. But I'm just saying it's a contrast to the poker that Nagy seemed to be playing early in the tournament when he did have a large chip stack, but was pretty, he was deep stack, cash game-ish type poker.
Here's what I'll say about Phil, though. It's not as though that irresponsibility is something lost on him. It's just that he's willing to embrace it, right? Take that high variance approach. He wants to put folks in spots that are maybe going to make them less comfortable, deviate from the GTO, and this is on brand for Phil.
Oh, yeah, sure. No, I sometimes irresponsible, aggressive, reckless poker can be fun. It's enjoyable, but I'm just more than focusing on that part of it. The bigger point I'm trying to make is just it's interesting that he's changed his style.
Yes. Yes.
Is more
listen, being in the money obviously has a little bit of something to do with that, right? Chidwick defending with 10-deuce, flopping the open ender. Bogdanov, 5 of clubs working.
See, the equities are quite close. Chidwick is definitely somebody who has the stronger draw, and sometimes in this situation, that and some chutzpah to start betting at the pot at some point means he'll end up winning. Ace-5 might not be able to get to showdown by the end.
Now an interesting turn that puts Chidwick in front, but puts 2 tones and a 4-liner out there.
But Chidwick's definitely flipped on this one from, okay, how can I try to win this here with 10 high to, all right, is my pair of 10s good? It's more a hand that he wants to get to showdown rather than get a ton of value out of on a board with 4 straight cards, 2 flush draws, all the straights. Julian Bogdanov kind of realizes that ace high has very little showdown here. If it goes checked all the way to the river, he's almost certainly not going to be good. So he is debating whether or not he wants to actually kind of bluff with his hand now.
340.
And yeah, he decides to do exactly that. He does have the ace of hearts, which if you were going to pick a combo to do this with, it's one of the better ones. And just kind of ace high, nothing. I mean, his 5 doesn't really play for a straight now because his 6 brings a 10 high straight on the board. So he doesn't really have a gutter anymore. But he is blocking potential flush draws. And he goes for a pretty big sizing here. 350. He's trying to ask some of these 1-pair type hands to fold.
And the trouble, of course, for Chidwick is when we make this call, we certainly are doing so in the hopes that we don't face another barrel on the river, because it is so difficult with the unimproved 10 to find the showdown, and the price obviously could be even more expensive. And with that in mind, Chidwick does check fold. Do want to point out, by the way, that this Nagy spin-up has now put him in second in chips overall. If he manages to haul that 786,000 in, then perhaps he can mosey on down to the Jacob & Co. booth, our official timekeepers on the Triton Poker Series, and pick up yet another piece. He's already got one in the closet. Jacob & Co. responsible for the incredible timepieces on your screen. If you're into poker and gambling themed gear, They are the perfect watch brand to check out. They'll also be awarding special collaboration timepieces to be won by our Triton No Limit Hold'em main event winners. Going to want to keep an eye out for that. Chidwick, the owner of one of those pieces.
That was a nice little hand there. Bogdanov found a nice little combo that I don't think everybody finds to bluff. He picked a nice size that was asking one pair to fold, which is what he accomplished. So nice little pot. Sometimes these small little post-flop pots are an opportunity for us to really see the skill that some of these players have.
Well, Donchev finally finding one to jam as opposed to open and then let Chidwick 3-bet him. And wouldn't you know it, it's Chidwick that could be a prospective customer with ace-9 suited. Rast is 1.42 rich.
Wow, looking at a jam from the hijack, this is getting right around the cutoff. You know, I'm curious what Chidwick's going to think. He does cover. It is for more than half his chips. We are getting down. Only 19 left.
Yeah, chooses to muck.
You know, I really think he probably calls ace-10 suited there. I think it's that close.
But the chasm between an ace-9 and an ace-10 is wide insofar as the ace-10 can be played for Broadway.
I mean, sure, yeah, no, but it's the next rung up. It's a bigger difference than ace-8 to ace-9, but not, yeah.
Maybe I'm overselling.
Chasm was just
chasm is rich.
Strong word.
Perhaps a fisher.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Oh.
Outer table action over here. Ken Tong and Peter Ertz appear to be the responsible parties, and they're having a laugh about it. Ace-8 against ace-8 on an 8-4 tray board. Action came down with a jam from the small out of Ken Tong. The covering stack. Ertz dug in for 1.1, and the boys can laugh it off. Money went in pre.
And they chop. Okay. That seemed very jovial for a rather sizable all-in for two guys who were just, one of them was maybe going to be on the bicycle, but I guess they had hands that were going to chop, so.
Love that. Was that the Tony G on your bike? That was him, right?
I have no idea where that phrase is from,
I think
but
I think it was from Tony G, who, by the way, haven't seen here in Jeju. You never know, though. He lurks. Can always hop a flight.
2.4 behind.
Meanwhile, Chidwick, queens on the button. Ponikov's in a bad way with queen tray, asking for a count before defending.
Yeah, very bad way. This is going to be a tough one for him to win.
Just 6% pre-flop. But he now has more than 37% with the queen of diamonds presenting the lone flush draw. 550 in the middle.
Interesting spot for Chidwick here. The over 4-to-1 stack to pot ratio. Not loving getting it in on the flop, to say the least. Yet you want to get value from your hand, maybe a little bit of protection as well. The big blind has more flushes than us, so a lot of things to consider. Chidwick decides he's going to bet his hand, and looks like that size is about half the pot. And Ponikov's, I mean, the queen of diamonds is a pretty big diamond. So even though he doesn't have too much going on here with queen high, it's hard, you know, can't really make a straight. But it's a pretty large diamond. He's got to think maybe a queen's good if it comes. So what's he going to do?
275 into 550.
Feels like he's probably continuing, but
it also feels like the scapula and perhaps trapezius are the current focal points back there.
Ooh, he finds the fold.
I got massage envy right now, by the way. And, you know, yes, the poker. But I remember, you know, we got in a little bit of trouble. I decided when you and I were last in the booth together to grab grab a rub while we were at the desk in Cyprus, and a gentle corrective action was taken. I was told, let's not do that again.
Yeah, you think that's a shutdown.
It was a shutdown.
Okay.
Why were you still entertaining the?
Well, I
potential?
had forgotten that. Well, it was a shutdown, and so when you had brought it up, I was like, oh, I wonder if we could do that right now.
So good thing I followed up then.
Yeah.
I tend to venture out to the boundaries of the code of conduct as a general practice in any line of employment, not with nefarious intentions, just a natural result of my inclination toward mischief.
I'm just not very used to being employed. So I'm probably
You answer to no one generally.
This is the first job I've had since Blockbuster when I was in college, which was the first job that I had.
R.I.P. Blockbuster video, by
Actually,
the way.
no, I think I've had 2 jobs. Yeah, Blockbuster, that was my first summer back, and then I got a temp job the next one. And that temp job is actually the summer I started playing poker. I quit that job halfway through the summer, used that money. I made $20K playing poker that summer.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a lot of coin. What was the temp
to
job?
Poker. I was in a lab, and I had to I would get like urine samples, and I had to like run them for drug tests or whatever. So I was like checking.
You were
whether people
anti-doping, Rast?
I guess I was anti-doping.
You
people.
outed Lance? What's your deal?
I don't know. There weren't names. It was just tubes and numbers and whatever. But
So you're saying we could have, if I needed to pass something, if I was one of those who was concerned that, you had the
for
line
a
on
brief like month and a half, yes.
Meanwhile, top pair here for Danchev as we flip back over to the poker. Chidwick open to 200. Defense from Dimitar, who is in front of this ace-5. Chidwick does follow through for this 275. Obviously hopeful that this will be the end of this pot. As we can see, it will not.
Yeah, certainly not with top pair. A lot of money in there, too. 825,000. So, yeah, he comes with call. Very reasonable. And that leaves a 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio. And Chidwick doesn't have very many ways to win this. At least by making the best hand. He could try to win it by bluffing, but I don't really see it here because he's going to have so many other hands that actually have outs to win versus hands such as Dimitar's, like a king. Like he could find hands with straight draws, flush draws, etc. So just a ace-5 no heart feels like one that he's probably not gonna, or if he does fire again, it's definitely not gonna be all in.
Instead, he does check back now that the pot has grown to 1.1. Fails to improve on the river, though Danchev now plays the queen kicker.
Now the decision whether or not to value bet. His hand isn't always good, but definitely rates to be good very often. A lot of draws missed as well. Any straight draw or flush draw missed. So
$425.
comes with 40%. And Chidwick, while his hand is not that strong, it does beat bluffs essentially. Because this is not a bet, like he's not betting 40% here with a 7. He pretty much has, I'd say, at least a king, given the hands that he expects to have after check calling on the flop. He's not going to have too many Queen X hands. You know, there are a lot of those hands. King, 8, potentially a flush. But like, there's also hands such as 6-9 off with a heart, 9-10 off with a heart. You know, maybe even Jack-6 off with the Jack of Hearts. But it doesn't feel like a lot of hands, but Chidwick's trying to maybe get a read. Ends up letting it go.
Well, let's pop over to an outer table where Wei-Ran Pu finds himself all in against Axel Halle. Actually, Wei-Ran, the covering stack, ace-9 against queen-10 of hearts, and it looks as though backdoor hearts have come in here for Axel Halle on this ace-high flop, and boy, that'll whet your appetite. Polishing off a little something on the side table there, along with a little chunk of Wei-Ran's chips.
He had been getting pretty short, but actually he was the shortest stack in the tournament going into that hand, but
yeah,
got the double.
Opened to 250 up front, jammed to 650, called the extra 400, and there they went on the ace-4-10 run out. King of Hearts, 3 of hearts. Backdoor flush. Did have the gutter and the 10 working, of course.
Tournament chip leader is Isaac Haxton with over 6 million.
Fedor slipping down to second, Nagy third, and Wei-Ran was fourth, now sits sixth. Average stack at present, 2.8 million or 23 bigs. Shortest stack is Wei Xiangyu with 6 bigs. Peter Ertz, 1.1 million, second shortest stack.
The 2 stacks in the blinds both only have around 2 million, so Ponnikov's debating whether or not to play 6s there.
Decides not to, and now Bogdanov in the big with ace-4.
Definitely a fold on the snugger side, a hand he could have just shipped in, but yeah, decided not to. And he comes with the small 3-bet here, taking advantage of the ace blocker.
Interesting. Does unblock some of the Broadway stuff.
It's not that small.
Yeah, 775.
It's just over, basically 3x. But gets the job done.
Yeah, too much for Lun Lun's tastes. Understandably. And the prospects of playing a bloated one out of position there, not exactly what we have in mind when behaving in that manner. Instead, take it down right here and now for Bogdanov. Julian, by the way, finished 8th in the 25K GG Millions Live back in Monte Carlo, his first ever Triton stop, good for 122,000. That his lone cash on his Triton resume. Chidwick, of course, one of the most prolific on the Triton circuit. First time he joined us was in Macau back in 2017. Went 1 for 1 with a 6th place finish in the main, and countless millions picked up since then beyond the Triton borders, and within them 18.5 million in total across his career, 30 cashes. Just one title though for Chidwick came in a main event, as we see Donchev pocket jacks 250. Now Bogdanov ace-10 suited as the Bulgarian collision brews.
Wow, this is recipe for disaster here. Got sub 20 big blind stacks, and it's versus a button open.
750.
So the ace-4 off was the garbage end of the polarized 3-bet, but this is more of a condensed 3-betting range of mostly just good hands. But should it get back to Donchev, there's a good chance he's just going to go all in. And, oh wow, Nagy's not altogether over this here. Yeah. Donchev probably goes all in, and it's a pretty gross spot here. He calls, but it's not one you're happy after you 3-bet.
So here we go. Jacks against ace-10 on a 2-diamond flop. Threats.
Well, finds the flush draw.
Donchev ever so slightly covered and now added outs for the ace-10. Courtesy of this 10 of hearts turn. Can the Jacks hold on in a whopping 4.6 million chip pot? Yes, they can. A clean queen of clubs as the Bulgarian balance transfer. Inbound. Donchev, the beneficiary.
Never the win.
No.
This board I never win.
Yeah, classic too many outs situation.
Tons of confirmation bias in those never win in these spot declarations, obviously, because when it comes in, that's the expected outcome,
Yeah,
and we don't really log it.
It's one of those, 65% of the time, it's too many outs. That's the way I like putting it now.
I don't know why, but when you said it that way, I just imagined Antonio Esfandiari's voice saying it. It was a, 65%, it's too many outs. You know what I mean? His little shtick. I know the two of you are good friends, so you can close your eyes and picture it as well, I'm sure. Maybe you've even heard it.
Yeah, I've definitely, that's one of the first times I've heard Antonio's verbal mannerisms have rubbed off on me, but I've definitely heard that Phil Locks have.
I haven't listened to him in so long, but he's a particularly unique cup of tea. I would love, by the way, self-indulgently, to see some of those guys who were kind of at the bleeding edge of televised poker, the big, colorful characters, work their way into these streets. I think there's some cozier spots, perhaps, that they're enjoying right now, but it would be a welcome addition.
I think Phil told me he's going to start playing on a stream in L.A., every week. But yeah, Triton, I don't know.
Maybe we throw in a little airfare or something.
Unlikely, but possible one of these days he makes his way out here to play.
He may not even have any idea we exist, man. This is Phil. Shabic, by the way, rip and take it there.
No, Phil Locks knows what's going on in the poker world.
Yeah?
Yeah, he pays
He's up on
attention. I mean, I'm not saying he watches all the streams or whatever, but he's not completely oblivious to what goes on in poker. He pays a little attention.
I'm not a grinder. Well, I feel like I'm playing one this series.
And the finality part is just, this is the end to it.
Gottlieb is claiming not to be a grinder.
I'll tell you what,
Although he's playing one.
Yeah, he's in character? Like, what's
I guess he's saying he feels like he's grinding right now, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I'm sure it feels grindy to a cash game guy to sit and be disciplined and respect ICM and all of that, right? Even though it's just par for the course, not necessarily a grind.
Well, here we go, 8s off the 20 bigs. Probably going to find the limp, yeah. Basically trapping, and he's trapping in the sense of trying to get some garbage hands to raise it up out of the big blind, but
375.
Garbage is not what's raising, it's the ace-queen suited, and this is most likely going to go re-raise and they get it all in, but I've seen stranger things than a call.
I'm all in. Call.
There it is. As you predicted, Jam, Snap, and Michaelitis and Hao-Ji will play a massive 5 million chip pot. Michaelitis, the advantage of being the covering stack, but obviously 850 isn't going to be a lot off of which to operate if things don't improve for the ace-queen suited. With 19 left here.
Pretty consequential pot in the tournament, right? Looks like the winner of this is going to be second in chips.
Here it comes. Ace and queen free texture. Hao-Ji can get behind it.
Yeah, pretty good flop for Hao-Ji.
Now this turn presents a bit of a threat in the form of the counterfeit.
It adds the 3 9s.
And instead, yet again, that ace of spades savagely plunks its way onto a river 3 out of 4 occasions now in which it was required. And granted, the 9 was another option as well, but a lot of Barry Greenstein going down out there. And on this occasion, the wrong end of it for the pocket eights of Hao-Ji, who is expelled, but not before collecting $41,500 for the 19th place finish and leaving behind 18 to continue to do battle here in event number 1, which yours truly, Ali Najad and Brian Rast, are pleased and privileged to be able to deliver to you free of charge on YouTube and the Triton Poker Plus app, wherever it is that you're streaming. Give us a like and a subscribe, we beg of you. Beg is a bit rich. I'm asking, I'm not groveling. And by the way, you're gonna do it. I don't need to get Jedi about this, but you know, price is right. And I like to think we're doing good stuff out here. So show a little love, mash the buttons, and on we march.
Mash the like and subscribe. Support the channel. Let's go.
Put the pom-poms down, Rasty. No, I'm for it.
That's how the algorithm knows that we're doing a good job.
Yes. Warm welcome, by the way, to the, you know, large South Korean contingent, just based on the chat. Seeing a lot of enthusiasm for the event on home soil here from them. Obviously, regrettable that they're not able to participate, but good to see them still soaking up the coverage here as Haxton opens to 250 and Rabic ace-9 suited off of 1.7. Did he say jam? Yes, he did.
Looks like he decided this was it. Ike's going to be opening wide enough. We've got a good enough hand. Let's go for it.
Well, McCulley's going to be thinking similar thoughts here, asking for counts.
No, he's putting it in. I can't see anything else. So actually, it's kind of makes, once he goes all in for 2.8 here, it's probably a little too much action for Ike, who is certainly calling Roman. But Josh's rejam from the big blind represents a pretty strong range that I think is just a little too strong for 9s.
Count, please. Count, please.
Tough spot, though. Ike is going to think about it. But if you could see the hands, probably calls. But this is about as good of a, this is one of the best situations you could ask for.
2875.
So.
I mean, Ike's got a bit more hand here than he needs to have to be opening hijack,
certainly.
obviously, with this massive 6 million. But
what it comes down to is Roman has a pretty strong, but not like amazingly strong range there, just jamming in his, 13 blinds from the dealer button or whatever. But Josh's range is very strong. And I don't think 9s is performing very well, and it's not for 1.7 million, it's for 2.9. So You know, nines is starting to get up there to close.
But this is chunky from McCulley.
I think, yeah, I like this fold by Ike. Now, I know we can see that he had a lot of equity there, but I really think he made the right decision. I like his decision there.
Obviously, the ace-9 is something that he was performing tremendously well against. To a lesser extent, the ace-king.
But imagine the ace is dead. And and there's all that dead money in the pots. You know, the ace-9 has very little equity now. So if after seeing these hands, Ike will wish he had called.
Sure.
But yeah, it's not how poker works.
And I don't think anybody's going to fault him in spite of having laid down the best hand with a good chunk of equity for making that choice in this scenario. And the nines were in good shape here on the 3-4-5 board. Both players with the wheel draw. You heard Thabich say, I'll take a deuce.
No, more than that. I like Ike's decision. I think he made the right one, but that's how it goes.
No deuce and no heart. Leave Thabich fishing a 9. There's actually only one available. Deuce for the chop. Can he find either? No. A board pairing 5 and the ace-king holds for McCulley, as it is he who claims the pelt of Roman Hrabec. 18th place payout.
Yeah, and Ike would have just, had he called, he would have crossed the 10 million barrier, busting both of them.
Absolutely massive. Hrabec, by the way, playing under the check banner, 1.1 million plus in career earnings. Going to be adding 41.5 to that for his 4th career cash here at his 3rd ever Triton event. An ascent for McCulley, by the way, up to 3rd place overall, behind Michaelitis and Haxton. Meanwhile, queens against 6s, and this is not the first time that the ladies have fallen to a set. As you see, Bogdanov, who was on the wrong end of it before, now the man doling it out.
So that's 2 aces. He's out.
Sorry.
Quads.
Okay, we're even.
You like this?
Donchev saying we're even, although this pot far more modest than the prior one between these two. So a bit of a roller coaster ride for Bogdanov, but happy not to be headed for the exits after being in such bad shape pre.
Thank you.
By the way, 18th is still 41,500 in payouts. I believe I implied that the last of them had been claimed earlier. Shortest stack in the field right now belongs to Ponikovs. He's down to just $1.25 there in the 1 hole.
Yeah. She forgot take one.
Yeah. I also think. Yeah. One time back.
Michaelitis up there with Ike now. Both of them essentially tied for the chip lead. And a host of stacks in the 4 million range. So no one really running away at the top. In fact, quite a logjam of big stacks that are all within reach.
Nagy, suited wheel ace, hijack open. Ponikov, small blind, 10-5. He'll have just 75 back, but he'll have the entire orbit to find a hand. That's the upshot.
And he can win the full ante. So it's a very interesting spot, right? Because that 75 can win the full ante for this entire orbit. The intricacies of these half big blind spots are for the scientists,
Oh.
physicists, and after going in the tank, Panakov's just puts it in. No idea if that's right or wrong.
Unfortunately for him, Donchev with 2 jacks has 10-5 in an awful way. Though I think Panakovs would prefer, obviously, for Donchev to kick Nagy out here and leave him playing heads up as opposed to 3 ways. Or do you think the value of, you know, possibly getting 3-1 is better?
No, I think he'd prefer to be heads up.
Unfortunately,
you know,
he'll be heads up against
Nagy,
jacks.
Nagy has a hand that theoretically could shove, but he decides to, for once, not make an aggressive pre-flop move.
It's the best hand in poker. You can make every straight possible.
Look at Nagy, some encouraging observations there in terms of the 10-5 being able to make all the straights. And a jack in the window is an ugly sight.
But again, we can make some straights.
Sure.
It's pretty tough.
Oh, and there's a 2-way straight draw now suddenly available. 8 or a queen would do the trick. 8 outs after running into a set with just 10 high. And the deuce of diamonds isn't going to be one of those 8 outs, as this $500,000 will go to Dimitar Donchev, and the last of the $41,500 payouts will go to Alex Panakovs. Adding to his $7.9 million plus in career tournament earnings on the Triton Super High Roller Series. This is 13th cash. And he will leave behind 16 to continue to do battle here in event number 1 with the blind steady at 50 and 125,000. That means it's time for a redraw. Quick peek at the chip counts there, brought to you by GG Poker. Donchev is now drawn ahead of Chidwick ever so slightly. I'm being told we're going to slip one more hand in.
All right, it's coming down to the blinds here. Lundlund certainly going to pass that in the dealer button.
Have 1 million?
Total 1,025,000.
Ooh. Is King 3 off enough to ship? He decides it is.
Yeah,
and
there's your answer. Bogdanov, ace, queen.
And
no, by the way, 47,000 is the payout, and I stand corrected because Hrabic's 18th finish was indeed the last of the 41.5s. 47K for Panakovs, and that'll be the case for the 16th place finisher as well. Pay jump up to 53.5 for 15th.
looks like he's using time banks.
Because we're on that direct pay jump in the hopes that someone else will bust in advance of him?
It appears that would be the reason why.
Fair play, of course, to utilize one's time banks in that interest. This is certainly not deliberation with respect to whether or not to get it in with the ace-queen, and I think he realized that everybody had completed the hands that they were on, yeah. By the way, credit to Donchev, even though he could have asked for the chip count there pre-flop in Bulgarian, resisted the temptation. Obviously, the optics of that would not have been great. In English, asking how much do you have? These things are important. Do want to positively reinforce them, and unfortunately a negative reinforcement on this flop in the form of a 3 for Bogdanov, who is now behind the king tray, stays that way on the turn, does add deuces to the arsenal, if we can call it that. Can he find one of his needed 10 outs? No. And that'll do it for Yulian Bogdanov. Out of here.
Could not win a pot against his Bulgarian brethren, Dimitar.
Certainly couldn't. And that 16th place finish means that this table redraw will be one table of 8, one table of 7, and a guaranteed $53,500 payout for the next 2 slots before the next jump for our remaining 15 players. Chip counts brought to you by BetACR.eu. Donchev now putting runway between himself and Chidwick. As nobody here particularly short, Lun Lun, the shortest of the stacks, 19 big blinds. Back at the desk here, Alina Jad, Brian Rast with you, playing for $786,000 and edging closer and closer to that figure. Obviously, lots of money left to gather up and not a fact lost on the remaining field, Rast. And I assume that, you know, that's going to create a bit more of a chiselly affair for some of the shorter stacks as they look to kind of preserve an opportunity to find a spin.
Yeah, you know, but if we look at the chip stacks, there aren't really that many short stacks, right? We have 2 sub-10 big blind stacks, and then, you know, a chunk of stacks that are in the 2 to 3.5 million range, but there's also a big chunk, like half the stacks in the tournament are about 4 million to 6 million. So this is a very interesting setup where we're not really coming in with a clear chip leader or even 2 or 3 chip leaders. There's just a number of stacks kind of all up near the top that any one of them, if they get a full double or something, could just pull away and start becoming a chip leader. So this is kind of anyone's game at this point.
Not quite a full break, but a break nevertheless is upon us. We're going to step aside ever so briefly. Keep it here as we draw ever closer to crowning our champion here. It's going to happen today in event number 1, the first of 17 from Jeju. Stay close.
Crushed
Wow, so many players.
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker.
The biggest poker
Now
site.
larger than all other GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series from Landing Casino in Jeju Island, South Korea, where the redraw with 15 left in event number 1 is underway. I believe, dare I say, even close to complete. In fact, it is, and let's dive right into the app with the limited time that we have, where we can find our chip leader, Ike Haxton, seated at the blue table there, and Chidwick to his direct left. That's actually not great for Haxton, I would imagine, as you get a look at the draw right here, Rast.
Yeah, he's got 2 guys with a lot of chips to his left. But again, I mean, this is a tournament right now where there's just a bunch of people with 4 million and over. So it's kind of going to be true at both tables. Like, you look at the other table as well. Danchev has McCulley to his left, and you know, Chidwick has Mikulaitis to his left, and so, you know, things are going to be active and can change, and there's not any 2 guys that you single out as, oh, they're the chip leaders, and, you know, they're the people who are going to run away with this.
Yeah, we are going to sift the flour a little bit, I would imagine, here during this particular frame, as the blinds at 50 and 125,000, and some urgency, perhaps, for the shorter stacks.
Yeah, well, here we are playing down to the final table. They go to the final table at 9. Is that correct?
That
Yes,
is indeed correct, so as to prevent
so
forcing anybody to play 4-handed versus 5-handed.
So we're 15 right now, so we need to bust 6 players to get to the final table. Final table number 9 is 81,000. And right now, you go out, you get 53.5. So it's a little less than 2 buy-ins between here and the final table in terms of payout.
Ale, Jack 7 offsuit.
Ike checks back the big blind. Go to the flop. It's
Ace 8-3.
So neither player, given the pre-flop action, neither player is very heavy weighted in ace X. Ike probably has a few more of the ace X suited combos. Axel's jamming a bunch more of them. That said, Ike also has a lot more garbage in his range.
Sometimes you'll see the float just to kind of see what's what on the turn in the face of these min-bet leads after a limp from the small, do you not?
Yeah, I mean, well, he has 2 overs to the 8, which is middle pair. So that's a plus.
300.
Oh.
He doesn't have a spade. So Ike decides to take his hand, which maybe he feels is just weak enough that he doesn't love calling as a float, but has some potential, and turns it into a bluff. And
yeah, he's got the chips with which to do it, and obviously these are the perils of getting after chip leaders and huge stacks. As a finger wagged in the face of the Frenchman there by Ike, one of the best to ever do it. He's just so sound, Ras. You know, as I think back on the multitude of opportunities that I've been given to commentate on tables where Haxton's operating, I have never really ever gotten the sense of him being flustered by a spot. And, you know, I'm not saying that there aren't spots that perhaps have been really tough or that maybe he was feeling a touch flustered by, but I've never witnessed anything that would lead me to think that about him. You know what I mean? And I think it's a product of the fact that he really has mastery of his craft.
yeah, no, I second you. He's an amazing player, and you know, I think we've all witnessed that, and especially with his recent year or couple years of just a lot of wins and success. So makes a lot of good decisions at the poker table, Ike does.
Evidenced, of course, by his and career earnings, but still no title on the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Here we go. Chidwick decides just to defend the big blind, and we go to a flop. He's dominating Nagy, but the 7 comes in.
That it does, as the run good continuing for Nagy. Dominated pre-flop, checking back middle pair.
Chidwick here doesn't really have any draw equity to go with his hand. Maybe a smidgen of showdown value. Doesn't seem like the best bluff candidate in that it's not a semi-bluff candidate. So check makes sense, and I think versus sizable bet here, he probably just gives it up. Bet's small enough that he could entertain continuing. Maybe king, queen. The nut king high is the best hand, along with a chance of improving. But yeah, folding seems prudent, so I like that decision.
Pretty straightforward stuff there. Welcome, Nick Petrangelo.
Yeah, he's been off stream like the entire day,
Yeah.
but just gliding
Undercover.
along, and here he is.
In the shadows, and now in the limelight. Petrangelo currently sitting in 11th of 15 runners with 22 bigs. Gottlieb, ace, queen. Expected behavior.
Mikulaitis staring him down, comes with call.
Ace deuce, offsuit defense. Jack 10-7, producing 2 overs and the Broadway gutter for Gottlieb, who has it checked over to him. Really future-free looking board for this ace deuce.
It's definitely a board that favors him quite a bit. You know, he's basically raising mostly big cards, and that board interacts with them, so he's got a big equity advantage there, and bets and wins.
I've got just these guys. You want this?
You have not. How many you have? What is it? I'll take one.
It's a dissolvable. You just keep it in your mouth.
I ran out. Each one's
4 milligrams.
Oh, that's not bad.
You don't want to bite it. Just let it dissolve slowly.
Gottlieb playing pharmacist over there. I'm not sure what was going on as we flip it over to the other feature. Wei-Ron Poo, ace 8. Opens to 300,000. Donchev, pocket 7s on a major spin. Look at him sitting with 6.3. Second overall. Plays it as a flat. You surprised not to see him just try to isolate here and do big stack things, even though obviously the 7s can be played as the flat?
No, not surprised. At this part of the tournament, you start to find 3-bet ranges doing some different things, and 7s isn't really a hand that I think it makes a lot of sense here. You're not really trying to 3-bet get it in. I think you're just your 3-bet range there is going to be a bit more polar, and so your strong hands are going to be better than 7s, which is kind of what it just boils down to. And your bluffs, quote unquote, are going to have more blocker effects, stuff like ace-x suited, king-x suited, etc. So 7s is just a call, basically.
But it's always faster than normal tournament, like at this tournament.
It's a function of shorter stack depth,
bigger field,
ICM.
Probably more longer than should Usually is, right?
Wow, ace
Yeah.
8
Normally it's like
jams the big blind. Pretty.
A queen.
Lets it go.
Service.
The good news for Dimitar, which isn't showing up in the percentages, is that ace 8 was literally mucked, so he's doing considerably better than 56%.
Yeah, this is a nice spot for Danchev. There's Weyron bowed out. Didn't improve on the King 9-8 board, although Ertz does. And he's got just enough to go in front. How about the queen on the turn, though? That would have put the ace-queen in front, and instead, the ace-8 hangs on. A little subtle nod of approval from Peter Ertz, who manages to stave off elimination there and haul in this almost 1.9 and fight on. And a rare kind of hiccup there for Danchev. It's been an unadulterated, for the most part, spin.
Yeah, heaven forbid he should have to encounter some difficulty along the way, you know? But
No difficulties here for Chidwick, by the way. Pocket aces, 3-betting
I wasn't going to.
the Halle Open.
For the VIP game?
Yeah, they were starting a second. Paul wasn't in and wanted to start a second game, and so mostly as a favor to Paul, I played for 4 hours last night.
So they had 2 VIP tables games?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Holly weighing his options.
How'd it go?
Yes, it's a very small 3-bet, but that 300,000 is a pretty significant amount of his stack, about 20% of his remaining chips.
My game was 6-handed. The main game last night was 7-handed.
Carl,
So,
Santos,
but he has a pretty
Santos
playable
was
hand,
the-
2 big suited
the
cards.
The
His
main game I
opponent
wasn't in,
has
'cause I was playing here.
bluffs.
The main
He
game
has a
was,
lot of equity, but he
Professor,
doesn't have a lot of
Victor
equity
Wu,
versus
Professor.
aces.
Yeah.
Carl, Tan Schwen.
Oh, Tan's here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And given how short they are, he has sort of like bad implied odds, because a lot of the time when he makes something decent, he ends up putting a lot of money and being behind aces. Because you got to make something better than decent, like a king or a 10. You have to make 2 pair better to actually beat the aces.
You're not normally that good.
So.
Yeah.
Did end up finding the bin, which was a good decision. Pre-flop. Shout out, by the way, to our photographer, Joe, there to the left of this shot, always lurking in the shadows, getting some of the most incredible candid shots of our players. Oftentimes, they are the ones that you see in these thumbnails as the action moves along. One of the best in the business.
Activating exactly how loose he wants to get with his opening range. He is starting to build up. Not a significant, but a chip lead. And he's going to be happy he didn't open, because Nick Petrangelo has pocket queens on the dealer button that wasn't going to go anywhere.
250.
Ooh. This is not a good situation for Phil Nagy. He's going to decide whether or not he's going to call a re-raise here. He has shown an inclination to make some aggressive pre-flop moves versus opens so far. Luckily for him, he finds call, and maybe he can even miss a king as well.
So the flat defense, and unfortunately a case queen on a dry-looking queen 9 deuce board. Problems on the horizon for Nagy. Of course, the covering stack means that the showers are not in his future regardless.
Yeah, the case queen is just super unlucky. I mean, king queen is so strong here.
Well, top set is unbelievably strong.
Well, yes.
And
That's
Petrangelo is still betting it nevertheless here. 125,000, delighted to see the check raise from Nagy, of course. And now maybe the slow play becomes an option.
I think, I think that's, I mean, it's definitely the play the Silicon Overlord does here. You're just calling in position. I mean, you're hoping your opponent has. If your opponent has something really good, like a strong top pair, 2-pair set, it doesn't really matter what runs out. You're gonna pretty much get it there. But if your opponent's bluffing, you want them to find something.
A bit of an annoying turn card here as it slows Nagy down in terms of Petrangelo's perspective on the matter. With the pot up at 1.4, action checked to him.
Yeah, Nick weighing his options. If my opponent had nothing, can he pay me off? Or if I check back, will he bluff the river? If my opponent had a draw, like a straight draw, do I want to charge him something? Or is it better to check back and hope he misses and then bluffs? And if my opponent has... It's hard for him to put his opponent on a queen, so he's going to discount that a lot. Although we can see that's actually what Nagy has.
Now Petrangelo betting 350, although one wonders how much Ace-X is a part of the equation in terms of Nagy's perceptions, given that Petrangelo did barrel but call the check raise, Brian.
Yeah, no, he's definitely, I would say Nagy is definitely concerned that Nick has an ace, given that the check raise wasn't huge. So there's some ace-X's, especially like ace-X with backdoor hearts or clubs, and ace-jack, ace-10, ace-king of clubs or hearts. Hands like that are certainly not folding to a small check raise.
Nevertheless, Nagy makes the call. Now backdoor diamonds. The developments.
I mean, Nick is definitely going to bet for value here. The 10 doesn't really realistically fill in many straight draws. And Nagy could have a flush, but he could also easily have 2-pair or a set that's going to pay off, and maybe even 1 pair that pays off, although that's starting to get dicey. Definitely not a sure thing that 1 pair pays you off here. So Nick's trying to figure out what he should bet.
Obviously, you don't want to jam and be wrong here, but you don't want to leave meat on the bone either.
No. He's trying to decide, like, if he thinks Phil has his hand as strong as, like, queens up or a set of deuces or nines, then he should bet big.
Well, obviously, when we have the set of queens, we heavily discount the prospects of Queen X for Phil.
Oh, wow.
And
Snapped.
the 1.4 snap called by Nagy here. A big payday.
Wow.
For Petrangelo, who gets almost the full double.
Yeah.
That was a much bigger bet than I anticipated Nagy
No,
would have been willing to call.
Yes, that I agree with. I actually really, I get what Petrangelo's thinking there. He's thinking, because I have a, maybe if I bet really big, my opponent might not call a queen. We see he did. But I have 2 queens. So maybe my opponent has a pretty strong hand.
Maybe
like
he's got an ace-X for some funky reason.
Ace-X, or or aces up. Aces up are better, like the set of deuces or nines that check raise and then just side check. Like, those hands are going to call, right? So he's like, maybe I'm just going to bet big and try to get value. My opponent probably doesn't have a queen. A queen might be tough to call. But we saw he had a queen. He snapped. That was, I feel like Phil Nagy should have taken some time to think about that one.
Well, you don't need any time to think about where I'm going to direct you now. And that is to the Triton website and the shop, where for, a little bit of money, you can pick up some of this awesome new swag. But we're also giving you an opportunity to win some Triton merch. In our exclusive giveaway, simply scan the QR code on your screen to learn more. Now, some of the guys in the chat have pointed out, if you're watching on the Triton Poker Plus app, or even on YouTube on your phone, then I guess it's a little bit tough to scan the QR code. But, where there's a will, there's a way. Maybe I think we're going to post something into the chat also with the link, I would hope, just to kind of address that.
Listen, I don't want to give the impression that it's just that I think once he goes 1.4 there on the river, it's like yeah, my hand was good on the flop. We had top pair, good kicker. But now an overcard's come, a flush has come, straights have come. King, queen kind of shrivels up. And I think at that point, it seems pretty clear that you're only beating bluffs. Now, obviously, Nick can find bluffs. He's a world-class player. But at that point, I think it's worth some thought of, okay, is my opponent bluffing how often? Because I'm not beating value anymore, you know? It's not like once you can beat value, usually it is kind of an auto call in those spots, but once you're not, you have a bluff catcher. So I just, you know, I think that's a spot maybe Phil should have taken his time, thought about it a little bit. Maybe he still calls, but a snap call, I think, was a little hasty.
So as we put a button on that pot, Gottlieb with the opportunity to rip kings from the button over the top of the Haxton Open, making quick work of that particular hand.
Well, Chidwick with the hoodie on now. He's going Jedi Master with the handlebar mustache. It's like
Listen, if I ever found myself
Mario
tied,
with the Jedi Order.
If I ever found myself tied to a railroad track, and kind of in need of an 8mm on-film rescue of sorts, Chidwick's my guy with the handlebar there. You know what I mean? Old-timey, you know. Let's run some suspenders out to our man as we see Michailidis running 3 million forward with ace-5 suited over the top of this Chidwick Open. Nagy with king-queen off on the button. Obviously a little bit shell-shocked, down to 2.1 there after the misstep. Trying to bluff catch against Petrangelo's set of queens.
Actually, with his build, he's more Luigi. Tall and thinner.
Yeah, you're right. Mario was a little bit portly.
Yeah, and shorter.
More of a rotund brother.
So, Phil is, I guess, thinking about whether he cold fours here. I mean, there's no other move other than all in. It would be an interesting play. Like, would Michailidis fold the ace-5 because he's kind of a bluff?
Well, once we observe Nagy kind of shaking his head there, obviously we start to cap ranges, I think.
Maybe, though, but when somebody does the him-haw and then puts their chips in.
You think it's a Hollywood?
I mean, it is somewhat frequently, you know.
It is weird. We never expect the jam to come after that, but yeah, I hear what you're saying as we see
Chidwick just lets the 9s go.
Binning the Ninas. So nice little bob and weave there from Michailidis with the solver bait. Ace-5 suited.
Got it through. Got a very respectable hand to muck. So we can see the pressure that got put on there worked out and got Chidwick off the best hand. And now Michailidis is the big stack. It looks like Ike lost a pot on the other table, and Michailidis standing alone at nearly 6 million.
When we're talking about 15 runners left, granted not quite a turbo, but 35-minute levels, are you surprised at all that the overall chip leader would have just 40 big blinds in front of him, that being Michailidis now after that pickup from Chidwick?
No, I think this happens pretty often in fast structured tournaments.
Okay. Ace-10 as Michailidis goes to work once more. Chidwick, big blind, ace-9. Folded the 9s to the 3-bet moments ago. Flats here. And this time the 2 will take a flop, and that flop is Jack 8-8. Diamond coverage for Michailidis.
Very similar holdings for both of them. But Michailidis is in position with
tens and eights, as it turns out here, after the check back. And of course, Chidwick with the open ender, 8 1/4 in the middle.
He's got the open-ended straight draw, but has it with ace high. So how is he going to elect to play this one? King 9 or 9x seem more obvious as barrels, but he still decides to go ahead and bet. A small bet, though. This is less than a third pot. So it's very interesting because you're not really getting any better hands to fold. So curious to see what his plan is on kind of bricks.
Did that do anything for you or not really? Meh.
A little bit. I just thought I'd be able to buy
Time bank
like Zen
utilized here.
Yeah,
Curious spot for a time bank because
rules here.
Not really sure
And weird products.
what
What's up, dog?
he is going to do other than call. The fold definitely doesn't seem like an option, and I don't know why you would raise. Wow, he folds.
This is a deeply unexpected outcome, Rast. How do we get our heads around that decision? For just 250, by the way. As a chip leader in position. One to me mulled. As we flip it back over and find one of the shortest stacks in the building with pocket fives. All in front of Ken Tong with Queen Jack off suit. This is early position. Tong playing it as a flat here. Obviously, this does invite the squeeze behind.
兩公仔，好嘛？
So on their backs they go. Fives against Queen Jack. 1.2 in the middle. 15 left. And Xiang hoping that we don't get down to 14 as he looks to hold here. Unfortunately unable to do so. As a pursing of the lips, the response to the Queen of Diamonds presence.
太鬆啦！
Oh! And an unpursing courtesy of the 5 of clubs as now the Queen Jack draws dead.
好痛啊！ 好似唔係啊！屌，應該是不去了吧？要去嗎？不去了。對啊，我就不去了，他媽的。
Oh, you have Wi-Fi? One outdoor.
他聊嘛？
Yes.
Well, Xiang can get behind it as we stay 15 strong here, but look at this collision. Axel Halle, who has really been kind of bullied a bit by Chidwick, dare I say, finds himself on the better end of things with aces against queens. Of course, Chidwick, the benefit of being the covering stack, but unfortunately not finding a queen.
There's a dinner break in this tournament?
And it stays that way on the full run out. As the Frenchman Halle will take a healthy bite out of the man who brought the chip lead into today's festivities.
And short stacks have only been doubling up because we're still with 15, which we've been at for a while now. So no one has busted, despite a number of all-ins.
So whenever it's final 9, then
Can I order food now? Can I order food? Can someone come and help me order food now? Perhaps? Can I order food to the table? Yeah. She said we do dinner break at 9?
9 left.
9 people, yeah. Final 9, yeah.
Because they use it to prepare the intro.
Makes sense.
It's okay. I know what I want.
All right. Michaelitis with pretty good holding here.
Certainly when you're up against ace-9, as Axel puts the newfound chips to work with no delays out of the hijack.
He has to decide how he's going to play it. Does he want a flat? Does he want a 3-bet? Yeah, call. Be keeping our opponent's weaker holdings.
Now Petrangelo, big blind squeeze candidate with king-queen, or is this just to close the action and see what's what?
I'm sure he's considering it, but...
Get our answer pretty quickly.
Yeah, he decides he just wants to play post-flop. Again, maybe go for a bit more polar here. Hand's a little bit stronger on the top end.
9-6 deuce, 2 hearts.
And the worst hand flops the best hand.
Michaelitis, though, does have that nut flush draw. Ale, top pair. He started this party, and obviously it's a board that he's fond of.
He's betting this. You just don't want free cards to come off in a situation where you're just giving your opponents over cards, you know, the space to hit over cards and just suck out on you. Your hand is, you know, good enough to go with. I mean, you opened. Your opponents probably don't have over pairs. They didn't 3-bet you, so just is what it is. We got a good hand, and let's put money in the pot. Now Michaelitis has a decision. Yeah, he's got a lot of chips, and he's just gonna put the pressure on. And I guess he's just willing to play for the 2 million here on the flop. The nut flush draw, I can't blame him. But I don't see Ale going anywhere. I expect he probably goes all in as opposed to calling in position.
We await that choice as the time bank utilized here.
I mean, I will take off my headset and run around the casino if he folds, though. That one.
Oh my God, please fold. Just so I can see you do it. I hear what you're saying, though. I
mean, you can't just bet this and fold. I don't know. I mean, listen, sometimes I'm here and I'm teaching and I'm still thinking about that last hand where he folded the ace-10, right? We got the ace-10 fold for third pot.
That was very surprising out of Michaelitis, but this less so. As
that one, I'm willing to say maybe, I don't know, maybe that's right, but no way I agree ace-9 is a fold here. But he didn't fold. So
no, he jammed.
Yeah, he jammed, which is what I said I thought he'd do. That makes the most sense.
Did Michaelitis already make this call? No, he's mulling it, right?
No, they're in.
No, okay,
they're
in.
going.
All right.
You don't check raise the ace-10 of hearts to fold there.
Doesn't find the heart on the turn, but in it comes on the river, and that spells the end for Axel Halle, who fought hard here, late stages, day 2.
And we finally got a shorter stack busting, and now we have someone who has a bit of a chip lead.
So a bit of a seal-breaking development there.
Ooh.
53,500 the haul for Axel.
And on the other table on the app, we can see Holes is all in with Ayert's kings to 10s, and the kings hold. So Holes is going to be second, it looks like, and with over 6 million.
So with 6 players here, I would imagine we're going to ship a player over from that other feature to balance things out 7 and 7. There's the chip count distribution on the tail end of Michaelitis absorbing Axel Hale's stack. 8.3 million plus. Alone atop the mountain with Fedor in second, Haxton in third. With the blinds at 75 and 150. That peak brought to you by GG Poker.
Might have sucked my hand.
I didn't see
No, okay. Okay, good.
Is someone vaping? Do you hear that like Vader-esque respiration?
Yeah.
In the background? I looked over at you. I was like, no, Rast isn't breathing heavy.
No, I'm not a vapor.
I'm not.
Oh.
I mean, is there an oxygen tank being used out there that we don't know of? Queens for Petrangelo.
Goes with the 3X. And it's going to win.
And the size ups from the small as an opener, somewhat standard there.
Yes. Because in that specific situation, you're now out of position to the big blind. So you size up because it can get you folds times where you just win the 2.5 blinds in the pot with no continuation. Now, obviously, the strongest parts of your range, like queens there, don't want folds, but, you know, when your opponent continues, you have the benefit that there's even more money in the pot.
Uneventful. As the button slides over to Nikki P.
Ike staring us down.
There's no menace there, you know, just landscape observations. See, the stare downs that shake me up.
I was getting nervous.
Yeah. It's the Ivy Foxen stare downs that kind of leave me a little more rattled.
Nikki P just card racking it right now with premiums.
325.
Taking us upstairs once more.
And will he have no customers yet again? Yeah, it's going to be hard.
The dirty diaper for Nagy. Even his palate doesn't have a taste for that particular holding. As you look upon the remaining 14 players, Rast, and obviously not a slight to any of the other 13 whose name you don't mention in response to my question, chip stacks notwithstanding, if I told you we were going to play 2 tables of 7, somebody was going to hoist a trophy. Is there someone that you look at and go, this is where I want to place my bet more often than not?
Yeah, chip stacks notwithstanding,
Yeah.
I think there is someone I would pick.
Final 9?
Yeah.
Would you
maybe
care
8,
to tell
maybe
us
9.
who
Yeah,
that person
probably 9.
is? I mean, you don't have to, obviously. I know you
More
would have
time
mentioned the name. Maybe you want to keep mum on that.
I mean, I
don't know.
think there's a number of great players and
Agreed.
a bunch of good players left. But
Like I said, it's not a slight to the other 13 by any stretch of the imagination.
I think I would pick Stevie.
Safe bet, for sure.
What about you?
I mean, you've had the opportunity to play alongside these guys, which I think enhances, not to mention the fact that obviously your knowledge of the game far outweighs my own. But if I'm looking out here, historically speaking,
350?
I think in particular, specifically at a Triton, I like the pick of Stevie. Emotionally speaking, right now, I kind of want to hitch my wagon to Haxton because he is so overdue for a Triton title. Fedor, obviously, you know, a guy who's logged among the most incredible single calendar years in all of poker.
Sure. And I mean, if we were looking at chip stacks, I wouldn't pick.
No, understood.
Because he's
right.
8th with, probably less than an average stack right now. But
well, he's got better than an average hand here as the opener to 350K, but he's being piled on by Nagy, who's got ace-queen in the small. And they're going to be on their backs here. Another one of these same hand collisions, although Chidwick, 5% edge, courtesy of the spades. One spade on board along with 2 hearts, so both players with the opportunity to scoop this one as it stands. No longer the case. A righteous chop, some might say.
I like that phrasing. Righteous chop.
Yeah. Now then, over at the other feature, Lun Lun's got himself in a way here.
Yeah, he's going to be hard for him to get away. It's not deep enough.
Xiang continues to seek doubles. This time 9s. Lun surveying 550.
He's going to have to pay it off.
Yep.
See the bad news. Probably double up. Xiang.
I'm a huge Lun Lun fan, by the way, just because of the way, no matter what's going down, he just takes it in stride. Anytime you see him, good side of it, bad side of it, gives you a smile. It is what it is. 5s.
Yeah, it's always nice playing. Always players like that are welcome with that kind of.
Yeah. Kind of chips out. Wow.
And by the way, let's assign
5-5 makes it. GG.
Similar admiration to Yue Xiang, who just gets showered by the stone cold 2-outer there on the river. 14th place finish.
Took it with a smile.
Very good at rivers.
53.5. Pay jump to 60,000 now for the next
also
2 slots.
Flop and pre-flop as well. Maybe every part of the game. Makes sense.
That's better strategy. That's the best strategy. Always behind and ahead on the river.
Literally can't lose then.
Right. Right.
Back over to the other feature. Look at the pile of tokens amassed in front of Dominikas Mikolaitis. Something, by the way, which may not come as much of a surprise to his delegation, the Lithuanians. One of those banners that, as Shulman alluded to yesterday, tend to be attached to some pretty formidable competition.
300.
This is first ever Triton event. Rolling deep, by the way, is that delegation, the Lithuanians. Gottlieb here, deep. 2 queens.
Ooh, what do we have?
He opened, and Nagy is jammed over the top with solver bait. Ace-5 suited. Haxton's decision made easy. Ace-Queen suited for Chidwick. Unclear as yet what his response will be.
I mean, every time he's basically just made a move here with one of these ace-X hands that haven't been very good. He's just run into it. I mean,
listen, this is a Gottlieb open, not to cut you off, Rast, and then a Nagy rip. The ace-queen suited in the big here.
Yeah, what's it? How's he going to read into this? I mean, Nagy's been ripping some ace-X weak hands, so he goes with it.
You know, I don't necessarily blame Chidwick for feeling as though this is a good opportunity, and of course,
yeah. The good news is he had Nagy in bad shape, but the bad news is the original opener, who doesn't need to have a massive hand, Gottlieb, he just has queens.
Yeah. I mean, this was a jam that could very well have gotten through. Not that he was light.
2, 3, 4. I got all the combos.
Yeah, but he's not in good shape. in the situations where Gottlieb puts in another 3.5 million.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean Gottlieb's doing that with like ace king and like maybe jacks or queens plus.
Oh, and the case queen finds its way to the board along with a couple of sevens.
Oh wow.
It's finished.
It's showers for Nagy, that much we know. And it's going to require ace-ace or 7-7
I had 3.7.
for Chidwick to have emerged unscathed. And with that, we have a double elimination and a massive pot being shoved in the direction of Seth Gottlieb, who is going to dethrone Michaelitis as the overall chip leader, I believe, when the dust settles. Meanwhile, both of the 60K payouts ticked off.
He'll have like 9 million, right?
Good luck, man.
Chidwick and Nagy out of there, and yeah, by my math, 9 milli is the number, roughly. We'll find out in a few moments as we flip back over to Peter Eretz. Fives have performed well, just ask Loon Loon.
We could be at the final table really quick here. I mean, we're already down to 11, and these stacks are just flying in.
They are.
Ertz gets that shove through, which is huge. He only had 6 big blinds, so big chip up for him.
You know, Eretz has doubled on at least one other occasion that I can remember, possibly 2 on stream so far here today, proving resilient as he looks to punch a ticket to the final 9 and the FT.
Yeah, yesterday evening on the stream with Will, we noticed there was a hand right after the hand Kuhn made a play. Kuhn it was sitting next to Chidwick, kind of looked over and was like, just like the legit, would you have opened, or would you have raised this or whatever, and whatever conversation issues. All I'm saying is that when one of the 2-card goats leans over and seriously asks you about what you would do in this spot, yeah, you might be the best hold'em player.
Certainly a sign of respect.
Double
Certainly a
elimination.
sign of respect.
Yeah.
So
must have been double elimination.
And also, by the way, a sign of what I think is a really healthy thing in terms of Kuhn's willingness to openly ask, which is as great as he is. Even he acknowledges that maybe there's a little bit of murk from time to time. For him, is one of the greatest, the most decorated ever to do it on the Triton Super High Roller Series, 10-time title winner, as Donchev, reigning supreme here in this 6-pack.
Yeah, we have a new host of players at the top. Gottlieb, Michaelitis, Donchev, 1, 2, 3. So it's been a shakeup.
In particular, I love Gottlieb with a big stack because we know it's not one that he's going to sit back and admire, Rast. He's one of those that's going to put it to work. Not exclusive attribute, but certainly there is a spectrum of enthusiasm for such behaviors, even amongst this remaining field.
Yeah, it makes for some fun poker. And I mean, Nick Petrangelo here in 4th. He's chiseled his way up, giving himself a good shot to win. To win, how many Triton titles does Nicky P have?
Allow me a moment, as I'm not even sure that our man Nicky P is decorated, and indeed he has yet to win a title. 10 cash is 3.3 million in earnings, and in that same conversation as Ike Haxton with respect to yet to nab a trophy in spite of the multitude of festivals that he's played, and to that, for that matter, the multitude of events. Here we find the ace-5 suited in a way as it opens under the gun and gets 3-bet by Donchev. Obvious reasons.
He's debating whether or not he just ships it in The ace-5 suited, the darling of the Silicon Overlord for the rejam.
There it is, and you
rejam.
hate getting snapped. You saw the immediate shake of the head. Covered and in awful shape here is Weiran. In an almost 5 million chip pot, and might Danchev find an ascent?
Yeah, from a distant third to right up there with the top two.
Premature. Although this one's interesting. We've got the nut club draw and the gutter. The developments on this 6-high board.
Solid flop for Danchev.
Could be worse for Weiran, and especially with the board pairing and creating opportunities, things are looking up, hence the smile, but still in trouble. Can he find mercy? No. 9 on the end, GG's exchanged, as they are dropping like flies here in the 15K.
We are down to the final 10. 5 on each table, the final table bubble.
There, just
the ace 10.
All courage, just go for it.
I think Gottlieb might have just now finished stacking that pot, by the way.
10.4 million. Oof.
I really thought you were going to have the 6 out kicked.
I did not. 6 what is rough.
Although when it's 7, you're not feeling very optimistic.
Right.
Maybe you beat 6-5.
Ace 6.
Some blind versus blind action. And both of them catch a little piece. One, Michaelitis,
now,
the
right?
limper in the form of 2 overs and a gutter, and Nick Petrangelo bottom pair and an open ender. Neither hand very strong, but both are going to be interested. Michaelitis expresses that interest by leading for, it looks like 2/3 pot, 300,000 into 450.
We are on the bubble now.
Oh, 10 now.
Nick has an easy call.
Yeah, coming along for the obvious reasons here in this limp pot pre, 300 a man, adding 600 to the middle. Now a 7-figure pot, board pairing 9. Leaves Petrangelo still in the lead. And let's see how much of an appetite Michaelitis has for another barrel.
Definitely could decide to continue. But he gives up, and Nick going to decide here whether he's content to just check back or
What do you have?
make a little bet
4?
himself. Try to get his opponent off some equity. More of a protection bet than a value bet, I think, if Nick ends up betting. Ooh.
7's full on the end, the product of the check back from Petrangelo. And when you say, ooh, is it because you get the sense that perhaps Michaelitis is going to get busy with queen high and a lack of showdown?
No, not necessarily. More just oohing at Nick's improvement.
Yeah, cozy.
Yeah. I think Dominicus can actually find weaker hands to bluff with here. Stuff that plays the board, maybe a 10. But I think once you get up to a queen, it's, I mean, remember, these are blind versus blind, like limp ranges here, so ranges are very wide.
10x Jack X unpaired is a very real kind of prospect across the way.
So
525.
Here comes exactly half pot from Petrangelo. This could be an 8?
I think so, yeah. It's a very perceptive question. I was about to discuss that myself, but yes. I think when you go half pot here, you're able to have 8s in for the value range. Then obviously some stronger hands like this that kind of strengthening that range.
So it's that 10x, the Jack X we block, but in particular, I think that which is on Michaelides' mind, maybe a little bit of 6x.
Yeah, something like 6x, 10x. But it's seems like a lot. I agree. Tough call. Not surprised at all that he didn't make it.
And by the way,
Bit of a hero call.
I think it informs us. Sometimes you get pumped up with a nice big stack, and you think, oh, what's $500,000 here to keep him honest? But still, all the discipline on display there from the Lithuanian, who is among the bigger stacks remaining with 10 players. Still in the hunt here. Blinds moving up 100, 200,000. Back at the desk here, Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast with you as things are getting to the business end here. Rast, 786,000, going to be the up top payout when all is said and done, and we've got a number of six-figure payouts available, 7 of them in total in a record-breaking 15K here in Jeju. Who's impressed you thus far the most as you think back on everything we've observed thus far?
You know, I'm trying to think. I mean, Dimitar Danchev has played a number of nice hands. Gottlieb has just played very solid. I really like his decision making. And Michaelides, I mean, these 3 guys who are up top have all just played solid poker. There's nothing I remember to criticize about their play at all.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how many hands I can remember. Can you really remember any where it seemed like somebody made like an exceptional play here in the broadcast, like something that I actually remember 2 from yesterday, but I can't really remember 1 from today.
Well, listen, obviously it's not a critique on the remaining field by any stretch, and sometimes the deck doesn't afford us kind of the right setup to be able to shine in that manner, but still plenty of poker left to play and plenty of cash left to play for as we step aside and bring you continuing coverage of event number 1, which will play down to a champion here today from Jeju after this.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Now larger than all other GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You shove 75% pot on the river. What value to bluff ratio should you use to make your opponent indifferent? 17% bluffs, 30% bluffs, 33%, or 43%? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just sees the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
5 free hands after this. Can I pass this spot up, despite the fact it's very plus chip EV? And he decides no, he's going to take it, despite a good chance that Ike's going to, decent chance that Ike ends up calling him here.
You know, anytime I see the leave back of the 20K as we've seen over here, it just sort of indicates to me somebody who's thinking about the game on a slightly higher level than average.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I mean, it's someone who's considering all the options. No, Ike is considering his options here. You know, he knows he's up against a very strong range, even though he's getting a good price. But yeah, hard to pass up Queen 10 suited here, despite the fact, you know, it's a strong range. I mean, he's getting over 2 to 1. He's going to see the bad news, though, because he's over a 2 to 1 dog against a hand that dominates it.
And worse than that, upon this King 4 flop, to the chagrin of all the other short stacks in the room. Oh, geez. Ace Queen performing very nicely in this 3/4 million chip pot.
They still have that 20K left behind.
Oh, yeah, it's not all in there quite yet. Now it is. Backdoor spades and Broadway prospects for Haxton. Immediate outs to a 10 would spoil the party for Haoji. Patiently awaiting the turn, which will help to bring his fate further into focus. And the holdup over here is designed for fair play. Rasta's tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, stepping in to advise that in this hand-for-hand part of the program, there are not 1, not 2, but 3 all-in calls currently taking place in the room.
Yeah, they want to make sure nobody gets an advantage by knowing what's happening and what the all-in situations are on the other table by exposing cards and some kind of communication happening.
And it looks like Jesse Lonis is the man who's going to try to burst this bubble against Joe Chuen, who was the shortest stack coming in. Pocket 6s for Chuen, and a king in the window will down the boxcars as Lonis makes top pair. Puts Joe Chuen in the dreaded spot of being the bubble boy if he can't improve, which he doesn't on the turn. 2 outs 1 time. And he doesn't get there. So Chuen eliminated. However, with 2 all-in calls taking place elsewhere in the room, Rast, if 1 or 2 other players bust, then whatever that prize money is will be divvied up amongst all 2 or 3 of those players who are eliminated.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what your stack size is. It's just on this, if you're eliminated.
Correct.
If multiple are eliminated, they split the money. Okay.
Sounds like in some situations stack size is taken into account. Obviously not here with us, but
yeah, at the same table, I think there are spots where that happens.
What have we here? Jack 10 off against 5-3 off.
Oh, look, yeah, 10-5-3 flop. So looks like this must have happened post flop, and this is 3-5. Maybe defended the big blind.
Looks that way. Jack 10 failing to improve on the turn as the 5s and 3s sit cozy.
Oh, and Jack 10 ended up winning with a running pair.
Nasty counterfeiting ace-ace on the turn in the river, and I don't need to explain to you who was on the wrong end of it, as you saw a visceral response. But that means that Joe Chuen, unfortunately, so far is the lone player to be eliminated as we resume Ace-Queen versus Queen 10. Obviously, Chuen rooting for Ike Haxton in this spot so that he can divvy up that 23,000 with Shi Haoji.
Our point player, JLG, shows ace queen. This is queen of clubs. Like shows queen 10 of spades.
Ike's got backdoor spades along with the 10, but now just a 10.
Cozy deuce of diamonds as the ace queen hangs on. And will secure a double. Not an altogether painful wound to Haxton's stack, but obviously we know he would have had a preference to get there. 790. Sliding.
I'm going to get 23, maybe 25.5. It's a very small jump when you're looking at 23,000 to first place, which is, you know, almost 800,000. Getting $2,000 more is nothing.
Right.
So right now, there's not that much incentive to stay alive. These players are back to, okay, let's accumulate chips, just play for chip EV, you know, try to make a run at going far in the tournament. We know really, at this current moment, we don't really have incentive to just ladder up a spot or two. So it really shifts right on this moment, like right after the bubble, back to just playing poker more like the beginning of the tournament again.
Ooh, and there could be a shift here in terms of Yu Xiangyu's chips heading over toward Dong Chen as queens have run into aces. The open to 100,000 was the min. All 620 understandably jammed in there from the cutoff. And
You nasty cooler here.
Yeah.
For
the bad news here.
10 bigs.
And you heard
that
them
needed
say
no
cooler.
translation.
Yeah. Dong Chen's a guy who's been around the felt long enough to know you don't celebrate preemptively in a spot like this, even with 81% equity heading to the flop.
No.
Which is all clubs. And I don't know about you, but I could see some raised eyebrows over there for the aces as now suddenly plenty of outs for the queens. The black cards are not welcome.
3-1 favorite, but that 25% still comes in.
1.2 million in the middle, and the ace on the end for top set. When it's all said and done, as Dong Chen will submit his stack for accounting. The good news for Xiangyu is he was the covering stack, and obviously finds himself in the money, but with far fewer tokens than. As you get a look at.
But yeah, no, like I said, you could make arguments for all of them. I don't think you're necessitated to just keep on putting money in the pot there, but he could have.
I do think sometimes to the casual observer, though, seeing an open ender such as that just check folded on the turn can be something that, you know, causes an eyebrow to raise.
Certainly. And yeah, he could have taken some other lines there. You know, calling and especially if he had had one spade or diamond, potentially repping those as bluffs on the end.
$786,000 is looking for a home, and one of 10 remaining players are going to lay claim to it. Ali Nishat alongside Brian Rast. Final throws of the final table bubble here from the Landing Casino in Jeju Island. The first event of 17 on the docket here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Third event of Season 3, first event of the calendar year. And the first player to breach the 8-figure chip mark is Seth Gottlieb. Been in the cash game streets a few days before we got things underway in the tournament streets and showing aptitude here in the tournament. And obviously one of these guys, Rast, that's going to make for some fireworks, is going to be exciting, not full-on subscribed to the GTO school of thought.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty excited about this group of players. You know, now that we've been doing this stream, been following, almost all these guys have gotten a number of hands on. So even if they're not as familiar, long-time Triton veterans, we've seen them play over the last 2 days. And that said, there are some longtime Triton veterans on here, guys who have been playing a bunch of Triton tournaments, even have some Triton titles, and even some guys that even though they've played a lot in Triton tournaments and don't, two candidates for, you know, between Isaac Haxton and Nick Petrangelo, guys who haven't won a Triton title but have had very successful careers, and even a lot of cashes here at Triton. So
not to be overlooked, the rookies to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Josh McCulley down there in 7th, $4 million in front of him. And, of course, Michailaitis, who held the chip lead for a time, now sitting in 3rd under that Lithuanian banner, which is always threatening, as Nick put it. Whenever he's playing online and he sees that particular flag, he knows that he needs to tread lightly. Now then, 2 tables of 5, Ras. We're going to get out to them in a moment, and as we do, we'll give you a look at the chip counts, the distribution across all 10 stacks with the final table bubble on our hands right now. 10th place, 67,800. Then we go to 81,000 for 9th, and a ladder every single payout. But action changes considerably, does it not, when we're playing 5-handed versus 8?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is an interesting part of the tournament where there's ICM is ramping up. It's starting to really matter now to stay alive. Because I know, a couple hours ago, I was saying, oh, hey, we broke the bubble. It doesn't really matter. Guys are going to get in there and gamble. Sure. That's because, we went, remember, that was 40. How many people, when we broke the bubble, what was it? It was
we
40,
were at 47.
47, right? We've gone from 47 to 10, and we basically moved from 25,000 to right now, the next person out, they get 67,800. Sure, that's a significant jump, but not really when you're saying 37 players went out. But right now we're going from 10th place gets 67,800 to first place gets 786,000 with a jump on every time you ladder. So staying alive is starting to matter quite a bit. And instead of having everybody at one table, the action is fast and furious with only 5 at a table. So you want to stay alive, but the blinds are coming, 40% of hands you're in the blinds. So it's a kind of a difficult situation. And when you're a short stack and you're trying to stay alive, a lot of times right now, you really just want someone to bust so you can get back to that full table.
And, of course, Seth Gottlieb is coming with Ace-King, 3-betting to 1.1. Haxton, the very reasonable open with Ace-Jack. Oh, and he's going to jam in spite of the fact that Peter Eretz is out there with 5 big blinds elsewhere in the field, and this is a disastrous development to be dominated. Still 23% equity for Haxton.
Possible,
Yeah.
but not like.
I like your side.
I think I'm okay then. I think I'm okay
So
then.
Ike opens the
If it's
cutoff,
possible,
right?
not likely, I'm
Versus
okay.
a polarized
Ike has ace jack. Oh, accept me.
big blind 3-bet range. Ike decides to ship it in and faces the bad news is that he was up
Might be
against the
drawing
top of that
slim
range with the Ace-King.
after a
and
jack in the
he's going
window.
to be in bad shape here. It's not looking good for Ike, who has a lot of chips. 5 million, nothing to sneeze at. And if Seth wins this, he's going to have well over 15 million chips, and he'll be in kind of a runaway chip leader.
Well, and now
pole position.
An even more runaway spot for Gottlieb on the King-Jack 6 board.
Very good flop for him.
Fades a jack on the turn as all of a sudden the light begins to flicker for Haxton, who went for it, and who could blame him with the 4-bet jam with Ace-Jack. Will it spell his demise? Yes, it will, as the 5 of hearts burst the final table bubble. And Gottlieb, we expect with the massive stack to be opening a broad array of hands. So when,
Well,
you
no,
know...
he 3-bet. He 3-bet from the big blind versus the
3-bet and
cutoff
dodge him.
open.
Yes, you're
which
right.
is what I'm saying is kind of a polarized range there. He's going to have some really nutted hands, like Ace-King, big pairs, maybe Ace-Queen, but it's also going to have some junk. King-X, Ace-X, whatever, where he's just kind of making a play at trying to get some folds versus Ike's cutoff opening range.
Well, there's a look at your final 9 prior to being combined. Dimitar Danchev, 40 big blinds. That'll be good for second overall, just in front of Michailaitis. Gottlieb, of course, the overwhelming chip leader, 15.5 million, as we're right back to the desk, courtesy of Ace-Jack running into Ace-King. But I go back to, Haxton, this is, situationally speaking, a pretty understandable choice to jam. Obviously, the variance is a little bit higher, and every now and again Gottlieb has it, as he did there. And as such, Haxton will bust in 10th, collecting that 67,800 and yet again being denied a Triton title. So then, final table upon our hands. Rusty, final thoughts as we're about to pass the torch over to Will Jaffe and Nick Schulman for the FT?
Yeah, just looking at the list of players right here, we got the final 9. I mean, Seth Gottlieb, after a long time today where nobody differentiated themselves, we finally had somebody pull away from the pack. And now that we're in a situation where instead of there being a plurality of, you know, people with a lot of chips and there's no clear, we have a clear pole position. We have somebody who is, and as you said, likes to put on the pressure, probably going to play aggressive, try to win some pots, try to run away with this, and we'll see how that develops. So the rest of the table, are they going to be playing for second? You know, unless the right card situations happen to fall their way, but for the most part, kind of let him do his dirty work and try to stay alive, or people going to play back. There's a lot of interesting questions to find out, and actually, this is one of the really fun things sometimes about Final Table. I know people say, oh, ICM, you know, this, oh, it's not that. It actually can be very interesting, right? Because we all play poker, we've all played cash games, and this just doesn't matter. You just make the best decision, you try to win the most money. But when you have these interesting laddering situations at final tables, that's one of the fun things to me about watching these kind of streams, is seeing that pressure, not only of winning the money, but of the added weight and difficulty of the decision makings and how the pros deal with it. So, you know, we have that situation, and we're going to see how Seth deals with it, and I think we're in for a lot of fun here with a bunch of other, you know, names down there like Fedor Holes, Nick Petrangelo, you know, Lun Loon, and I think we're in store for a treat.
Yeah, Nicky P, obviously another one of those names, very talented, still hunting his first ever title. The on-tap pay jump from 81 to 98, 18,000 more than the 15K buy-in in this record-setting event. And with Peter Ertz sitting with 5 big blinds, the stage is set, the fruit is ripe in terms of a chance for, you know, Seth Gottlieb to just cobble away at that remaining field. We are going to hand things off, as I mentioned prior, to Will Jaffe and Nick Schulman to take you home down to a champion as Rast and I will depart the booth. Going to be about 18 minutes, 17 minutes, I think, from now before we pick up the coverage again. So go fix a snack, grab a sandwich, do what you want to do. But the business end of this one is upon us with $786,000 and the first of our Jeju trophies hanging in the balance. It's been a pleasure. So we will say so long, but we'll see you right back here in just a few with the FT.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Ace Queen, and how many other hands does he have? It's a good question.
Well, how about all queens present and accounted for here as Mustafov's open under the gun is plowed on top of by Chidwick from the button, obviously looking over at stack depths to his left, namely Putra, and not being overly concerned, and so on their backs they go, and this one doesn't rate to be eventful.
Yeah.
Classic flip, says Chidwick.
I like it. That's some dry humor right there. Some solid humor.
Free roll for Mustafov for the time being.
Oh, this would be a dirty one.
Okay. No, the dirtiest, of course, was the $1 million one drop where El Jefe carried cats with aces against the aces of Connor Drynan, ends up showering him with the flush. I can't remember a same hand situation that was anywhere near as ugly in terms of EV and just actual. Still hunting her first title, and obviously is going to look to accumulate some chips in that bid. Is she wearing Uggs? It feels like those are Uggs. And, I bring this up because I think that's very apropos, right? Uggs are from Australia, not New Zealand. But, the sheep thing is a New Zealand thing. The wool, they're big on that down there.
This is all going over my head right now. But, yeah, I'll take your word for it.
I mean, I'm not trading, livestock commodities or anything, but I think the sheep in New Zealand is a thing. Ace-9 off. Gottlieb, understandable attack from the button. Lun has medicine in the form of ace-king suited here.
I ran into her yesterday on her way in to register for the tournament. I was just walking in front, talking with Jason Kuhn. She walked by, seemed very happy, ready to play some poker. So it's fun to see someone right before the event, and here she is competing, trying to get down there and win a Triton title and almost $1 million. So
she certainly sets a shining example as we see Lun jamming.
Very close. Very close.
Socia does, by the way, of kind of how to carry oneself at a poker table, win, lose, or draw. Just always pleasant, always happy to engage in conversation, but just really a lovely demeanor.
I feel like he's going to fold. I feel like when someone says this very close, like so audibly, they're just they're trying to. Oh, I'm wrong.
I agree with
My
you, by
read's
the way.
wrong.
But I do agree with you. I think there's absolutely merit to that. It's almost like a verbal hedge. you know?
Yeah, or just trying to let the person know, like, I kind of have a good hand.
Right. But an awful hand is, in fact, what he has in the face of this ace-king is Loon.
He was being very honest, though, about his feelings.
Mm-hmm.
There's no acting there, because he ended up calling.
Those feelings are considerably worse on a king-high board. 2 clubs working. Make that 3 is suddenly... Loon has some issues, all coming in the form of a club here. Gottlieb nut flush draw could spoil the party.
Oh.
But instead, it is a jack on the river, and Loon will double through Gottlieb.
And we can see his heart can keep on beating. He made a little motion there. That maybe there was flutters.
100 and what?
Oh, big slick for Phil under the gun.
Yeah,
Gonna
Loon,
shoot it up.
Loon flung his hand over to the other feature here. Under the gun. There's the raise. Another one of the Bulgarians, by the way, who are making waves in the high roller circuits, Ognian Dimov.
Wow, 50K. He has less than 1 big blind. We must have missed a pretty big hand that didn't go his way.
Well,
he's on life support.
I can tell you exactly what that hand was. It was an ace-jack against a king-7 suited. Ken Tong jammed 815,000. Dimov defended and was downed by a 7.
We're going to have a collision here between 2 pretty big hands. Get a 3-bet from Andre with the queens. I just don't really see Nagy going anywhere with ace-king suited.
Good news is he's the covering stack, and obviously he's got the right hand to fight against this queen-queen with. Does feel like it's gonna come sailing in.
So he's weighing his options. I don't really think fold, but whether he wants to call or re-raise.
There's the jam.
Thinking about calling, but comes back with the jam. And yeah, I just can't see a fold, so we're gonna run 5 and see who wins.
That we are, and this is not a small pot. 2.8 million. Classic race. Vulnerable are these ladies. I see Nagy not thrilled, but with 46% equity and the covering stack, it could be worse. Diamond in the window, and 2 more behind it. Nut flush for Phil Nagy. Andreev drawing dead for the time being. And with no board pair on the turn.
I just never want to be that guy that
And
jumps
no
up.
queen. Andreev gets showered.
Nice run. This was his first Triton event, noting the jump from 23,000 to 25,800. But I will say, as a player, when I'm in a 15K and we're looking and, you know, 786, 500,000, 375. Right. I've made cash for 23,000. I just don't even consider.
Yeah,
that's like,
I get it.
You know, we're just, okay, we're not really jumping up until, and then you say, okay, 27, 33, you know.
It's like a free Dior hoodie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
just sprinkled on top of them in cash.
Exactly.
It'd get you far in the Triton shop, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, definitely not trying to tell the viewers at home that $2,800 is a totally insignificant amount of money.
Big picture, though.
From an objective standpoint, but from a comparative standpoint in the context of this tournament. And,
right.
You know, there being 40 people left and 800,000 up top. It is.
So Dimov declined that king-6 a hand ago. Coming into the blinds, he decides 9-5 suited may be the best shot that he gets. And so he does end up limping for less than a full big blind. That leaves Dong Chen and Phil Nagy involved in an active side pot on this King 7 board.
Yeah, because you know if he plays the next hand, he puts in the 50K in the big blind, but there's no ante to win. So I think he decided being able to win the full 60K ante plus 50K out of the big blind, you know, and probably the small.
Much better value proposition.
That was what he came up with, and sounds good to me. So here we go. We got ace high versus 9-5, and he's going to need a 9 or
king or a 7. Yeah.
To chop.
Calling for on 3.
1-9 into the muck already. And none available on the turn. So then, Dimov will exit.
Sit open on 3.
Looks like Soiza just busted as well in 37. So
yeah.
Kurz just flying out of this. So average stack creeping up, getting closer and closer to the end. Looks like Ferdinand Putra is now in last place, 34th. Another bust, 35th. King Zubov out in 35th.
Did you say King Zubov?
Yeah, so yesterday he wore this hat that was daintily placed with King on it.
Yeah, we
so
touched on that too.
We started calling him King Zubov. Well, actually, I did. That was my name.
That's great.
I won't throw Will in there, but I like it. I like that nickname. I'm going to stick with it.
Well, Boyka likes the suited one-gapper under the gun, makes it a $1.25 to skate. Ale, king-queen suited, mindful of the positioning of the opener, flatting with a very strong hand.
Yeah, I guess he decided versus under the gun.
Oh,
didn't like the 3-bet. Little too strong to 3-bet fold. Little too weak to 3-bet get it in.
On the topic of strength, Cowboys for Shi Hao Ji with 545 back in the big here. Does rip.
What a spot. I mean, it looks like Boyka's probably going to fold, especially because someone's behind him, but Ale might have to call this.
Yeah, he's already got 125 invested.
He's going to see the bad news if he does.
And his hand's a little bit under-repped in the form of the flat, right? Touch stronger maybe than we might anticipate, and so he's curious as to whether or not this is a squeezy sort of range.
Yeah, and part of it, he's just getting such a good price, you know?
Well,
I mean, at the end of the day, he's getting a great price. He could be flipping with some hands, jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, etc. You know, maybe even doing fine against something like ace-jack, ace-10 suited, potentially. So, you know, but yeah, kings is the worst hand you can see.
Absolutely. King, queen suited getting the jambone here. 10-9-3 though, and a flicker of hope. The gutter, immediate path to victory, would be the jack. Instead of 6 peels, Gauchi poised to double. Can he fade the 4-outer with 1.4 in the middle and fight on? The answer is yes.
It was 6.
605.
For Halle, that's a bit of a blow to the stack, about a third of what he brought to the affair prior to that exchange.
Yeah, he'll be able to pretty exciting. We still got some of the same names up at top here as the beginning of the day. Chidwick shifted from, and Fedor switched spots. Fedor's in first, Chidwick's in second. Ken Tong, a newcomer, in third place with over $3.5 million, and Isaac Haxton still in fourth, 3.4.
Ken, he did join us in Monte Carlo for his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series and actually cashed in his first ever event, which was 125K main. He picked up 902,000 for that effort. A 6th place finish, but yeah, still relatively new. Not his stone first Triton Super High Roller Series, but still getting a resume under him as Chidwick looks down at an ace-deuce suited. Gottlieb the opener. Stevie will play it as a flat. Oh, and look at Putra. He's going to defend the big blind here with 10-3 suited. The diamonds are smothered. And perhaps Ferdinand, taking into consideration the presence of the ante out there, 2 other players, and saying, let me try to get lucky now, as opposed to walk away from this one. And how well timed is that choice as he makes trips on the 10-10-9 board. Gottlieb 2 overs, and the gutter obviously will stay interested in the face of the Putra jam for 45,000. Chidwick, not really a big future here, but just 45 to maybe get involved against Gottlieb in a side pot. How do we feel about this very nuanced spot here?
Well, I mean,
he does lay it down.
Looks pretty normal. I mean, I think Chidwick probably needs to get out. I like the fold, but everything about this hand kind of checks out, makes sense. You know,
perhaps if it was like a final table with big pay jumps, the desire to have some implicit collusion potentially as a second participant up against the all-in player, and in that way kind of take 4 cards up against 2 in an effort to realize a pay jump would have influenced things a bit further?
Yeah, potentially. But I think it's hard to just overcall with the ace, and my hand's not very strong, and I want to get the showdown value, which we can see is not an accurate story.
How hard can Boyka go with this?
I mean, he can bet all in for value here. I mean, all in's a pot size bet, so like maybe he leaves 25K behind or whatever. But I mean, that's a very reasonable bet size, and he should expect his hand to be good, especially against this line small bet, check call a small bet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so he...
Was it all of it, or did he leave a little biscuit back?
Right next to the light.
Apparently he did leave a little bit back, and you see the check jam. You never love it. Boyka can't walk away from 8s and deuces at that price, and so he does flick the last tokens in, and you feel a little bit used when you're on the receiving end of a line like that. A bit of a cooler for Boyka, blind v blind, as he gets showered.
Yeah, to be fair to Boyka, I mean, if how G had bet his hand, the same result would have happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it's just, he's definitely expecting to just flip over the winner with 2 pair there.
Wouldn't you rather get showered with just the 3 consecutive bet line than the weird check call, check jam? Like, it's just unsavory finish on that one. As we see ace-king suited for Putra,
I know you're lying,
who had the
but
trip
that's
10s and puts all 510K into the middle here up against Mustafov's 6s. Chidwick in the mix as well with 3s, and Jack 5-5 leaves Mustafov with the best of it. But the active side, which is complete, of course, given Putra being all in, is between Chidwick and Putra. Backdoor spades, and suddenly more outs for Ferdinand.
Ooh, the 3. The very interesting spot where Chidwick just
like,
open
change
jams
the
the
deck,
button,
ace
and
of
both the
diamonds.
small blind and the big blind
what
call
was the
behind
problem with
as
the ace?
short
Was it
stacks, and
scratched or,
Chidwick just takes them all out.
There was
Yep.
like a
Button
almost
open,
like a dent. I
jam,
had
and then
one
a call
yesterday
off.
too. I don't know like what. I
Button,
haven't seen
small,
that kind of mark, but it was like, yeah, I noticed it as it came to me. It was like a, it's like something like the corner of this had been like pressed into it or something like that. I don't know. I'm sure it was not an intentional thing. It just.
So Chidwick claiming 2 pelts in one swoop as we flip back over to the other feature. Newly minted 2.5 million chip man, Shihao Ji with a playable 1 on the button, ace-10 off.
That pot doesn't put Chidwick in first. He does chip up to about 4 million though.
Trying to keep pace with Fedor, who's got 5.5 for the chip lead. Jesse Lonis, Triton first timer.
Welcome to the Triton Super High Roller Series here at Jeju. We've got a really exciting final table for you today. The first final table of the series, the first event, record-breaking event, 269 players, shattering the previous record for the Triton Super High Roller Series. And we had a lot of big names going deep in this. Stephen Chidwick and Ike Haxton, who actually finished in 10th, are no longer part of this tournament. So sorry about that, technical difficulties. I'm Will Jaffe. I'm joined by Nick Schulman. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. I'm curious, Nick, what are you looking forward to most about this final table? I mean, we've got Seth Gottlieb, an amateur, leading the pack. Nick Petrangelo, long known, I think, as one of the best players in the world, but had famously the longest dry spell here on Triton, the biggest, most bricks, and Fedor holes. I mean,
it's a great final table. You know, I kind of had a feeling Gottlieb was going to run it up. He was just clearly going for chips, so it's cool to see him doing his thing. Fedor, an all-time great. Nicky P, yeah, I'd love to see him nab one here, and you know, he's done so well everywhere, and I mean, I'm excited. You know, let's see how it shakes out, but it'll be a good one.
Yeah, we've also got Loon. Recognize him from the Triton series.
Loon is tough. I played with him. He's got a good. He's solid.
Dimitar Danchev.
Ready to see him do his thing.
Peter Eitz is our short stack, very good player in his
Great
own
player.
right. And Dominicus Mikulaitis. I've heard of him. I think another one of these Lithuanian savages.
Let's see what's what.
But yeah, we're going to kick it down to Luca to get us started. And yeah, this should be a great final table. We'll be giving you coverage the whole way.
Event number 1 here in Jeju, the $15,000 buy-in. Not let me tell them, 8-ended event. And we already broke a record, 269 entries. We are down to a final table on 9, competing for the trophy, the glory, and $786,000. Please allow me to introduce you to them. In seat number 1, 70 million from the US, we have our chip leader. Please welcome Seth Gottlieb.
I mean, that was some intro there, Nick. Seth Gottlieb.
Gottlieb coming out gangster
in
right
the house.
now.
Yeah, this is I mean, I've never seen an amateur with that much confidence. This guy might be a pro. Plays high stakes cash.
Seat number 2 from Hong Kong with 3.3 million. Please put your hand together for Ken Tong.
I like this guy, Will.
I'm already liking the makeup of this final table. Ken Tong, 1 cash here, 902,000 though from that cash, so not his first rodeo here at Triton.
In seat number 3 from Australia with 3.7 million. Please welcome Josh McCauley.
Do you know this guy, Nick? Josh?
I know a little bit about him. I get the feeling that he knows what he's doing, to say the least. Let's see what he's got.
0 Triton earnings, so popping his cherry tonight.
Seat number 5 from Malaysia with 3.9 million. Please welcome Loon.
I mean, this guy's just a savage, right?
Loon is tough. He is a savage. He's the real deal.
Loon.
Seat number 6 with 7 million from Lithuania. Please welcome Dominikas Mikolaitis.
Lithuania is in the building. Look at this guy. Sabonis jersey. He's ready to go clearly, Will.
I mean, there's a lot of swag at this final table, Nick.
There is.
Dominikas Mikulaitis looking for his Triton cash.
Seat number 7 from Germany with 6 million. Please welcome Fedor Holtz.
Okay. I mean, Fedor is, you know, right there in that discussion, that all-time discussion. So, biggest Triton ever, by the way. Will, not to be.
You knew there would be
Seat
one.
number 8 from the US with 5.6 million. Please welcome Nick Petrangelo.
All-time player.
Yeah, these are. I mean, Nick, it's his time. We'll see if he can close the deal here, but he is due one of these.
Seat 9 from Belgium with 950,000. Please welcome Peter Ertz.
Did these guys like train for these intros? They're
I know,
pretty
these guys
strong.
look unbelievable. I
This
mean, he
guy's
shot
got-
it up to the Lord. He's ready to go. Clear. Peter's always ready, but
Last but not least, from Bulgaria with 8 million in seat 10, please welcome Dimitar Danchev.
Another great player. Honestly, I think one of the more underrated tournament players out there. He's just been smashing for such a long time, and people don't know who he is.
he's fantastic. Agreed.
Right, the button has been drawn on Fedor. We've all received an extra 5-time banks. We're coming back on level 24, 32 minutes remaining. 100,000, 200,000, 200,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Andrea, shuffle up and deal, please.
Almost 80 bigs for Seth Gottlieb. Double second in chips, so pretty strong spot for him here.
Definitely, and it's an interesting dynamic with Peter having 5 bigs. Naturally, everybody has to respect this latter possibility and tread lightly.
So if you're Seth, it's time to punish these guys.
It's really time.
Yeah, look at that. Up top, almost 800,000. The bottom, 81K. Nobody wants that now, right?
Exactly.
Especially not after those intros. I mean,
yeah, right. You can't
like
come
throw
out
up to the Lord
like you're in the
yeah.
All-Star game and then
just brick out the first
Yeah.
play. But yeah, someone will have to. So interesting to see how Seth plays this. I mean, if this was Fedor, right, we would probably see like any 2-card type of status coming.
It's quite any 2, but it is in that realm, and it's certainly in this realm.
400.
Well, this is obviously better than any 2. Beautiful ace-10 of diamonds. And whoa, this is brutal, man. 200,000 dead in the big blind.
It's a bit of a comfortable defend, though, you know, with 5 bigs. It's just a kind of peel, hope to hit, and if we brick, we're out, and we, you know, see what develops in the small off 3.5 or whatever it is.
Carry on later.
When we're very short like this, sub 7, 6, the idea generally is just to defend the big.
I'm over here thinking ICM, but he doesn't have any, right? He just needs to play.
He does have some, but again, he's so short. Flops
Yeah.
the gutter with the spade. This is a little bit interesting.
This'll have to go, right? I mean,
he might go for the stop and go, Will.
A classic play that you just don't see as much anymore.
Not sure. It's a curious spot.
Yeah.
It does come to mind, given what you were talking about, too, Seth, very wide range. He does shove. Of course, Seth is calling. Good luck, gentlemen, especially Peter.
Yeah, Seth in a great spot to knock out the short stack here. Peter, you know, flops equity, gutter, backdoor flush draw, but he's in pretty bad shape here. We'll need to get an 8 or some type of spades or other running straight to win this hand, and that's a really good turn.
That is indeed a really good turn.
Well,
Seth just got a look about him.
Yeah, he really does.
Nope. Yeah,
GG, sir.
I think Seth might have had some premonition on that river. He just, you know, like he's just got something going on right now.
He does. He has a villain-esque almost vibe.
When a guy like that is like hot at the table, you know, they're winning every pot. I mean, do you ever just get like, you just want to stay away from them? I mean,
yes, of course.
Peter didn't want to. He's out. I mean, if it's any consolidation, he was the short stack, very short, most likely to bust.
Can't hang your head too much busting with 5 bigs. Agreed.
So how much does this change for the other players now that he's out of the mix? Does it open things up for the middling stacks, the other short stacks?
It does. It very much does.
So before, with him at 5 big blinds, I feel like Seth had even more of a kind of freedom to punish the other players and make them wait it out. Now your short stack is Ken Tong with 16 bigs, followed by Josh with 18 bigs, and Loon Loon is, so they're clumped in, and you know, in this, and then you have the middling stacks. Petrangelo starting at almost 30, Fedor at 30 bigs, Dominique is at 35, and Dimitar.
And this is telling of how hard Seth is going. Ace-5 off, it's just indicative that he's not messing around. And for Loon Loon, he has a decision.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be, you know, it's...
He's gone?
Yeah. Just too much ICM at stake to...
Too much ICM. We're not playing many flats in his spot, so it's a little bit 3-better fold. And he just deemed it foldable, and one can't fault him. Take another one, Seth. Go on.
Yeah, great start for the businessman. Does play high-stakes cash. I mean, he knows his way around the
He's
table.
a very good poker player, clearly. He's not an elite pro, but he's on his way. He takes the game seriously, runs around with that sort of ilk, and he's obviously a sharp guy.
Yeah, and I got to be careful, right? Because technically he's an amateur. You know, he doesn't play full-time, but let's be real, he's not an amateur. None of these guys are. Here's a hand for Dominicus. Ace-Jack of diamonds. And, you know, normally these spots are just straightforward, right? But I always, if I'm at a final table, which doesn't happen often, I get nervous because, you know, I have a very good hand, but not a nutted hand, so.
Definitely. I know exactly what you mean, Will. And for Fedor, let's see. Interesting navigations. Just north of 30, covered by Dominicus. Of course, Seth looming.
Yeah, is Fedor just... He has to see a flop here at least, right?
One would think this is unfoldable. He does hop in.
Seth with actually a really bad hand, just going to let it go.
Playing around 600.
These guys have really strong ranges here, right, in this type of configuration. Yes. Great flop for Fedor.
And note Fedor immediately with the gaze. He's very annoying to deal with live.
Yeah, he's got to have one of the hardest table presences to combat just because it always feels like he's looking at you no matter what. And he just, I mean...
And I had a green tea.
What do you think he does here with the top pair, good kicker, backdoor flush draw?
20%ish, maybe quarter, perhaps occasionally mix a check in. Especially with the backdoor, it's a little bit of an idea to let them catch up with inferior clubs from time to time.
450?
That's exactly what he does, 450,000. Pretty gross spot for Dominicus. I mean, no backdoor draws other than the straight.
I think we kind of let it go and hate it. Just in
Yeah,
adherence with what you said before, it's a very respectable range from Fedor. No matter how tough he is, he has good cards to start.
Yeah, you can see a little grimace there.
A little bit.
On the release. Just, you know, it's not that bad, man. Nicky P sipping some tea. Looks fresh.
It does look fresh. He's ready to go.
Always got a little sunburn, but you know, I think the golf course maybe has been kind to him recently. He looks fresher.
He does.
Looks dialed. Honestly, all these guys do. Like this guy McCauley, like who is this guy? We got to find some. Is this a crypto guy? You know,
he's a pretty young guy who has taken poker very seriously, and I believe is a good player. And this has to be somewhat with the players that this is the biggest Triton ever in terms of field size. That's a cool thing to, you know, to ship the biggest one ever. 10s for Fedor.
Yeah, it would be fitting for Fedor for sure. But maybe it's Nicky P's time. Almost 12 million in Triton earnings for Fedor. 3 titles. Pretty impressive considering he retired from poker.
For fun.
And Seth with... No, is that just a little posturing, you think?
I think it was legitimate.
Yeah.
I believe he
was thinking about every
it.
spot. And Ken with a pretty decent, you know, dicey spot.
I think it's just enough to go for a defend.
Oh my God.
Some poor timing from Tong. Fair enough.
Well, not a defend, and Fedor snaps, and wow, I did not see that coming.
And that some of that is Fedor's reputation preceding him. Ken wasn't about to be pushed around by the great Fedor holes, and here we are.
Ken is going to need a king here, or some type of funky run out.
Okay, he's got the 6, 7, 9 of diamonds working well.
Yeah, can turn a lot of equity. There you go. 8 or a king now, or Ken is going to be out of here. Fedor will have more chips. Nope, it's a deuce.
Good game, sir. What a run for Ken Tong.
He'll take home 98,000. So we've now broken into the 6-figure range of payouts. It just goes up from here. I mean,
Go grab that 98 Gs, Ken. Perhaps put it on the account and keep firing. And for Fedor, what a start, Will.
Thank you.
Yeah. Fedor just crushing this final table so far. Yeah, you got to respect. I mean, went out with a lot of heart there. Made a read on Fedor, you know, and
he did. I like that. He didn't believe him, and he jammed and ran into it. Who hasn't done that?
Yeah, too much, yeah.
We've all been there. I mean, still, look, you still got to feel good walking away with 100 Gs.
Definitely.
Ammo for the series, maybe some shopping.
It's always nice first event ammo.
And for Loon here, now he becomes one of the shorter stacks. So we had a point where we're a little bit more willing to get involved. Is this King-Queen enough to enter?
Definitely Loon agrees, and very much so. What you said is very thematic, that when we find ourselves as the shorty, we have a little more wiggle. And for Fedor with 8s, it's interesting. Let's see if he goes for flat or 3-bet, perhaps a very tight fold.
Yeah, interesting spot. Obviously a lot of strength.
He does slide it, so note the respectful nature of the situation.
That also, I think, just shows respect for Loon, you know?
Definitely.
Josh with a king in the big blind, obviously getting a great price, but against a very strong range.
Under normal scenarios, we're delighted to call. Not delighted, but as you said, does let it go.
So you're going
all in?
All in?
No.
Fold.
Fold.
Fold?
I cannot go over my hand. Cannot call my hand. You saying?
So you're going USOP?
Yeah. So like, I'm not sure the time of year though, in March, if it's tropical or not.
So much tournament.
So much. Yeah.
So much crashing.
Yeah.
Good for Asia.
Very insane. So good. Lots of people will start coming now.
Yeah.
Yeah, tournaments are really booming right now. I mean, they're all over the place. Record-breaking fields.
It's amazing, right? Yeah.
This is just event 1 here, Nick, but it already feels like we've been here for some time.
I know. I was thinking that earlier as well. It's amazing that it's just the first event.
Gottlieb now with a just complete dust on the button. And we're in any 2 range now, you think? Or
not any 2, and perhaps even this is a little bit outside of the box, but maybe not. Macaulay and Loon are under intense pressure. This is highly defendable for Loon, perhaps even something beyond a defend.
yeah, do you want to start maybe? Nope, just going to see a flop, I guess. Suited, right?
Yeah, I think defend is very comfortable. Maybe 3-bet is possible.
And this is actually a pretty good flop for Loon, right?
He has the back door and the wheel situation working, and of course King High. He lacks quite a bit of Ace X due to the lack of 3-bet.
Jammed on you guys.
Did Seth show?
Yeah, no, the power. He didn't. I don't believe he showed.
He made an allusion to he could have jammed. Fair enough, Seth. Go on.
I gamble my hand.
Yeah?
No. 9-4 suited.
Yeah, great spot. You can see Josh kind of beaming right now. He's chirping, you know, feeling the vibe of the final table. I mean, I don't know how old he is, but
as you said, we've slid into the 6-figure.
Yeah. We're in the Patek Philippe section of the final table, and Fedor's got 7s under the gun. A lot of hands to start for Fedor. It is very kind of annoying, right? When you're at the table and somebody is just, if they're playing, they got eyes on you the whole time.
It's absolutely, it's, disconcerting. And for Seth, he goes for 1.2, and it's interesting. Fedor is under the most pressure of anyone at the table right now, being in second. And Seth knows this. Fedor knows Seth knows this. 50 bigs to start, sevens, and a stare down, Will.
You knew the stare down was coming. I mean, classic. Feels like we can see a flop here with the stack depth, or is it just too dicey?
It's tricky.
You won't play any pillow events.
He's eyeing his chips. He's gone.
Oh, that angry look, too, before the fold.
It's one of these things you know you're being messed with, but you still are handcuffed because his stack is just worth so much.
Yeah, Fedor's face kind of said it all there.
Pillow is not as big in Asia. Australia, everyone loves pillow.
Yeah.
4 card, 5 cards, very big.
Yeah, so great start for Seth. I mean, just chips up. Now Nick with the sevens. They go over there, under the gun, same spot as Fedor.
It's an open we're not delighted about, but give it a whirl. Nody goes for 2.25 as opposed to min, and Seth seems intrigued.
Yeah, I mean, Seth is just rolling right now. It feels like he wants to play every hand, and he's getting hands that he can play. You like just flatting here with the suited?
I do. I think versus Nick's 25-ish BBs, it's logical. And Loon has an awkward decision here, to say the least. He knows Seth is flatting with hands that are probably dominated-ish by his ace-jack, but the range of Pietrangelo is so legitimate. He does do it, and I think this will get through.
Yeah, this is a really great, example of Loon just diagnosing the situation perfectly. Ace-jack, very dicey. You don't want to bust with it, but he knows Gottlieb is not super strong here. He knows he's not trapping, and I think he trusts that he's doing well enough against Nick's range to make it profitable. A lot of dead money in there. Really like this from Loon.
Agreed. Excellent find. And for Nicky P, it's close, but it does seem like 18 is too much. He does let it go, and for Seth, maybe he gives him a spin, but
you want to gamble, but it's so much, and you've been chipping up nicely. We're going to see how much of a sort of gambler Seth is here, because this would be a fair amount of chips to call off.
He's gone.
Yeah, great
Very
hands
nice from
Loon.
Loon. Bravo, sir.
I mean, just a little peek into these guys. You don't get to see them play so much in the States. It's really cool to see how they diagnose different spots and situations, and a lot of fearlessness there from Loon. Could have easily gone out, could have ran into it from Pietrangelo, and maybe sometimes Gottlieb is trapping, but not there. We continue on. Loon a little bit more comfortable now. Josh is our short stack, starting to inch away a little bit, only 15 bigs, but obviously still plenty of play. Those first bust outs felt quick. There was a fast pace, kind of blood in the water type of vibe. It feels like it's slowed down a little.
You're right.
Josh, what's going on with those bracelets? You think maybe some meditation practices? Trip to Asia? Dominicus with a very playable King-9 on the button.
400.
Thank you.
Dominicus Michaelitis going to take it down. Looking for a big score here. And this is one you want to win, not just because it's the first event. It's a record breaker, we said.
Yeah, it's a little bit of history. Biggest Triton ever, field-wise. And the first event, you alluded to this, ammo, but it really is so sweet when you show up for a series to make a score early. You're sauntering in there on top of the world until, you get...
Well, you have a few weeks of walking around, with your head high while everybody starts to crumble.
Right, exactly.
I've actually never done that. I've never had a big score early in the series. I mean, I haven't had a lot of big scores, period, but it's always been late.
Well, late is nice too, though, Will.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'll take it any way I can get it.
The short deck events.
Gottlieb here, you know, still really just putting the pressure on, right? This is just nothing these guys can do.
Dimitar agrees. Closing in on 20, Seth.
What does it usually get? Like
Million, that
double
is,
series?
chips.
Okay. I know yeah. Yeah. But you did well in short deck. You won.
So we're up in the six-figure payout range. Next, we'll get 134.
Never.
Six, we'll get 182. Keeps jumping up all the way up to 786,000
Home
for
game
first
title.
place.
Home game title. Nice. What do you get for the home game title?
Let me check for you.
Dominicus with ace-jack, again, this time offsuit. Still kind of an awkward spot. I guess you have to open, but...
Yeah, you open, note he's going for 2.5. You open and just see. If Fedor or Nikki P 3-bets, it's highly awkward. This one, looks like he does just go for defend.
Yeah, we saw him 3-bet the king-jack off earlier, but here he's in the big blind.
That's right.
Check.
Pretty good flop for Dominicus. Flush draw. This just feels like a spot, I guess, where what are these guys, checking mostly? Or
I think check is really nice with that sort of board against the big blind, and he has that awkward amount of equity that he doesn't want to get blown off. No Gottlieb stabbing. We have a very comfortable continue if we're Dominicus.
Keeping the pot small in position, obviously can easily call. And Gottlieb, I guess, even though his hand obviously didn't connect, just trying to rep the kind of random pairs
Yeah,
that
exactly.
call.
Targeting the maybe slightly bigger cards.
This is a sign, though, that Gottlieb knows what he's going on, because he knows his king high is not good at showdown here, right?
Yeah,
almost ever.
Agreed. Dominicus does call, and let's see for Seth. A lot of different rivers, of course. Would think with the red king jack, he does go for something. 2.1 in the middle, and
1.1.
Yeah, what a great setup for Dominicus here.
very much so. And note this particular time, the check back on the flop. I suppose he's weighing raise, but the check back on the flop really worked out well for Dominicus.
Yeah, he's played this hand perfectly. He's trapped Seth. I don't blame Seth at all for betting. Got a perfect run out to bluff. What does Dominicus want to do here?
Seth does have a little bit of a disadvantage in the ace of clubs specifically, but I know what you mean as far as kind of we find ourselves on the river and it's hard to check king jack, but maybe
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
funny.
sometimes it's okay to give up.
In my mind, I'm thinking, you know, he's got a lot of ace queens, but how many red ace queens does Dominicus have? He's probably got a club in there, a decent amount. And
You win.
he's just going to call. Really nice pot for him.
And a little bit of a wry smile there from Dominicus. Maybe not. Maybe that's
Yeah?
just his face. I thought I saw
Did you
just a
catch
little,
something there?
just a little twinge of kind of, you know, maybe not. Very nice though.
I think that was
great pickup.
Yeah, that was either way. Really nice pot for him. Now Seth starting to face a little adversity here. He's still got piles, but momentum swinging to the other players.
Yeah, that was the first, you know, let's see. He is a wheels come off kind of guy too, with respect.
It feels like, yeah, with respect.
It's possible the wheels come off.
We say that in the kindest way possible. I mean,
of course.
He can afford to have the wheels come off because...
And anybody who's capable of the wheels coming off, I just, you know, have respect for.
Well, for now, the wheels go round and round. Petrangelo, the queen jack off. Going to raise it up from the cutoff. And Josh with a very playable queen 10 off in the big. Doesn't know he's dominated. Just feels like a call, right? Just see a flop.
Think so.
You have 2.4 back? Aside with 3, so yeah.
Does not want to see a queen. Does want to see a 10, though. What a flop. I mean, started the hand as the short stack. Flops top pair with a backdoor flush draw. And
Something of a range bet for Nick.
Yeah, you just want to pressure the weaker big blind calling
We're
range.
going quarter here a lot. He's looking back. He has a lot of equity that he certainly doesn't want to get blown off of. But it just strikes me from this vantage point as a quite good board for him.
A lot of turns he can barrel, and he shoves. Wow.
Oh, he just goes for jam. That's an interesting play.
And Josh is going to snap, and this is really bad news for Nick.
I think part of the ideas from Pietrangelo there is that his hand has so much equity with the Queen of Hearts and the 10-Jack Queen that we don't want to bet fold.
Josh is short enough that we can just pile our equity in.
That was unique.
That was interesting, yeah. He's going to need to get really lucky here, though. Josh has him in bad shape.
Okay, that's definitely the one we were looking for Pietrangelo, other
Yeah.
than the jack.
I mean, open-ended straight draw now. A lot of outs for Nick. There it is.
My.
Wow.
GG, sir.
Meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
See you out there.
That was rough.
Classy on the way out from Macaulay. Great run.
Yeah, I took it like a champ. I don't think, I mean, these guys are all, how do they deal with this emotionally? Like, that was a pretty dirty one.
They're on the stream. I'm sure he would have cursed him out,
Didn't
you know,
even
if
need
it
the
was.
GG, Josh McCulley. Played great, got it in good. What can you do? 134,000.
Take that buck 34 and, you know, on to the next one.
Yeah, living good. And Nikki P, if there's anyone who's due for some of this, you know what I mean? Things, variants
There
start
it
to turn
is.
your
The
way.
deck agrees.
The deck
See the
agrees.
dynamics there.
Now we're up, getting close to the $250,000 range. Next player out will get 182,000. I think it's also easy to look at a play like that and just say, like, what is he doing? But when you actually break it down, it makes total sense. He didn't want to bet fold a hand with so much equity against the hands that are shoving on him.
Yeah, he's a phenomenally informed player. It's a possibly an incredible find. I think a lot of players would just go for quarter, get check raised, and have to fold. So he found a way to realize his equity. Interesting spot that we can peruse at home, or, you know, the war of ideas rages on.
And he ran into the worst case scenario there, but let's say, you know, Josh had a hand like a 4 or an ace-3 hand that he might have just check-shoved. Now he looks like a genius, you know. So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
down to 6-handed now. Nick Pietrangelo, ever closer to that elusive Triton title. Would kind of be fitting for him, right, to get it here, the biggest Triton ever. Check out BetACR, your inclusive hub to predict your favorite player's action outcome in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. And this is pretty cool. You can bet on these guys.
Yeah, the betting, I mean, yeah. There it
I
is.
mean, who are you taking right now?
I got to look at the lines, Will, you know? I mean,
what line would you bet Gottlieb at?
Interesting. I would, to win, to stone win, what do you think the line is? Fair. +1.
Plus something. It's
Maybe more like +2.
Yeah, I would think you'd have to gamble.
He's in tough, but 16 milli, Fedor.
+2
9.5.
seems like a fair. +200. That's what I would say. Just a lot of good players lurking there, right?
Yeah, a lot can happen. +200 feels, you know, sure BetACR knows what they're doing with the lines, so
Yeah,
you
go
know.
and check them out. Let us know. Fedor just chilling right now. In second place, almost 10 million in chips. Nikki P.
Ducks for Gottlieb. And it looks like we have a collision. Fedor is in.
Okay.
The 10-9-5 all heart flop.
Seth checks it back with a little bit of character, says okay.
And Gottlieb got to be feeling pretty strong. Has the best hand a lot. Just going to check back, and River's a flush.
Would think Fedor has something of a quintessential check. He does eye his chips, but just optically the ace high and the 8. Let's go
Flush.
for check and let. Okay, take it, sir.
Yeah, Seth, nice little pot there.
Flash is good.
This guy's got a real smooth and easy feel. He's comfortable playing with Fedor, comfortable playing with Nick.
I didn't want to try to get value from my shoe of hearts.
Good not to be greedy.
And what do you think about the hair, Nick? Is that natural? Is he giving it a little
one,
brush?
one always has to wonder with the curl in the front. Is that intentional or natural? I think it's natural. Feels like he came out of the shower and, you know, the curl just drizzled
You
down.
kind of maybe just do one sort of.
I think it was a swoop. He's
Yeah.
off. This guy's a stone animal. He's not doing
Yeah,
the
he's
curl.
no, you're right. But maybe I was thinking some Christian Bale, American Psycho type vibes.
Right.
Dimitar with a hand finally. Ace Queen under the gun. Definitely going to be strong enough to speculate. And Seth with another playable hand.
You're right. And the
like
first
7.
thing that crosses Donchev's mind is, what do we do against a Gottlieb 3-bet? Perhaps we'll find out.
1.1.
We will. Very small free bet here.
You're right, and I would think barring involvement, let's see what speaks to Donchev, but jam certainly springs to mind.
I can see both. Obviously, I think if you're suited here, you're more inclined to just take the price and see a flop, but it is awkward. You're going to have the best hand a good amount, but do you want to shove it all in, you know?
The setup is nobody is clearly on fumes. Loon has 4.5, and the rest of them are very flat. Michaelitis, Holes, Petrangelo, and Dimitar. And he knows Gottlieb gets after it. It's tricky, though, Will.
Yeah, these players have played enough now. Yeah,
He does
there you
do
go.
it.
Yeah, he does do it. Great find there from Dimitar. Just read the situation perfectly.
Very nice.
One of the more underrated tournament players out there. Only 400,000 in Triton winnings. I don't believe he's played a lot of these. Kind of just started in Monte Carlo. Had a few scores out there. Second place in a turbo. Always nice hitting those turbos, isn't it? Less time involved.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
Nothing like a score in a turbo.
Great hourly.
Look at the trophy there. Lovely. 250 on the blinds. 15K no limit 8-handed. Again, digressions. Biggest field ever. We all felt it here the day before it started. Saw so many, you know, new faces and
There's
such.
something
But
in the 8 of clubs that just...
Both sides show the 8 of clubs. That's the problem. There's no back side to that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Tritons, but I always thought they were kind of smaller events. You know, they stood out as these kind of like
The
elite.
buy-ins being so big, exactly.
But here at this opening event, it doesn't matter. It's a massive tournament, people around the corner. And we could see a new face. You know, we could see a Seth Gottlieb or Dominicus Michaelitis. But it might be one of the GOATs taking it down anyway, like they always do. Loon Loon with ace-10 off, going to raise.
Take it, sir.
Nice feeling. Loon Loon chipping up.
He's probably played some cash as well, Will. Note he did not muck his hand until the pot was slid over his way.
What is that, a slick cash game move?
Well, you know how it is when you're playing cash. You don't want, you know, you need it to be official before.
Sadly, I'm very good at folding. It's more acceptable in cash. Tournaments, you just got to go after those antes, but
if you have the winner in cash, you hang on to it until the pot comes your way.
Yep. Let the pot come.
Correct.
Don't risk flipping it over awkwardly, you know, exposing the winner.
This is a touch cuspy for Michaelitis. Let's see.
He's going to go with it. Makes it 600K.
Note the little bit of a size up, 2.4.
Ace Queen again for Dimitar. Starting to wake up with some hands.
And this is awkward for Dimitar, make no mistake, but it is too much hands to kind of not 3-bet. I think we go for the 3-bet non-all-in and just sort of see what happens. He's going time bank, understandably. We don't really call here much, if at all, in theory. When we're out there, do what we want, but in theory, it's a bit... We're not dying to just flat the small with such ICM implications and so on.
Yeah, you see Dimitar processing all of this. Really awkward spot. If you have 20 big blinds, you just rip, right? But
correct.
He's
He
just gonna
does
go
rip
for it,
anyway, 30 some odd. Fair enough. And that'll do it. Very nice. Donchev chipping up.
Yeah, two nice pickups for Dimitar. Great player. Looking to kind of, I feel like this would be, he's had signature wins, man, you know, but it's just, this could be something that puts him into the conversation a little more. I believe he won the PCA.
Did he win the PCA main?
I think he did.
Anytime I've seen him play, I'm always like, you know, this guy's clearly a great player, but it's hard to track everybody's results.
It is. It gets, especially with all these tournament series, all these big buy-ins. Yeah, maybe he doesn't play as much as I thought. 6.7 in million in winnings, which, wow, Seth just going to rip it with the, oh my God.
This is, by the way, Seth's play, maybe he could have just raised, but the spirit of his play is very understandable.
This is any two for Seth, and any two just ran into the best two.
Go on, Loon.
Loon.
Keep it clean for Loon. Don't do him like this.
Yeah. Very risky for Seth. Will it pay off? He's going to need to get extremely lucky.
That's pretty clean for Mr. Loon.
Yeah, and no back doors other than the weird straight. Going to need runner here. And that locks it up for Loon. Wow.
Take it, sir.
10 million chips going his way.
Let me give him some of these.
And this really evens things out now. Instead of being the short stack, Loon is second in chips, even in this range, and everybody has 30-plus big blinds. Seth still with the chip lead, but a lot more precarious now. And do you think Maybe a slight misstep there, or just got to go with it?
I think maybe that one is so bad that we just go for raise. We
Raise
sort of
fold,
play a
yeah.
raise fold and a jam, and maybe jam something like 5-6, 5-7, even 4-7. But it might be fine. It's close.
Sorry.
Yeah, and Seth, I mean, very aggressive, taking a lot of chances here. That one doesn't pay off, but what a feeling for Loon Loon to just wake up with number one there. Guy shoves into you in the small blind. Just look down at pocket aces. Big double up for Loon Loon.
Nice hand. Good timing.
Yeah, good timing.
Yeah, we'll see how Seth handles this. This is really his first adversity. He's now, you know, chip leader, but man, he had a big lead before.
He's neck and neck with Loon, and Fedor is right there. Dominique, it's now close. Dimitar, they're all very close. We might have to strap in. It could potentially be a long one, Will.
You think so? Do you get reads on these early on? Do you get a feel, or you just never know what's going to happen?
Well, just with the stack distribution, I mean, not a read, but
I should know.
the shorty is now
you're
29.
You're playing the solver.
But sometimes we do get a feeling sometimes.
Fedor with another pair, pocket sixes.
This is deceivingly cuspy given the situation. He is in.
Dimitar now has just sort of started to pick up some hands, and another one here, Queen Jack suited.
9 and a bit. 9.
And aren't we getting towards a stack depth where we can start to speculate a little more? We got a few more bigs to roll around with.
A bit. He's in.
Just feels like such a nice hand to just see a flop, you know. Too
It is
pretty
a
to
beauty.
let go. Can you really look yourself in the mirror the next
Right.
day if you fold, you know?
Right.
Especially if the big blind folds and you know, flop a monster.
And we might have a rare three-way final table flop upon us.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a hand maybe in a different setting you would consider squeezing, but here just...
It is a kind of... Here we are. He's going time bank, so he's certainly weighing the squeeze.
Yeah, I don't know that, again, I'm not up, it just feels maybe earlier on in the tournament, just a different level, but maybe...
Wow, he does go for it. Bravo, sir.
This is really strong. And it's big, and he's not committing himself, but he's making himself look committed here. Dimitar just
Great
sick.
find from Nikolaitis. Go on, Dominicus.
That was really strong.
Beautiful.
Dominicus Nikolaitis making the most of this final table. He said he's got the Sabonis jersey on. I mean, repping. A lot of good players from Lithuania. There's another Dominicus, I believe. I don't know if you know him, but he's hilarious. Plays high stakes pot limit Omaha.
I think I do a little
He's
bit.
a real character.
Yeah.
Dimitar, another playable hand, ace jack offsuit. Makes it 500. Seth, king 8 suited. Just not good enough. I think Seth wisely sitting back a little, you know, not forcing things after.
Yeah.
Fedor just too weak there. Respecting Dimitar. And this is an interesting stage, Nick. We've seen, you know, the start with the short stack have 5 big blinds. Now we see these guys all clumped up together. Like, how does that work, like, in terms of ICM? Are they all trying to wait out the next bust out? Are they more willing to go themselves?
Well, it's not as extreme for all of them as the initial setup with the 5 big blind stack is so extreme. Now they're still all kind of being snug and respectful, but also because no one is clearly on fumes, we do get to sort of explore the options.
Dominique is going to explore the option on the button here with ace-9 offsuit.
Raise.
Makes it 500. And Fedor, 7-6 of hearts in the small blind. Very playable hand, but not in this setup. But Nicky P with ace-jack.
Three bet is coming. Perhaps just a jam. Let's see if Pietrangelo has ideas outside of just all in. And for Dominicus, it's note the snap fold. I like that.
Yeah, not posturing. And do you think that's just in part because he's going to have plenty of bad hands on the button, right? Like there's no need to. What are you gaining by?
It's just a sharp snap fold. Generally, they tank for a while, burn a few banks, and then realize they have to fold. He's just snap out. We're for chips. We're in.
Nice and easy. And another pot for Nicky P. Nick Pietrangelo. This guy was one of the first guys I knew that was using a solver. I don't know if you remember when people started using them. Like
I do.
They had computers. You had to get like two desktops or something,
Right.
and you'd put the
Yeah.
simulations in and have to run for like a whole night.
Right.
And then they'd come back the next day, you know what I mean, and look at them. That was the point in time where I realized I probably wasn't going to do too well in poker going forward. Loon, the king-queen going to raise to 500. See if he has any customers. Nicky P, another playable hand. Ace-8 of spades. Kind of awkward, though. I could see him going anyway here, really. I mean...
Yeah, the call from the small is rare, but it does spring to mind with this one.
1.85.
You can see, though, that he just deems the spot to not really allow calls, so to speak. And for Loon, this is not pleasant.
Great example. If there's ever a hand you just want to flat, it's this hand, right?
Right, and still, the overarching theory has driven Nicky P towards this 3-bet.
He just knows he's not supposed to have flats here ever. So
Right.
why do the comfortable thing?
I use kept pointing.
Do the thing you're supposed to do, and puts Loon in a really interesting spot.
Yeah, 1.85.
1.85, that's what I've heard. Yeah.
Putting a lot of pressure on Loon's stack. And Loon has the kind of hand, you know, you're blocking queens, you're blocking kings, you're blocking ace-king, ace-queen. Does he want to maybe get a little crazy here? He definitely looks like he's thinking about it.
Possible, but king queen off. He is in. Well, here we go.
This is a little crazy, you know. Not all the way crazy, but he's peeling a flop, and we got a massive pot here.
We do.
4 million in the middle. We're going to see 3 here.
Oh, and it's very spicy, Will. Nut flush draw working for Pietrangelo. Of course, top pair queen kicker for Loon.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine both players hitting this flop harder. Nicky P, what does he want to come with? Is this kind of a range bet spot, or?
I think he's, let's see. Small comes to mind.
900.
He goes for 20%ish, and for Loon, merits to both.
Feels like a spot you want to keep all of Nick's potential bluffs in there, though. You know, like the ace-6 suiteds, the ace-5s. Or you just want to get the hand over with now? You know, you have the best hand a lot.
I like what you were saying first. I think keeping an eye on ace-10. Looks like he has just shoved, and unfortunately for Nicky P, perhaps not unfortunately, seems we can't really fold the nut flush draw.
Oh, but Nick hates this spot. He didn't. I don't think he expected Loon to shove much there.
And he knows Loon is not messing about.
No, Loon called pre-flop. He called a massive 3-bet. This is a gross spot for Nick. But, you know, can we really fold the nut flush draw here?
I think he's calculating his equity and the ICM scenario against a very realistic range, which Pietrangelo is probably surmising incredibly accurately.
Now,
if he stone, sorry to cut you off, if he stone has a king, I think maybe we can fold. But it might be tough if he starts just considering, is Queen Jack of Spades or Jack 10 of Spades possible? Because if those are possible, it becomes a little hard to fold.
Also, he probably doesn't put Loon on King Queen off, right?
That's a good point as well.
So he may be thinking it's more of like an aces or ace king type of trap where he's in actually worse shape, even though he's blocking
not
them.
so much ace king, but aces or kings.
Yeah. He doesn't block a king. I mean, you can tell he's really tortured here. If Loon does have the Queen 10, the Jack 10 of spades, it's obviously...
That's what's so scary about folding in a spot like this.
I think,
to me, at
but
least.
Yeah, he's probably weighing, does Loon have those hands? You know, does he flat in position with those hands, or are those just going in the muck pre-flop? A lot of time banks left.
And certainly one thing we can learn, whether he continues or not, is how much Pietrangelo is respecting ICM. And I know sometimes we get a bit, you know, the ICM discussion is, we can all interpret it how we want. You want to go for the win? Go for the win. Nobody's stopping you. But many of the elite pros tend to really consider things of this nature, and obviously he is. If this was day one, the river would have been out a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, this is... He's deep in consideration here. He's thrown all his time chips in the middle. Now, I know Nick has played a lot of poker. I guess in my head, I'm just questioning, do you think there's any part of this that is, he hasn't had a big Triton win?
No.
He doesn't want to make a mistake. You don't think there's any of that human element there? He's just too much of a machine?
I really don't. And I don't think he does get away.
He makes the fold. Wow.
Really interesting hand.
The longer he took, the more I felt like he was leaning pitch, you know, when you...
Yeah, I mean, the non-snap already, you're like... And no, I don't think any of that is weighing on him. Although he is a human being, one can't know. But the sample, it's just not that big, you know?
Yes.
It's all these tournaments blend into one. He's done phenomenally well. So I don't know if it's... I suppose there's an emotional attachment to Triton, though. How could there not be?
It's not the sample. It's not the money. It's certainly not the money. I don't think, you know what I mean? He's folding to preserve, you know, staying in the tournament. I think it's, if anything, it's just really wanting to make the right decision and get a big win. Feeling the pressure. And he decided that was the right decision. I obviously eliminated those hands. And to his credit, you know, Loon had a king. He was behind.
That was a great play. A very kind of ballsy play. It's hard to, again, I would be so scared they have Queen Jack of Spades where you feel so, that's such a brutal feeling if you see they had that one. But for him to actually just stone have King Queen, he made a good fold versus that hand. Make no mistake. So, bravo, sir. Live to fight another day.
And now he gets the King Queen and...
Winner.
And if you don't think they have those hands, those weaker flush draws, then you're just stone gambling, right? You're just taking a flip. And maybe Nick doesn't, you know, maybe he feels like his edge is bigger than that. I don't know.
Good point as well.
And give credit to Loon Loon. I mean, denies Nick all of his equity there. With
Right,
the, with
flop
the
was
aggressive
interesting
shove,
as well.
You
It's
know?
true.
Yeah, Loon Loon now our chip leader, 13 million. Fedor with pocket tens. He's had a lot of pairs so far. Gonna come in for the raise. Makes it 575. Folded around to Seth with the 8-7 of spades in the small. Hasn't played a hand in a while. Maybe itching a little. Yeah, he's gonna see a flop here, Nick.
It does appear the itch is there.
And Loon Loon now in a totally different position. Chip leader. Has been relatively short most of the final table.
This hand is awkward multi-way. He is in.
Certainly good enough to see a flop with a great price. Queen 6-7 rainbow. Great flop for Fedor. He's well ahead, but Seth does make a middle pair. A lot of backdoors. Fedor with a pretty nice range advantage. Would think he's going to bet a lot here.
I think he checks quite a bit here. Tens and jacks seem very checkable, but bet also springs to mind. Forgive the wishy-washy. He is going for bet. And for Gottlieb, of course, no going anywhere.
Yeah, so much potential here. Gonna see a turn. Loon Loon gonna get out of there. Turn is a total brick. Does bring a backdoor flush draw. Seth's gonna check in. Is this a spot we want to continue betting or maybe check back?
I'm feeling kind of nice about checking tens on the turn in Fedor's seat, but he makes such great reads. You know, if he thinks Seth has a 7 or a hand worse than tens, he'll just bet. Simple as that. But just based on his cards, seems like a fairly cozy check. Maybe value bet bricks in the face of another Gottlieb check.
And he does go with the check. The river is a brick, so now...
If Seth goes for something small, we just call. But if Seth checks, interested to see what Fedor goes for. And he does, in fact, check.
And Fedor, I mean, I would think he has to know he has the best hand a lot here, or feel like it.
I think he feels like he has the best hand a fair amount. But getting raised is so annoying at a final table.
But if you are going to bet after checking back the turn, what type of sizing do you think you...
Half, maybe? Ish?
Yeah, that's what he's going with.
This is lovely from Fedor.
Yeah, beautiful sizing. I mean, this is just... He's milking him here.
And it's a little bit for Gottlieb. He might have some great hands that Fedor can't, or at least he can tell that story. I could see kamikazeing this one, but...
He seems like a player that's definitely considering it. It's not out of question.
He sort of sighed.
Oh, you think he resigned to just the call or fold? That's,
I think he did.
And yeah, you can tell he's not happy about it.
Fedor.
Yeah. He's not raising after all this. Be very surprised. I mean,
it would be strong, though, right? I love that play.
It would be really strong. Yeah, he's going to pay it off. Great bet from Fedor.
Really nice.
I should have folded.
And Seth kind of knows it, you know. He knows he shouldn't have paid there. but just great poker all around from Fedor Holz. And I mean, I think a lot of us get these ideas about these geniuses, these great players, that they're just doing all of this absolutely crazy, you know, off the wall, next level maneuvers, and they probably are. But a lot of it is just simple, just really good, solid.
No, that's really well put, Will. Fundamentals win championships.
Fedor now inching closer to the chip lead, picks up ace-jack, can feel the momentum. He's going to open it up. And Nicky just folds sixes. Yeah, not much he can do there. Yeah, this feels like it could be an all-nighter, Nick.
I mean, those blinds are going up, but we're going to be here for a little while.
Roughly.
I feel like Nick is still kind of ruing over that decision in his head.
I think you're right.
I just feel it. It's so tough in those spots because you just don't know, right? He hasn't gotten the hand. He'll know eventually, you know.
It's a little bit of a rare spot to the 3-bet call at a final table.
Such a unique spot, yeah.
It's common elsewhere.
Seth with the king 5 suited in the cutoff. And where do you think Seth's head is at right now? You know, starts off as a big chip leader, is now second shortest.
I think his head is, you know, right where we're looking at. King 5 suited, baby.
Yep. It's in suited Wonderland, and Holtz is suited too, so we're going to see 3.
See if Gottlieb can get back on the horse.
Ooh,
okay.
That'll help.
Probably not going to pick up a customer, but that will help.
Yeah, and this is one of these spots where you're just betting a lot with all of your air. So even though I'm always tempted to check, these guys just always seem to just play the range. Fedor, suspicious, but nothing he can do. Nice little pickup for Seth. All these players clumped up. Nick is our short stack, 23 bigs. The rest of them are sandwiched between about 32 big blinds and 50, which Loon has as the chip leader. Fedor close on his tail with 42. Super high roller series here at Jeju. Look at Dimitar Danchev. Gotta figure out if this guy won the PCA or not.
This is close for Danchev. Does let it go.
I mean, when you look down at this on the button, like, it's just...
Does give you a little jolt, doesn't it?
A little jiggle, so it makes you feel something, right? Fedor just snap folds there with the suited connector. Nick has to get out with his dust. Dominicus takes another pot right there. Third in chips. Look at that rail.
Ponikovs and co.
What's the deal with that guy Ponikovs? I mean, he's got to be doing something we don't know about. These guys probably party like crazy or something. You know what I mean?
They don't really party, the young guys. It's over, man. It's not like the old days.
No
Look
more
at that beautiful trophy. They won it. Yeah, they're not. You know, it's not.
You got your eyes on that trophy, buddy.
The trophy's lovely. I mean,
it's nice.
Look at that thing.
You got any trophies?
From Triton?
Did you have any trophies? Like, do you have a trophy room? Do you have?
I don't know. I don't have a room.
Do you have any, though? You got a couple.
Yeah, I have some, you know, scattered about.
Where do you keep them?
In my daughter's room.
You don't have, like, a little shelf? For
No,
them?
I don't have the mantle. Like, whenever somebody comes over, first, come over here. Let me.
You don't have the Shulman man cave with, like, the...
Looks like Petrangelo is putting it in. No, I don't.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Sorry, we got a hand, guys.
I'm barring Danchev waking up with something, this one's a wrap.
Nikki P. Loon's got to release bottom of his range.
We see you guys on YouTube, Twitch, elsewhere. Appreciate it. Shout out everybody sweating Triton with us. I know it's an awkward time stateside. If you're on this side of the, it's not really the pond if you're in Asia, right? It's the, you know.
It's the
But
ocean.
if you're east,
yeah,
welcome. And if you're, you know, west, welcome as well.
Yeah, shout out to everybody just waking up, everybody going to sleep, everybody that's been grinding with us. I mean, you guys, if you're waking up, it's great for you because we're going to be here a while. So start your morning with us. If you're going to sleep, like, and you've been here this long, you might as well sweat a few more hands.
Agreed, but if you're exhausted, if you got stuff to do, you can always catch it tomorrow.
Stay tuned.
Let's just see what Danchev does with this one. It's hard to walk when you're invested. Does go for 875. Okay. Take it, sir. Very nice.
Danchev's a very calculated player. Won the PCA in 2013. 10K buy-in, 1.8 million. I remember back in the day, that was the one you wanted to win.
Definitely.
Also, back then, 1.8 mil, that's like 3.6.
Yeah, you're right.
As you see the Fedor rail, I mean, just... This guy's living clean, Nick.
He's
I don't know how else
clean,
to say
Will.
it.
We know exactly what you mean.
This is good, clean living from Poker's Prince Fedor. These guys are all living clean. This guy's not partying.
See you there, Trinity, waking up in Miami. Callie is here, 1 p.m. in Germany. For EU, this is great. The UK is just, it's a nice normal. 5:30 p.m. in India. Good morning from Toronto. Beautiful. Ace deuce off for Gottlieb, 30 big, small blind.
Yeah, how does he want to play it?
We shall see.
He's going to raise it up. Oh, sorry, just call. And Loon with the really pretty King 10 of diamonds.
It is pretty. It's almost awkwardly pretty.
Yeah. It's so pretty that you don't know what to do with it.
Kind of. If we raise and get piled on, we're so sick. But he does go for raise. And let's see how Gottlieb responds with, of course, the most key card in the deck, the ace.
Yeah, these aces just become so huge when you're just down to 2 players. There it is. Great shove from Seth.
Does do it. And of course, Loon wishes he had that raise back.
7.3. 7.3.
It's such a pretty hand. But it's so much to call. Almost all of his stack. And this is just a great example of why Seth is here. He's completely fearless.
You're right.
Loon fearless in his own right, but it's very different when you can put the last bet in, right?
That's exactly right. Does have to slide it. Worse hand, but...
Nothing you could do. The disaster situation you envisioned came to fruition there for him.
And that is part of the reason why some of these gorgeous hands do go for check against limp sometimes. And it's a little bit unintuitive. Not saying that raise was out of bounds, but it is an idea sometimes in these blind-on-blind entanglements. 300 now on the big, Will. We're getting there.
We're getting there. We're getting there. gotta say, I still feel like Nicky P's thinking about that hand.
He'll be
I can
thinking about
feel
that
it.
hand for 16 years.
You don't-
These guys are
do you
animals.
notice he's gotten a little
It's-
bit more red?
Yeah. Snowman for Dimitar.
Yeah, Dimitar just has this like.
And I did hear him, sorry to cut you off, I did hear him ask about, Nicky P mentioned Queen 10 of Spades, which was probably an allusion to the hand, right?
He'll get the good news soon enough that it wasn't Queen 10 or Jack 10 of Spades, because that
Indeed he
would
will.
be disastrous. I mean,
And you're right, that will calm him down when word, you know.
yeah, a break could be helpful. You know, a little break, see the hand, update, realize you made the right fold. Loon Loon gonna flat out of the small. Queen Jack, I guess, just needs to see 3 here.
I don't know if it needs to see 3, but it's certainly seeing 3 this time. And Loon has a lot of heart, you know. He's here to scrap.
Yeah, Queen Jack may not need to see 3, but Loon needs to see 3.
That's right. That's exactly right.
And Dominicus is obviously, I mean, what a beautiful spot with the great pot odds, connected hand.
Our first 3-way flop. Open-ended for Loon, middle pair in the back door working for Dominicus, and third pair for Dimitar still with his 8s.
Little piece for everybody. Dimitar, just going to check back. See a turn. Total brick, deuce. And in Loon Loon's spot, it's got to be tempting to slinky something in the middle, right?
Very much so. Target things like ace-king, 8s and 7s.
That's $1 million.
Very awkward for Michaelitis.
Was just thinking that.
We sort of interfere with the bluffs, but still a lot of hand.
Yeah, we block the semi-bluffs, right, which we don't want to. We don't block clubs, though.
Very nice, he is in.
Now, Dimitar quickly folds. Loon Loon looking for some type of paint. There it is. Wow.
Go on, Loon Loon. And for Dominicus, we'll see how it shakes out, but optically he does have something of a potential bluff. Fireworks could be in the air, probably not, but we'll see. 4.1 in the middle, Will.
Yeah, this is really kind of the most interesting river. Loon Loon makes the nuts. Dominicus has a hand that... Is this a bluff catcher also with the jack blocker, or is it more...
Oh, he goes for check. I think Dominicus will be content to do
wow.
the same.
Loon may have just saved him here. Yeah, wow.
Has the nuts.
You have nuts, Loon?
So it's interesting because it was kind of like almost frustrated there from Dominicus, but then I think a sigh of relief, realizing that could have gotten really bad if he had bet.
I don't think he's entered the sigh of relief phase,
No.
but now he's probably just...
No, he's still in the anger phase.
Yeah, he's
of the
still in
river.
anger.
We're all human here.
Maybe denial, or
We're
what
all
is it?
human here. There
What's
are
the
no
stages?
It's denial, then grief, then bliss.
Yeah.
3 stages to enlightenment. Nicky P. I mean, I think Nicky P needs this break, man. He needs to get
needs
the hand.
closure on
He needs
that
closure,
hand.
yeah.
Oh, he needs this as well. Bullets for Petrangelo.
Maybe he doesn't need that break so bad.
Yeah.
See a hand, you know. 650. What a spot. Also, just make for the moment, make those thoughts go away, right?
Nice fold from Dancho, by the way.
Yeah,
Indeed.
really nice. Just clean. And Loon Loon,
Oh.
though. I mean, you just rivered the nuts with Queen Jack. You're on the button.
All true.
You know Nicky P runs bad. Are we ever folding the 8s here? If we're Loon Loon.
I don't think so. He goes for 3-bet. I
Ooh,
believe
this
he was
is-
weighing call or jam.
This
and
is really dicey for Loon Loon. Wow. I guess he just doesn't want to flat just with the stack sizes.
I suppose.
He's played very aggressively. He's taking creative lines and just the dream and the classic pro move from here, Nick. I've seen this one so many times.
How much is it?
How much is it? It's Nicky P. Look, he studies the solvers, but he's played a lot of live poker.
Yeah, you're right. Like, solvers aside, this guy's been around.
Look, I don't care what type of simulations this guy was running 13 years ago. We're about to see some Leonardo DiCaprio type level stuff from Nicky P. This is going to be sold.
2.6.
Oh, he clicks it back, Will.
Clicky, clicky. And Loon has the type of hand, if he thinks Nick's capable of bluffing here, this is such an interesting play at the stack depth.
It is very interesting. These clicking wars are a major idea at final tables. And for Loon, do we peel?
It's almost reminiscent
Trying
of
to
the
bang the
older
eight?
time, the Vanessa Selps time, the just back and forth pre-flop.
You're right.
Brutalities. Yeah, Loon Loon getting an amazing price now with his eights. Also, he's thinking, is Nick light here? Can I just...
He does put it in.
Oh! Wow.
Oh, nothing.
Nicky P, he may not need to wait for the break for that closure, Nick.
Well, we shall see.
Pocket eights for Loon Loon. Got himself in some trouble there. Live and die by the sword. Pretty clean flop.
Pretty clean.
Some sevens, jacks,
We
sixes.
don't want to see those if we're Petrangelo. Never easy.
No, it's always a sweat. 8 or a 7 for Loon Loon. Or Nicky P is going to get a nice double. There
Go
it is,
on,
Nick.
Nicky P.
Huge swing there. I mean, and look, the click back, man. I think it got him. What if it was the chip count? When he asked for the chip count, I mean, the whole thing was just so professionally done. Looks like the man's on tilt from the hand earlier. He
Agreed.
folded.
I
It's
agree
just-
with
it's just
all of
pure
that, Will.
perfection here, Nick. The best of the best at Triton. And I know Nick's not going to show any emotion, but this is a huge victory
Nick,
for
I asked
him.
you
I
yesterday
mean,
if you were feeling it during that sweat, that hand that went up and down. Were you feeling this one, or no? Still nothing?
Oh, yeah.
Let me know when you feel something.
Worried I made a bad fold before.
he's still thinking about the hand. This will ease his worries,
It's
though.
just how it is. You fly around the globe playing all these tournaments. That was a very interesting hand, the ace-8, king-queen. I could see that is one that weighs on you, but he's back. And mind you, he made a great fold, so it's really he's doing his thing here, event number 1.
He's back, and after that hand, he was the short stack. It could have been easy for him to go out in 6. Now he's the chip leader.
Exactly.
That's how quickly these things can swing.
Oh, okay.
Nick Petrangelo.
What did you think I folded? King 10?
No comment.
I guess queens could have been hard.
Queens no spade.
Queens could have been hard.
Oof.
It's as a fan, these guys like Dimitar, he's just got such a calm, controlled demeanor.
I like Dimitar's presence and affect. And we'll be seeing him get involved.
And Loon Loon might be getting involved again. This has been a bad string for Loon Loon here. Ace-Jack just pipped.
This could spell the end of Loom Loom.
Yeah, not long ago, chip leader, now in a really dicey spot with Dimitar. How does he want to play the ace-jack? He's got a really kind of easy shoving stack if he wants to take that route.
We saw him shove it before over the Nicky P Open and the Gottlieb flat. Of course, a different spot, same hand, but we shall see momentarily.
Just going to make a relatively small 3-bet to 1.5 million.
Goes for the 2.5x 3-bet, relatively small, as you said. And for Dimitar,
this has just been such a controlled... I feel like Dimitar's had these hands. He's just known exactly where he's at. And I'm curious if that continues. You can see him thinking, too, at the table.
I kind of like that, Sai, in a way, because this is all so stressful. Some of the stuff with, you know, he's looking to the heavens, Will.
We forget that, right? We're jealous of these guys. They're at big final tables. We don't realize how stressful the decisions are when the wrong one can cost you 6 figures.
You just never know what's going on with some of these guys. You know, this is life-changing money. I don't know Dimitar's situation at all, but it's 800 G's up there, you know.
You raise under the gun. Is Loon Loon tilting? Is he, you know?
He does shove, and for Loon Loon, let's see. This is not what he wanted to see.
Loon
He
Loon
snaps.
calls,
Good luck,
yeah.
gentlemen.
Wow. I believe this is the biggest pot of the tournament. 14 million in the middle will determine the chip leader. And for Loon Loon, what a turn of events here.
I was sure he's scoring.
We'll need a jack, some type of funny stuffer. He's going to be out in 6th place. There's the ace. Dimitar just needs to fade a jack here.
Chop, chop. No chop. Just the winners.
Oh, and that's going to do
a nice card to see if
only
you're
1-5
Dimitar.
left now, or an ace. No, not just yeah. Wow.
GG Loon Loon. Nice watching you work. What a run for Loon Loon, Will.
Bate, bях сигурен, че плаща. В смисъл...
Loon Loon, I mean, the guy played with a lot of heart in him.
He certainly did.
Бях сигурен, че съм го пак.
Absolutely no fear.
And Dimitar's rail loves it, Will.
And Dimitar has played perfect poker.
He has.
Loon Loon played hard, showed us a lot of heart, a lot of interesting plays, a lot of creativity. We'll see a lot more of him, I'm sure.
Great way to start the series.
182,000. Can you ever be that upset?
No. $182, Will.
$182, Nick. What are we doing with that? We putting it in, you know, index funds immediately.
Yeah.
We throwing it on poker stake.
I don't think Loon Loon is firing the index funds at this current time.
That is a fair assessment. Yeah, we're down to 5 now. Loon Loon live and die by the sword. Dimitar Danchev, our new chip leader. PCA champion about 11 years ago. 786 up top. That'll get you through the series, right? If you ship that.
Absolutely.
These Tritons get expensive, man.
Yeah, they do. Might not get you through the series, actually, but it's certainly a good start.
It's not a bad start at all. And $182, I mean.
5 remain. Nicky P in second. Dimitar now in the chip lead. It's very close.
And Nicky P and Fedor still in there, still, you know, putting another potential notch on the belt.
Goats kind of, you know, goating.
Speaking of goats goating, get on GG Poker. Doesn't stand for goats goating. It stands for, I think, good game. Qualify for the WSOP main event. Great tournament. Brian Rast yesterday told me that he punted in ridiculous fashion. I'm sure Nick has punted too. These guys,
Definitely.
it's a problem. But not for you. Qualify for as little as $1. Dominique is now bringing up the rear. 22 bigs, 29 for Gottlieb, who honestly has kind of bobbed and weaved nicely.
He has bobbed and weaved. I know what you mean. He didn't come apart at the seams after the early disaster. He's doing his thing.
A blow-up felt possible, but he's in there, still playing for the win.
Fedor playing fantastically well, as is Nikki P and Dimitar. This will be a good finish, Will.
Look, this is my first Triton. I'm sure the play is always top-notch at this final table, but it's been great so far. Down to 5. Start to feel it a little more, get the...
You're close. You start peering over at that trophy a little bit.
Just 4 more souls between you and that trophy, which Nick might honestly physically go for if he sees it up close.
Yeah.
I feel like you could run off of that thing.
What do you have now?
15 something? More.
And how does the ICM work here now, right? Like the Dimitar has 52 bigs, a little bit of separation, but still kind of everybody clumped together.
Everybody clumped, and just from the classical standpoint, Nikki P is is under the most pressure, being in second. That's a kind of common mechanic, and the short stack is always the most apt to gamble, but they are very clumped, as you said. Limp check.
6.6.
Yeah, Petrangelo right there in second, not going to be afraid to take a flop. Jack 3 offsuit. I always find these blind-on-blind battles interesting. I mean,
they are fascinating.
It's fascinating, too, watching Dimitar's physical reactions with his face. Like, it's...
I know what you mean. He plays with a lot of joie de vivre, in a way.
A lot of these guys don't do that,
They don't do that, and it's a good point. You can wear your heart on your sleeve and still play remarkably well. You don't need to be a robot or,
Yeah, you can play the joie de vivre style.
You can.
Is that French?
I think it's French.
Did you pick that up from Ali? Or
Yeah, I got that from Ali.
Dimitar going to check back.
This is interesting. Yes.
It feels like Nick's kind of known he's got showdown value, and he's continuing to hope that it's good enough.
He agrees, and for Dimitar, perhaps we target the exact sort of hand class we're looking at. For Nikki P, that is the jacks, the queens.
He's got to know he's never winning if this checks, right?
I think so. Close to never winning, if not just stone never.
But we're only really repping an 8 here, right? That's it?
Yeah. There's some possible delays. He does shut it down, and he won't be happy to see the jack.
I really struggle to see the board from this seat. Can you guys shift or no?
I mean, it's fine. It's fine for them. I don't care. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I think you have to ask the...
Yeah. I'll bring my contacts back. I'll bring my glasses.
Interesting. I always find this curious at final tables. We've had all these eliminations, but all the players are clumped up on this one side.
Okay.
I would want to shift too. I don't have trouble seeing the board, but I would want these guys to move a little,
I always like the shift. It's sort of natural, but...
Square up the table.
They have the card reader thing where the boxes are designated and the production. Let's see.
It's break in 9, so maybe let's play till the break and then they can...
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm literally like...
Or do you want to change it before?
No, I mean...
Thank you.
Sure.
300 for the big...
I can read you the board.
It is like a double take every time for some reason the way this is set up, but yeah, sure.
Nick having some trouble seeing the flop from his seat, and it gets it obviously looks, you can see the clean camera, but it gets real bright, it gets real hot in these final tables.
Sometimes there's a glare issue from specific seats. Limp from Danchev. Gottlieb checks.
Kind of an awkward spot. Queen high going to be good, decent amount. Just checks it back. Both players pick up a gutter. It's got to be tempting for Dimitar to start stabbing, right?
Definitely.
Goes big. Bets the size of the pot.
Very nice, Dimitar. Take it, sir.
Kind of putting the exact type of pressure on a hand like this that you takes the pot. Chip leader. Just played perfect poker so far. Every spot. That's what you see here at Triton. Not many mistakes. I still think Nicky P's just thinking about what did Loon Loon have there. I don't even.
Yeah. He'll be holding the trophy.
He'll be holding the
feverishly
trophy.
texting.
Yeah. No, he'll have the info by then. Fedor going to get back in the action with King 10. Good enough to raise.
Have more than 10?
Slightly over.
Interesting spot for Dimitar.
I think it's a pretty cozy call.
You're in position. Seth with a suited connector in the small blind.
Does show a little restraint.
Yeah, he's had a fair amount of discipline. As does Dominicus. I guess just respect to Fedor's range, respect to Dimitar's flat. 10-7-6, 2 hearts. Both players hit a piece. Top pair for Fedor. This feels like the type of flop he'll be checking a lot.
Agreed. I think he bets sometimes, but quite a lot of checking just in general. Fedor really so good at just the live comings and goings.
He's got to have a top. I can't imagine there's many players with better live presence than him. The stare down.
And for Dimitar, perhaps content to check as well. Nice card for Dimitar sliding into the open-ender, and for Fedor, we have to feel quite good about our tens with a king in the face of check-check.
Yeah, now is it time to start betting, or do we kind of start to trap a little?
I think it might be time to start betting a lot of the time. We can really rule out some of Dimitar's nutty hands on the flop after check, usually.
And here he goes. Big sizing, too. Charging a hand like this, full price to see a river.
He goes for 75%, 1.5 into 2, and this is awkward for Dimitar indeed. The 9 isn't clean, but we're still open-ended. We still have a pair. Tricky little spot for Dimitar. Let's see.
Yeah, you don't love this, right? Like, but gonna see a river, looking for a 9, 4, or 6. Ace of Hearts. Action-y card for the board, but doesn't change anything for these players.
And in the face of a Fedor check, which, not to be presumptuous, seems likely, intrigued to see if Dimitar feels compelled to bluff these 6s and target exactly what we're looking at, or if he's content to just check, which is understandable.
Well, also, are you trying to bluff the kings or queens that Fedor has
those as well.
potentially?
It really feels like against Czech we rarely win.
Yeah, this is really interesting. King Jack maybe, but is he? That's probably bluffing more at some
Probably
point.
bluffing the river King Jack for Fedor. Maybe something King Jack heartless just goes for give up. And that could be weighing on Dimitar's mind, which gives us that little bit of showdown. But one could see themselves bluffing here, certainly. It's an interesting spot.
Really
And
considering it.
part of what makes Fedor so good is he's a scary guy to bluff.
Yeah, and you see it
Dimitar,
there, yeah.
You do.
The check was kind of dejected. It was a give-up check.
It was a little bit of a give-up check. It's an understandable check,
Completely understandable, but it was not a, I'm going to take this one at showdown sometimes. It was a frustration.
A little
Maybe
bit,
I should
and,
have stabbed.
You know, Fedor gains EV here and there just from his legendary affect at the table.
A lot of great players in this tournament. Isaac Haxton bubbled the final table, finished 10th. Stephen Chidwick finished 12th.
He had the chip lead for a while. Stevie.
Big blind.
Haxton always down there right now.
He's always in the mix. So final table magnet. He just won something in Asia before he came here.
I saw that.
I mean, it's a tough go for the grinders out there if you're you're going to an Asian Poker Tour event and Ike Haxton ends up taking it down. And that's kind of the beauty of Triton, right? You can come here and play with the best, play with the, best players in the world, and you can also play with a lot of businessmen, VIPs. It's a mix of everything.
It is indeed a mix.
Now Dimitar and Fedor tangling again. Dimitar raised here. Going to go for a range bet with the ace high. Fedor not going anywhere. Eights and jacks with a good kicker. At least see a turn. Just calls, keeping all the bluffs in there. Does Dimitar want to keep barreling on the spade, or is it just... I guess you do have a little showdown here.
You do have a little bit of showdown against the straight draws, but you also can kind of target them. I think spadeless were done quite a bit, but the ace and the low card is a thematic idea for bluffing on these middly upper boards, just to sort of target the queen nines of the world. He does check, again, understandable spadeless.
For Fedor, probably the best hand a decent amount of the time. Kind of an awkward spot.
A little bit awkward. The king certainly looms. I think he's between going very small or checking.
Maybe a min bet if he does bet.
Does go for a check, yeah.
And Dimitar now in another one of these spots where a little bit of showdown.
Right.
But it's still a lot of...
It's that little bit of showdown, but probably lose feeling.
It's not a good feeling, is it?
No.
You see it on his face there, just...
Yeah, I like this guy.
Fedor going to take another one. There he is in the chip lead. Fedor Hulse. These players are going to go on dinner break. Hopefully get the table squared for Nick Petrangelo.
Square up the table for Nicky P.
For one time.
Can't have a glare issue for 800,000.
Yeah, so Fedor in the chip lead. Still pretty close, 36 bigs. Nick Petrangelo in second with 33. Dimitar Danchev with, with 41. No, that's not right. Great final table so far, Nick.
It has been. Agreed.
I mean, I'm not being biased here.
No,
I think it's been fun.
It's been a very fun final table. A lot of thought-provoking hands. The ace-8 king-queen was borderline fascinating. Fedor's doing his thing. Gottlieb, he's here, he's there. It's been a really good final table.
Very entertaining. Still feels like we could have a long night ahead of us. Or morning for you guys. What are you guys watching from? Let us know. We lost Ken Tong, Josh McCulley, Loon Loon, and Peter Arts. Arts?
I think it has a little more flair than Arts.
I said that pretty poorly. Sorry about the pronunciation, guys. I'm getting used to the bigger stage here. But yeah, we still got Fedor, Dominicus, Petrangelo, Danchev, Gottlieb. We're going to go on a quick break. I think, is it a quick break or 10 minutes? So come back, join us. Take your coffee, take your tea.
Stay close. Have a little coffee, have a little tea. Stay close.
Stay close.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all other GG Poker's captioning traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You shove 75% pot on the river. What value to bluff ratio should you use to make your opponent indifferent? 17% bluffs? 30% bluffs? 33%? Or 43%? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Play that you just don't see as much anymore.
Not sure. It's a curious spot.
Yeah.
It does come to mind, given what you were talking about too, Seth. Very wide range. He does shove. Of course, Seth is calling. Good luck, gentlemen. Especially Peter.
Yeah, Seth in a great spot to knock out the short stack here. Peter, flops equity, gutter, backdoor flush draw, but he's in pretty bad shape here. We'll need to get an 8 or some type of spades or other running straight to win this hand, and that's a really good turn.
That is indeed a really good turn.
Well,
Seth just got a look about him.
Yeah, he really does.
Nope. Yeah,
GG, sir.
I think Seth might have had some premonition on that river. He just, like he's got he's just got something going on right now.
He does. He has a villain-esque almost vibe.
When a guy like that is like hot at the table, they're winning every pot. I mean, do you ever just get like you just want to stay away from them? I mean,
yes, of course.
Peter didn't want to. He's out. I mean, if it's any consolidation, he was the short stack, very short, most likely to bust.
Can't hang your head too much busting with 5 bigs. Agreed.
Guys do like this guy Macaulay. Like, who is this guy? We got to find some. Is this a crypto guy?
He's a pretty young guy who has taken poker very seriously, and I believe is a good player. And this has to be somewhat with the players that this is the biggest Triton ever in terms of field size. That's a cool thing to ship the biggest one ever. 10s for Fedor.
Yeah, it would be fitting for Fedor for sure. But maybe it's Nicky P's time. Almost 12 million in Triton earnings for Fedor. 3 titles. Pretty impressive considering he retired from poker.
For fun.
And Seth with... No, is that just a little posturing, you think?
I think it was legitimate. I believe he
thinking about every
it.
spot. And Ken with a pretty decent, dicey spot.
I think it's just enough to go for a defend.
Oh my God.
Some poor timing from Tong. Fair enough.
Well, not a defend. And Fedor snaps. And wow, I did not see that coming.
And some of that is Fedor's reputation preceding him. Ken wasn't about to be pushed around by the great Fedor holes. And here we are.
Ken is going to need a king here, or some type of funky run out.
Okay, he's got the 6, 7, 9 of diamonds working well.
Yeah, can turn a lot of equity. There you go. 8 or a king now, or Ken is going to be out of here. Fedor will have more chips. Nope, it's a deuce.
Good game, sir. What a run for Ken Tong.
He'll take home 98,000. So we've now broken into the 6-figure range of payouts. It just goes up from here. I mean,
go grab that 98 Gs, Ken. Perhaps put it on the account and keep firing. And for Fedor, what a start, Will.
Thank you.
Yeah, Fedor just crushing this final table so far. Yeah, you got to respect. I mean, went out with a lot of heart there. Made a read on Fedor, and
he did. I like that.
Come off because,
and anybody who's capable of the wheels coming off, I just have respect for.
Well, for now, the wheels go round and round. Petrangelo, the queen jack off. Going to raise it up from the cutoff. And Josh with a very playable queen 10 off in the big. Doesn't know he's dominated. Just feels like a call, right? Just see a flop.
Think so.
You have 2.4 back?
I side with 3, so yeah.
Does not want to see a queen. Does want to see a 10, though. What a flop. I mean, started the hand as the short stack. Flops top pair with a backdoor flush draw. And
Something of a range bet for Nick.
Yeah, you just want to pressure the weaker big blind calling
We're
range.
going quarter here a lot. He's looking back. He has a lot of equity that he certainly doesn't want to get blown off of. But it just strikes me from this vantage point as a quite good board for him.
A lot of turns he can barrel, and he shoves. Wow.
Oh, he just goes for jam. That's an interesting play.
And Josh is going to snap, and this is really bad news for Nick.
I think part of the ideas from Pietrangelo there is that his hand has so much equity with the Queen of Hearts and the 10-Jack Queen that we don't want to bet fold.
Josh is short enough that we can just pile our equity in.
That was unique.
That was interesting, yeah. He's going to need to get really lucky here, though. Josh has him in bad shape.
Okay, that's definitely the one we were looking for if we're Pietrangelo, other than the jack.
I mean, open-ended straight draw now. A lot of outs for Nick. There it is. Wow.
GG, sir.
Nice meeting you. See you out there.
That was rough.
Classy on the way out from Macaulay. Great run.
Yeah, I took it like a champ. I don't think, I mean, these guys are all, how do they deal with this emotionally? Like, that was a pretty dirty one.
They're on the stream. I'm sure he would have cursed him out,
Didn't
you know,
even
if
need
it
the
was.
GG, Josh McCulley. Played great, got it in good. What can you do? 134,000.
Take that buck 34 and, you know, on to the next one.
Yeah, living good. And Nikki P, if there's anyone who's due for some of this, you know what I mean? Welcome back to the Triton High Roller Series here in Jeju, Korea. We've had a great final table so far. Bunch of bust outs. We're down to the final 5. Fedor Hulse is your chip leader. I'm Will Jaffe. I'm joined by one of the GOATs, Nick Schulman. What are you looking for coming back from this break with 5 players left, all very skilled, all sort of clumped together?
It is very clumped. It's kind of, you know, can Pietrangelo grab that first win? It's a little bit,
it's the Nicky P show for you.
A little bit of the Nicky P show, and of course watching Fedor do his thing, and Dimitar's played great. Michailidis has played great, and can Gottlieb kind of, you know, weather the storm and find a way to the winner's circle himself? We shall see.
Yeah, you're going with Nicky P show. I'm going with Fedor. I feel like it's his time again. I know it's always his time, but just that's the feeling I have. Dimitar, a little too much emotion on the face that last level. The tough checkbacks, I feel like were a momentum swing.
He did have a lot of tough checkbacks.
Too many tough checkbacks.
Yeah, I agree.
Can get you. But yeah, we've got a couple of, you know, Dominikas and Seth have been quiet, but they've played great. They're still hanging in there. It really feels like it's anybody's game. Does feel like it's going to be a long night. So, yeah, stay with us, and we're going to see a lot of great poker has been played, and I think a lot of great poker will be played as the stakes get higher. These players get closer to this first-place prize in this record-breaking field here. Just smashed the previous record, I think, by about 70 players. So, big fields here in Jeju, you know. Everything is huge at Triton, and yeah, someone's going to win almost 800,000 tonight. So
that they are. Event number 1. Let's see who wants it. Will
I think it's Fedor's time.
Well, we're going to find out. That's for sure.
The young prince, no rooting interest, obviously. We all like these guys.
Yeah.
Good guys. See Fedor, slight chip leader, very close. Payouts. Now the next player out's going to get 240,000, so basically $250,000 up to 300. Then we get into the real meat and potatoes, the house range, as they call it. Can you get a house for $375? You can get a house somewhere. Vegas?
Definitely. That's the house range.
We're in the house range, right? Here at Triton. Nikki P looking for that. I mean, look, it's an opening event. Nikki P pays thousands of these, but this would mean something.
This would mean a lot to him to nab the biggest Triton ever and grab that W. And note, they did square up the table for him.
Wow, very nice.
So the glare issue should be gone.
Coming back five-handed. And I think, to your point, Nikki P probably saw the good news. He probably saw that Loon Loon had King Queen.
Yeah, and that's a big momentum builder. It's a fold that a lot of us couldn't make. It didn't even really cross my mind. It's so great watching the best players play. There's always such thought-provoking spots. You never leave a sweat like that and don't pick something up.
Yeah, we're going to get started in a sec. Just had to square the table up. But, so Nikki P calls there, right, with the ace-8, which I thought he was going to do. I think both of us probably would have done in the moment. Not that I would be in that moment. You might be in that moment. I don't know.
No, maybe. Yeah, we're both snap calling.
He calls there. He's an underdog. A lot of the time, 54%, he loses, right? He's out of the tournament. Now he's second in chips. So a lot of great hairless players, right? You know, the Greenwood brothers, Jason Kuhn.
Go on.
Stephen Chidwick.
Right.
What we don't talk about as much is the sort of people behind the scenes, the tournament directors, the producers, the camera people.
You're absolutely right. Well, James is an all-around legend, and Luca. I mean,
yeah. I mean, look, this is James is a great guy, but this one is not close to me. Luca is really crushing him. Yes.
Interesting.
James has done the most with his, sort of lack of hair, but Luca is just making it look good to me.
And Luca almost has a bit of stubble there. We don't know exactly what the situation is.
It could just be a taxi driver shave, clean shave.
It's a
I think it might be a
Have you ever gone fully shaved? Or not? I don't mean skin shave, but have you gone buzz?
I go buzz.
You do go buzz sometimes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I'm honestly, I don't know why, but I'm terrible at getting haircuts.
You got a great head of hair, though.
I do, but I don't know how to get good haircuts with it.
Go to the barber.
But I always do it wrong.
I see. What? Anyway.
We're back here. Jeju, Triton High Roller Series. What were we talking about? Final tables, a lot of money up top, chips being moved around. Fedor with a pile in front of him, which is normal. Kind of a fresh little sweater there from Nikki P. I didn't see that before, but that is
fresh.
Take a moment to talk about the drip out here, Nick. When I'm in America and I see someone wearing Louis, let's
By the way,
see.
Is this live?
This,
We're coming right back to this.
Fedor has aces in front of him. Is getting and a pot is being pushed towards Seth. Wait, no.
Hang on. Let's just gather
Hold the
our
phone.
bearings.
Let's take a deep breath. Seth Gottlieb looks to have won a big one here. Fedor is kind of crippled. It hasn't updated yet, but yeah, wow. So Seth Gottlieb, our start of the day chip leader, is now back in the chip lead, taking a big pot off Fedor. I'm not sure what the hand was. We'll try to get it to you guys, but he's up to over 40 bigs. Fedor now basically tied for our short stack with Dominicus. And,
that was an unfortunate start to the post-break for Fedor. I mean,
Well, at least we got to...
Seth, by the way, right back to the lead.
That's crazy. Very quick. So we're going to get you back in here in a sec. I mean, what a shift there, though. Seth started off chip leader, pretty massive chip leader, actually. Has kind of hung around, played very solidly, and now is back in the chip lead. Once again.
We're back.
We're back, Nick. And Nikki P's back as well. In the small blind with the queen 8 of hearts, just going to limp. Dimitar has a king. And it looks like it was Seth Gottlieb there who had pocket aces, the best hand in poker, doubling up through Fedor. What a turn of events for him, and what a flop for Nikki P. Flops top pair with the second, third nut flush draw. Dimitar has some back doors here. Nick's going to check. Dimitar might be content to just take his king high. It's going to be good some of the time. A lot of good turn cards.
He may very well be a quite interactive king high for Dimitar. He does check.
Deuce on the turn. Nikki P way ahead now. And Nikki looks a lot more comfortable here in this seat. This square up has been good for him. Gonna check and just try to set the trap for Dimitar. Another spot for Dimitar with some showdown value, but I feel like we're seeing these spots more and more for him. He looks like he is going to check, and there's a jack of hearts on the river. Nikki P makes the third nuts. How does he want to play it? Is it time for a bet, or is he just going to continue to trap? And he is going to trap. Dimitar quickly just checks behind, I think taking his showdown value. Wisely sniffs it out.
I think one of the ideas for Nick there is to bet more often with flushes that don't contain a pair than ones that do. But still there's mixing and such going on.
Thank you. I got it. No, it's good. It's good. Thank you.
You see Dimitar Danchev, PokerStars Caribbean Adventure Champion. And that is Dominicus Michaelitis. Folded around to Dimitar now in the small blind with 7 deuce off. Just going to pitch it. And Seth, you know, I think he peaked at around 18 million. Right back there now.
He really is right back. Apologies for missing that dramatic hand versus Fedor, but he is indeed back, Will.
He's back. Has played very well. I don't know about you. I did feel like a blow-up was... I could feel it.
I thought the wheels were off, but they weren't. The joke was on us.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, whether his hair's looking like that naturally or he's just American Psychoing it, he is... He's crushing right now. Fedor with the pocket pair, pocket sixes. Awkward now with a 15 big blind stack.
16. It is awkward. You're right.
Tempted to just put the whole thing in and...
It is that kind of hand.
Hope for the best.
So he does one of these where he goes for 4 million as opposed to the jam. Seemingly a nice idea.
It's going to fold back to the big where Dominicus has a pretty hand, but can't call. And I don't know how many of you play, you know, Pot Limit Omaha, but the more I've played Pot Limit Omaha over the years, the more these hands become nightmares, where you have a Queen 10 suited, but in your mind you're thinking, I got a Queen 10, 9, 8 double suited, and you just can't fold, you know. But it's also because they can't raise all in PLO, right? So you never face that situation. And nice pickup there for Fedor. And frustrating for Dominicus because now he moves farther down the ladder into the short stack. Fedor a little bit more room to breathe, but still a lot of clumpage, Nick. Seth looking at the stacks.
All in.
He just rips with the Jack 10, I guess, feeling the players are short enough.
Like this from Seth.
Yeah. Don't mess around. Gets Fedor to fold a better hand. Seth with
7-3 offsuit.
You build your image. Now reap the reward.
Moon did have where I thought. King Queen O.
There's your trophy, Nick. Are you taking the bottle too? Or are you just having a night, like one of those nights on the town with both?
You know, it's tough. It's event 1 of a long haul, so you can't go too hard, Will.
Yeah, I could see you. Yeah, I could see someone getting really in trouble there.
He has to have the bluffs. No, I mean, like, if you know it's a lot, right?
Very bad spot.
If you have the ace of spades, I think it's mostly that.
Ace in the small for Fedor again. That awkward 16, 17 big blind stack size. Is it enough to just rip in?
It is.
Yeah.
All in.
There it
The
goes again.
offsuit ace sub 20, it's very much just in.
You notice with these guys, too, there's no hesitation, right? In my mind, I'm thinking, you know, like, it just goes in.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder, Nick, have they lost all sense of humanity, these goats, these crushers? Is there any humanity left in them?
There's a little humanity.
I'm skeptical.
Fair.
Yeah, sorry guys again about that hand. We got the hand history from our production team. Seth opened with pocket aces. Fedor ripped from the small blind, reshoved for about 20 bigs effective with Jack 10 suited. Seth's aces hold. Now he's raising with the 4-5 of hearts, and Dimitar again just finds himself in a lot of these weird situations where you kind of have to continue, but you're not loving life.
And this one is 3-bettable as well. It's a pretty common idea at final tables. One could also defend, although it's precarious with the stacks. See what speaks to Dimitar.
It looks like he's pondering the 3-bet. Here it is. Like you said, a little too weak, maybe to just flat.
This is quite nice from Dimitar. Take it, sir. Goes for 2.8, 3.5x the open.
And this is just a stone bluff, obviously, right? Just complete bluff, trying to take the pot down.
Stone bluff, and one of the ideas is the ace is a key card. And the deuce does a good job of not being 4-5 of hearts. It's sort of a napkin.
A reverse blocker, kind of?
A reverse blocker. When we have a card in no limit that's totally irrelevant, it's often good for bluffing.
Because it means our opponent has more of these middling hands.
Correct.
Wow. Learn something new every day. Folded around to Dimitar again. Quiet start to the final table, but he's found himself in a lot of pots. Seth with a very interesting Queen 5 of diamonds, just checks. Kind of a great flop for Dimitar. Has a pretty nice range advantage and a flush draw and just 5 high. May want to start betting, and he's going to.
All right.
Seth quickly lays it down. Dimitar stacking up chips once again. And again, the human aspect, Nick. When I'm playing, if I've been losing for a while, I'm at a tournament. If I just feel the physical chips coming towards me, It's a good feeling. Do you think that's anything for these guys? Do you think it does anything anymore?
I do. I don't think they can totally shut that part of themselves off. Maybe Nikki P, but...
What about Fedor?
Nikki P really is, you know... Fedor too, you're right. 900 to go from Pietrangelo.
Dominicus with a playable hand here. And he's sort of kind of got left behind in the card distribution. Not a lot of spots, hands to play. This feels like he could go either way.
I think we defend this one happily.
He's going to see a flop. $2.4 million in the middle. Dom only has 3.6 behind, and a great flop for him. Top pair. I think this is a spot our preflop aggressor is going to continue a lot.
I think he goes for check quite a bit with this particular hand. The sort of middly ace. And I think he plays some checks in this spot.
Now, is part of that just that you can actually hit some good turns in position? It just
There's that, and just at this depth, an idea is to check sometimes on King 9-6, where there are other boards where he would bet his entire range, but this does kind of connect with Dominicus's defense.
Dominicus now with not a lot of chips. Interesting turn. Brings a flush. Obviously, Nick's not going to have many, if any. Dom's just going to go out and bet. I think it's time. Half pot.
Does do it.
Done. Nice little rail here. Quiet rail, but see the flag back there?
The flags are out there. It is a nice rail.
There's also some players on the rail I've seen in and out. Faradine, Mustaf.
Perhaps some sweats.
Perhaps some pieces.
Maybe some pieces.
Always nice to get a head start on the buy-ins here without having to play.
You're right.
Triton, Jeju. Event number 1. $15,000 buy-in. 269 players. And ladies for Nikki P. And it just feels like the flow of things has been going in his way, you know, bobbing and weaving, getting out of there with the ace-8 suited, getting the click back with aces, now queens, the momentum. An ace for Fedor.
This is interesting for Fedor. 16.5 to start. Bigs.
We saw a similar spot with Dimitar. But Dimitar was deeper, so he had the ability more so to 3-bet fold. Whereas
We can still play some click-type 3-bets, even off of these low depths. But he
Fedor,
does
look,
just
and this is
slide
just
it.
like, this is, you
Go
just
on,
wonder if he's,
Fedor.
you know, this is just
Beautiful.
his genius, right? Does he just know? Does he just know, man?
I don't think he just knows. I think he more just deemed Nikki P's range to be incredibly respectful given the situation, and he had his worst ace. He just knows as far as the comings and goings of what to do. Great fold.
Shouldn't have done dinner.
Now that flag is around someone, holding on tightly. The confirmation. I believe that's the Lithuanian flag for Dominicus, who is currently our short stack. He's on the button with dust. Do you ever find relief in getting dust?
Yeah. In these heavy ICM situations, actually, it is nice to have a decision that just clarifies itself, but...
Yeah, we haven't seen too much ICM abuse, I feel like. Not too much leveraging of the payouts.
From Gottlieb right off the bat, and then things flattened.
And is that just a product of everybody clumping around, not having as much incentive
Yeah,
to...
when it's a heavy clump, nobody can just take off to the races.
Speaking of a heavy clump, a lot of great hair on this table. Fedor, Dominicus.
This is a strong hair table. Nicky P is holding very strong, too. He has the hack going, but...
Well, he's got that, like, ginger kind of very, you know, seasoned beard. This guy just, I feel like he plays a lot of golf. Dimitar with ace-queen again. Pretty dreamy spot.
And let's see, 30 bigs to start just north. Petrangelo goes for limp.
$1.4.
Dimitar goes for 3.5 times the blind.
5 right there.
An interesting spot for Nicky. Out of position, awkward stack.
6 in orange, right? Yeah. 7 in.
If you have 20 bigs here, ripping seems a lot more plausible.
Yeah, 30 is...
It's an awful lot to stick in the middle. He just calls, though.
Great start for Nicky P.
Yeah.
See what the flop brings.
Avoids disaster. Both players brick. Interesting spot for Dimitar, right? Has the best hand a good bit. Does he want to let off a lot of free turns? He's just going to check in position. Great turn for Nick. I would think his hand and his range.
I think he's doing quite respectably on the Jack 8, 7, 6. Limp, raise, call. And he does target things like we're looking at with a bet, but on the other hand, ace high is still ace high. He checks, and we would think Dimitar is quite content to do the same.
Yeah, time to see a river probably. And Dimitar's had such weak showdown value. It's probably a relief to have a hand as strong as ace-queen here, even though it's just ace-high. And there's the 5 on the river.
Curious to see if Petrangelo goes for something tiny in this line.
Let's go, Seth.
And if he does he still have the king 10s maybe?
That's right. Exactly right.
You're not pro
And-
Seth in this field, though, are you?
No, he's just going to check, and Dimitar
Nick?
content to just check.
Okay.
Not going to be happy. Always frustrating when that little card rips off, you know.
Bit of a grimace. Quick sip.
Nice little relief from there.
No,
Nick
Nicky
knows.
P asked him if he had ace queen.
Yeah, he knows.
He does.
I would be happy. I don't know what he's mad about. These guys are...
He's...
Oh no. There's no limp raise that doesn't start with all in. Okay.
He's got to be relieved he didn't rip it in pre. I mean...
got lucky there.
Well, actually, no. Maybe he wishes he did now. That's what he's saying. He rips it in pre. Dimitar's out of the tournament. Fedor with ace-8 off. Another awkward spot with a weird ace. Is it strong enough? Always feels like Fedor makes the right choice. He's going to min raise. Dimitar looks very interested. Ace-4 suited.
$1.7.
Wow, basically just min raises. Putting Fedor in an awful spot. Getting a great price, but with a really junky hand. Not suited, not connected. Ripping, though, is a possibility, right?
If he really thinks Dimitar is messing about.
And he doesn't.
He doesn't rip, but he kind of,
He gives the illusion that
Right.
he might have been considering. Always a classic pro move. Always make him think you might have shoved. Keep the seed of doubt. Very contrasting table styles, but both effective. Dimitar, much more thoughtful, looks at the board a lot, shows a fair amount of his thoughts, even though they don't give away anything. And Fedor just ruthless staring.
Agreed.
Pocket threes go in the muck from Nick there in the cutoff. Does that surprise you at all, or?
At final tables, we really gravitate towards blockers and big cards over a hand like threes, which no Gottlieb jams.
Gottlieb, yeah, just ripping the queen 10 off and gets a quick fold from a worse queen. Gottlieb looks very comfortable. See that stack of orange in front, just kind of like, he was in the battlefield, went back to the shed, got a couple more guns, and now he's back in the fight. You see the rail there, crushers. See Dimov over there. King 7 of diamonds, going to be tempting in the cutoff. The solver's got to like these hands, right? These suited kings.
Yes, suited kings are the real deal.
9-8 suited, though. That's the real deal right there.
2.1.
Gottlieb's not going to mess around. Turning it into a bluff. And Fedor.
What am I doing? I'm not.
With ace-queen in the big.
And likely if Fedor goes for it, Gottlieb is priced in.
Yeah. This isn't an auto jam here for Fedor, though, is it?
It's not auto, but I think with the Gottlieb dynamics, and it's only 12 bigs. But you're right, it's certainly not auto, and the time bank would suggest that Fedor agrees with you, Will.
And yeah, like he's short, right? He's essentially the effective short stack. Him and Dom are pretty similar, but makes you more inclined to just shove it in there and hope for a situation like this. But I've seen in these ICM type of, big money jumps, a lot of crazy folds. And there's another one.
It's one where it's likely a fold in theory, or very cuspy, but I thought perhaps with some of the Gottlieb dynamics, he might have hopped in. Does get away, and there it is.
It's a good hand.
It's not an aha yet.
Fedor not happy to see that.
Was ahead.
Even though it's like basically a flip. I was surprised to see him fold there, though.
Close spot.
And Gottlieb, for the shenanigans he was pulling early in Fedor's defense, has really sort of been playing solid for a long time now. I haven't seen him get out of line. But there he goes with the 9-8 suited.
He hit him with the show and the aha. Nobody likes. That's a little bit of a stinger for old Fedor.
I think it's pretty sharp, honestly. Just use every trick in your book.
Ruffle the feathers.
Try to.
I like that.
He's staring at you. You know
Right.
what? Like he's using his tools. Gottlieb now, almost back up to his peak. Picks up an ace, makes it 800K. Fedor going to reset mentally. Maybe do a quick silent meditation. He's dealt with this before, right? It's not his first rodeo. Mickey B going to defend. A bunch of offsuit. Turns into gold for Seth. Flops an ace. Great turn, too. Gives Nicky a straight draw now. Needs Seth 6. Nick's just going to check, though. Seth's going to start betting now.
800.
Nick not falling for the snap check back from Seth.
Just snap folds there, yeah. Just completely sniffs it out very quickly. We are on to the next one. Gottlieb now again finds himself with a little separation back to where we started. It's not the extreme 2-to-1 chip lead, but he's up there closing in on the 50 big blind mark. Well, these stacks, 230 big blind stacks in Petrangelo and Danchev, and 211 and 12 big blind stacks. All of a sudden, he can start pressuring a little, it feels like, and I think he's going to do it if he gets the chance. And here, Dom's just been waiting for a spot. This has got to be it, right? Suited wheel ace.
He has very much been waiting, Will.
Is it enough?
2.4 million.
It is.
He goes for half stack, and these ideas are very interesting. Ladies for Holtz. And the ideas behind these put in a lot of chips, but not your whole stack, where back in the day, you know, if one enters off of this stack, they're just all in as if Fedor jams, then Nicky P jams, somebody else jams, we're out of there, and we retain the 6 bigs.
So it's not just for show. They will use it sometimes. And here goes Fedor. I mean, just what a spot. This is the clean living I was talking about for Fedor. Are you telling me, you know, like, he knows, but he's actually, Dominicus has plenty of equity here.
That's 2-to-1. Good luck, gentlemen.
Beauty of the ace-4 suited. Big pot here, though, for the short stacks. Even though Fedor is covered, Dominicus only has 250,000 chips behind, so this is going to go from one player essentially being out to one having 20 bigs.
Like 600 more.
So it said not to.
There's Dom's rail. The last Lithuanian hope against the Prince.
Wow. Oh, ace in the window. That's cold,
That's
Will.
really dirty. You feel the relief, and then it just crushed. He's going to need a lot of help.
5 of spades.
Does give him
Still?
the ace?
Still alive.
It does indeed give him the ace.
Is there one of those left? Fedor. Nope. It's not actually good game for the max tilt here. Dom is still going to have chips.
Lower 4 at 4.5.
He has a small blind and change, Will.
It's actually, yeah, chip in a chair now for Dom.
How much?
But man, that would have been a nice one for him. Fedor back in the game.
Maybe I have more. You had one more orange than I thought. Yes. Then I gave to early GG.
Still alive. Oh, jinx.
Still alive. Then I wouldn't have.
Dom takes it well. You know, one of the things I got to say, Nick, is like, it's a big final table, a lot of money. These guys, like, does anybody just lose it anymore?
Do see it from time. I missed that. You're right.
Can we see a blow up, man?
Yeah, we'll see some over the next few weeks.
Yeah, someone's going to get broken. But for now, good sports all around. Huge pot for Fedor. Again, the clumpage. But Poker Stake is not a clumped up site. It's got a lot of great options for investing in players. Today's event is brought to you by Poker Stake, the official staking partner of Triton. Poker Stake is the ultimate platform for staking and professional players around the globe with no fees on any purchases. Poker Stake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards and big victories. Check out pokerstake.com and stake your champion.
You on there firing, Will?
I fired for the Bahamas, and I don't like having the pressure of all those investors. So I'm gonna be investing in these guys myself.
No, but that's what I meant.
Oh yeah,
though.
yeah. No. Going forward, I want to
Taking
have a rooting interest in these guys.
Dominique is all in. Petrangelo with ace-6 suited on the button, certainly not folding. 1.5 declare.
Yeah, and not a bad spot for Dom to gamble here,
See
right?
if Michaelitis can run it back up.
This is half the work, right? Maybe not half of it, but a start. Gonna need to catch a queen and 8, some hearts, or he'll be out
Queen, 8 of hearts. What
in
a
5th
hand.
place.
What if he had half a big one?
Hmm?
I think Mustafov has a little piece here.
It felt like he was peering on with, there it is, okay.
Ooh.
Open-ended for Nicky P, but cannot ask for more for Michaelitis.
Top pair, hearts.
Still has something going.
Plenty of outs, though, for Nick. That's not one of them.
Double.
Go on, Dominicus.
They're a little emotion, you know?
Ooh.
I mean, Dimov and Mustafov, I think, are these guys. Imagine running into these guys in like an alley somewhere.
Okay.
Lithuanian crushers.
You win it and then you immediately have to give it back.
One more try.
Just so I know, was that a fake laugh there on your part?
That might be a fact.
A forced laugh?
You know, it wasn't stone forced. It wasn't a belly laugh, but I wouldn't say it was a fake laugh.
But you wouldn't say it was a real one.
It was an acknowledgement. I found it funny, to be clear.
You don't have to lie.
Come on, don't do this to me, Will.
Okay, I'm not going to start with this. Did Allie start right away, just trying to break you down, or did you guys have a little honeymoon phase first?
Well, I don't think he tried. He just broke me down.
Naturally.
Slowly and surely. 1.3 from Petrangelo.
Bigger sizing here. Think there's any type of... Dom just has to gamble with the 6 deuce, right? He's committed. Will be live with his 2 cards to double, and if he doubles here, right back in that 6 big blind range, just chipping a chair. He's starting to show a little more emotion during these all-ins.
This is a major sweat for him in terms of just equity.
And there's the duck. Oh, duck, goose, Nick.
Go on, Dominicus.
Here you go, buddy. Mustafov, a little relief.
Mustafov loves it. The rail loves it.
The rail loves it.
Nicky P doesn't love it, though, Will.
Maybe.
No, Nicky P doesn't love it. Kind of annoying in both ways. Like, you like the pot, but you also like just the pay jump and move on, get down to 4. But we fight on. Thank you guys for fighting on with us, wherever you're watching from. I know it's getting a little more reasonable out there on the East Coast, back home in New York.
People are waking up. We see you in the chat. Who do you got? Let's get some predictions.
Yeah, who do you got in the chat?
Pink is biggest.
Could be Dom now. This would be an incredible comeback story. The 250,000 spin up. He's getting there.
These old adages are there for a reason. Chip in a chair.
Yeah.
You know.
It's not just something some old cowboy said. Someone has done it before.
Yeah.
The Jack 4.
Hold on. There we go. Got it.
Gottlieb back in action. King 5 suited on the button. Dom still very short, so this will commit him to call.
Perhaps just jam straight away and put the heat on Fedor. I like this a lot from Seth.
And Dom's got he's starting to peel with a little more, finesse. Yeah, there's a little more pep in his step.
Definitely.
Those 2 double ups, even though not for a lot of big blinds, have injected.
He had a small blind. He has 5 bigs in the button now. Life is good.
Life is good. The rail is pumping. lot of great Lithuanian players. Mattis, I think, Symbolis. He's from Lithuania.
He is. The Lithuanian contingent is real.
You think they got their own special solvers out there?
Yeah, the Lithuanian solver.
Maybe just a few tweaks.
Yeah.
Reduce off on the button, not going to do it. Fedor now, again, like playable stack. Just less than 20 bigs, small blind. These seem to be the stack sizes. Obviously, there's a varying amount, but these seems to be the ones that are almost, you always find yourself in one way or another in these tournaments.
You're absolutely right. Navigating these sorts of stack depths are paramount to playing tournaments. Similar territory here.
Beautiful 10-9 of spades for Nicky P. Just going to check. Has Fedor in bad shape. Great flop for Fedor, though. Flops a flush draw. Is this a spot where you just come out betting, try to take your equity and just get out some of the maybe better hands like Nick's?
It certainly springs to mind, and I think checking is a way to go as well. And these are, you know, these sorts of statements where you can bet or check. It is the nature of these spots sometimes, likely a mix.
Fedor Hulse and Nick Petrangelo. Certainly two of the most familiar faces on the high roller scene for a long time.
Two of the most familiar faces, and they've also tussled with each other many times in enormous spots for the better part of a decade at least. Fedor does check again, and let's see for Petrangelo with his black 10-9.
Might be time to take a little stab here.
It's pretty in the nude. Does go for check.
Yeah, it's very exposed. River gives some type of ace, a straight, a six. Both players with very bad hands.
Would think at this point Fedor has a pure bluff, although
you don't feel good checking here, do you ever?
Don't really feel good checking with 9 high.
He's got more aces, limping, trapping with better aces. I don't. Obviously, Nick can have some.
Doesn't really have many aces, but
you don't think he's limping like
yeah. He's limping some great aces, but again, sub 20 in the small.
Yeah, that's a good
the
point.
Ace is kind of, and that, by the way, is an interesting thing in some of these limp check spots. When you really break down the ranges, sometimes the big blind is doing better than one might think on some kind of unintuitive boards. The man of the hour there, Will. Can he do it?
Seth Gottlieb, he's my new favorite, and it's not just because he's a pretty big chip leader. It's just a feeling. Great mix of players here. Seth, a successful businessman. Going to raise it up with the ace-7 suited. Nicky P, back in business here. Ace-queen of diamonds. Obviously going to play, but what does he come with? Does he want to induce? Want to just stick it all in?
Generally, one is more apt to induce suited than they are unsuited. Declaration has been made. It does just go in.
He
goes
rip
for
it
the
in,
6 million.
Okay, Nick, you win.
Didn't give Seth any rope there, really.
No rope.
And your theory is, right, if you have ace-queen offsuit and you make it a little less than 3x, it's way worse when your opponent flats than when you have a suited ace, kind of.
That's exactly right.
No messing around for Nicky P. He's looking for that elusive Triton title. Could be here. Could be tonight.
Did you beat A7 suited? A7 suited?
Mm-hmm.
I believe.
You know, Seth's Table Talk has this kind of harmless, joking, jovial, friendly feel, but I think there's something a little bit more sinister there.
I agree. He's probing a little bit.
That was a probe. That was not a. That was an information probe.
And no, Michaelitis really thought it through. When we're under the gun with that big blind ante and very short, there's some jams that are a little unintuitive. We like his fold with the queen duck, of course, but it is a spot to...
It's akin to being backed into, you know, like you're on the edge of the cliff, and it's like, do you want to jump now? Do you want to wait a sec?
Exactly.
He's going to wait. Nicky P's going to... Yeah,
apex.
some really dusty aces here. Dimitar's going to let it go. Seth with an offsuit 4-3. Big sizing again from Nick here. Maybe just, you know, discouraging too many peels.
I think you're right, Will.
And that's interesting because he's done this a few times.
With Michaelitis so short.
And Seth is using a time bank. He hasn't done this much. I really think he's considering leveraging ICM here and putting
so
Nicky
too.
in the potential. There it is. You see this just any two, right?
Not any two, but by the way, to sort of continue that discussion we had with the ace deuce and the power of the deuce, there are actually ideas in regards to Gottlieb having these ultra low cards.
Are you telling me this is a reverse blocker play again?
I'm telling you that might be a reverse blocker play. I'm not joking around.
You know,
that might be a play.
Gottlieb is a very successful businessman. There's possibility
He
that he
might
has
wanna be
access.
suited, but go on,
There's
Seth.
there's the possibility he has access to new solvers that some of these regular players without the businessman bankrolls may not have access to. And there's your trophy,
Is Seth
Nick.
the best player in the world? There it is. We
There's
got
your
the
trophy.
bottle. We
Your
got
bottle.
the trophy. What
Nick's-
is that? Champagne or?
It's champagne.
What is this? Velvet?
Maybe some eggnog.
That looked like a kind of
Be an
Christmassy.
eggnog, yeah, Christmassy vibe with the trophy. Maybe.
Ace Jack off for Fedor. Michaelitis and the big blind starting the hand with 5, so 3 back.
To me, it always makes it a little more appealing. You know what I mean? When you don't have to worry about that player making your life harder. You just raise, and if he goes all in, great.
Fedor also continuing the theme of sizing up.
Yeah, you see that a lot of these players. Interesting, the 1.3Xs. And Michaelitis, right, like 500 in the blind, 500 dead in the ante.
250?
Just a gross spot.
Very gross.
They do call Queen 7 the computer hand. You know why?
Is it the average hand?
It's the dead average hand.
The stone average, and Michaelitis is in.
Gotta go with the average sometimes. Back against the cliff, he's jumped into the water. He's basically got all of his, possessions with him. Just begging for a piece, and what a feeling. Just nothing. Nothing behind.
And Michaelitis checks. Fedor does put him in, and we have a decision.
This is such a gross decision here. This is just like...
This is really awkward, Will. What do you like?
Just can you phone a friend? I wouldn't want to make the choice myself because what do you have some backdoor straights working?
I mean, we can see he has 26%. He is getting the price. He needs 3-1. He's getting.
I just put it in pre to avoid this type of torture.
Yeah.
He's doing the math. It's kind of guerrilla math at this point, but I wonder if he'll just realize that, just look at this dust behind.
And also the setup is such that nobody around him is very likely to bust. Where
No.
if somebody had 4 bigs or what have you, or were more apt to fold.
Maybe there's a ladder in play.
I think we just stick it in, but he is folding.
Yeah, he is
Fair
folding,
enough.
living to fight
Unclear.
another day. The tough part is, like, you're just never good.
You're never good.
And you don't have much rope to cling to.
No rope.
It's a terrible situation. You see it on his face. He's a smile, but he's had some real smiles. That was a tough one.
Very disgusting spot. Unclear. 1% of the chips at the table. Can you do it again, Will?
If you want to play one of these, I will promise you will be in so many of these disgusting spots that you better enjoy. What did he say?
He set his hand to Fedor, who was kind of mulling it over, was curious if he'd comment on it. He said you were live.
Yeah. Tough spot. And Gottlieb with another ace on the button. This is going upstairs. And here it goes for Dom. No choice now.
Good luck, Dom.
King 8 just slightly pipped. Fedor getting a great price with 5-4 offsuit. 2.5 million in the middle. Just 500,000 more to call. Also maybe the chance to help knock out Dom. Pay jump, little in play. Gonna see a flop. Queen 6-6, ace high still good. Fedor checks, and I mean, is this a spot where you know you have the best hand? You kind of want to bet for get these random cards out of there, or just checks? Still good. Dom is just, you can see the kind of, it's a pray to Jesus moment here for him, Nick.
The light is dimming for Dom.
This is just, you throw your eyes to the sky. You hope. Needs a king or an 8 or he's done. Unless some weird bluffing takes place, Fedor could.
Yeah, Fedor goes
suicide.
for that 500 side pot. One time, Fedor.
Do it for Dom. Can't win if he checks.
I mean, he's got me fooled, Will.
He looks like he's considering it. No. Disaster. And this is going to be it. Seth is going to scoop this pot happily.
What a run, Michaelitis. Bravo, sir. The real will see the bad news, Will.
Good game. Now GG.
Now GG, right? What a swing. Down to 250. Grinds it all the way back. Doubles up twice. Showers. But if it's any consolation, 240,000 smackers going into the Lithuanian's bank account.
Smackers in the account. Daps from Ponikov's.
That dap from Ponikov's has to get the total value up to about $250,000. Mustafov on the rail.
A 10-dime dap.
A 10-dime dap.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, look at the guy's got a leopard print, you know, velour hoodie on.
Yeah, you're right.
Jeju. Great run, Dom. Something tells me we'll be seeing more of him. I feel like he could be one of these players that, you know, just pops up throughout the series. Maybe. And then there were 4.
More than 10? 10? A little under 12. 11, 7. I'm like 10, I think. 10 over there?
That is our chip leader, Seth Gottlieb.
Let's chop it even.
You're such an asshole. I don't mean that, though.
And it's an interesting dynamic for Seth. 22 million and Fedor, Nikki P, and Dimitar very close, hovering around 11 million. Ace King for Dimitar.
Big slick. Gonna min raise. deuces for Seth, and this is quite interesting, right?
He has shown a propensity to gravitate towards the low cards, Will.
Lets it go, though, and maybe showing respect to Dimitar's under the gun rage in this configuration. These cards, when they're connected right, you're getting this price, you got to see a flop, right? Any type of connection. If you're Nicky P, you do. Trying to crack the ace-king. Both players whiff. Awkward spot with ace-king. You have the backdoor flush draw. You have the betting lead. Dimitar want to throw it a c-bet. No, he's just going to check. Turns the ace. Dimitar loving that turn card. Great for his range, great for his hand. Just comfortably bet. Fortunately for him, Nick has nothing.
Like that size from Dimitar too. Really just targeting the inferior ace-x, or perhaps some combo draws. Take it, sir.
$303,000 for fourth. $375,000 for third. $500,000 for a runner-up. $786K for the winner. Gottlieb leading the charge, but plenty of time left. These players may not have a ton of big blinds, but they know how to navigate. A lot of patience, a lot of discipline. Fold around to Nick, who just quickly folds a 9-deuce. And one of the things we've seen now, you know, the picture was a little bit unclear who would take this down. It's not going to be one of these up-and-coming players like Dom,
Chris is with
you know, Loon, Josh McCulley. It's going to be an established pro or Seth. So
indeed it is.
And now what's his betting line on BetACR? It was plus 200, we said earlier. I think it's got to be a little bit lower than that.
It's lower now.
I wish I took it. Had a feeling.
Yeah. Big Slick slides over to Pietrangelo.
Yeah, it does. Right up on the button. Gonna throw an extra 100 on top. Seth looks interested. In the big blind. Gonna defend the queen-9 off. Very playable. Gonna see a flop, and all these pots are huge for these players now. 3 million in the middle. Jack 4-4 rank. 2 clubs. Ace of clubs for Nick. Pretty comfortable spot. And you can just see the studying when you watch Nick play. You know what I mean? You can see it in his face, how many hours this man has put in the lab. Checks. It's like a kind of like pseudo trap almost.
It's a pseudo trap, pot control.
Just really comfortable in position with your hand.
And also some induction. Will note, as it stands now, the check back working out quite nicely. Gottlieb goes for 1.3. Certainly no folding if we're Pietrangelo.
And with just ace high, almost 90% here for Nicky P. Like it is a weird pseudo trap that has worked so far. Maybe a little bit more inclined to do this against a player like Gottlieb, who you give him some rope.
I like that. 5.5 in the middle.
The river's a 3. Gottlieb must know he's never good here.
Maybe his plan was to bluff the club. This particular river, let's see, agreed. He knows he's never good. He is reaching, Will.
Yeah, he just doesn't strike me as a guy who gives up very often when he doesn't think he's going to win at Showdown. And Nick's in a really awkward spot.
He very much is. Versus a lot of players, he has kind of great cards to call with. Versus the wily Gottlieb.
Yeah, can't Gottlieb just have a 6 here? Like,
he could potentially have a 6, indeed.
He could have 7-5.
He could have that one.
Nick's going to put it in, though. Great call from Nick. Yeah, great call. Just
take it, buddy.
Fantastic stuff. Up to 15 million.
Should've been more. I
May
thought
not
less
seem like
scary.
much, but it puts him right with Gottlieb in the chip lead. Huge swing
That's what I thought
for
you
Nicky P there. Your premonition's coming to light a little. Is this the year of Nicky P? It certainly feels like it's time.
It might be the year of Nicky P.
Well played,
Not
sir,
Nick
well
Palmer.
played.
This might be his year too, Will.
I think it's probably going to be
You
Petrangelo.
would
if
have got
it's
me
it.
out of 9.
Not on a queen.
The momentum, it's flowing this way. King, Queen of Hearts here, four-handed.
Are we at 600? After the hand? Perfect.
Massive blinds now. An ace for Gottlieb, but nothing else. Just going to pitch it. Fedor with ace-10 off in the big. Can obviously defend. Might just want to get it all in, though. Try to take the pot down here. No, he's just going to call. Kind of disguising his hand strength a bit.
He's definitely right there at the top of hands he can have for this situation. And a nice start for Nicky P, naturally.
Yeah, you're seeing just the card distribution, I think, which has been really cold for Nick for many years. Starting to shift back. It'll happen.
I mean, it hasn't been that cold, Will. He has 40-something million in earnings. It's numerous titles.
You know the question. You know the question the family members always ask.
Go on.
How much did you lose?
Right. That's true. Note the slippery check back.
And it gives Fedor some life here, though. A gutter ball now with what is also the best hand at the moment. He can't know that. Nick's really disguised his hand here. This feels more like an ace-queen, ace-king type of hand to me, and maybe Fedor will... No, he's just going to check. Does Nick want to start betting now, or is this kind of like a... It's a weird spot.
King-queen is sort of always checkable.
And Fedor makes a 10 on the river. Fedor's going to have the best hand a lot. Would think he has more nines, too. Defending out of the big.
I don't know if he has more nines proportionally to his range, but he certainly has some nines that Petrangelo doesn't have.
800.
He's going to bet small.
Touch annoying for Petrangelo, Will.
He can't really call, can he?
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Bye-bye. Fedor, the young prince. Is this his time yet again? There's your trophy, Nick. And your eggnog / champagne. I think it might be some type of mixture. The players balance their ranges. Triton balances their...
It's got the kind of champagne top.
That trophy is,
it's like a nice bottle.
is
Trophy
fresh,
flavor.
man. I want to...
Sure, of course.
I want that thing now. Seth wants it. He's got that intense look. Imagine working for this guy, coming in the office. You had a rough day. You messed up your TPS reports. He's
right.
Just comes over the desk.
What are you doing? You cleaning your fishbowl there? What are you doing?
You big Office Space guy?
Yeah, classic, of course.
Now, I feel like subconsciously that movie, maybe I didn't realize it at the time, it led me more towards a life of gambling.
I could see it.
Just because they made the office life look so terrible.
They certainly did. Limp from Fedor, interesting spot for Nikki P. A7 off, 20.
You remember Lumberg?
Of course I remember Lumberg. Well, I've seen the movie 100 times.
What's the line about Lumberg? What did he do? I forget. There it goes, all in. That's what Lumberg did. There's just so many great bits in that movie. Like, it's just like a series of little jokes, but it's a
classic.
They're all real life applicable. And that's, I think, what a lot of us in poker really, we didn't want a boss. We did not want to have to work for somebody. 20 bigs for Dimitar Danchev. It's been so clumpy. We haven't seen that, like, ICM abuse.
We've seen a bit of it, but you're right. This has been a very kind of evenish final table.
I don't know. I mean, you do a lot of these, but, like, it's given me much more of an any man's game type of feel.
Sure.
It's never felt to me like somebody's going to win it. I've had my premonitions, but...
You know what you mean.
Gottlieb with ace-king. Just going to take the blinds. Still chip leader, but again, just 30 big blinds. Now, if I saw these stack sizes, if this was like an online tournament, I think this puppy's going to be done. Give it an hour. But these things, these patience, the decision making, we could be here all night still.
You're right, and 15 to 20 at a final table bigs is a little more than it looks like. Of course, it has to go in, but as you said,
at this point though, this deep in 15 to 20 bigs at a final table, that's like starting a cash game with like 500 big blinds is what it is. You have heaps.
The Gottlieb rail is building.
So Gottlieb rail, it's almost like they waited for people to, they knew he was going to be in it, so they waited for the Lithuanians to clear out. Maybe that was a Mustafov reaction. Nikki P with a lemon in the water, cool as a cucumber.
Consummate.
Just a consummate professional. Also low-key hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
You don't really see it on these, but he is really funny.
Very dry.
Oh, so dry. Check out his beer tasting videos on Twitter if you want a good giggle. King, queen off. Is this just... Are we piling here now with the blinds? Yep.
That's a lot of orange chips, Will. Goes for the half stack.
Gonna get by Seth and quickly get by Fedor.
Take it, Dimitar.
Yeah, you see the three colors, the whites, and grays, the blacks, and the oranges. You want the oranges. And Dimitar, like, what do you think he's thinking about right now? Dinner, maybe? Or, like, is he still focused on the game?
Not sure, Will.
Not sure.
They're also looking up a lot. I believe the screen with
they are
the info and the payout. They're constantly checking.
Queen Jack on the button, going to go upstairs for Gottlieb. Even Gottlieb's his little profile pic is pretty feisty.
Yeah, he's going hard in the profile.
People's
pic.
eyebrow there,
Yeah.
this guy's a player. He's got Nikki P dominated. Total brick flop. Check, check. Nikki P, does he want to stab at this with the jack high?
Maybe not this one, spadeless. I think we want lower cards or a little more bluffing potential on the river. Does check. Gottlieb content to do the same. This card, however, is a little bit more unclear to me. Does just white flag it.
Yeah, Seth's going to be really happy to take this one down. Seth Gottlieb extends his chip lead. Nikki P. Who is going to take this one down? Let us know who you got in chat. Is it finally Nikki P's time here at Triton?
Just under 12, right? 11 something.
Look at this.
Go on, Seth.
Pocket kings. And Fedor with an ace. No, not going to do it. Too much discipline. But Nick?
This could be problematic for Nick.
12 million, 20 big blinds. Seth has been very active.
He has, hasn't he?
Here it goes. Nick's going to get the bad news.
Well, it appears this will spell the end for Pietrangelo.
Yeah, he's going to need a miracle. And it's going to be made a little extra painful by the fact that Seth has not yet shoved.
I'm all in.
There it goes. Oh, you see the disappointment. I mean, what a worst-case scenario. Great reshoving hand against an active player, and he's just got pocket kings.
He's going over to the rail, and let's see if Pietrangelo can get lucky. Well, dire straits.
Yeah, this is really just... Mustafov is still on the rail, Nick. He might have had a piece of someone else. He might have the whole table, honestly.
Might be sweating Dimitar now. Right now, Pietrangelo's sweating some 9s, 10s, and jacks. GG, sir.
Well...
Hang on. Excuse me. Pardon me. He does have a very key king.
Just needs a heart or he's dead. But he still have a little bit of life, just a sliver. That's going to do it.
GG.
GG, Nick. Another great run.
And then there were 3, Will.
The 3 amigos. And Seth extends his chip lead. I mean, it's weirdly kind of been his final table, even though he's...
Very much has. He had that skid in the beginning, but bounced right back, and here he is.
And like you alluded to, 40 million in winnings, nothing to scoff at. He's won his share of tournaments. 303 smackers going directly to the...
And I hear you on the elusive Triton win, it'll slide in. But yeah, we're not doing the narrative that Pietrangelo hasn't, gotten it done. I mean, he's an all-time great.
One of the GOATs down. 1 GOAT remaining, but 3 great players, really. All of them have played awesome. Gottlieb is now our big chip leader, 3-handed, but it's anybody's game. Fedor Holst and Dimitar Danchev still alive. Everybody guaranteed a house at this point.
A nice house.
A nice house.
Depending on the city, I suppose.
Could get rough in some areas.
Certainly enough to rent something,
you could fix it up, you put in work.
Yeah,
you put in work, you're going to come out on the right side of that. And this rail, okay, like now it's Dimitar's rail. These rails are intimidating, man. But Fedor's not intimidated. Ace queen off, first hand back. Seth with Jack 10 off.
I call.
Just a really easy, right? See a flop.
Very natural defend.
Already 3.3 million in the pot. All these pots are huge, potentially tournament altering hands.
Check.
Great flop for Fedor. And Seth is sitting on a mountain of chips right now. This is back to the similar situation when we started. Over 50 big blinds at this point. More than half the chips in play.
900.
He's going to look, but just quickly fold in an absolutely amazing spot now. And Fedor hanging there with Dimitar, creeping up second place, but very close with Dimitar. Fedor Holst, ladies and gentlemen. I think in the GOAT talk, the real GOAT talk, Nick, Fedor has to be right up there at the tippy top.
You know, that's just objectively true. And when he went on his first run, he really was doing things others weren't doing and was likely the best player, perhaps even by a considerable margin. And he's still here now as one of the best. But, you know, in sports, we can only judge players, or in my opinion at least, the way they perform against their peers at the time. So that's very impressive to ever reach that point. He is very much a GOAT. He's in the discussion.
You hit me with the 3-7.
Not only how they perform against their peers, right? How they perform in the biggest moments. And I can't think of many final tables Fedor's made. It feels like he closes every time.
The one where you looked at me and I think it was it a 3-bet, Nick, for 3.1 or whatever? I had 4-3 off.
I thought it was like absolute, like king 4 off or something. You were like, how much you? Whatever.
I felt like I had the position advantage in chip count at the time.
And Seth doing a little victory lap here, talking about the 4-3 off bluff.
See it.
They're going to see it anyway. You might as well tell them. Fedor with ace-10 off in the small.
All in.
And look at this, Nick.
How much?
Very close for Dimitar. Likely calling it off, but it is close.
It's not pretty, is it?
No. 15 bigs. It's not pretty, but inferior suited hands lurk. Some king high hands lurk. Some ace-3 off lurks.
But it's a hand you want to do the shoving with,
That's
right?
exactly
You want to
right,
put in the
Will.
last bet. And Fedor is just... You don't want to fold this to Fedor of all people.
I do think he's going to wind up calling it off, but bravo on the tank. And if he does fold, it'll be...
And this is a genuine... He's in the torture chamber here.
It's clearly genuine.
He has that stack size, right, where it's plenty of chips, but it's not that much. 16 big blinds. It's over that edge where if you fold this, it just feels like... Can you look yourself in the mirror in the morning,
You
Nick?
can look in the mirror. I think Dimitar... I don't think he looks in the mirror much anyway, this guy. He just gets right to business. This is a very close spot.
Fedor looking on intently.
I think it's just barely in.
You can feel it on Dimitar. You can feel the kind of being pulled both ways. I'm not sure if he's looking up at the chip counts or the heavens.
Might be a bit of both.
There's been a lot of biblical foreshadowing from the intros, remember? The calls to Jesus, the looking into the stars. This I feel like a religious kind of final table almost.
Bravo on the tank.
This is so impressive from him. Just the tank, the fact that he's really thinking this through. And there he puts it in eventually.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Fedor in a great spot to knock out Dimitar and get heads up with Seth for another Triton. But Dimitar, plenty of outs here. You see the frustration, though, on Dimitar right now. It's just...
He's worn his heart on his sleeve. Let's see if he can hit. Okay, he's got the low cards working.
A little bit of everything. Fedor has the diamonds covered for backdoors, but a 4, a 3, some chop possibilities for Dimitar. That's not a good card, though. Gives Fedor a flush draw, so Dimitar's outs down to non-diamond 4s or 3s. Needs one, or we're going to be heads up. There it is, the flush for Fedor, the young prince.
Great run, Dimitar. Really a pleasure to watch him navigate.
Yeah, he played great, just was in a lot of awful spots. I really feel like he got the worst of it in terms of just having tough decisions really for hours on end after the final table went fairly smoothly for him early on.
I don't see this last decision weighing on him. I believe he did well there.
He really wanted to fold.
He did.
Good game, good game.
GG's, though.
What a run.
And plenty of consolation, right? 375,000. But more importantly, a dap from Dimov. Maybe a pound from Mustafov. We're not going to see, but little icing on the cake there. Here at Jeju, came in, played great, just didn't run his way. Ran into the young prince, Fedor. That's going to be all for Dimitar, and we are down to 2.
We certainly are, Will.
It's been a lot of different speeds at this final table. It's gone fast, it's gone slow. 35 bigs for Fedor, 55 bigs for Seth, so plenty of playability at this point. I mean, Seth's got the lead, Fedor's got the resume. Do you have like a feel here for who you like?
Well, I think Seth is the favorite given the stacks, but it feels a little bit closer than one might think given the distribution. And you said it before. It's really so true. It's hard to believe this is the first event. It feels like this has been such a long haul. Very exciting tournament. Let's see how it finishes.
Yeah, we've got probably a long way to go tonight. I have a feeling this is not going to be a quick match. We'll see. But thank you guys for being with us. We're going to get down to heads up play in about 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Take a coffee break. Get ready, because it's going to be a good heads up match. And yeah, thank you guys, and we'll see you soon.
Wow,
so many players.
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all of GTO Wizard traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way! Super squad!
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You shove 75% pot on the river. What value to bluff ratio should you use to make your opponent indifferent? 17% bluffs? 30% bluffs? 33%? Or 43%? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Ken is going to need a king here, or some type of funky run out.
Okay, he's got the 6, 7, 9 of diamonds working well.
Yeah, can turn a lot of equity. There you go. 8 or a king now, or Ken is going to be out of here. Fedor will have more chips. Nope, it's a deuce.
Good game, sir. What a run for Ken Tong.
He'll take home 98,000. So we've now broken into the 6-figure range of payouts. It just goes up from here. I mean,
Go grab that 98 Gs, Ken. Perhaps put it on the account and keep firing. And for Fedor, what a start, Will.
Thank you.
Yeah. Fedor just crushing this final table so far. Yeah, you got to respect. I mean, went out with a lot of heart there. Made a read on Fedor, you know, and
he did. I like that.
Come off because...
And anybody who's capable of the wheels coming off, I just, you know, have respect for.
Well, for now, the wheels go round and round. Petrangelo, the queen jack off. Going to raise it up from the cutoff. And Josh with a very playable queen 10 off in the big. Doesn't know he's dominated. Just feels like a call, right? Just see a flop.
think so.
You have 2.4 back?
I saw with 3, so yeah.
Does not want to see a queen. Does want to see a 10, though. What a flop. I mean, started the hand as the short stack. Flops top pair with a backdoor flush draw. And
Something of a range bet for Nick.
Yeah, you just want to pressure the weaker big blind calling
We're
range.
going quarter here a lot. He's looking back. He has a lot of equity that he certainly doesn't want to get blown off of. But it just strikes me from this vantage point as a quite good board for him.
A lot of turns he can barrel, and he shoves. Wow.
Oh, he just goes for jam. That's an interesting play.
And Josh is going to snap, and this is really bad news for Nick.
I think part of the ideas from Pietrangelo there is that his hand has so much equity with the Queen of Hearts and the 10-Jack Queen that we don't want to bet fold.
Josh is short enough that we can just pile our equity in.
That was unique.
That was interesting, yeah. He's going to need to get really lucky here, though. Josh has him in bad shape.
Okay, that's definitely the one we were looking for Pietrangelo, other than the jack.
I mean, open-ended straight draw now. A lot of outs for Nick. There it is. Wow.
GG, sir.
Nice meeting you. See you out there.
That was rough.
Classy on the way out from Macaulay. Great run.
Yeah, took it like a champ. I don't think, I mean, these guys are all, how do they deal with this emotion? Like, that was a pretty dirty one.
They're on the stream. I'm sure he would have cursed him out,
Didn't
you know,
even
if
need
it
the
was.
GG, Josh McCulley. Played great, got it in good. What can you do? 134,000 old.
Take that $134 and, you know, on to the next one.
Yeah, living good. And Nikki P, if there's anyone who's due for some of this, you know what I mean? You know, it's, as a fan, these guys like Dimitar, he's just got such a calm, controlled demeanor.
I like Dimitar's presence and affect. And we'll be seeing him get involved.
And Loon Loon might be getting involved again. This has been a bad string for Loon Loon here. Ace Jack just pipped.
This could spell the end of Loom Loom.
Yeah, not long ago chip leader, now in a really dicey spot with Dimitar. How does he want to play the Ace Jack? He's got a really kind of easy shoving stack if he wants to take that route.
We saw him shove it before over the Nikki P Open and the Gottlieb flat. Of course, a different spot, same hand, but we shall see momentarily.
Just going to make a relatively small free bet to 1.5 million.
Goes for the 2.5x 3-bet, relatively small, as you said. And for Dimitar,
this has just been such a controlled... I feel like Dimitar's had these hands. He's just known exactly where he's at. And I'm curious if that continues. You can see him thinking, too, at the table.
I kind of like that, Sai, in a way, because this is all so stressful. Some of the stuff with, you know, he's looking to the heavens, Will.
We forget that, right? We're jealous of these guys that are at big final tables. We don't realize how stressful the decisions are when the wrong one can cost you 6 figures.
You just never know what's going on with some of these guys. You know, this is life-changing money. I don't know Dimitar's situation at all, but it's 800 G's up there, you know.
You raise under the gun. Is Loon Loon tilting? Is he, you know?
He does shove, and for Loon Loon, let's see. This is...
Welcome back to the High Roller Series here in Jeju. Event number 1, record-breaking field, 269 entrants. Maybe you thought a new face would emerge, and there is one here, Seth Gottlieb. But, man, Fedor holds his heads up.
It would be fitting if Fedor won the biggest Triton event ever. And he is indeed heads up, Will.
He's heads up. He does have a close to 2-to-1 chip disadvantage, but 35 big blinds at this point. I mean, it's got to feel like a lot of playability.
It's close. 35-55. It feels close. Fedor's right there.
Could be anyone's game. I mean, it's again, the final table has had a lot of different speeds. There's been these kind of early on. We had this like fire sale on short stacks.
Right.
You know, then it slowed down. Was very clumped up. I could see this heads up match going a ton of different ways. Seth is very wild, but it's calculated, right?
I know what you mean. I could also see it going a lot of different ways. And there were some really fascinating hands. You can run through some of them on the app, which is, I mean, incredible. Have you toyed around with the app enough,
I'm not
Will?
great technologically,
You're not, right? You're really not.
I probably
this
shouldn't
app
say
is
that.
so
Yeah.
simple, though. It's seamless.
But it's it's so good that it's kind of overwhelming.
If you like No Limit, you got to get the Triton app.
It's the best app out there by far.
It's the best app in the world for anything.
Nick thinks it's the best app, period.
I actually think it might
I've heard him
be.
objectively
What did
say
they
it's like
put,
it's better than
800 million
Twitter.
into this app. I mean, it's insane.
They put $1 billion into this app, so you should check it out. But we're going to go back to Heads Up. Thank you guys also for tuning in with us, watching, sweating along. It's been a lot of fun. My debut with Nick Schulman, one of the great poker minds, and myself, somebody who can say words. So we're going to go back into the final table. Heads Up here. This is going to determine it all.
Let's go.
A lot of money at play, too. No chops.
Of course.
See the stack sizes. And the Fallen Soldiers there. Let's give a shout out. These guys all played great. It wasn't like anybody punted off.
No. Fantastic run for everybody there. Agreed.
And they're going to, there's going to be some disappointment with these players that busted. But when tomorrow comes around and they see the look of the faces of the players that have already fired, 5 bullets.
Oh, yeah. There's people 10 bullets deep out there already, so you're right.
A little head start. But now we are heads up. Seth with the chip lead in the big blind. Going to check back. A bunch of cheese here. And this is what we'll see more heads up, right? These kind of hands going to the flop.
Definitely.
A lot more speculation. And this is what I think is so appealing about no-limit tournaments, but tournaments in general. There's a game within a game, right? There's the early stages where you're super deep. There's the middle stages. There's the bubble. There's 9-handed play. Now it's just 2, right? Just heads up, completely different game than we've been playing.
It's very true. There are these little games within the game. Fedor quite empty. Seth with the 6 and the 9 of spades working.
And look at that. Pairs the bottom card. Unlucky for him, Fedor has nothing, but is this kind of a one and done, or are we shaping to, just wisely checks back quickly with complete dust. Interesting river. Seth probably feeling very comfortable, but do you ever want to just get trappy and nope, it's going to go for some value. Nice to have the 9 of spades, I think, just blocking some of the potential straights or flushes that Fedor could have, although he might barrel those. Might have raised pre-flop with those type of hands.
And nice to win the first hand of heads up. Been a charmed tournament for Seth so far. Can he close?
And an unpredictable rail where we've now got Chris Brewer. I mean, what is he doing here?
He has a relationship with Seth.
Interesting.
Kim is out there. Lewis Spencer.
The scarf is there too?
I believe the scarf is there being adorned.
Wow. This is, I mean, he wears a scarf on the rail too. That's full balance.
That is full balance.
Completely GTO. Interesting. I mean, this is why we might be seeing a little secret into why Seth is not actually an amateur. These are his buddies.
We might just be.
And I didn't realize Seth has a Triton title. I don't think I said that before.
Picked it up recently.
And you'll be a little jealous. 25K PLO.
I am a little jealous. What a fun one to win.
Yeah, those PLOs just have a different kind of,
They do, yeah. I hope he enjoyed the 3 buy-ins I dumped into that one. But anyway.
Well, I'm just curious here with 9 deuce off. Some of these hands, I see these guys, they're so bad that they just end up raising them.
Well, here Seth raised straight away to start, where generally that play is against limp. And usually it's when we're in position against the small blind, where heads up, of course, we're out of position.
But you talked about earlier how Fedor has done all these things. Is this one of these things we're going to see where he just takes this upstairs with a 3-bet?
His posturing and stuff tends to always fool me. We very well might, Will.
I think this is going upstairs, Nick. No.
He's gone.
This is why I don't.
He was weighing call or fold, I believe. Not deuce,
Not even,
Will.
No, I mean 3-bet.
No, I know what you meant, pal, but...
I was dead there. Yeah, that was a bad read on my part.
And naturally, heads up, that big blind ante looms unusually large.
Yeah, it's like a... There's the trophy on the table. Really nice size.
All class.
Super classy trophy. You think Fedor's got to have a trophy room?
He probably does.
Just for kind of convenience sake, right? You know...
Yeah, he has to, yeah.
Like
or
logistically...
maybe he rented out a storage space or something.
I could see a storage unit, you know. Like the one in Breaking Bad where Walter White puts all the cash. Yeah. Fedor just unveils just trophies.
Exactly.
Just 49 trophies. On the button with the 10-4, just limping. And I guess you just don't really fold anything here in position with the ante.
You don't fold with the big blind ante. That's exactly right.
Yeah. Down to 2 from 269.
4-8 now on the blinds.
Yeah. Oh, big blinds now. Interesting flop.
Very interesting flop. Bottom 2 for Gottlieb. Top pair for Fedor, and he's leading right out, Will.
Yeah, Seth isn't going to wait. Just going to lead right into Fedor. And I think Fedor's going to probably be really comfortable to just call in position here, I would think.
You're right. North of 20 bigs. We're not dying to get it in with 10-4. Although top pair is top pair and he has the 3 spades.
I just feel like he's so comfortable. He just feels like he's always in control. Just going to peel the turn.
He does play with a lot of conviction. You're right.
Seth ahead, but ace on the turn. Fedor did limp. I think we may see Seth continue barreling. Reaching for a bunch of orange.
This is a little bit of a strange line Seth is taking, but it's very logical with his particular hand.
Yeah, you don't want to give any free cheap rivers on such a wet board.
And just bottom 2 is a kind of thematic drive chips into the pot sort of hand.
And Fedor now is still beating all of Seth's bluffs, which...
This is tough.
It's a lot of pressure, big sizing.
And as always in these spots, it isn't just the decision now, but it's brick rivers we have to sort of consider. If we call here, we're certainly meant to call brick rivers sometimes, but it's tricky. Fedor does call.
I think this may be Seth's image paying off here.
Absolutely.
Fedor going to go to the river. Drawing pretty slim, but does have plenty of outs. And that is a fascinating river. Every draw gets there pretty much. Spades, some gutter balls.
Certainly the most dynamic river in the deck.
This is the most interesting part is Fedor now. He has the 4 of spades.
I think he's happy to check the 10s. It's a little
I would say, honestly, Nick, most players, I would say yes. Fedor, I just never know.
I hear that, Will. Same.
I never know with him. I always feel like he's got a different type of trick up his sleeve.
You're right.
It's just like a feeling.
Check. 2 pair.
And I think Fedor felt some of what you were saying, that he's beat here a lot, and maybe he can get something better out, but...
He doesn't show a lot of emotions, but a little bit of frustration there, knowing the knuckle means losing a lot. And Seth, very big pot for him. Seth has started this table out with a massive chip lead. He's had different points. He's gone down, been short stacked. Now he's got a really nice chip lead, over 3-1 on the young prince. The Lithuanians are gone. The Scarf is here. Brewer is here. The Super Pro, Anthony Kim, is here on the rail. And we've got...
Is that Brian Kim?
Brian or Anthony Kim's the golfer.
He's the golfer, Will.
Look, he just made a big triumphant return. I saw some clips of him
did.
ripping
By the way,
a drive.
bullets for Gottlieb. Anthony Kim. By the way, I think the golf tournament he was playing was in Asia, so maybe he's...
Look, I think I might have saw him at an event here, too, okay? It's very...
Note the, quite slippery from Gottlieb.
Yeah,
We've
the
all
limp.
slow played aces.
And look at this.
And it's working out gloriously.
Oh my gosh.
Will. Go on, Seth.
Fedor just falling right for the trap. What you talked about earlier. And look at this, Nick. Our man is going to continue the trap. And this is kind of genius. Fedor has like no chips behind. It's so easy to get the chips in here. Nick, this is really dicey for Fedor.
This could spell the end for Fedor.
Less than a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio.
Exactly right. The fives and the backdoor straight draw.
He's got to like his hand, and Seth has just played this to perfection. I mean, this has just felt like his tournament the whole way through. Fedor's going to bet here, and he's going to bet at a third pot. And Seth is just, I mean, he's got his own little Hollywood thing too, Nick.
He does, but one could also feel maybe just a little bit of emotion. He can taste it right now.
It's close. It's real close. And this is another spot, right? Why raise? Keep all of his bluffs in. You're never folding.
He agrees with you, Will.
This guy, we're teleconnected.
I think teleconnected works.
Teleconnected. Wow. Fedor does pick up a plethora of new outs now.
He really does, and with 7.6 to play into 9.4, does he just live with his equity and shove and hope, or go another route? Curious little spot. Limp, 3x call, third call. Here we are.
The young prince, what does he want to do? Just checks. And it might be time for Seth. A lot of draws out there.
I agree.
It might just be time. He looks like he wants to stick it in. Yeah, there it is. And Fedor's going to be sick. Now has to call off with a hand that...
9.5 bigs.
There's so much in that pot, Nick.
I think Fedor kind of has to call. Note that he's... And let us be clear that you don't have to do anything. It's so easy to be blasé, but Fedor makes among the best live reads of all time. So he's obviously trying to surmise the whole situation. But that pair plus the straight draw?
I think one of the big problems is he's got to be beating some of Seth's bluffs here, right?
That does spring to mind.
And there it goes. You're right. He has to call, and Fedor is going to need a lot of help, or he's going to be out, and Seth is going to be our champion.
Masterfully played from Gottlieb here. Can he hold, Will?
An incredible trap from Seth. Looking over to the rail. Feels good. 80%. Fedor's going to need a 6, an 8, or a 5, or he's out of here. Wow.
It's never easy to get old Fedor out of there, Will.
Just some good, clean living, man. I mean,
and just like that, it's neck and neck. Go on, Fedor. My.
Turns the 8-5 off into gold against the pocket aces. Is now neck and neck, basically even in chips with Seth. And what a blow for Seth Gottlieb. I mean, played it perfectly, limped pre-flop, just calls the raise, just calls the flop bet. Fedor out. You see Chris Brewer with the wry, kind of sarcastic smile, like, yeah, I know what this is like. Seen this movie before. I'm starting to think that scarf is like an attachment on the hoodie, like it's not separate.
Yeah.
I think it might be attached. Seth, this is, look, he's faced adversity, right? He came in with the big chip lead. Things went awry. He refocused, got back on schedule.
Right, and we were joking about it, that the wheels might have been coming off, but they really didn't fully come off.
Now we got a fair fight.
Here we go.
No, they never came off, but they still could.
You're right. It's they
Tournament's
can
not
only
over.
come off so much when you've made it to heads up, but you're absolutely right.
Fedor going to limp the ace. Seth's going to be happy to check with the 7-4 off. Fedor flops bottom pair. Seth with nothing. Is this a spot where Fedor wants to kind of get out some of the riffraff that has equity?
I was thinking, let's get this riffraff out. It's a spot where I'd be more inclined to check 9-8 than this one.
You don't want the 7-4s tearing up and this is the first time I've actually felt some real frustration from Seth. I think that hand, I think he could taste, I mean, he could taste it, right? The trophy.
Of course, 4-1 favorite on the turn for the trophy.
I mean, look at this ballroom we're in here, Nick. I mean, this is...
It's gorgeous.
We're a long way from Mama's house, aren't we?
We really are. We're in Korea, Will.
Oh, we're in Korea.
We're in South Korea.
We're in Jeju, baby.
We're in Jeju.
Seth needs to do a little bit of quick... There's the trophy. Perfect size. Surprised someone hasn't ran off with that, you know, one of the cameramen or something.
Yeah.
Seth on the button. Pocket tens.
12. 1.2, I mean.
And he's going to actually raise the wrong size here, so I think that has to be 1.6.
Min is binding when you declare half of the raise or more. If he said 950,000, it's floor man time.
Yeah, and outside of that square up, we haven't had to use the floor men.
You're right.
Takes a little pot, probably wanted some action. Has the chip lead, but it's very close. In the 30 big blind range for both players. I don't really think, you know, obviously we had Ivy coming up. I don't know if anybody beats Fedor in terms of table presence.
He has an all-time presence. I mean, Ivy is, you know, really right there as well. The thing with Ivy is it's so icy.
Yeah.
You know? And it's
different.
so consistent. It's different.
Fedor's is a little meaner.
It is meaner. You're right. Fedor's very ruthless out there.
3.4.
He's gonna
nice
limp.
choice from Gottlieb. Well,
Fedor limps the queen 8, and Gottlieb gonna raise right up with the queen jack. Has Fedor dominated, but Fedor may want to take a flop off in position. The hand feels cuspy.
Indeed, he does.
And these pots are already huge. 7.6 million in the
Every
middle.
pot is massive.
Ace, jack, 7, 2 spades on the flop. Hammerlock for Seth. Pretty big range advantage. He's going to bet small. And this is one of the little things about Fedor. He never just gives up.
He doesn't give you any passes.
It's relieving to see someone fold here quickly. That doesn't happen for him. Maybe it's a little subtle metagame. I don't know, but it's something.
There's some metagame. I think there's some collecting of information. And just when he has legitimate decisions, he's buying himself the sort of affect. $33 million for Gottlieb, 21 for Fedor.
So starting to pull away slightly, 41 bigs to 27. Definitely trending in the right direction, and we've seen him do this before. Goes down, goes back up. Nine, seven, a couple of suited hands now. He's going to take the aggressive route. Makes it 1.6. Fedor with the very playable 6-4 diamonds in the big. Going nowhere. Going to see a flop. Wow, interesting flop. 8-6 deuce with 2 hearts. Middle pair for Fedor, but an open-ended straight draw and a backdoor flush draw for Seth, who's going to continue betting 1.5 million. I would think Fedor has a pretty easy call.
Yeah, I think nowhere to go but call. And an interesting flop indeed, very dynamic, big turn coming.
Yeah, the turn will determine a lot. They're basically flipping. That could shift massively. Wow. Big turn indeed. 3 of spades gives Fedor a gut shot, but gives Seth a backdoor flush draw. And I mean, this is just such a barrely spot.
That's the craziest turn in the deck.
You bet the flop with an open ender. You hit your backdoor flush draw.
Oh, and he does jam. And for
And he
Fedor, let's
rips.
see.
Oh, wow.
Fedor does sort of unblock the draws and solely interfere with value. It's an interesting spot. I would think not having a heart or spade is kind of Fedor's friend. He'd love for Seth to have something like Jack 4 of spades, so on. Let's see, Will.
It's such a fascinating spot because I don't think Seth should have many 8s here either.
He could have an 8.
Guess he could, yeah.
The board is so wet, it's reasonable.
Maybe you just
to,
take it. Yeah, you just take it in.
But
yeah.
I know what you mean.
It feels Fedor is unblocking these draws in such an extreme way. No spades, no hearts in his hand. He blocks the nuts. He blocks 2 pair. Just lets it go though. It's
Bravo,
too much.
Seth.
Yeah, great bet.
Fortune favors the brave. Very nice.
And that's been a theme with Seth this whole final table. Every spot that he's been able to put his foot on the gas, he's taken it. And a lot of them have really worked for him.
It's true.
Obviously, when you got the wrap and the flush draw, you know.
Yeah.
Makes it a little easier.
PLO-esque amount of outs.
That felt like a PLO hand.
So not bluff.
7-9 of spades.
Exactly.
Felt like it, but
Here we are
what a good
at
outcome if
Jeju.
I hope for 7-9 of spades.
Heads up now. Fedor about 2-to-1 chip disadvantage. And I know, like Nick, I know it's Fedor. The humanity thing again. Is there ever any frustration, or is there any strife or internal struggle, or is it just?
I think so, Will.
We gotta
yes,
all have it, right?
Definitely.
The man
but
has.
I've seen Fedor agitated or feeling strife for sure. He's not as robotic as you know. You don't see Sam Greenwood out there, tilting. He tilts a little too. The rail is growing.
The rail is growing.
Not saying Greenwood is a robot, but you know what I mean. Fedor wears his heart on his sleeve a little bit.
7-3 off. And Seth shoved into aces, if you remember earlier in the final table, a long time ago.
You're very right. He certainly did.
Wisely limps here as Fedor has the king-queen off. Now Fedor down in that 20 big blind range.
3.
He's going to pop it up. Seth quickly folds.
Can't have aces all the time, huh?
Yeah, and this is what you mean with Fedor, right? Like, he chats it up, you know.
With that hand.
Wait, I doubled you with aces.
Oh, yeah.
You forgot?
I meant heads up, but you're right, yeah.
Little needles, little comments.
That was a little needle because he said, you can't have aces every time, except the last time. Fedor actually cracked those aces.
8 and 8 still.
Fedor now on the button. Jack 9 of diamonds, just going to limp, see a flop. You like this versus raising?
Yeah, I think this is cool. Remember, we have to limp all these junky hands with the big blind ante, so we have to limp some good ones as well.
And isn't it a nice kind of bonus that when we raise, we don't want to get shoved on with this hand?
Oh.
Wow, and this also helps too.
Yeah.
Just flopping your man completely stone dead. And he's going to bet it.
You win.
I know.
Good one that time?
Fedor a little frustrated.
Shot him the show, though.
First good one of the match.
First good one.
That also feels like a setup there. Set up a bluff in the future.
The 5-8 turned out to be a good one, too.
Yeah.
I'm not going to complain.
Again, Nick, the timing of this, we're in like this time warp. It just goes fast, it goes slow. I just don't know what's going to happen.
I hear that.
I mean, I generally don't know what's going to happen
Right.
in life. you
Yeah.
know. But especially here. 8 deuce off it. Again, like, this gets folded, right? Like, you have to fold something.
That is among the very worst hands we can get, is it not?
Can't get worse than that. You know how you can get a lot better, a lot better? GTO Wizard. Start learning poker for free. Quick break from the action. It's a great time to check out GTO Wizard's new ebook, Daily Dose of GTO. The free interactive ebook is full of quizzes and short lessons to help you master GTO concepts in just 5 minutes per day. Nick's a big quiz guy too. Imagine the insights you need to make optimal decisions in high pressure situations. GTO Wizard AI, that's artificial intelligence. I mean, this is just, this is a next level of studying, Nick. I know you're a big quiz guy. I know you got a lot of, you know.
What do you mean I'm a big quiz guy?
You just seem like a big quiz guy.
Nah, I hear you. By the way,
we got a little bit of action here.
We have action.
These are heads up. These
I
hands.
got a quiz for you. You think they're going to play these hands, Will?
Sorry. Terrible read by Nick is not a quiz guy.
No, I like quizzes. You're right. Raise from Fedor to 1.8. Gottlieb eyeing the stack.
Yeah, and does this just get in? Doesn't shove, makes a 3-bet. Small, kind of. Interesting.
He goes kind of small, and I could certainly see Fedor just living with his ace-8 and jamming 25 bigs. And for Gottlieb, if he does, see what speaks to him with king-jack.
Yeah, it's not a sizing I would
expect. It hasn't gone in yet, though. He does do it.
Very quickly, too. Just a great read on the situation. Doesn't want to flat with such a kind of, hand that flops poorly. Knows he's good a lot, just gets it in. And Seth is not folded, right? Like, I think he's genuinely thinking about this, Nick.
Oh, he definitely is.
And I think
roughly, you don't have to count it.
Part of this is Fedor is such a great player that at some point you may need to gamble with him anyway.
I do think that that's an idea.
If you feel like you have a big edge on the guy, let it go. But Fedor holes, I mean.
I like that, Will.
At some point you need to gamble. Is this the spot for Seth?
This may not be, but it's close. He could have just jammed straight away. He went for that small 3-bet you alluded to, and now...
Right, I call.
And he does call.
Wow. And this is the pot of the tournament so far. $44 million in the middle.
Good luck.
Seth does have Fedor covered, but he'll be down to just less than 15 big blinds if he loses. And Fedor is a favorite here. A coin flip. But
Gottlieb gives him a spin, Will. Can he knock him out? Take down the biggest Triton ever.
That's a big scalp, Nick.
Okay, he's got the gutty working.
Still, Fedor ahead, just needs to fade. Kings, jacks, tens. Ace high is good for now.
Wow, that's the dagger for Gottlieb.
The ace of spades.
Can he find the 10, Will?
Just going to need a gutter ball to come in, or the young prince is going to get a lot richer.
Go ahead, Fedor.
Yeah. 21-7?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right about the emotions. There's a nice smile there from Fedor. It's very different than Ivy. Very different vibe than Phil Ivey. And for Seth,
Yes.
man, I mean, just what a roller coaster this final table has been.
Maybe he has one more comeback in him.
He's going to need it. This is really the shortest he's been all tournament. Now, heads up, Fedor. What a swing here. Seth had Fedor out chipped over 3-1. Now Fedor has Seth in a 5-1 hole, looking really good to win this Triton, which I do believe I predicted at some point earlier. I could be wrong about that. I believe you picked Nick Petrangelo. I'm not sure why, but I picked Fedor.
You did, didn't you, Will? We'll enjoy it, pal.
Well, we don't know. Anything could happen,
You're
Nick.
picking winners. Maybe you should go down to the sports book. You might just
You might
have the
be
golden
Bach-
touch.
it might
Well, I
be-
could get you an account, by the way, if you want to.
Can we bet the ponies out here? No, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go on Bet ACR, and I'm going to fire up some new players in these events to get some dark horses with big odds.
It's easier for me to not post this one.
Gottlieb.
Interesting fold there last hand from Gottlieb.
Yeah, what did he have?
Was that the 6-3 of diamonds? It happened very fast, but
the speed is too much for me, Nick.
Perhaps he feels the Fedor momentum is just too much right now. Deck read.
Got to have those reads on the deck, and Fedor with the Jack 5 off, Gottlieb with a monster heads up. And Fedor, yeah, just going to limp here wisely, avoids disaster. And this is just such a comfortable spot for Fedor right now. Just quickly lets it go.
It is comfortable, but heads up, you really do always want to close, forgive the obvious, because comebacks are so real, heads up.
You don't want to give the guy any life. Seth Gottlieb, I mean, regardless of what happens, Nick, one of these guys is getting $500,000. The other's getting $800K. They've both played phenomenally. I mean, the play at this final table, this is, I guess I just have to get used to this here. They play good here.
Yeah.
Gottlieb going to have to pitch it. Fedor, I mean, what is this guy doing? Like, what type of yoga? What type of, juice cleanses? Like,
what's he doing?
What's he doing? It's
Fedor?
too clean, man.
Yeah, you should ask him to start working out together this trip, or,
something like that.
Really, though, what he's doing is displaying exemplary play as always, and
looking for his 4th Triton title. 6-3 off. Does this make it in the limp range?
it's a good question, Will. It does not.
Yeah, so we're seeing the bottom. I will say every Triton I've watched, I can't remember one where Fedor, outside of his retirement, didn't make a run or two. I feel like he's always been at a final table. Minimum.
I know what you mean.
London 2019 was the last time he didn't final table one of those. He only played 3 events.
10,100,000.
And Seth's just going to shove the 8-7. Fedor has the best hand, and he hasn't folded yet. Can't call with Queen 3 off, though, can he?
No. He agrees.
Seth staying alive. Nice little pot for him. Always happy to take his you know what I mean? Just put his equity in and see what happens.
Sure.
Really not a bad strategy. Fedor looking for a fatality here. And this could be it, Nick. Look at this. Pocket jacks on the button. Does he want to trap again? Yes, he does.
Very much does.
Seth with a very playable queen 10.
All in.
It does go in.
And this is
He's
just
been snapped, Will.
This could be it, Nick.
My turn. Queen 10 versus jacks.
Seth thinks it's his turn, but I'm not so sure. He's going to need a lot of help.
Kind of feels like it's Fedor's turn.
Kind of always feels like it's Fedor's turn.
30% though.
Plenty of outs.
Fedor's so scary to get all in with. You know, it just feels like he's going to win.
Yeah,
it's
it
harrowing
does.
to,
It does. He's
to
got
be
that,
all in
that
with this
smile
guy.
is kind of evil, too. Just total bricks here. I mean, Seth is going to need a queen, or Fedor is going to win another one. Kind of like a defeated laugh there, but Seth, can he catch the No, and that's going to do it. Fedor Holz is our champion, Nick.
Bravo, Fedor. Congratulations. And Seth Gottlieb, what a run, my friend. Unbelievable. Hold your head high. What a way to start the series. And there it is.
Yeah, and Fedor wasting no time in fondling that trophy. I mean, he saw what we saw. Just a great, honestly, great final table. Incredible play from, honestly, all the players. Fedor in particular, though, there's just something. This guy is living clean.
A little smooch?
A little smooch? I mean,
it was a prolonged smooch, by the way. Hug there. Daps everywhere.
Just good, clean living.
Moss back there with the hug. Good, clean living, Will.
That's what it is. And Seth, a great run. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of him here.
And as you said, 500,000 to start the series, and I think you're right. We will.
Yeah, just an incredible event here. Record-breaking first tournament, Triton High Roller Series, Jeju 2024. I mean, these are what dreams are made of, Nick. We're going to get down there, I think, pretty soon. We're going to have Ali speak with Fedor, but let's just show you the prizes before we take you to that. Almost 800K. It's a lot of money. It's probably not a lot of money to Fedor, but...
No, it's a lot of money to Fedor.
It's another trophy for the warehouse or the trophy room.
Yeah.
Nothing to scoff at. $500,000 for Seth. Dimitar Danchev also played great. Feels like a long time ago he was here.
It does, and it wasn't that long ago. Biggest field ever. Congratulations, Fedor. Bravo.
And congrats to all these players. Loon played his heart out.
He did.
Played his heart out.
He really did. He showed a lot of spunk.
Left it all on the table.
It really was a pleasure to watch this final table, and it was a pleasure to be on the call with you, my friend.
First time, always a pleasure. I do think we're going to get back for a little coverage of the 20K, which is, it's going to be a lot here. A lot of tournaments. It doesn't stop.
One after the other, baby. We're just rolling them out.
But until then, let's get you down to the final table, where I think Fedor is going to have a few words with Ali. And congrats again to the young Prince, Fedor Holz. Great, great run. Another trophy in the mantle.
Well, in a record-breaking field of over 270 entries, I'm standing next to a man who's broken a few records of his own, and I'm sure that I sound like a broken record when I say your champion is one Fedor Holz. Fedor, $786,000, bringing you up and over $12 million in career Triton earnings, your 4th Triton title, your 15th cash. You continue to amaze us, but I will say this, that amazement was something that we expected, as this Triton winner's hat already embroidered with Fedor's name, perhaps with the expectation, of course, by Luca Vivaldi and company that we would be standing here in this moment. So with all that out of the way, I want to focus on this heads-up match and some pots against Seth in particular. Aces against 8-5, obviously that was the bounce, but it's not the only time that you found yourself up against Seth with aces.
Yeah, I think we just came back from break. I reshoved, he had aces, I jack-10 suited, he doubled massively. So the 5-8 hand, I got lucky, and I'm really happy about it.
Well, we know that any time that you're standing up here for a winner's interview, it's largely the product of skill and all of the time and effort that you put into the game. Clearly a master of your craft, but a mastery that often is finding itself up against other poker greats, world beaters, and not to take anything away from Seth, but he's a guy who's from the cash game streets, not really the GTO kind of competition you're accustomed to. What, if any, adjustments did you find yourself needing to make against him in the heads-up match?
I mean, first of all, props to Seth, because he's been playing a lot of poker and he's getting much, much better. And I think that type of improvement from someone who doesn't play poker as his main thing is very impressive to see. I think he puts a lot of the pros in tough spots, which I think is a very important feat of his game. And yeah, he put me in a lot of tough spots too. And I think, obviously, I tried to make my adjustments, but he's not an easy opponent.
I feel as though tough spots are something that you actually lean into because it keeps things interesting for you. And you continue to stay interested in spite of coming out of retirement. You said something to me just moments before we started this interview about being here to stay. Is the commitment going to be ever long for you in terms of poker, or are we going to have to worry about you hanging up the cleats again?
I mean, if the quality stays this way and the tournaments keep getting bigger, you'll see me again. Yeah.
Well, obviously, we continue to smash records here in Jeju, and I continue to congratulate you and invite Luca Vivaldi to the stage. Something you're familiar with, a Triton trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, Fedor Holz, your event number 1, 15K No Limit Hold'em 8 Max winner.
Crazy action. I mean, just that's it. Fedor wins another.
He really does. I mean, Fedor is, you know, quite accustomed to situations like this. But again, biggest field ever in a Triton. That has to feel sweet. And Gottlieb, as Fedor said in his interview, you know, this guy is really doing his thing. He's getting a lot better. Shipping PLOs second here. Very impressive. Bravo, Seth.
Yeah, he'll be back. Fedor, obviously, I mean, we're going to see him around. It's funny because I literally thought this first event, I was walking through the field doing a little recon, and I swear I had this thought, Fedor's not here. It's too small for him. He's going to wait.
Yeah.
I was wrong. He just wins the thing for 800,000.
You really were wrong.
Yeah, thank you, Nick.
On that one.
But we're not done here tonight. This is just getting started. The way these things work is that there are tournaments every day. So we've got a $20,000 buy-in, and we're going to bring you some bonus coverage of that and the night out. You know, Fedor was great, but it's time to move on.
That was a 15. Now we got the 20.
Yeah,
So
we're taking those baby steps, and we're going to show you guys Carl Chatien, the high-stakes trader. This guy, I love watching this guy play.
Oh, yeah.
Rocks the shirt, keeps it low.
He's incredible.
But it's just, this guy just reeks of money. He's first place in this 20K, but a lot of good players. Obviously, Isaac Haxton, who just made a deep run, bubbled the final table. Matthias Eibringer, Fedor's best protege to my knowledge.
Adamo is out there, by the way, who's been on a little bit of a hiatus. Welcome, sir.
And somebody selfishly, I would love to see Santosh Servania, 10th place. John Juanda. I mean, just. You go through these things. Dan Smith.
Legend.
Espen Jorstad.
Main event winner.
Not a legend, huh?
No, he's also a legend. Hang on. Well, in main event, you're right.
There's a difference.
There is a difference. You're right.
But he doesn't have that P.S. Hines thing, He's sticking around, I think, playing.
It does appear so.
But yeah, we got a lot of players. We're going to get you down for a few more levels of this before we close out the night. Speaking of legends, this guy, Artur Martirosyan.
I'm scared of that guy.
This table is already full of drip.
Yes.
And
I didn't mean in poker, by the way. I'm scared of him there as well.
Speaking of drip, we've got, what is it, the roast beef man? What are they called, Darren Elias?
They're calling him a big brisket, I think. Let's just call him Darren Elias, one of the all-time greats. Can we,
The roast beef man, making his first trip over the ocean here to Korea. And we were on Pooh in the hijack with Queen Jack. Obviously one of the Greenwood brothers. Feels like these guys with no hair are always kind of clumped together. I don't know if it's randomness or what, but... And this guy just like...
Oh, I'm first.
This guy's unbelievable.
He probably just made like a six-figure trade real quick, you know? Going upstairs, first hand. And that is Michael Adamo. One of these guys in this Fedor-esque kind of...
Welcome, sir. Absolutely. That's a top 3 no-limit heater ever.
Yep. And already we're in the streets.
12 bigs to start for Wei-Ron.
Probably knows KCG is a little active. Using a time chip.
And you're right, he certainly does.
And KCG looks like he's been on a bender.
I'm not going to fall, ball. You can go in if you want.
That'll do it. Wasn't lying.
Dominate. Yeah, I will call. You know, I'm a guy from the world. You know, like not.
Blinds are up, please. 1025. Thank you.
Blinds at 10 and 25,000.
We have fun? Huh? At least I have fun. The most important. It's the most important.
Look at this guy, Nick.
Oh, I see him well.
Little Patek tucked under the
Yeah,
sweater.
I see it all, my friend.
How are you? You good?
Good yourself?
Me, you good? Yeah. What's your name, by the way?
Alex.
Alex?
Chatting up the dealer.
Watch him work.
Alex? French.
That's what they call Riz.
Oh, hang on. Did he say it? He said Alex? She said yes. He said Alex again? She said yes. I believe he said strange.
I think he said French.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, for sure. We can do 100 if you want.
Michael Adamo in just a little bit of a different mode here than...
A little bit of a different mode, and I believe the chips are going in.
It's a little shoving mode.
Fuck. Yeah. Here is a small cold guy. Huh? Cold. Nice timing.
It's going to do it. It's the big brisket looks on intently.
Why?
Darren doesn't get... You don't get tournaments like this in the States, do you?
Not quite like this, no.
KCP ain't going out to the Borgata to play at 3,500.
You don't think I'm funny? I don't care.
I mean, this is... What a transition here. I did not expect this to be our next stop. I thought we were done for the night, but we're still going strong. And, I mean, it feels like KCG's in NE2 mode here. A little early in the tournament, but...
I don't know about NE2, but it does feel like... Well, let's see, Will.
No,
He's
I
gone.
was wrong. Yeah, my reads are terrible. We're already down to 64 players out of 225.
Okay, so, it is getting real out there.
You have humor, you too. Huh?
Darren Elias eyeing up the big blind stack. Very playable king 5 of spades in the small. How does he want to play this? Just going to limp. Paulius in the big with the better king, but offsuit. Another Lithuanian here, Nick. See, these guys are...
They're showing out, Will.
They're showing out. Brick City for both players.
Let's see how Paulius responds with his black king 7.
Curious. Does call, I guess, enough showdown value,
King
enough
high
potential.
at the 3-4-7 working position.
Don't look at someone else. Huh? You see? That was good. I didn't talk. You see? You see? I'm a man so suave. But after TV, it's different game, okay? Different game.
Elias with one of the better table presences out there, too.
Definitely. And one gets the feeling playing with Darren that he makes tremendous reads.
He also just looks like he could crush a watermelon with his forearms.
Absolutely.
Slushy for the kids. And is this a chop now? Yeah.
It is a chop, and it's likely to be chopped. Would imagine both king highs are pretty content to just check. Although, let's see.
Yeah, all the draws have whiffed here.
No, I'm gonna... No. What I'm good. No, no.
Chop it up.
Later. No. A lot of things.
Darren being here kind of just a sign of these events just being too big for, you know, everyone to pass up anymore.
That's why I'm doing it, you know? No, it's right.
And look, this is a long flight for us Americans. We've got families, children, potentially partners.
You're right, Will.
Dogs? You got any dogs?
I have a dog. You?
2. Dachshunds. You know, the wiener dogs?
I know what a dachshund is. They're very cute.
Very cute, but very annoying.
You think KCG has a dog?
I feel like he's got like a Great Dane or something, you know,
I
at the
can see
mansion.
that.
Like his collar's made of like pure gold. His bones are gold.
Yeah. And of course, just to be clear, he has an enormous stack. Yes, Will.
Yeah, KCG is still, sorry, he's been passed by Alex Theologis for chip lead, but he's still second in chips. A ton of chips at this point. Matthias Arbringer bringing up third. Ike in fourth. Feels like Ike might be an issue in every tournament here. Like, just...
An ever-present.
Yeah, Bust in 10th. Already at the top of the leaderboard here. And look at this. The Lithuanian aggression pays off. Paulius reshoves the queen 10 of clubs. And it's so interesting watching these spots because I always think, it's, you know, I want to see a flop. These guys know, let's turn it in, let's get a better hand to fold.
Exactly right.
And if we're called, plenty of equity a lot of the time, so.
Yeah, you see? All the important stuff I know. Well, I'm alone to
you know, and KCG really...
This table.
I think he's pointing out, I don't think he has a lot of company at this table.
No, he's got no company, and he doesn't care.
Did he just sort of say he's alone here?
25? 25? 25? 25?
Go on, KCG.
Pumps it up with the 9s.
He really has an infectious laugh. He's taking me out every time he laughs. I can't.
How is no one at the table getting in there?
I don't know. How locked in are they?
It's cold as ice.
And for Pooh, in the face of the 3x, I think we still defend.
Yeah, got to see a flop. Also, KCG could really be wide here. Happens to have a good hand. King 3-3 rainbow. Here goes more chips into the pot.
I show because I like to the game, you know, like I fucking don't care about, you know. When you think you have a edge against me, he don't have. Because I'm drunk, he cannot have.
What is he talking about?
I don't know, but I'll mute if I can't. If I get
You
the
might need a
giggles too
mute.
bad,
You might
I'll
need a
mute.
mute.
Ouais. Let's play serious. Let's play serious. Alex from Romania.
He continues the Riz up the dealer here.
Oh, yeah.
Pocket 4s. Might as well be aces for this guy.
5 seconds.
Arrête. Oh, click, that's okay. Click.
She was giving him a little time, but he showed the, you know, the honorability and said, go ahead and start it, the clock. 50 to go, Will.
And it's ironic because nobody's in this party mode with him, right? But nobody else has chips on the table, so
everybody's short.
It's his party, and
it's his party.
Nobody else is invited right now.
Cool.
And he's looking for his first knockout here. Slight favorite with the pocket 4s.
I hope you stay here. Me, I don't care. I hope you stay here. I don't care.
Yeah, actually his first invite to the party's to Wei Ran Poo, so might be sticking around a little longer. We'll see. Some counterfeit. Plenty of outs for Wei Ran to stick around.
Might be KCG's world.
It feels like that. Nope.
It was a little bit of a slow roll river for Pooh as well. Good game, sir.
I thought he was chopping or something.
Actually, I win.
And I gotta say, I think Martirosian is kind of tilted. This is just a... He's going to tip the masseuse in tournament chips. Is that illegal?
We see you guys out there. I know a lot of people in the States are just waking up. What do you think of KCG? Let us know.
Yeah, let us know your thoughts in chat.
I can't throw. No, seriously. I can't throw.
You can blind
No.
You can blind raise.
Yeah. I want to do it. So what I can do?
You can do whatever you want. It has to be double.
Everyone I want? Okay.
You can blind raise.
Oh, here we go, Will.
Yes.
Blind raise.
And by the way, he blind raises to 4x.
This
is a pretty strong hand for a blind raise.
Yeah. He could have anything here. Happens to have King Jack. And Darren has King Jack of diamonds.
It's good. Good for TV.
The big brisket, very interested here.
And he does jam.
He wants some of that French cheese.
Of course he does.
What is the spot?
And Martirosian now has it with. Look at this dynamic this has created, Nick. The 100K dead. Martirosian now, considering it with Ace-8 offsuit.
It's a very odd hand dynamic-wise. We now have blinds of 10, 25, 100, essentially. And Darren has shoved for 6.5 bigs. Is that a proper way to interpret it?
It's the closest you're going to get to an accurate description of the situation.
Ace-8 fares fairly well versus a 6.5 big blind jam. He does fold.
They're going to let it go.
Greenwood and Tobias as well. And how does KCG respond?
He's not going anywhere.
He does have the 2 flush draws.
No,
Will,
no, no,
but-
no. Okay, I got.
All right, here we go.
I was okay, but I got. Okay.
He's going to call. It is you don't really see this type of.
No, I wanted to. I was calling actually. I was calling.
KCG getting a lot of love. As always, a little bit of pushback, but God bless KCG. 1.36 in the middle.
Yeah, plenty in there.
Give me karma, king.
Ooh.
Oh, go on, big roast beef man.
The roast beef man flops the free roll. That's not going to do it, though. Needs a diamond.
Oh, and he does find it.
There it is.
I know.
Hang on. Let's see now. Do we have a different kind of mood?
Yeah, take everything.
I mean, this is just unreal, man. Splashing the pot, Nick.
Oh. He's actually a little bit tilted.
A little bit tilted
Fair
there,
enough.
yeah.
I get
mean,
it.
that's a tilting way to lose.
King Jack. I mean,
you know,
it was all fun and games a moment ago, but now things are getting a bit.
Ah.
I mean,
it was so.
Good hand from blind race.
Sometimes
look.
I have to lose to you guys. Huh?
Thank you.
What does he mean, you guys,
No,
Nick?
stay here. Oh, stay here. Alex, stay here. No, it's okay. Daniela, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're welcome.
Meanwhile, the big brisket, already looking like a fruitful Triton trip.
It certainly is, Will.
The roast beef man, it's got over 1.3 million now, but Chapa Jatien still with tons of chips here. 77 bigs, heaps at this point. Adamo in there with 25 bigs. Tobias Schwecht, always a German. There's always a German, at least one, or an Austrian. Greenwood, one of the best, potentially the best Canadian player. And Martirosian, I've never seen Martirosian so short stacked before.
This is for me.
Darren's going to get back in action with the King 10.
Who win against me? This guy? Any luck? Huh? No, you. You.
I got lucky.
You. Oh, you're still here? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's play again. That's right.
Does roast beef go on a baguette? Can you make that work? A little mustard, or is it...
With cigars. Right, so I'm gonna smoke. I don't care. I'm gonna smoke.
I think KCG might be getting ready for a little nicotine break on the button. Probably a plus EV move for him at this point. Meanwhile, Darren just keeps going to work.
Ah, so close to call you.
KCG wants those chips back.
He wants them back, Will.
He's eyeing them pretty hard.
Go on, Darren.
Yeah, Elias just chipping up 1.5 million. And I mean, how does having a guy like this at the table, does it change? He's got to change something.
Well, I mean, from a poker standpoint, it does. And then, you know, the rest of it. Yes, Will, of course it does. You know exactly how it is.
It was what they call a rhetorical question. Adamo going to limp the small blind.
That'd be nice, no? Until now.
Adamo feels like he's kind of been, you know, in the weeds for a bit, laying low. Maybe he's planning on a big comeback tour this year.
Maybe he is.
Look at that. It's a good start. You got the hands under the table. You got the hands on the table. Which are you? You're a hands on the table guy, right? You don't.
I'm hands on the table, but I do sometimes put the hand down. I've gone to it a little, but yeah, I'm hands on the table. You?
Oh, always on the table.
Sure, Mike will be a little disappointed not to pick up a customer.
Definitely want a custy there when you got the goods. Speaking of customers, can we get some food back here? Every time I see Ali in the break desk, he's eating noodles, and you know, like we just did.
He makes his own arrangements. Ali doesn't. He takes that.
You're not
very
in on
seriously,
that.
Will. I'm not
You're not in on that food connect. I mean, we just did a final table here. Arthur gonna. Arthur's always pretty dripped, isn't he?
Arthur's drippy. King 10 suited for Greenwood. 50 to go.
Greenwood's got like that genius drip, you know?
Yeah,
it's not like he's just like, it's just intelligence, right? Like it's not really clothes or bracelets or watches.
KCG keeping him honest.
Let's just kind of take the button there, right, with the ace. Get the riffraff out of the way.
That's exactly what he did, Will.
Greenwood
160 in the middle.
Greenwood just doing a quick readjustment of the solver to get KCG's range in there. Kind of amazing flop. Top pair, backdoor flush draw. Just gonna go into trap mode, I think.
Nice restraint from KCG, who's now drawing dead.
Does Greenwood want to set the trap again, or is it time to bet?
I don't know if that's good or bad. Bad for poker, indeed.
He's keeping an eye on him well.
Keeping him honest. Does not believe. And this is a brick river.
Against Adamo, when I bet 10%.
How much does Greenwood want to go for? going to be healthy. Basically bets the pot. KCG hoping for a queen jack, queen 10 type of.
I think KCG is visualizing hands such as this.
It's a real chunky sizing. Trying to figure out if his ace high is good.
Look. I have more second now.
All right.
How much is? How much?
It's away.
Didn't go quietly though, Will.
No, he generally hasn't.
You bluff me on TV, huh? The fuck?
Still plenty of chips. Sam Greenwood, one of the best.
Huh? Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
13 million winnings just here at Triton.
Ace high.
Yeah, yeah. I was not calling, but you know, it's about our history together. I was thinking. You know. Yeah, what 25?
Ace high could have been good.
25 what? 25.
Gonna get right back in the mix here.
If I can. Okay. It's okay, Daniela. She doesn't like.
And Darren, just gonna call with the ace queen, and Arthur with ace 10 of hearts. It's good enough, and he's in third place though.
How much is it?
210,000.
200?
210,000.
Ah, cool.
An interesting spot for Darren here.
It is interesting. It's a lot of bigs, but could see back raising. Looks like he's going for call three ways, Will. Harder all in.
A lot of chips in the middle. Marderosian looking for a 10 or hearts. Everybody flops a gutter.
300. 300.
And KCG's just bets right into Elias. Big sizing, too.
He is. A note that he has Arter beat, and he's putting Elias in an awkward spot. Having said that, the ace of clubs working, still the raw ace queen. This is very awkward for Darren.
It's a lot of Darren's chips to call, and you got to think another bet might be coming, so it's really interesting. Does have the best hand.
These spots deep in big tournaments are very nice from Darren.
Yeah, really nice call. Now the pot is huge. 600 in the side, over 665 in the middle. Offsuit king changes nothing.
If KCG fires again, it would really work out extraordinarily well, as one would assume Darren can't take the heat. He does declare 500.
This guy's a savage, and Darren is going to have to pitch it.
What a play from KCG. He gets the ace-queen out and has Marderosian dominated.
Thank you, Bo.
Gets his revenge on Darren.
Thank you.
Wow.
Darren thinking, what is going on here?
And he's thanking him for folding.
Oh, hey, Daniel. Be nice. I will kiss you after.
Arthur needs a 10.
Oh, chop it up. Go on, Arthur.
Called for a deuce. But still a big win for KCG with the side pot action.
Big win for KCG, indeed, with the side pot, but he's a little sick to see that duck.
He wanted the whole thing.
Could have been the 10, Carl, but...
And look, nice hand for Arthur to stay alive. Pretty deep in this 20K.
Oh, magnifique. Magnifique.
Just double up. Don't be cheap.
Ah, we don't have break?
Blinds going up.
30 minutes.
KCG looking for a break.
I will smoke a cigarette. Can you take? Huh? Huh? What?
Is he asking to be dealt out?
Yeah. Take my money. Go smoke. I don't care. I don't smoke.
Fair enough, Nick.
Indeed. And a little break for the masseuse as well.
She's been working hard.
It does look like a grind.
Pocket aces for Tobias.
Bullets for Tobias as KCG dark mucks and says, I don't care.
That's got to be tilting.
Little bit.
The guy's straddling blind.
Little bit,
He's
but
playing
still.
every hand.
Adamo has a decision.
He's going to 3-bet it.
That does quell some of Tobias's potential quote-unquote tilt.
Eases the pain a little.
Small break for everyone, though.
And I always wonder with a spot like aces here, right? You're so strong. You don't want to lose your customer.
Absolutely. This one is a pretty clear call. Where earlier when Nicky P clicked it back, it's much more in regards to the final table setup. But here for chips, as you said, this is delightful. He indeed doesn't want to lose his customer. Adamo scuttles up in his seat.
Especially versus Adamo, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Jack 7-6, 2 diamonds. Adamo has the 10 of diamonds, but Toby has the ace. And he's just leaning on Adamo, kind of hanging himself. Known as one of, really one of the new, I think, innovators of the crazy aggressive style we see in a lot of these players. Not going to stop here. And are we just in straight trap mode with the pocket aces here?
I think so, especially with the diamond.
Just a little more protection?
A little more protection.
Feels very safe. And raising here just with the stack sizes. Just going to string them along. Less than a pot-sized bet left for both players. Jack on the turn. Pairs the board. Tobias looks like he's considering a lead here. Kind of interesting. He's going to go for it. 75K.
That is interesting and naturally not what Adamo was looking for.
No, in real dicey situation for Adamo. Only 400,000 behind. But if there's anybody who's capable, it's this man.
Oh, look at this. Well,
peeling in position.
Oh, man. And really a great lead from Tobias. Perhaps Adamo would have barreled off, but here we are. Half pot left to play, and what a brutal river for Adamo as played.
Yeah, and sets up with this turn sizing a really good price for Adamo to call off on the river. But he's just going to bet small again.
And in the face of 75.
Does Adamo value shove here?
He might value shove, thinking he's against 8s or 9s, although...
Would Tobias play a jack this way? Probably doesn't
Only
have...
Tobias knows, but it doesn't really feel like... This is a curious line from Tobias and an interesting hand all around.
Yeah, really interesting. Did not expect the small bet on the river.
You've had 8 and ace queen. Ace queen.
Adamo really might shove here.
Bad turn.
He's trying to figure it out.
No good turn for you versus him.
His ace blocks ace-7 suited, which maybe isn't amazing, but... And we are quite deep in the tournament.
Yeah, ICM. I mean, we're not that far from the money. 55 players left. So you want to put it all in here. He's going for it, Nick.
He is going for it minus the 1 chip. It's understandable against the 10%-ish, and he didn't want to see that.
No, he knows now. Bad news for Adamo. Toby's going to win a monster pot. Played it perfectly in a weird way.
It was a weird line. Indeed he did, and is that 25K left for Mike, or?
He left himself 1 blue chip, which is actually just 5,000, I believe.
But I think just the way the stacks were.
He had them covered. Got it.
There it is.
Real nice pot for Tobias there. KCG enjoying that sig break. I want to give a big shout out to our producer James. We just crossed 220,000 subs on YouTube.
Beautiful. 220 Gs of human beings. So we love to see that.
If you're not subbed already, get in there. We're going to be here all week. You don't want to miss any of this. Could be KCG, could be Fedor. Could be this man, Michael Adamo.
Could be a lot of things, you know, forgive the obvious, but this will be a really wild series.
It will be. See those time chips getting dispersed. That means the bubble is looming. These are to prevent stalling. These are just 10-second pre-flop chips.
I like those chips. Do you?
Yeah, I think it's. We were talking about this yesterday. It's a really quick fix for the constant pre-flop stalling that goes on.
It really is.
We don't want to see these guys with 9 deuce offsuit tanking for 30 seconds.
We don't. Welcome, sir. Massage.
I recognize that guy. And maybe a little bit more of a vibe for KCG with this. This guy I feel like this guy's.
That's Bao Ding. He's a legend.
Yeah.
Will. And yeah, KCG's just, you know, 6, 7 cigarettes deep out there. Who knows what else?
He's lubricated.
He's definitely lubricated.
Greenwood already feeling the fatigue.
Yeah, so after the big blind, we're going to be 10 seconds, okay? If you use the 10 seconds, you're going to use those ones.
Got it.
If you don't have none, you're going to go straight to the 30 seconds timer. If it's a call or race, you're going to go...
Yeah, if there's action, you instantly use these. First stack, please.
Bao Ding, 2.8 million in Triton winnings. 1 title here. And these guys with their watches, Nick, it's always the watches that look like they could be like $50 that I feel like are the most expensive.
And I think in this situation, it's one of those situations.
Yeah, I think that's a good read. Greenwood going into the hoodie. This is the type of time of night where the fatigue starts to set in, right?
Definitely, and the jet lag is real as well.
But you know what one thing you can do to kind of get yourself awake?
What's that, Will?
Throw down a bet on BetACR. Find a horse, put a pony in the race. Maybe get some good odds on Adamo. Maybe you want to ride KCG to the finish.
KCG, what's the KCG line right now on
Get on
BetACR?
Get on
He's back,
BetACR.
by the way.
Elevate your sports engagement experience. 15% free play, up to $250 on your first top-up. KCG needs a top-up, I think. He was drinking that like whiskey earlier. Still chilling. I mean, I think he still has more chips than he started with somehow. 73 big blinds. Adamo with only 1. Chip in a chair. The big brisket. Getting a warm welcome over here in Korea, Nick.
Definitely. It's
This ain't WPT Choctaw, I'll tell you that. Tobias Schwecht. Beautifully played aces there. I mean, just such a you never like. I feel like these players, you never know what you're going to get.
It was really nice. I mean, had Tobias gone all in on the river for half pot, I do think Adamo would have called. But
just the pre-flop, the discipline.
Such a unique line, though.
Yeah. I did think he had Adamo's head spinning a little.
And note Adamo's willingness to just feel he had to value raise the end against the 12% pot or whatever it was. Understandable. Again, interesting hand. Cards in the air, Will. KCG is back.
KCG's back. The masseuse is back. She's locked in. Adamo's all in. Can't ask for much more than ace-10. You got one big. Darren Elias, suited connector, going to go in the muck. Pocket kings for Paulius. He's going to put in a little bit of an ISO raise. Tobias in the big. Dust in the wind, Nick. All in for Adamo. Gonna need to get an ace, and if he can win this pot, you know, he's climbing back into 10 big blind territory.
No prepaid this time.
There's a 10.
Not gonna prepaid this time. Last time prepaid. Rejects.
Needs a 10 or an ace or he's out of here.
GG Mike. Hope to be seeing a lot of him these next few weeks.
We will. Yeah, and his run, it's got to be up there with the all-time years that we've seen these guys go on.
Yeah, I think it's top
3, you said?
You know, Fedor and Bonomo spring to mind.
Don't forget about Dan Coleman.
Dan Coleman.
Seat open?
Certainly top 5, probably top 3. And he's still here now.
Adamo going to hit the showers. Looks like he's still thinking about that hand. I think Tobias has his head spinning
about the
a little.
ace-10. Maybe he's replaying turn. Can he fold? Not sure.
That feels like the decision point.
River seems pretty clear. Pre, of course, is fine. Flop is normal. I would think turn is the spot, or just raising river.
A lot of decision points there. Ding.
10 bigs for Ding.
Yeah, just a very clean shoveroony.
All in
Nothing Greenwood can do. Toby's out. We might have some action here. I don't think KCG's in the folding pairs phase of the tournament yet.
Yeah, I don't think he is either.
Here comes the count. And that massage, the masseuse really has her work cut out for her, Nick. Between the collar on the shirt,
I don't like this hand.
Oh wow, KCG's got a feeling here.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Oh.
Doesn't just want to put it in. He's gonna pitch it.
He does let it go. I didn't see that coming, Will.
Yeah, I don't like. No. Yeah, it was Jack 8 suited. I will call.
You'd rather gamble with a suited connector.
Yeah.
53 left, pays 39.
Okay, so we're getting there.
And actually, I like you. I want you to stay.
I think that was more about the fold, honestly, Nick. I think he's so relieved to have Mr. Ding here versus the rest of the complexion of the table.
He wants Bao here for a little while.
Bao's getting a massage too. You know, he's more in the party mode, less in the super pro solver type of vein. Although he may be part of that team too. I don't know. He's across the table though. They got a good vibe. I think he thought it was a negative free roll to call there. Arthur, I mean, does this guy just go into the Louis store and just tell an assistant to get everything? You know, get all the T-shirts, just put them in a bag.
Yes.
That's what it feels like.
No, but it was different. I checked, like, it was bent.
I'm telling you, man, looks like one of the hardest massages I've ever seen someone. He's moving at all these different angles. She's got to work the collar. He's got kind of like a bony neckline. She'll be rewarded, though.
What? One would hope.
I mean, you don't think he stiffs, does he?
I don't think he stiffs, but...
About a string of bad beats.
What have we here, by the way?
Sorry, I've lost track. I think he limped or tried.
I think he limped, but might just owe that chip in his hand.
Doesn't want to give it up.
No, it is his chip. But it's Darren's flop.
Yeah, it is. Pairs the 7. A card that might inspire some bluffs. Very small one. Less than the minimum. A lot of big names still hanging around in this. Ike Haxton now is short, but still in. Loon hopped right in here. He's still in. Danny Tang.
Go on.
Oli Shemian.
Talk to him, Will.
Mikita Badziakuski.
Yep.
Mike Watson.
Look at this, by the way, turning the 5 into a bluff.
Wow. And Darren does block some straights, flushes.
He does indeed.
Look, I know Darren is a beast, but there's got to be a little feeling of what's going on here. What did I get myself into? It's just such a wild dynamic with KCG. You don't know what he has, but Darren's going to pay it off. Really good call here.
It's really music to Darren's ears.
Yeah, that's what you want to hear when you got the 7. Chips going back and forth between these two. Feels like a little bit of a rivalry building.
I could see a big pot being played between Darren and KCG.
Climax. Still up, chip leading the table, 66 bigs. Plenty of chips. Arthur bringing up the rear. The Triton Jeju high roller. I mean, it's just every day here we're going to have something big for you guys. A lot of Germans, Austrians, Leon Sturm, the Wunderkind, Matthias Eibringer, both rounding out the top 10. Santosh in 13th, John Juanda in 15th. Espen Jorstad still hanging around.
And put, I don't remember what, like proof that it's you.
Get you back to the action here.
Also like 300-400.
Beautiful king queen suited for Bao Ding. Just about 13 bigs. He's gonna min raise. Ace 10 for KCG. May want to speculate. And there comes the stake. I mean, this guy is... He's not messing around tonight. And he's just going to rip it here.
He certainly is.
And look at this. Paulius picks up ace-king offsuit in the big blind.
Something of the dream for Paulius. To cold call a KCG pile. And it'll be a kind of awkward spot for Bao.
Yeah, there's the call. And Bao now is going to be sick. But he's going to have to fold his equity. And KCG's in bad shape. A lot of chips potentially going over to the Lithuanian. KCG can afford to lose him, but he's not going to be happy. He's going to need to spike a 10, maybe some spades. There's the ace, but no 10. All clubs. Could hit running clubs for a chop. Could hit 8-9 for a straight, but other than that, it's looking...
Oh, it is the dagger for Paulius.
Wow. Just, you see the life just go out of him.
Tips you after.
Needs a king. That's not going to do it, Nick.
GG Paulius, that's a really rough one, pal.
That's a rough one. So rough that it's looks like it's got an apology handshake from KCG or some form of commiseration.
Perhaps that makes it ever so slightly rougher.
A little bit of salt in the wound. KCG now. Things were getting dicey. He's back up to the chip lead. Back up to almost 100 big blinds. As we inch closer to the money, about 10 players away from the money with that elimination. KCG's going to hydrate. Look at this hydration, Nick. He's killing this water. Wow. Just sprayed himself at the end. The man needs it, though.
If you want, you can have a break for...
Glad he's hydrating, at least.
$60,000.
Quote.
We got action here. Sorry, guys. We got action here. Greenwood going to raise it up with the king, queen of clubs, and Big Brisket's got big slick. He's just going to rip it.
How much are you playing out?
260 this.
260, thanks.
Sam hasn't folded yet. Really thinking about it.
5 seconds.
There goes the time bank chip. And we're close. We're close here, guys. So 10 more players. These players will make the money. It's not a particularly small bubble either. 39th gets 31,000. So Sam looks really pained here. Maybe thinking Darren just 3-bets the stronger hands. Maybe that's kind of, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I think he feels like he's up against a range of middly pockets, and then of course this stuff. It's quite close. He's flipping a very real amount.
Doing the mental gymnastics. In the blender.
Maybe it is.
All the time banks in the middle. Is he thinking maybe Elias does this with like the queen jack of diamonds, the queen 10 of diamonds?
All of these thoughts are circulating.
A lot of time banks going into the ether here. Elias just hoping to get paid. There he goes. Finally makes the right decision. He usually does. Darren Elias back up over 1.2 million.
Great fold from Sam.
And here's a player I recognize. King Lubov.
Welcome, sir.
Rocking that Triton scarf. Back in the action here. 20K, event number 2 here.
Hello, welcome.
Sorry, that was Zubov. Alexander Zubov is our new player.
60.
Greenwood's going to get back in the action with the mystery hand. Zubov already seems interested. Maybe just a little posturing. But Brisket is interesting. He's on a little bit of a heater here. Just shoved on Greenwood last hand. It's going to do it again, back to back.
He certainly is. Sure, we'll have whole cards momentarily.
And this is another new player.
Oh.
We got action, Nick.
Tom Hyung keeping Elias honest. And Bao looks like he's in the blender. Will?
Everybody's got a piece here. Yeah, we don't know what anybody has, but Bao is certainly really contemplating this decision. Basically has 10 big blinds behind. Maybe less. He's got less. Wow, a lot of hands here. And Bao actually folds the best hand with 10s. Elias is going to be really happy because he's now flipping against Tom. Classic race, 9s versus ace-king suited. Darren will have a lot of chips if he can win this one. So far, so good. Tom gonna need a ace or a king or running spades. There it is. Big Brisket starts to count out the stack. He needs the last 9, one of the 2. Not gonna do it.
First hand in the future table.
Huge double there for Tom. More than a double, really.
655.
Massive. And Bao can rest a little easier seeing that king.
有 A 啊？1对10啊？
Getting late here. 47 left. 8 more to the money. Over 900,000 up top. We're just going to see the prize pools keep increasing here as the buy-ins go up. First, we haven't got to $1 million. Fedor won about 800 earlier. The winner of this will get 700. I think the next event might take us into the 7 figures, Nick.
I think you're right, Will.
Yeah, everyone straddle, double straddle.
Yeah. Triton, he love it. He love it.
It comes back to me.
Yeah. Everybody.
It's a big blind. It's also easy to like.
I guess
Zubov here with very pretty queen 10 of diamonds.
if everyone up till the button
May want to take a gander.
You know, only out. I guess out in D1 and F4 and purple.
And we are close enough, right, that these decisions start becoming a little bit more stressed. You want to play this hand, obviously, but you don't want to bust out here. It's so close to the money now, 7 away. And Darren, all of a sudden, from having, 1.2 million, loses a few big pots. He's down to 500K. Arthur now with ace-jack offsuit on the button.
I think he has some bad news coming Zubov's way.
Yeah, Arthur just, I feel like he always goes for it here. There's all the chips. He's one of the shortest stacks left, so ICM isn't nearly much of a deal for him. And Zubov now with a kind of odds dilemma. Very pretty hand getting a pretty nice price.
Yeah, it's one of these that we call at different junctures in the tournament, but now... It is still an odds dilemma, though, as you said, Will.
5 seconds.
I Thinking about how much of his stack it will be. How much will he have left if he calls and loses? Still have over 10 big blinds, so might be worth a little flick in. Try to spin it up. And maybe a little bit more willing to gamble with Arthur, knowing his aggressive reputation.
Maybe, but it's still just queen high. It isn't as if Arthur has, you know, something too crazy.
A little Russian on Russian action here. Maybe these guys have some history.
I'm sure they do.
There goes all the time chips, so.
He's getting the right price to call, but again, being so close to the money where if he folds, he could kind of maybe slither his way in there. We would think folding is probably the way to go, but it's close. He does call. It is very close. Maybe it's fine. He's in.
I'll be happy to see he's not dominated. 42%. Plenty of outs. A very big pot for Arthur, who's been short.
Maybe one actually just can't fold. They're still 9 off, you know? If they're 3 or 4 off the money.
Yeah. And that helps. Top
Indeed
pair on
it
the
does.
flop. Backdoor flush draw. Arthur, though, with the Jack of Hearts, the 2 overcards, will need to catch something. That's a great turn for him. Gives him a flush draw. See all the outs. Ace, Jack, or any heart will do it. Not going to be a deuce.
GG, sir.
Yeah, and a great outcome for Zubov. Basically goes from, you know, being down to 10 bigs on life support on the bubble if he loses that, to up to almost 1 million chips. We get closer to the bubble. A little sigh of relief from Zubov.
And that is the other element of some of those cuspy ones. It's easy to think about what happens if we lose, but if we happen to win, you know, Zubov is a little bit off to the races now, 32 bigs.
Fortune favors the bold. King 7 of spades now. Does he want to try to ride the rush, or no, it's going to go in the muck. Ace 7 off for Darren. Very precarious spot. Doesn't feel like it's strong enough, but it goes. Looks like the players are going to be going on a break. Bow ding. A little frustrated there.
On.
Sam's going to shove from the small blind with queen 3 of diamonds, and Toby has an ace. Might be good enough. Looks like it is. He's going to snap it, and Sam's going to need to catch something. Plenty of equity, or he'll be out close to the bubble here. See, 45 players left, 39 pay. Pretty big pot here for Sam and for Toby. Clean flop, 1 diamond though. Sam looking for a queen, a 3, or a diamond. It's not it. Really bad card for him. 9 or a 5 can chop. There it goes.
Okay.
Wow. A miracle to stay alive on this last hand before break.
Requested the 5 and
called for it, and I guess
there she is.
That's how you do it, right? Looks like this is the last break of the night for these players. KCG still chilling, almost 2.7 million. Tom Hwang riding that ace-king suited. Bao Ding bringing up the rear. Greenwood staying alive. Big Brisket hanging in there. King Zuboff and Tobias Schwecht. I mean, we've seen so much tonight, Nick. It really feels like a lifetime of poker. From Fedor shipping, you know, the opening event, the record-breaking event. Now we watch the KCG show for an hour. You know, we see Darren Elias make his debut over here. I mean, what are you looking for in this 20K now that we're kind of at this point?
Well, KCG, you know, having close to 3 million and perhaps a few cocktails and such, it is what I'm looking for. There's going to be a lot of dynamics and great players, but whenever you have a situation like that, deep in a big bird, let's see.
Yeah, I mean, this could go any way. We've got a lot of good players. If you want to take a look at the leaderboard, still left in this thing. Benjamin Chalet from France in second. Daniel Paulson in fourth. A lot of these guys, and I think we're going to see this series, Nick, these players that may not be household names but are online crushers. Maybe they're crushers overseas. Someone's going to make a name for themselves. Multiple people will here, and this may be the tournament. A lot of these guys, you know, that maybe an Alex Kulev could be his time. Not that he hasn't won anything big, but, you know, this is a tournament. If you go through this leaderboard, not as many of, the A-list poker celebrities per se, but plenty of these guys. This is going to be the last break of the night. I think there's a good chance we'll get down to the money. I believe it's 3 more levels after this, so don't go anywhere. 2 more levels, apologies. We'll see you guys soon, about 10 minutes.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy to-do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker
Now
site.
larger than all of GTO Wizard traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump. No way.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Ken is going to be out of here. Fedor will have more chips. Nope, it's a deuce.
Good game, sir. What a run for Ken Tong.
He'll take home 98,000. So we've now broken into the six-figure range of payouts. It just goes up from here. I mean,
Go grab that 98 Gs, Ken. Perhaps put it on the account and keep firing. And for Fedor, what a start, Will.
Thank you.
yeah, Fedor just crushing this final table so far. Yeah, you got to respect. I mean, went out with a lot of heart there. Made a read on Fedor, you know, and
he did. I like that.
Come off because...
And anybody who's capable of the wheels coming off, I just, you know, have respect for.
Well, for now, the wheels go round and round. Petrangelo, the queen jack off. Going to raise it up from the cutoff. And Josh with a very playable queen 10 off in the big. Doesn't know he's dominated. Just feels like a call, right? Just see a flop.
Think so.
You have 2.4 back?
I side with 3, so yeah.
Does not want to see a queen. Does want to see a 10, though. What a flop. I mean, started the hand as the short stack. Flops top pair with a backdoor flush draw. And
Something of a range bet for Nick.
Yeah, you just want to pressure the weaker big blind calling
We're
range.
going quarter here a lot. He's looking back. He has a lot of equity that he certainly doesn't want to get blown off of. But it just strikes me from this vantage point as a quite good board for him.
A lot of turns he can barrel, and he shoves. Wow.
Oh, he just goes for jam. That's an interesting play.
And Josh is going to snap, and this is really bad news for Nick.
I think part of the ideas from Petrangelo there is that his hand has so much equity with the Queen of Hearts and the 10-Jack Queen that we don't want to bet fold.
Josh is short enough that we can just pile our equity in.
That was unique.
That was interesting, yeah. He's going to need to get really lucky here, though. Josh has him in bad shape.
Okay, that's definitely the one we were looking for Petrangelo, other than the jack.
I mean, open-ended straight draw now. A lot of outs for Nick. There it is.
My.
Wow.
GG, sir.
Nice to meet you.
See you out there.
That was rough.
Classy on the way out from Macaulay. Great run.
Yeah, took it like a champ. I don't think, I mean, these guys are all, how do they deal with this emotion? Like, that was a pretty dirty one.
They're on the stream. I'm sure he would have cursed him out, you know, if it was.
GG, Josh McCulley. Played great, got it in good. What can you do? 134,000.
Take that $134 and, you know, on to the next one.
Yeah, living good. And Nikki P, if there's anyone who's due for some of this, you know what I mean? You know, it's, as a fan, these guys like Dimitar, he's just got such a calm, controlled demeanor.
I like Dimitar's presence and affect. And we'll be seeing him get involved.
And Loon Loon might be getting involved again. This has been a bad string for Loon Loon here. Ace Jack just pipped.
This could spell the end of Loom Loom.
Yeah, not long ago chip leader, now in a really dicey spot with Dimitar. How does he want to play the Ace Jack? He's got a really kind of easy shoving stack if he wants to take that route.
We saw him shove it before over the Nikki P Open and the Gottlieb flat. Of course, a different spot, same hand, but we shall see momentarily.
Welcome back to the Triton High Roller Series here in Jeju. We're rounding up day 2 of the series with the second event. We watched records be broken in the first event, shattered. Fedor Holst taking down the title. Now we're straight into the $20,000 event. Number 2. Kind of been the Carl Chape-Jatien show so far, but we've seen, you know, some entrances from other characters. Darren Elias, Tom Hwang got to double his first hand. A lot of new faces here, and this to me feels like a tournament where we're going to see, that's my prediction, maybe a new crusher emerge. What do you
That's
think?
been what you're going with. I could see it, Will. You're right. There are a lot of great players here who people don't know. There are more players than we might imagine, and it isn't only the household names. There's some incredible young players, some online players, players from all sorts of ilks. So let's see. Maybe somebody will emerge, like you said.
Plenty of big names, though. John Jawanda, Matthias Eibringer, Leon Sturm, Justin Saliba. These are, you know, Espen Jorstad. Take a look at the app. Danny Tang, currently leading the Triton Player of the Year race. Kind of a slim lead on Jason Kuhn, so, you know, might want to be someone we watch out for.
That'll be interesting to watch as well. Does somebody overtake them, or do they hold on?
Loon, still in the mix.
There it is.
Get you back to the action here. A couple more levels tonight. I do think we'll make the money, but we'll see. Nikita Badzikuski, Dan Smith, Joe Vieira. Alexei Borakov rounding out the bottom. Only 4 big blinds. You know, a lot of good players still in. Very short. Anything can happen here at Triton. Let's get you back to the action. You see our feature tables here. Blue table, Benjamin Shalat, the Frenchman, leading the way with 2.2 million. Roman Hrabak, I got to watch him a little yesterday. This guy seems like an absolute just crusher.
He's a great player.
Espen Jorstad, the main event champ at that table. Kyan Mokri, recognize that name. Justin Saliba, really good American player. Then at our red table, we have Wang Yi leading the way, just over 1 million. Santosh is in the house.
Love Santosh.
Really entertaining player.
And he gets down there in tournaments.
What about sunglasses?
His results sort of speak for themselves.
How about
Yeah,
Mario?
he's done really well here at Triton.
Is he allowed to put the Mario on the table?
Actually, I want to run a protest against this. Yeah.
Against me as a person, or?
That too. You guys want to sign something? Petition?
Get me the fuck out of here.
Is this guy protesting the champ?
Not sure what's going on, but let's see.
You can choose the one, sunglasses or Mario.
I would choose sunglasses. Fuck the Mario, who
You
cares?
choose which one?
Who cares, bro?
Yeah, so get it off.
I'll take the Mario.
You're not taking the Mario, dude. We discussed this. If we get heads up in the main, maybe.
This one?
Sure.
Ah, sorry. Did you understand what I said?
Oh, you mean this tournament or this main?
Sorry?
No, this tournament.
No, dude.
I just understood level 18. So.
It's not enough this tournament?
Wait until the end of level 18 tonight.
Also, we're like reasonably
If
likely
they
to
said
go
something
heads up
about
now.
it.
I mean, like, yeah, keep them, but change.
Yeah, we're going to play through level 18. That's the last level tonight. So 2 more levels
Yeah, I
and
think
5
it's
more
actually-
players till the money here.
For sure.
2万4万。
And here's Roman taking a few seconds to delay the big blind, which will come next hand, and take a really big portion of his chips with the dead blind there.
Cool, 44 player?
Yeah, I think just nearing the money. He's in no rush.
No, comfortable, can get there. This is Kyan Mokri.
Oh, shit.
Kind of a dicey spot with the one guy with chips on his direct left. Just going to pass. And look at this. Ben, who went fairly deep in the first event, now with a lot of chips and ace-queen of diamonds in the small blind. And look at this. Mike Watson with ace-king offsuit. What a spot. He's just going to rip, and Benjamin can't fold. He's going to see the bad news. Diamonds are live, though. Queen is live. 28%. Can he get lucky to eliminate Sir Watts? One diamond on the flop, not much else. Seven can now chop if the board pairs again. Not going to do it though.
595.
Nice pot for Mike Watson. Doubles up to 30 big blinds. And I did get an update earlier from the Twitterverse, a slight correction. That rail, Mustafov, Dimov, Bulgarian rail for Danshev, which makes sense because we saw them after the Lithuanian got eliminated. Just wanted to clarify that. Small, you know, dust up on our part, but.
How much was it?
You see Espen, are those Euro jeans he's rocking? Is that what they're called?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that, yeah. Joggers, maybe? Jean joggers? That's in the red hat. Kiat Lee. Very familiar face here at Triton. Over 6 million in winnings in these tournaments. No title, though. Gotta be hungry. Justin Saliba, another one of these Americans, young guys, up and coming.
Justin's a great player. Made the trip all the way from the States.
And look, it's a long flight. There's jet lag, there's transfers, but when you know you could play 2 weeks of high buy-in tournaments, it's a lot of action out here in Jeju.
Yeah, the longest stop ever as far as just duration of tournaments. King 5 suited for Sir Watts in the small. Just Roman in the big with just 8 in the big blind with just 8 bigs. And ace 10, it will be going in. Doesn't love it, of course. 44 left, 39 pay. I shouldn't act like it's just in already, but
no, it feels too strong to fold. But you see, these guys are always thinking about it. Yeah, he's gonna have to go though. And this is the beauty of the shove by Mike, right? Gets called by a better hand, still almost 40% equity to win. Roman will be looking for a double, or he's going to be going out real close to the bubble. A little piece for both, but Roman's still ahead. Plenty of backdoors for Mike. That's not one of them.
Pretty clean there for Roman. Can he hold?
Mike needs a 5 or a king. Queen not going to do it, so nice double for Roman.
Huge for Roman.
60? That's your average? Or
285?
I've been off for 30 hours or something. I need to charge tonight. Where are you at?
I average around there as well, I guess. In last couple of months, it was quite a lot higher. Like, every time I go to Asia, it just like gradually builds up.
Really?
I peaked at 117 now in Bali. And resting heart rate of like 41, which is also very low for me. Usually my resting heart rate is like between 50 and 60 somewhere.
It's pretty insane. What do you attribute it to?
Zero alcohol, zero drugs, sleeping properly, eating properly, working out twice a day.
There you go.
Just like doing all the right things, meditating, whatever. But yeah, but now it's fucked again, of course.
Jet lag?
Not even, just
all the way from Taipei.
2-hour flight really screwed me.
You know what?
Are these guys checking their resting heart rates, Nick? Is that a thing?
That's what
now?
it sounded like, Will.
Wait, are we playing? Is we playing poker? Right? This is poker, right?
It is a poker tournament, but
Can never be too careful.
But like, or wait, it wasn't like just outdoors, but like with open. I don't know. If you have like a tent or something, like if you're out in the wilderness.
Because of temperature or because of the fresh air? Or?
It's the sound.
Look at this, Mike Watson opening up the ace-5 on the button, and Roman. It's another hand in the small blind, and with that double up, picked up more fold equity.
They make those like beds or whatever that.
8 sleep and cooler and whatever. I had one of those in London.
And he's gonna rip here.
Like the motor was
Kind of love this, right?
seems nice, king queen versus the button. And for Watson, seemingly ace-5 won't be enough.
I was actually thinking if I should get one of those now in my apartment.
And note, of course, Roman, his ace-10 was a lot more uncomfortable given he was calling it off. Here, being the jammer, as you said before, Will, it's so much nicer.
It's crazy, too. If you can improve your sleep by that.
Mike can't really do anything.
10%. It's like such a massive deal.
We did just lose Sam Greenwood.
GG Sam.
We saw him get lucky to chop out at 44th. Good news for the field.
Gonna run better in poker, win more plays. Or at least handle it better when you don't.
Kyan with the suited ace. Some bigger stacks behind him, but yeah, he's just going to let it go. Benjamin with the 5 is going to raise. Makes it 80K from the hijack. And Roman all of a sudden, after those 2 hands, up to almost 800,000. He's a guy I have a feeling we're going to get familiarized with during this trip.
Yeah, Roman is a great player. He's been around a little bit, but I know what you mean. He could certainly erupt.
And we saw him yesterday in the 15K. Like that Triton jacket. I don't know if they have that colorway here, though, Nick.
That color scheme is strong.
It's like a throwback.
And he does cover Chalot slightly. 43 left, pays 39. He's out.
Kiat, though, with ace-10 off in the big blind.
12 bigs to start for Kiat.
He's going to see a flop. It's a good one. Flops middle pair. Has the ace of spades. And Benjamin can't be loving this board. He's going to bet anyway. Try to clear out some of the riffraff. Those overcard hands with equity. Kiat obviously going nowhere. Makes the call. Already a big pot.
Oh,
Jack.
and that is the kind of card where Benjamin might find a way to win.
Yeah, ironically, kind of one of the best cards in the deck, even though the board is just disgusting for him. Has to be pretty certain his 5s are no longer good. But this is the type of hand, the ace-10, the ace-9, that may struggle to face more aggression. Yeah, there he goes.
That's really nice from Shalot. Great execution. And for Kiat, tough run out.
I get some practice. Thanks.
Some of the short stacks, I mean, Mikita Badzikuski, Dan Smith, Darren Elias, Joe Vieira. Someone's going home empty today. KCG still leading the way.
KCG is a bull.
Yeah, just good luck stopping that guy. Not much Roman can do here. You with the ace-jack, though, on the button. Really good spot. Should be raising a lot of hands to pressure these guys anyway. Makes it 100K. Kiat's out of there. Justin with 9-8 off. So you want to see a flop.
Again, one of these situations where under normal circumstances, of course, here against the button, 9-8 is quite strong, but with such intense IC